Chapter 691 Jin Yuntian's Shock. Lin Xiao immediately asked Wang Wenchang to help him make an appointment. He smiled and said, "Why do you need my help to make an appointment? Just apply for it yourself. When Mr. Jin Yuntian is free, he will meet you. But if you are in a hurry to meet, it is best to explain the reason for the meeting. Otherwise, Mr. Jin Yuntian is very busy with fortress affairs and may not be able to spare time for a month." "I understand." Lin Xiao found the secretariat that specializes in this matter and filled out an application form. In the column of application reason, he thought about it and filled in Jin Cici's boyfriend in addition to the name of meeting alumni. 1 day 3 days later, Jin Yuntian handled official business in the morning as usual, as the second person in Gaia Pyramid, because the leader Jin Nantian is often absent. In fact, most of the affairs of the power are handled and instructed by Jin Yuntian, who is very busy. Even with the help of the secretariat, a huge force has a lot of things to do, even if only some relatively important ones are selected. The total is quite a lot, especially since he was away for a long time. The accumulation kept him busy for a whole week. After drinking a cup of tea cultivated with plants unique to this world to moisten his throat, he picked up another document to check. A few minutes later, he picked up a pen to make instructions and put it on the other side of the table, and picked up another document again. Unknowingly, a morning passed. He finished reading the document in his hand and stretched his waist to continue. Suddenly, he picked up a small stack of documents in the other corner of the table. The documents here are all related to the Adventures, and usually they are placed separately. Although the majority of the subordinates of the Gaia Pyramid are the natives of this world, their basic base is still from the Son of God in the same world. The upper level will generally give priority to the requests of the Son of God. Of course, the things accumulated during this period about the Son of God must be more than this small stack of documents. But most of the simple problems can be solved without him. Now the ones in front of him must be reviewed by him personally. Picking up the first document and checking the signature Lin Xiao, Jin Yuntian recalled and confirmed that he did not recognize him. However, his identity as a special student from Huiyao Super Academy made him look sideways. To him, the elites of Huiyao Super Academy were just SOSO. But if they were special students, it meant that they must be the elites among the elites. And most likely they were on the Tianji list. So it was still worth his attention. Opening the application documents, as expected, he wanted to see him, which was also normal. Most of the sons of the gods who came to the wizard world would want to see him in order to establish a good relationship after recovering their memories. This person named Lin Xiao also came from Huiyao, so it was normal for him to want to see him. Jin Yuntian had already agreed in his heart and picked up a pen to draw in the opinion column. When his eyes swept over the application reason column, a familiar name came into his eyes, and he quickly stopped. The name of his niece Jin Cici, who had not seen it for a long time, appeared in his mind. The young man actually recognized his niece? However, when his eyes naturally scanned the entire paragraph, Jin Yuntian's pupils were stunned, and after a while, he slapped the table and shouted, "Someone come!" With a click, the secretary pushed the door open and saw Jin Yuntian, who was a little excited, and the document he handed over. "Arrange it. I want to meet him immediately." The secretary took the document and looked at it, and nodded. "I will arrange it immediately." Half an hour later, Lin Xiao appeared in a room made entirely of marble. The room was clean, except for a blanket on the floor, a small coffee table in the middle of the blanket, and several night-shining pearls emitting soft light hanging above the head. There was no extra items. According to the secretary who brought him in, he sat quietly in front of the coffee table and closed his eyes and waited. After almost 2 minutes, Lin Xiao suddenly felt something in his mind. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and saw a handsome middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the other side of the coffee table in front of him. Looking at him with interest, he clasped his hands and said, "Huiyao Lin Xiao greets the senior." The middle-aged man waved his hand, took out his application document and threw it on the coffee table, and asked, "Young man, you said you are Jin Cici's boyfriend? Which Jin Cici?" Lin Xiao's heart moved, and he had an idea in his mind, and said seriously, "Of course it is Jin Cici, who is also from Huiyao, the 541st class of the university department." Jin Yuntian's mouth twitched, and he asked again, "Do you know what her father's name is?" Jin Shutian. The quiet room was extremely quiet. Jin Yuntian did not speak. but looked him up and down carefully, and asked after a while, "Then do you know what my name is?" Lin Zhao's mouth twitched, but he answered honestly, "Jin Yuntian. The owner of this Gaia pyramid is Jin Nantian, my eldest brother, but his real name is also Jin Shintian." Jin Yuntian looked at Lin Xiao seriously. "He is indeed my father-in-law." Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, bowed again, and said seriously, "Lin Xiao, meet your uncle." His address was beyond Jin Yuntian's expectation. He glared and stretched out his hand and said, "Don't call me that first. Who knows if what you said is true or not? Don't recognize relatives without confirmation." Lin Xiao said seriously, "Of course this is true. And the whole school knows it." "That's hard to say. You are dozens of years later than her. So normally you can't get in touch with her. She used to teach at Huiyao Middle School No. 2. And I was her student." Jin Yuntian's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked quite surprised. And then he showed an extremely strange expression. And after a while, he blurted out, "Good boy. If you have guts, I will beat you to death when my elder brother comes back. But then again, if you say so, I do believe that what you said is true." Jin Yuntian's expression was a little calmer at this time. He asked while making tea, "Let's not talk about this for now. When my eldest brother comes back, you can talk to him. Let's talk about the main world first. Since you said he is my niece's boyfriend, then tell me how my Jin family is doing now." Lin Xiao recalled the information he knew, organized his words and said, "The situation of the Jin family is not very good. Since my uncle entered the wizard world, the Jin family has been getting worse and worse. A large number of family planes have been taken away by hostile families. Now only the plane where they started out is left. Both strength and influence are far less than before. In addition, I heard that some time ago." Jin Yuntian listened quietly. Lin Xiao looked up at him halfway through his speech. There was no expression on his face, as if what he said had nothing to do with him. After a long while, he finished telling what he knew. Jin Yuntian sighed and said, "We had anticipated this situation long before my elder brother and I ventured into the wizard world. In their minds, the situation might be worse. Now the family can still keep the plane where it started out, which is better than we thought." Lin Xiao also thought so. A temporary decline is nothing. Anyway, the core of the Jin family is still there. As long as Jin Shuntian is confirmed to be alive, the Jin family will not fall completely. There will always be a day to come out. In fact, as long as the two brothers return now, the Jin family will immediately get back everything they had before. It's just that the two brothers thought of more. Jin Shuntian is already a super god, with a godhood level of 19 in the main world. He is the top boss second only to the great god. In the main world, there is basically no way to go. So he will venture into the wizard world. It can be predicted that he will definitely not go back before he becomes the ancestor. The wizard world can't stop him. Yes, since Lin Xiao condensed his second true body and reached the late 8th stage, Lin Xiao knew that the saying that only great divine power can leave the main world is not true. Any descender who reaches the peak of the 8th stage can forcibly return to the main world by himself. Even if the late 8th stage has a backup plan before descending, he can also forcibly return. With Lin Zhao's current strength, he can also forcibly leave the wizard world and return by his own strength after gaining more power from the dream ancestor mark in a while. Jin Yuntian sighed for a while and retracted his mind, and said to Lin Xiao, "It's rare to meet a newcomer who has just descended. I have a lot of things to ask you. Don't run around before my brother comes back. I have raised your sequence. I will let my secretary notify you if I have anything in the future." Lin Xiao rubbed his forehead and said, "I'm a little sorry. I plan to take time to observe all over the world and find a few enemies to avenge. I won't stay in Gaia Pyramid all the time." Jin Yuntian frowned and said unhappily, "Why are you so anxious to take revenge? This world is very dangerous. The strength of the spirits is far stronger than ours. If we meet them outside, there will definitely be a big fight. You are only a level 5 wizard now. If you run outside, you will be killed in a minute." You? Jin Yuntian suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Xiao with a look of doubt. The next second, he suddenly jumped back, and a layer of transparent barrier appeared on his body. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. An extremely powerful force descended and turned into a cage to isolate the stone chamber. He said in a deep voice, "What is your strength?" Lin Xiao sighed and his breath, which was only at the 5th level before, rose like a volcanic eruption, and soon surpassed the 7th level and entered the 8th level. Jin Yuntian's eyes also changed constantly, from solemnity to surprise, and then to more surprise, until he couldn't help but take a breath. Late 8th level. At this time, he looked at Lin Xiao as if he was looking at a monster and asked, "Are you sure what you said just now is true?" Gently twisting his neck, he felt safer with the powerful power in his body. He smiled and spread his hands and said, "It's true. I am indeed a junior student at Huiyao University and Jin Cici's boyfriend. But I am also the commander of the Giant God Regiment of the 5th War Zone of Yanwang, with the rank of Elite Major General." But Jin Yutian still looked unconvinced, with a look of "Are you kidding me?" on his face. It's not his fault that he didn't believe it, but considering his age and strength, it was indeed too exaggerated. In the more than 300,000 years of the main world, not to mention that he had never seen anyone with strength comparable to that of a powerful god before graduating from college. No one would believe it if he didn't even come close. Chapter 692, Cloud Giants. If Jin Yutian still believed Lin Xiao's words just now, he no longer believed them. He has the strength comparable to that of a powerful god before graduating from college. Even the legitimate son of a great god or a congenital god is not so abnormal. Only the legitimate descendants of some terrifying existences comparable to great gods in the legendary Chaos Void Sea can be so powerful. Once the descendants of the Chaos Demon gods are born, they will inherit the terrifying power of the Chaos Demon gods from the beginning. They are equivalent to powerful gods, or even stronger when they are born. And the kid in front of him can never be the descendant of the Chaos Demon god. Then there is only one possibility. What he said before was a lie. He is not a newborn of Huiyao at all, but a super elite cultivated by Huiyao in the years since he came to the wizard world. Only this makes sense. As for whether he is my niece's boyfriend, this is still to be discussed. But no matter what, it is enough to confirm that he is a human descender. As for the previous words, we will talk about it after my brother comes back. Thinking of this, Jin Yuntian's attitude became more formal than before, and he said in a deep voice as if facing a person of the same level, "Since you have something to do, I will not force you to stay. So, I will open the communication function of Gaia Pyramid, which is currently being tested. For you. You can communicate like in the main world, but it is limited to Kanglin realm. You cannot communicate outside this world." As Lin Xiao said this, he heard a crisp electronic voice. "System number 008 is starting up. Please wait." At this time, Jin Yutian continued, "It will take several hours for the system to start up. I will let you set the initial settings later. Just don't leave the range of Gaia Pyramid. If nothing goes wrong, your number is 008, and you are the 8th level strongman belonging to us in Kanglin realm." Lin Xiao was surprised. "I heard that there were only 4 8th level strongmen except my father-in-law. How come there are 2 more? Hearing the word father-in-law, Jin Yuntian's mouth twitched. Why is this man so shameless? However, he couldn't say anything at this time, so he could only explain. 4 of the 8th level masters are in the open, and the other 2 are new 8th level masters we discovered outside the domain in recent years. They have just been hiding. If you don't want to be exposed, you can hide, but you will not be able to obtain the open status and various resources you deserve. What do you want to choose?" Lin Xiao pinched his chin and thought for a while, then said, "I'd better hide it. I will leave this world to do something in a while, and I will decide whether to make it public when I come back." Okay. When he came out of Jin Yuntian's office and returned to his residence, this so-called system was finally successfully started. A light screen similar to the main world appeared in front of him, but the interface on it was very simple. The main body was a chat group similar to QQ, with only more than 40 people in it. All the masters above the 7th level belonging to the human camp. Because of the limitations of the world, this thing is now only available to masters above the 7th level, and not to those below the 7th level. Is there a new 8th level boss coming? A new message appeared on the interface, and a member with the number 1024 said, "It seems that our human camp has become much stronger. The number starting with 0 represents the 8th level strongman, which is only 8. The number starting with 1 represents the 7th level strongman, which is more than 40 in total. More than 10 more than the 28 on the surface." This statement quickly attracted a group of lurkers, who curiously asked who the new boss was, and the chat channel suddenly became lively. Lin Xiao just greeted them at the beginning, and then stopped talking, just watching them chat silently. He is not the kind of person who is a social bully. He doesn't know anyone here except Luo Yin and Jin Yuntian. So there is nothing to say. Besides, he is leaving soon. And he doesn't want to leave too many traces for the time being to avoid being noticed. Now that it has been confirmed that Jin Nantian is Jin Cece's father, it can be regarded as a wish fulfilled. Now he has to do the second important thing. Go to the depths of the void to find the Wanxiang God tomb to get the inheritance of the Wanxiang God Emperor. And then come back to see his father-in-law and talk to him. It feels that his father-in-law is unlikely to return to the main world now. When the time comes, ask him if he can help. If he can, he will help. If he can't, he will leave. Anyway, it has been confirmed that he is fine now. As long as he is fine, the problems of the Jin family's main world are not a problem at all. It is just a temporary decline. When his father-in-law returns, all problems will be solved. After a few days, Lin Xiao said goodbye to Wang Wencheng, who was on good terms with him, and several brilliant seniors. Luo Yin, who also had a chat channel, did not know that Lin Xiao was the new 8th level strongman. Although he was puzzled by his choice to leave them now, he did not say too much. Everyone has their own things to do. All they can do is. Lin Xiao looked at the dozen or so life-saving props on his body that seemed useless to him and felt warm in his heart. This is one of the functions of top universities. As long as they are alumni of the same school, they can get some help once they encounter danger outside. The power of a single person is limited, but when added together, it is very powerful. And in many cases, it is enough to change your fate. If Lin Xiaojun is only at the 5th level, these dozen life-saving props are real life-saving props. Enough to keep him alive in the hands of a 7th level strongman. Unfortunately, he is too strong. The second true body of the 8th level late stage is too powerful. If he really faces danger, it will definitely exceed the scope of these life-saving props. Putting away the things, he waved goodbye to several seniors who saw him off. Sat on a flying carpet with exquisite patterns on it. Left the huge Gaia pyramid. And disappeared into the sky. Wang Wencheng watched his figure turn into a small black dot and disappeared. And said with some regret, "It's a pity. A few days ago, I introduced Lin Zhao's situation at a party. Several girls were interested and agreed to meet. I told him that I would arrange it in a few days. But I didn't expect him to leave." Luo Yin smiled and said, "I feel it is useless. I feel this junior Lin Xiao is very special and has his own ideas. He probably doesn't want to be bound now. Your introduction will not be useful." Wang Wencheng said, "That's hard to say. It's basically impossible for us to go back after landing in this world. Lin Xiao may not be willing to give up now, but he will face the reality after staying for a long time. It's not bad to find a young and beautiful girl to start a family here." Luo Yin laughed and said, "Then wait for a few thousand years. The cauliflower will be cold in a few thousand years. If it's cold, it's cold. Then find a younger one." The others were speechless. The speed of the witchcraft flying carpet was not fast. But Lin Xiao had no intention of speeding up. He sat on it and flew slowly, stopping and starting all the way. It took him more than a year to come to a place called Shenduan Mountains at the edge of the world. There is a teleportation array leading to other worlds in the depths of Shenduan Mountains. This teleportation array belongs to an indigenous race of this world called Yunhai Giant. From a distance, you can see a huge vortex in the depths of a sea of clouds that stretches for tens of thousands of kilometers. In the center of the vortex, an extremely thick cloud column rises into the sky and goes straight to the depths of the sky. But in Lin Zhao's view, above the huge vortex there was a huge face outlined by a brilliant light that countless low-level wizards could not see with their naked eyes, emitting a very powerful force. Not surprisingly, it should be the king of the Yunhai Giant clan, the Yunhai Giant King. Lin Xiao flew to the center of the Yunhai and stopped when he was hundreds of kilometers away. The clouds in front of him surged and quickly outlined a huge face that was exactly the same as the huge face in the distance. Countless small lightnings danced around the face, and a huge buzzing voice said, "Unknown human strongman, please tell me your purpose." Lin Xiao clasped his hands together and said loudly, "I want to borrow the noble teleportation array." The face looked at him deeply for a few seconds, left a word yes and disappeared. At the same time, several eyes hidden in the clouds disappeared. With permission, Lin Xiao passed through the thick mist containing the maze and entered the cloud giant city. An aerial city made of mist suspended in the thick white mist, just like the heavenly palace in ancient legends. except that the people living inside were all tall humanoid creatures made of mist, but able to control the power of lightning. It is estimated that few outsiders enter the Cloud Giant city, and the Cloud Giants living in the city are very curious to watch him. Lin Xiao was not annoyed, but rather looked at them curiously, occasionally greeting some Cloud Giants, who were obviously children, which scared them away shyly. It is estimated that the Cloud Giant King has already greeted him. As soon as Lin Xiao entered the city, several warriors with exquisite armor condensed by mist came forward to greet him and took him deep into the city. Don't think they are so easy to talk to. The main reason is that Lin Xiao is very powerful. It is no secret in the Kanglin realm that the Cloud Giant clan has a cross-realm teleportation array, but only strong people above the 7th level are qualified to use it. People below this level will not even be allowed to enter the city. To put it bluntly, they dare not provoke the strong, and the weak dare not provoke them. However, although it was allowed to be used, he still could not walk around in the city. He could not see it in many places. Lin Xiao was quite disappointed. This Cloud Giant clan is quite interesting. If it is an elemental creature, it does have the characteristics of an elemental creature. It is very similar to the air element, but it is not an elemental creature. If possible, he would like to study it, but this will definitely anger the Cloud Giant clan. Of course, with his strength, he is not afraid of the Cloud Giant clan. But now he has important things to do, so he can only do his business first and study it when he comes back. Soon he came to a huge teleportation magic array in the inner area of Cloud City. But what attracted Lin Xiao's attention at the first time was not this cross-border teleportation array, but a 7th level peak spirit ray strongman who had just been teleported. The strong aura of the son of the alien god domain made him squint his eyes involuntarily. Coincidentally, this son of the spirit god domain also had murderous intentions. The two strong men did not hide their murderous intentions across the huge teleportation array, which made the Cloud Giant, who presided over the witch array, alert. At the same time, a powerful will descended from the sky and said in a deep voice, "According to the contract, you cannot take action in the territory of your tribe." Chapter 693 Before the Tomb of the Ancestor of All Things. Lin Xiao bowed and smiled. "Don't worry, sir." His eyes dropped. The smile on his face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Shall we change places?" The son of the spiritual tribe also grinned. "That's what I meant." Lin Xiao laughed loudly and said to the powerful will above his head, "I'll be back soon. Please prepare the witch formation for me. I will need it later." The son of the spiritual tribe sneered. "No, you will never have the chance to use it again." After saying that, his figure flashed and turned into a long stream of light that shot straight out of the city. That's not certain. Lin Xiao also turned into a white light and followed. The huge face of the Cloud Giant turned his head and looked out to the sky. Soon, a loud rumbling sound came from outside the city. The clouds in the sky were broken open to form an extremely huge hole. A huge outline stretched out the clouds and stood between heaven and earth. A shocking roar came from heaven and earth. Second true body. The invisible force broke through the clouds and revealed a golden titan standing between heaven and earth. The city of the Cloud Giant suspended in the air was only in the chest of the golden titan. The son of the spirit realm had transformed his body into an elemental form and flashed. In a flash, he was in the void more than 10 kilometers away. Before he could flash for the second time, he felt that the void was imprisoned by an indescribable force. The elemental form shook violently and the space shook, but it did not move at all. He looked down with despair and saw an extremely huge golden giant hand below. Late 8th stage. At this moment, he regretted provoking him. He thought that the unfamiliar face should be a recently promoted 7th level warrior in the human camp. But he didn't expect that it was a strange late stage 8th level warrior who had condensed a secondary true body. Once he hit the iron plate, the price was his own life. The gap in strength was too big, and any means of saving his life were useless. The nearest support was too late to save him. He sighed heavily, and the magic power in his chest began to surge. And a dangerous invisible ripple spread. The sky-high golden titan lowered his head, and a smile appeared on his face like a golden sculpture. Delusion. The invisible power of time spread from his palm, and the son of the spirit realm felt that the chain reaction of self-destruction witchcraft in his body was miraculously locked one by one, and the boiling power began to cool down again. The horror in his heart was even greater than when he saw the opponent's second true body just now. It was like time going back. This is time going back. A smile appeared on his face, and he slowly closed his eyes. 10 seconds later, a black hole appeared in the palm of the golden giant hand and swallowed up the son of the 7th level spirit realm, who no longer resisted. The golden giant god slowly turned into a shadow and disappeared. Soon after, the surging energy in the cloud giant city gushed out, mixed with the strong spatial fluctuations to form a halo like a tide, exploding to 100 miles away. After a long time, the huge face above the cloud giant city slowly emerged, looking at the direction where the transmission wave disappeared. And then he seemed to talk to himself for a long time. Record him, and he could enter and exit the cloud giant city at will in the future. 20 years later. Endless void. A void tide with a length of tens of millions of kilometers swept across the endless void. Countless void creatures living in the void chased the tide and swam from one void to another. This is the lifestyle of most void creatures, moving with the void tide, with no end. In this void tide, a huge void whale slowly floated to the periphery of the tide with the tide. Many void predators living on the periphery of the tide, like piranhas, stared at this void whale and surrounded it from all directions, constantly biting the void whale. The huge void whale, which was several kilometers long, leaped high and smashed into a violent void energy. Its huge body brought terrifying kinetic energy, and a single impact killed countless void predators. But there were too many of these void predators, numbering in the billions. When one group died, another group came. Continuously, the crazy hunting caused chaos in a small area of the void, and more void predators were attracted by the chaos, causing greater chaos. In the center of this chaos, the void whale had an independent space inside its body that no one could see. Lin Xiao, who was sleeping, was awakened by the vibration. He slowly opened his eyes and immediately understood the situation outside. He looked down and saw the beauty nestled in his arms. He looked down and gently kissed Tish's smooth forehead. Her pink eyelids trembled slightly and opened to reveal her crystal-like perfect pupils. She also instantly understood the situation outside and asked softly, "Have we arrived yet?" He nodded. "We are almost there. Can you sense it?" Tisher sensed it carefully and shook his head. "I can't release all my senses and can't sense the Wanxiang ancestor tomb you mentioned." "Then can you sense the location of the true dark ancestor?" "No. But I know he is not in this void." "That's good." Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Once the Wanxiang ancestor tomb starts, the aura may leak out. Ordinary strong people can't find it. But if there is an ancestor nearby, it will definitely be found. "At this time," Tisher said, "although I don't know who the Wanxiang ancestor is. If it were me, the ancestor tomb left behind would never allow other ancestors to enter. So I can't provide you with the necessary help next. It doesn't matter. With my current strength, even the true dark disciple can't do anything to me. And with you, the Wanxiang divine tomb is no longer necessary for me. If it is too dangerous, I will give up. The 2 ancestor marks will not produce a qualitative change. And after all, the Wanxiang divine emperor has fallen. No matter how good the ancestor mark left behind is, it can't be better than the dream ancestor mark he has now. The dream ancestor mark he has is not just a mark. He also has the ancestor himself. No more. For Lin Xiao now, the most valuable legacy of the Universal God Emperor is no longer the ancestor mark, but the 6 grave keepers, who are equivalent to powerful gods left in the Universal Temple. However, in order to gain the recognition of the 6 grave keepers, he must get the legacy of the Universal God Emperor. So he must make this trip. If it is not necessary, he will not come. A week later, the void whale, which had been bitten by billions of void predators and only a mutilated corpse was left, was suddenly stretched open by an invisible force, and a black shadow flew out of it and disappeared into the void storm. More than half a year later, he traveled through tens of millions of kilometers of void and came to a blue light ball suspended in the void. Is this here? According to the coordinates indicated by the Universal God Emperor long ago, the Universal God Tomb is inside this world. After flying to this blue world and circling around, he was surprised to find that there were many red and black spots on the other side of the world. This kind of light spot gave him a very bad feeling, just like a beautiful blue balloon stained with many mold spots. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the crystal wall of the world, and his will penetrated into it. Before he had time to observe the situation inside the world, he felt an extremely cold will hit him fiercely. Clear. Harvest. Clear. Harvest. The repeated killing sound echoed in Lin Zhao's mind. At the same time, He sensed that the moment his will collided with the cold will, a special mark was left on his will. Although he didn't know what it was not a good thing from the initial contact. He immediately mobilized his powerful will to forcibly remove this special mark. Only then did he have time to observe the inside of the world. But the picture he saw surprised him greatly. This is not a very big world, just equivalent to a medium world. The main body of the world is the continent, which occupies 2/3 of the entire world. The remaining 1/3 is the ocean, and it is surrounded by the continent and divided into several small pieces. This is a world with the continent as the main body, which is not consistent with the blue world crystal wall. He guessed that the ocean is the main body. Although this world is not big, its energy level is quite high. Just a rough scan can sense several powerful auras of the 7th level, as well as a large number of energy auras of the 5th and 6th levels, indicating that this world has a unique civilization and power system. But at this time, this world has been caught in the flames of war, or in the invasion of foreign enemies. In his observation, at the northernmost edge of the plain, there is an extremely huge mechanical castle standing on the snowfield. Countless automatic combat machines are produced from this mechanical castle, forming a mechanical army to all directions of the world, launching a destructive attack on the creatures of this world, whether it is human beings, aliens, or creatures. Even trees, weeds and other plants are harvested by these mechanical armies. Lin Xiao coldly paid attention to these machines. Wherever they passed, trees were cut down and processed into neat blocks of wood. Weeds were harvested and processed into solid pieces like tea cakes. And creatures were killed and skinned and boned by cold machines. Pieces of fur were piled up. Blood was collected. Meat was picked and stacked into blocks. Bones were crushed into powder, and processed into rough pieces, and packed into boxes, and sent back to the mechanical castle at the rear. The whole process was smooth and full of cruel beauty. Of course, this scene did not cause Lin Xiao much discomfort. He had experienced so many worlds, and had seen so many cruel scenes. These were nothing. It was just, coincidentally, he found that the entrance to the Wanxiang tomb seemed to be near the giant mechanical castle. Although it was not just under the castle, it was just next to it. He would be discovered if he went there. He also didn't know whether others could come in after the ancestral tomb was opened. In order to avoid trouble, he had to destroy the mechanical castle anyway. And Lin Xiao showed a strange smile on his face. When he was scanning the resistance army in this world, he was surprised to find a familiar figure. Chapter 694 Clear. Harvest. In the world of Yuduan, underground, the base of the 5th Resistance Army, sitting on the black iron throne, Xin Huang looked expressionlessly at his subordinates reporting the recent battle situation of the 5th Resistance Army, and his mood became more and more irritable. It has been more than 20 years since I came to this world. I thought I had awakened and restored my true body power so early. What is more coincidental is that the world where I first landed is not far from the coordinate world of the Wanxiang Da tomb. I can get the upper hand early. But I didn't expect that this world is being invaded by a terrible mechanical world. This mechanical world has extremely powerful special technology. The normal physical technology system cannot be used in most of the worlds in the foreign domain. But this mechanical world has unique mechanical technology, which can be compatible with almost all worlds, and ignore the changes of physical rules by the god level strong without affecting the combat effectiveness. The manufactured machinery is very powerful. But the most important thing is that this mechanical civilization is a civilization that is keen on destruction. From the collected information, it shows that its civilization calls itself the Rectification Protocol, which specializes in clearing all life in the world, including trees, which are also in its clearing plan. It is the mortal enemy of all organic creatures. Like Lin Xiao, Xin Huang was originally prepared to rely on his own powerful strength to destroy the mechanical base called the Rectification Agreement. But he didn't expect that the strength of this destructive civilization called the Rectification Agreement was much stronger than he imagined. It was obviously just a mechanical civilization, but it had combat individuals that could threaten the existence of the 8th level. A powerful combat body named the Clearer, with 4 energy cannons that could threaten the lives of the 7th level strongmen. A super combat body named the Reaper, whose main cannon could threaten the lives of the 8th level strongmen. Not to mention that its main base was equivalent to a group of Reapers and Clearers. And its combat power was indescribably strong. A large number of Clearers plus various levels of war machinery. Short-range and long-range terrifying artillery coordinated operations by land, sea and air. The rebels could only use their flesh and blood to resist. and various witchcrafts could not withstand the bombardment of artillery fire. This is also the main reason why this world is not big, but has a very high energy level, and can produce 7th level strongmen, but is not the opponent of the rectification agreement. Fortunately, the rectification agreement is powerful in frontal combat, but lacks flexibility. Many wizards have many means, and can easily pass through the defense line of the rectification agreement, and enter its occupied area to destroy and contain. In addition, the advanced wizard's advanced witchcraft is also very powerful. As long as they prepare and cast spells in a certain period of time, they can easily destroy a large number of machines. The most important thing is that the rebels have the home advantage. The extinction civilization, like the rectification agreement, that does not even spare the grass and trees, is a mortal enemy to any world. The rebels have always been favored by the world's will, and their strength has increased faster than usual. Of course, this is only for wizards below the 7th level. The world's energy level is limited. 8th level strongmen like Shen Huang cannot improve their strength in this world. Unable to improve their strength and unable to enter the god's tomb. Shen Huang, who has been in this world for more than 20 years, is very irritable. As time goes by, the time advantage established by arriving early will slowly disappear. When the two competitors, Ying Feng and Lin Xiao, arrive, it will not be so easy to enter the Wanxiang tomb. But he has no other choice. He has tried it in the past 20 years. Whenever he gets close to the mechanical fortress, it is like entering the defense tower with true vision in stealth mode. He will immediately be attacked by the main guns in the mechanical fortress. The scavengers and harvesters stationed around will come quickly. It takes a certain amount of time to open the Tomb of God. He does not have enough time to open the Tomb of God. He patiently listened to the reports of his subordinates, which were nothing more than how much victory they had, and how much loss they had suffered. Shen Huang patiently listened to them, made instructions one by one, waved his hand to signal his subordinates to withdraw, and sat on the black iron throne with his hand on his forehead in contemplation. He felt that he could not wait any longer. Since the leader of the 4th Resistance Army was killed by a Reaper, and several eliminators of the strict agreement 2 years ago, the 4th Resistance Army base was breached, and the resistance situation of the entire Yuduan world took a sharp turn for the worse. The strict agreement, which drew out more troops, posed a greater threat and pressure to other resistance army bases. The remaining resistance army has been retreating for the past 2 years. Shen Huang was not optimistic about them. Without external interference, the fall of this world was inevitable. Once it was completely fallen, it would be impossible to open the god's tomb with his strength alone. He must break the situation before the resistance army was completely wiped out. And the way to break the situation, he was going to persuade the leaders of other resistance armies to gather all the strong men in the world to raid the mechanical fortress. Of course, he was not talking about destroying the mechanical fortress. It was not that he underestimated the resistance army. It was really that their strength was not enough, and it was impossible to destroy the mechanical fortress. His goal was to let the resistance army attract the attention of the mechanical fortress, and he would take the opportunity to open the Wanxiang god's tomb. It would be better to contribute to himself than to die with a friend. Anyway, the ending was already determined. Moreover, if he inherited the legacy of the Wanxiang Emperor in the Wanxiang tomb, he would most likely become stronger. And at that time, he could help them defeat the rectification agreement and save the world. He reached out and pressed the secret button under the armrest of the black iron throne. After a while, the door of the secret room opened, and a humanoid man in a black robe walked in and knelt respectfully in front of him. A voice without any characteristic sounded. "Your Majesty." Shen Huang tapped the black iron armrest with his fingers, and after a while, he said in a deep voice, "I have something I need you to do." The black-robed man did not respond, but listened carefully. "I need you to go to the 123 and 67 resistance bases respectively, and hand this thing to them in person." Shen Huang flipped his right hand, and egg-sized crystal balls appeared in his palm. There were many bright lights in the crystal that shuttled back and forth quickly, like a delicate handicraft. But when the black-robed man took the crystal balls in his hands, they melted directly into his palms and disappeared. Then the aura of the black-robed man burst out as if out of control. And with a bang, the black-robed man pressed one hand on the ground, which was a hand covered with fine black scales. After a long time, the black-robed man regained control of his power. Shen Huang took out 5 beautifully sealed letters and handed them to the black-robed man, saying, "Just give them the letters when the time comes." The black-robed man respectfully took the letters, bowed and turned away, watching his trusted subordinate leave. Shen Huang muttered to himself. Success or failure depends on this move. If I fail, I can only take risks myself. He sighed heavily, looked up at the sky, and frowned. I don't know what Yingfeng's current strength is, and whether he has arrived. I must enter the god's tomb before he arrives. Otherwise it will be difficult for him to take the inheritance alone when he arrives. He was always afraid of Yingfeng, who was nowhere to be found. But he never mentioned Lin Xiao. In his mind, the biggest competitor was only Yingfeng. The shadow wind that he had been thinking about had already arrived outside the crystal wall of the world of Yuduan. However, the shadow wind, who was in a good mood because he had arrived at the destination, was not in a good mood when he saw Lin Xiao guarding outside the crystal wall of the world. Lin Xiao did not hide his strength at all. The aura of the late 8th stage crushed the shadow wind and Shen Huang, who had just been promoted to the 8th stage, which made him feel as if he fell to the bottom of the valley and chilled his heart. You got the inheritance? The shadow wind's voice was a little dry. Lin Xiao, the weakest, had such strength now. He could only think of this possibility. Lin Xiao put his hands behind his back and walked to a place not far from the shadow wind in the void, as if walking on flat ground. He shook his head and said, Not yet. Like you. I just arrived. I don't believe it. Believe it or not. I ask you a question. Was it you who cheated me at the beginning? The shadow wind shook his head seriously. It's not me. Really? Yingfeng explained. Although you are also one of my competitors. I never regarded you as an opponent at that time. My biggest opponent is Shen Huang. I don't deny that I wanted to trick him at that time. But I didn't want to trick you. There is no need. What you said makes some sense. I can't find any words to refute. But? Lin Xiao thought carefully and nodded in agreement. But the next second he changed his tone and said expressionlessly, But it is also possible that you did it but dare not admit it. Of course, it is not ruled out that Shen Huang did it. But I am sure he will not admit it. It is a fact that you wanted to kill me at the beginning. And I am not interested in slowly investigating it. So, a force field exploded like lightning, and the terrifying force forcibly expelled the void energy to form a vacuum. Lin Xiao's figure quickly expanded into a golden titan that penetrated the sky and filled Yingfeng's sight. The huge sound made his eardrums buzz. So, I will kill both of you, and there will be no mistake. Without saying a word, Yingfeng's body flashed and turned into a piece of virtual light. He appeared more than 10 kilometers away again. He flashed like a stone skipping stone on the water. In just a few seconds, he flew thousands of kilometers in an arc and circled around him several times. So after the breath was exhausted, there was a brief pause, and Yingfeng's face showed no joy. Because at this time, he was still in the Titan's aura, and a golden giant hand that blocked all his vision was grabbing towards the void where he was. The invisible force field bound him, and the gap in strength was too big. No matter how he burst out his magic power, he could not break free. Like a bird in a cage, he could not jump out. The huge face of the golden titan appeared in the gap above his palm. Lin Xiao stared coldly at this former pride of heaven and said coldly, If you hadn't killed me, I would have spared your life. Goodbye. The 5 fingers closed together, slowly covering Yingfeng's desperate eyes. With the disappearance of the life in the palm, a top elite of the main world completely fell. Lin Xiao sighed a little. If he could, he would not want to kill him. With the talent and current achievements of Yingfeng and Shen Huang, they will definitely be promoted to powerful divine power in the future. And they are still the best among them. Killing them is a kind of weakening of the main world. But they had tried to assassinate me before. But I was lucky enough not to die. Those who kill will always be killed. Since you have done it, you must bear the consequences of doing so. Chapter 695 Death of Shadow Wind. Once Shadow Wind dies, his divine domain will be lost in the unknown void and will not be taken away by him. However, some of the things he obtained in this world will fall into his hands. But they are useless to him. Lin Xiao did not cancel the secondary true body. The huge Titan true body turned and slowly came to the edge of the crystal wall of the Yuduan world. From a distance, this world floating in the void was not big, but it seemed very small when approaching his huge true body. The extremely powerful secondary true body far exceeds the upper limit of the energy level of this world. Normally, he cannot enter this world under the resistance of the world. Any world will resist the entry of foreign strongmen who do not belong to this world. But this world is different. This world is in the invasion of the rectification agreement. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and pressed on the crystal wall of the world. His will communicated with the world's will, willing to help resist the rectification agreement, and made an oath to obtain the permission of the world's will to enter. In normal times, no matter how many oaths he made, it would be useless. He would definitely not be able to enter, and he could only use violent means to force his way in. But now it is different. The all-annihilating rectification agreement poses a greater threat to the world will than anyone else. Even if the notorious Nightmare World Sealer invades other worlds, it will not completely destroy the world. At least the monsters in the Nightmare World will not be interested in trees, weeds, insects, etc. The rectification agreement is to completely destroy a world, leaving nothing behind. The key is that the world cannot resist the invasion of the rectification agreement at this time. So it is not unacceptable to introduce external forces at this time. Lin Xiao quickly reached an agreement with the world will and obtained permission to enter the world. Shen Huang felt the abnormality before the joint action was about to begin. After the secret envoy sent the letter, his power affected the leaders of the major forces. In addition, the situation is now quite clear. The major resistance bases cannot resist the rectification agreement even if they unite. The only way to have a certain success rate is to unite the leaders to attack. Unfortunately, Shen Huang is also an outsider, not the guardian of this world. He can only feel that the world is undergoing strange changes and cannot directly perceive the specific situation. Lin Xiao had already discovered the divine phoenix, so of course he would not descend openly. Instead, he would actively use the world source power to conceal the fluctuations caused by his huge real body entering the world. This secondary real body, which far exceeded the world's energy level, entered this world and only attracted the attention of a small number of powerful people in the world. The World Guardian discovered it. But for the World Guardian, it didn't matter who entered, as long as it was organic life. It was the enemy of the strict protocol that exterminated all life. The strict protocol, which was not affected by the world's will, did not notice it at first, until Lin Xiao descended to a certain point. His secondary real body was too powerful, far exceeding the world's capacity limit. It was not until later that it could no longer be concealed that it was discovered. But it was too late to stop him from descending. After evaluating his strength, the strict protocol immediately had a huge reaction, and a large number of eliminators and a few reapers all gathered towards the mechanical fortress. As for the divine phoenix, although he received reports from his subordinates, he was unable to make a correct judgment for a while, and thought that the strict protocol had discovered his plan and was suspicious. However, after Lin Xiao's true body completely descended, he no longer needed the world's will, and could not be concealed. His existence suddenly appeared in the eyes of all the powerful people above the 4th level in the world. Most of the powerful people were delighted after seeing his huge secondary true body and feeling his terrifying strength. No matter what his purpose was, even if he was an alien invader, it was better than the complete extermination of everything. Compared with the joy of most other local strong men, the Shen Huang who had recognized Lin Xiao was stunned and panicked. Lin Xiao's unconcealed terrifying strength made him feel like falling into an ice cave. He didn't expect that the first person to arrive was not Ing Feng but Lin Xiao, and his strength far exceeded his own. Just the aura he exuded and the huge secondary true body were so strong that he felt desperate. What made him even more desperate was that Lin Xiao had completely descended into this world. He had lost the initiative and couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. He had already realized that Lin Xiao was so powerful that he would not have the chance to enter the tomb of the ancestor of all things. And the accident. He didn't think there would be any accident now. When he saw that Lin Xiao did not deal with the mechanical fortress of the rectification agreement immediately but flew straight to his side, he smiled bitterly and took the initiative to meet him. The Titan's real body, which was as huge as a giant divine peak, stopped after crossing a river. He looked down at the void in the front area being torn apart. A familiar figure appeared in front of him. Shen Huang endured the pain in his eyes and stared at the huge Titan's real body and said loudly, "You win. I admit defeat." Lin Xiao looked down at Shen Huang. In his perception, Shen Huang's strength at this time was not much different from Ing Feng. They had just been promoted to the 8th level not long ago, and they were both orthodox wizards. Their physical bodies were not strong, and they were the kind that he could easily crush to death. It's not that the secondary real body can easily defeat the 8th level traditional wizard. The main reason is that he is too powerful. He has all kinds of abnormal powers in one body, which suppresses the weaker level too much. Before, Ing Feng was also at the 8th level, but he had no power to resist in his hands. He simply used the time law he mastered to simply turn time around. And by the way, turn space together to form a circle. So Ying Feng flew thousands of kilometers in one breath, just circling his Titan real body a few times. And even the force field surrounding this secondary real body was not broken. This is the main reason for Ying Feng's despair. The time law is supreme. How can they be cracked at this level? This is still Lin Xiao's current mastery of the time law. Many very abnormal powers are not enough to use. If it is a complete time law, he can directly turn back time to beat Ying Feng back to the sperm state. This is the time origin applicable to all crystal wall universes in the entire Chaos Void Sea, not the projection of the time law in each crystal wall universe. Just like he asked Ying Feng, Lin Xiao asked Shen Huang the same question. Were you the one who cheated me? Shen Huang wanted to deny it, but when he saw Lin Xiao's eyes, his heart suddenly jumped, and he answered in silence. It's me. Lin Xiao was a little surprised, and murmured to himself, didn't I kill the wrong person? Shen Huang's heart trembled when he heard it, and he knew that Ying Feng was dead, and he knew that he would not be spared. The fear in his heart disappeared a lot, and he said calmly, you didn't kill the wrong person. I did it, and Ying Feng did it too. But isn't this normal? We are competitors, fighting for the last legacy of an ancestor, which is a legacy that can make us soar to the top of the heavens and the worlds. If it were you, would you use extra means? He laughed at himself. I never regretted doing that at the time. Even if I am facing death now, I will not regret it. I only regret why I didn't invest more resources to kill you in one fell swoop. Very good. You are honest. Unlike Ying Feng, who only denies. Lin Xiao said expressionlessly. Everyone should be responsible for what they do. If you want to kill me, I can kill you. Do you have anything to say before you die? Since we are all human beings, I allow you to have a last word. If I can do it, I will help you complete it. Shen Huang laughed loudly, but tears flowed out. Of course I have regrets. I don't want to die. Can you not kill me? No. Then there is nothing. Lin Xiao looked at Shen Huang, who used madness to cover up his fear, expressionlessly, and said in silence, I can spare your life. Shen Huang paused, and looked at him with a frantic and frightened expression on his face. Lin Xiao didn't keep him in suspense, and said directly, I'm not soft-hearted or compassionate. But I just remembered that we humans are not a powerful race in this vast and boundless chaotic virtual sea. In this wizard world, countless sons of the spirit realm have grown up by plundering the resources of the wizard world with the support of the true dark ancestor. We humans who come here are in a very bad situation in the wizard world. You should understand this. Lin Xiao flicked his finger, and a white light flew out and landed in front of Shen Huang, saying, this is the coordinate of Kanglin realm. There are human strongmen who gather many of their own kind to resist the true dark council. As the price of sparing your life, I need you to swear in the name of the main world and go to Kanglin realm to protect your own kind for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, you can freely choose to stay in this world or return to the main world. Shen Huang hesitated for only a second before taking the white light and said, the legacy of the Wanqiang Divine Emperor is yours. After saying that, he soared into the sky without hesitation, and tore open the world crystal wall at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters and left. Compared with direct killing, it is better to keep a useful body to do something more meaningful. As the strength grows, the ideas will also change. No matter how strong he is, he was born in the Gaia Divine Realm civilization, which is a reality that can never be changed. When he was weak, he relied on the Gaia Divine Realm civilization to gain strength. When he was strong, the main world was also his support. Once, he was promoted to a great divine power or an existence of the same level in the future. Even if the Gaia main world could no longer restrain him at that time, he would choose to give back to the main world, or protect the main world. Even if you become a great god, you can't say you are invincible. There is still a big difference between having a main world and not having a main world. Once Ying Feng leaves, there will be no other competitors. This world is in his pocket. He will not doubt that Ying Feng will return secretly. There is absolutely no difference in strength. It is useless for him to return. Even if he really sneaks in while he is fighting with Suzheng Agreement, he is sure to forcibly take back the treasures obtained from the tomb from him. That's how confident he is. As for Suzheng Agreement, he also has enough confidence. This world can't be defeated because there is no super strong person like him. The strongest Shen Huang has just been promoted to the 8th level. And he is a traditional wizard, facing the Harvester with a hard battle body equivalent to the blood-based wizard. He can't do anything to him. The Harvester is a battle body of thousands of meters high, with an unknown super hard metal throughout the body. It has no weaknesses, and can withstand their continuous direct bombardment of powerful witchcraft that is more powerful than ordinary nuclear explosions. It is equipped with many powerful weapons. Chapter 696 Time Fault. Among them, the most threatening are the several powerful force fields mounted on the Clearers and Reapers, such as the Slow Force Field, the Confinement Force Field, the Interference Force Field. Special force fields such as extreme freezing and scorching heat can pose a fatal threat to high-level wizards above level 4 and below level 7. In addition, this thing is even immune to attacks on the spirit, soul, and curse. The combination of various force fields and powerful main guns. When it first came to this world, several level 7 wizards did not pay attention to being restricted by multiple force fields, and were surrounded and killed. Mechanical civilization, but not a simple machine. This rectification agreement does not operate according to the principles of physical rules, like the technology of the main world. Even if he forcibly changes the rules of the world with great magical powers, it will only have a certain impact. Not like the technology of the main world will be directly scrapped when it comes to a foreign land. To deal with this mechanical civilization, you can only crush it head-on, with absolute strength. The former world of Yudawin did not have this strength. But now that Lin Xiao is here, it has it. Without any plan, he waited for a certain period of time. And after he completely adapted to the rules of this world, and could exert all his strength without hindrance, he walked towards the north, with heavy steps. At this time, after observing and evaluating him many times, the Suzheng agreement had withdrawn all the mechanical armies from various directions, including 2 Harvester battle bodies, 15 Clearer battle bodies, and countless combat mechanical bodies of various levels. Although there are only 2 Harvester battle bodies equivalent to the 8th level, the mechanical fortress itself has more powerful armor and firepower than ordinary Harvester battle bodies, equivalent to an enhanced version of the Harvester and a large number of artillery fire. And its own defense and combat capabilities are very strong. The huge Golden Titan's true body crossed a huge river in one step, leaving an extremely huge footprint on the flat river beach. Before he could stand firm, ordinary people could only see a dazzling white light flashing in the depths of the gray foggy wasteland. And a dazzling light column with a diameter of more than 3 meters flashed like a laser and hit the chest of the Golden Titan with a deafening roar. A circle of dazzling light exploded in the chest of the huge golden giant, turning into a circle of twisted broken light that rushed up 1,000 meters. The Golden Titan paused, and Lin Xiao looked down at his chest with a slightly solemn look. The power of this attack has reached the full force of the early 8th stage, and the aftermath can shake the space, which is equivalent to the power generated by the opponent's final self-detonation when killing Yingfeng before, which is bound to a beam, and can definitely pose a great threat to the strong men in the early and middle stages of the 8th stage. And this is only the first attack. The main gun of the Harvester battle body can fire continuously as long as there is enough energy. He just raised his foot, and the second ultra-long-range main gun bombardment has hit his chest. With such a huge target, his attack cannot miss, and he can only bear it forcefully. Fortunately, he could still bear it. The power made him feel very uncomfortable. Each time it was like an ordinary person being hit by a punch. He could endure it by gritting his teeth, but it must be very painful. The force of the punch would also cause certain impact damage to his muscles and internal organs. If he continued to be hit like this, he might be killed alive. But the premise is that he can keep bombarding like this, and he does not dodge and keeps letting it attack. This is obviously impossible. After enduring 4 or 5 bombardments, Lin Xiao began to show his talent and the laws he mastered. With a thought, the power of time surrounded his whole body. From a distance, it looked like a circle of light transparent airflow surrounded him. A series of terrible attacks that could penetrate the crystal wall of the world bombarded the Titan's true body as high as 8 or 9 kilometers. Like a drop in the ocean, disappearing silently. After a few seconds, huge cavities and bubbles continued to explode in the void behind him. And the terrible power of the beam of light completely exploded at this time and place. The Titan god strode forward, and huge bubbles continued to explode behind him, extending all the way to the north of the continent. Detected that the attack did not hit the target. Recalibrate the target position. Detected that the attack did not hit the target. Recalibrate the target position. Detected that the attack missed. Warning. More than 5 missed targets. Now rescan the target to establish a database. The database has been established. The target has been recalibrated. And the Reaper destruction beam is ready to charge. Charging is complete. Apply for launch. The launch application has been approved. And the 3-second countdown begins. 3, 2, 1 launch. After a 10-second ceasefire, the second round of attacks accurately hit the Golden Titan, who continued to walk. But the result was the same as before. Although the target was hit, the attack exploded behind the target after a few seconds. In the huge core command room of the Suzhing Fortress, a trapezoidal crystal device was placed in the center of the command room. A series of red void beams connected the crystal device with various devices around the commander. And a cold mechanical voice kept ringing. Detected that the target was missed. Warning. More than 5 missed targets. Now rescan the target to establish a database. In view of the failure of the 5 re-verifications of the target, the backup combat plan is now activated, and the data reconstruction of the entire battlefield begins. Data reconstruction in progress. Battlefield data has been loaded. Virtual battlefield is open. And data positioning drone is deployed. Countless mechanical bodies, like birds, flew out of the rectification fortress and spread in all directions. The huge Golden Titan has entered the north of the continent at this time. With a height of 8 or 9 kilometers. He can already see the huge rectification fortress in the distance, and the many rectification combat machines surrounding the fortress. What attracts his attention most is the 2 Reaper war bodies standing in front of the fortress, which are several hundred meters high, and more than 20 clearer war bodies, which are hundreds of meters high. Data positioning drone has been deployed to the battlefield and is collecting data positioning. Data collection is complete, and the battlefield database is rebuilt. The database has been established. The target has been recalibrated, and the Reaper destruction beam is ready to charge. Charging is complete. Apply for launch. The application has been approved. 3 seconds down. Just like the last time. 5 consecutive rounds of destroyer beam bombardment still missed the target, and the central combat system had to change the combat plan again. To be honest, it was fortunate that it was commanded by a combat system similar to a computer. If it was commanded by a person, it would probably be cursed. Next, the Suzhing Fortress kept changing its combat methods and aimed at him in various ways, including using refraction to let the destroyer beam attack from the back, or multiple scattering attacks to cover the area around him. It was able to successfully hit him every time, but it did not cause him any damage every time. This change made the Suzhing Fortress mute directly, and also confused many resistance wizards who were observing from the back. No one knew what was going on. Some people speculated that this was the law of phantom. Some speculated that it was refraction. And some speculated that this was the application of the law of space. But no one had ever guessed the real reason. It was not that they were not imaginative enough, but that Lin Zhao's move had never appeared before. Although it was just a simple use of the law of time for him. For the indigenous wizards, who had never seen the law of time, they would never think of this. It's very simple. Lin Zhao simply used the power of time to cover himself after any attack passes through the protective time flow. Because the time flow speed inside the protective time flow is different from that outside, it forms a similar time fault. Therefore, this destroyer beam is already in another time period after passing through the time fault, and is no longer in the same time period as Lin Zhao. It is equivalent to using the Shangfang sword of the previous dynasty to kill the court official of this dynasty. When the destroyer light passes through the time fault, it is already in a different time period from Lin Zhao. How can it touch him? Even if it seems that the destructive beam hits him with the naked eye or other observation methods, it actually hits the area of a few minutes or even longer time period. At that time, Lin Zhao was not there. So how could he be attacked? This is the power of the law of time. This is just the primary use. The law of time is supreme. Mastering the law of time, even if it is only half, Lin Zhao can be invincible under the ancestor. Some super powerful superpowers may not be able to beat him, but they can't do anything to him. He is invincible by nature. Mastering the supreme law of time, other laws can be said to be dispensable. In fact, if it were not for the inability to guarantee that he could obtain all the laws of time, Lin Zhao would have long ago stripped away other laws and specialized in the law of time. With this time fault, Lin Zhao walked with heavy steps to more than 20 kilometers in front of the Suzhing Fortress. 2 harvesters and 15 clearers were activated and flew towards him at the same time. Lin Xiao raised his arm expressionlessly and grabbed forward. A terrifying attraction covering more than 20 kilometers appeared out of thin air on the road where the harvesters were rushing. A black spot appeared out of thin air in the center. The attraction suddenly surged. The terrifying attraction attracted the energy in the surrounding void to form an energy torrent. The gravel on the ground flew up, and the formations of the flying clearers and harvesters also tilted, and they bloomed a series of force fields of different colors to forcibly fix themselves in the air. Inside the huge Suzhing fortress, the commander's body glowed red, and various alarms sounded. Alarm! A micro-black hole has been detected, and an application has been made to release the anti-gravity anchoring force field. The application has been approved, and the anti-gravity anchoring force field has been deployed. The next second, the halo force field on the Reapers and Cleaners on the battlefield changed, and a new force field was released. The combat bodies that slowly slid toward the black hole stabilized again, and slowly retreated until they were out of the range of the black hole's maximum gravity well. Each of them opened the main gun to charge, aiming at the micro-black hole in the center of the gravity field. However, when their attack was released, Lin Xiao's mind moved, and the black hole disappeared. More than a dozen powerful beams of light shot into the air and hit the ground, blasting out huge pits with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Then he stretched out his giant palm again and pressed forward, and a huge gravitational field appeared again above the huge Suzhing fortress, and a micro-black hole was reformed. The terrible attraction attracted the mechanical legions around the fortress, and countless mechanical bodies were pulled up into the air. Chapter 697 Entering the Tomb of the All-Elephant God. The Suzhing fortress immediately released an anti-gravitational field covering the entire fortress and its surroundings. Many machines that had been lifted into the air lost their suction and fell back down, and there was chaos near the fortress. Many harvesters and cleaners, and the main guns of the Suzhing fortress were ready to recharge again, aiming at the black hole in the air. This time, Lin Xiao did not tease them to withdraw the black hole, but let the black hole absorb the energy in the void and grow rapidly. While it was attracting the attention of the Suzhing fortress, he muttered something in his mouth, but there was no sound. At the same time, an inexplicable vibration echoed in the world, and an inexplicable breath appeared in this world. The Suzhing protocol immediately responded to this change. I don't know why this thing is obviously a machine, but it is so sensitive to changes in space and rules. However, although it reacted immediately, at this time, the black hole descended above and attracted most of its power. Although this new change was sensed, it did not immediately reveal its murderous intent. Or it can be said that only the space has changed at this time. But there is no immediate substantial change. Most of the power of the Suzhing protocol is still used to resist the falling black hole. After all, this is a crisis at hand. Although the black hole is powerful, the Suzhing protocol has a special way to deal with it. It uses the anti-gravitational anchoring force field to resist gravity, and then continuously bombards with high-powered main guns to forcibly destroy the gravitational field of the black hole. A series of energy beams comparable to the full-strength attack of an 8th-level early and middle-stage strongman are blasted out, forcibly tearing the gravitational field apart before the power of the black hole expands. The anti-gravitational anchoring force field has the upper hand, causing the black hole to deform and begin to collapse. When the black hole completely collapses, the swallowed energy leaks out to form a terrifying energy tide that submerges the Suzhing fortress protected by a huge energy shield, submerging the fortress to the distance. And when it surges to a place more than 50 kilometers away from the fortress, the energy tide is suddenly blocked as if it hit a transparent dam and flows back. Unknowingly, the world within a diameter of 100 kilometers, with the Suzhing fortress as the center, has been divided by an invisible force. The real body of the Golden Titan stood between heaven and earth. An invisible force extended from him. 3 dazzling destroyer beams blasted at him, but they became fainter and fainter halfway. When they were still a few thousand meters away from him, they had faded to transparent, until they disappeared completely. Warning: unable to connect to the main system. Wrong data detected. Need to be recalculated. Warning: unable to connect to the main system. Wrong data detected. Need to be recalculated. Warning: unable to connect to the main system. Wrong data detected. More red light appeared inside the Suzhing fortress, as if the system had crashed. A mechanical signal was constantly sending wrong data reminders, echoing in the command room over and over again. Outside the Suzhing fortress, many mechanical war bodies stopped attacking at this time, quietly stopped in place, and did not move. For a long time, the Suzheng fortress and the surrounding mechanical troops did not move at all. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, and the golden giant arm stretched out his hand. This world began to become illusory and twisted, and quickly shrank towards Lin Xiao, and soon sank into his body and disappeared, leaving only a red wasteland. At this point, the rectification protocol that almost destroyed the world disappeared along with the base, and was taken into the Emerald Dream by him. As the power mastered by the ancestor, the Emerald Dream can be either real or fake, and the truth or fake depends on his heart. With the mark of the ancestor of the dream, he can certainly use this power. He didn't use it before because he couldn't use it, and his own strength could easily solve it. Now he can actually solve the rectification protocol with his own strength. But it will take a lot of effort, and he may get hurt. But by using the power of the dream, he can easily solve it without getting hurt. Directly include this area in the Emerald Dream, and unfold the dream from the spiritual level. Although the rectification protocol is magical and can be detected, it obviously has no means to directly touch the spiritual aspect. Then turn the virtual into the real, and directly include the rectification protocol base and all mechanical troops into the dream, and all in one breath. Now the rectification protocol has not been destroyed, but it has been put into the Emerald Dream by him. If he wants, he can easily destroy it. However, Lin Xiao is very interested in this rectification agreement. This thing obviously follows the technological system, but it cannot follow the laws of technological physics to confront the extraordinary power. He is very interested in the secrets inside. If he can analyze its secrets, it will be of great value. In addition, he is also very interested in the two super combat bodies of this thing, the Purger and the Harvester. The combat power of the Purger is equivalent to the heavenly golem of the main world, and the combat power of the Harvester can reach the 8th level, which is equivalent to the medium divine power. The main world may have such a strong golem puppet, but the number is extremely rare, and the manufacturing difficulty is very high. Even in the 5th war zone, there are not many. If he can figure out the secrets inside and make them himself, then the value is extraordinary. The medium divine power is already very powerful. In any world, the powerful divine power is the small group at the top of the pyramid of the strong. Even in the famous Toriel multiverse, looking at all the races and planes in the entire crystal walled universe, the powerful divine power and the existence of the same level are only a few dozen. There are relatively more medium divine powers, but not much more. In any world, the medium-level divine power has unified all its own power, and the divine power and laws and rules it has mastered are completely unified. Its strength has been qualitatively improved compared to before. It is the 2nd level under the powerful divine power, and it is the top combat power in some small forces. Although the Reaper is not as good as the real medium-level divine power in terms of comprehensive combat power, both the body and attack have reached that level. The combat power of a single person is limited, but if there are enough, such as 40 or 50 united, even the kingdom of God with powerful divine power can be broken head-on. The deal with the will of this world has been reached after resolving the rectification agreement. Lin Xiao can feel the feedback of the world source power rewarded by the world will. This is enough to allow a wizard at the peak of the 7th level to break through the limit and advance to the 8th level. Unfortunately, he is now in the late 8th level, and this power is not enough for him to advance. In addition, he also received the favor of the world's will, which wanted him to become the guardian of this world. Of course he refused. He was not interested in being the guardian of this world. He still had to enter the god's tomb. It is worth mentioning that although the entrance to the tomb of the ancestor of Wanxiang is in this world, it is only the entrance. The tomb of Wanxiang itself is not in this world. With the strength of this world, it cannot bear the tomb of an ancestor. In addition, the main world where the Wanxiang God Emperor was born was not in this world. This was just a world that the Wanxiang God Emperor randomly chose as the entrance to the tomb of Wanxiang. It has no special meaning. The entrance to the tomb of Wanxiang is about 10 kilometers away from the fortress before the rectification agreement. In an inconspicuous wasteland, Lin Xiao retracted his own strength, and his true body slowly returned to the state of an ordinary person. A circle of white light appeared under his feet, and the earth quickly melted. A figure exactly like him separated and quickly sank into the earth. After a long time, several figures appeared in front of him. They were the remaining leaders of the resistance army in this world. They appeared one after another and saluted him very respectfully. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. Under the earth, Lin Zhao's real body has sunk more than 10 kilometers and is still descending. The deeper he goes underground, the stronger the pressure of the earth becomes. But for him, these pressures are like a breeze blowing on his face. Without any pressure. The entrance to the Wanxiang tomb is located deep in the earth. The closer it is to the mark left by the Wanxiang emperor in his mind when he descended, the more active it becomes, which means that the distance is getting closer. Lin Xiao was calm, and his expression was calm. He had already seen a living ancestor, and this dead ancestor could no longer move his heartstrings. Of course, he had not seen Tisha's real body. The ancestor's real body was as big as a world, and his strength was so strong. Once the real body appeared, the Zhenming ancestor, who had been looking for her, would immediately sense it and rush over. And then it would be troublesome. It was unknown how long it had been sinking. It was probably about 40 to 50 kilometers from the ground. Lin Xiao, who had been sinking, stopped and had arrived. With a snap of his fingers, the surrounding soil melted rapidly, and the space expanded in all directions, quickly forming an underground circular space with a diameter of about 200 meters. He was suspended in the center of the underground space. There was something unnatural in the air space more than 30 meters away from him. He flew to this unnatural place, stretched out his right hand and pressed it, and circles of ripples spread out. The space changed accordingly, and a stream of light slowly emerged, quickly surrounding the flow to outline an elliptical halo suspended in the air. A strange symbol was looming in the central rippling light. The mark of all things. Lin Xiao stretched out his right hand, and an identical mark also appeared in the palm of his hand. The two seemed to resonate with each other, and like magnets, they generated a faint attraction to each other. He did not resist, stretched out his right hand and pressed towards the center of the halo. And the mark on his palm fit with the mark in the center of the halo. Buzz! The halo trembled violently, and an extremely powerful attraction came from it, swallowing Lin Xiao, who was close at hand, into the halo like a black hole and disappeared. After swallowing him, the elliptical halo slowly faded until it returned to its original appearance. When Lin Xiao could see again, he found himself standing at the starting point of a cave. In front of him was a rugged passage covered by gray fog, and behind him was a cliff with no way out. He tried to reach out and press his hand to the back, but it didn't move at all, so he could only move forward. This was not a big problem. The main thing was that Lin Xiao found that after entering this seemingly Wanxiang tomb, he found that his strength had been weakened to the extreme. The Golden Titan's true body that could penetrate a world had been completely suppressed by an invisible force and became extremely weak. He tried to move his body and estimated that his current physical body was equivalent to a second-level wizard, and his mana and mental power were not much different. From the late 8th stage of the second-level true body to the second stage, this amplitude was a bit exaggerated. Fortunately, he waited until this time to come to the Wanxiang tomb. If he ran here when he was only in the first-level true body, he would probably be suppressed to an ordinary person at that time. Although Yingfeng and Shenwang are also at the 8th level, they are orthodox wizards. Their physical bodies are not as strong as his real body. If they really run in, they will probably be crushed into fools. Chapter 698 The Trapped Ancient Warrior. The straight passage was dark ahead, and only the position where he stood was illuminated by the light naturally emitted from his body, which was 5 or 6 meters around. In the illuminated range, he could see countless tiny dust floating in the darkness, which was too tiny for ordinary people to see. But when he looked carefully, it was not dust, but tiny insects, which gathered into groups and rose and fell in the air. The moment they touched him, they rushed towards him frantically. But when they approached him, they were crushed into even finer dust by invisible forces. He looked at the ground carefully and found that the gray ground was actually a thick layer of gray snow made of countless insect corpses. Lin Xiao strode forward, and he could vaguely hear countless tiny whistling sounds when he stepped on the gray snow layer. His body slowly floated up, accelerated, and flew forward along the passage. 2 years later, Lin Xiao, who was speeding up, suddenly stopped and looked at the dark passage ahead. He muttered to himself, "Why is this passage so long? It's been 2 years, and I still can't see the end?" In 2 years, even if you only have the strength of a second-level wizard, it is enough to fly from one end of a not-so-big world to the other. This is just a passage before the god's tomb. No wonder the Wanxiang God Emperor said that it is best to come with a strength of level 8 or above. If you change to level 7, you will be suppressed to an ordinary person. Ordinary people may not have enough physical strength to pass through this passage. After a short rest, Lin Xiao continued to move forward. He didn't believe it. This passage must have an end. And this run? Another 2 years passed. He flew for an unknown number of kilometers in this endless passage without stopping. When he was about to reach the limit of his patience, he finally saw a little light appear in the unchanging darkness in front of the passage one day. He was immediately refreshed and continued to move forward. The light became brighter and brighter, and soon filled the entire passage until a light gate appeared again at the end. Lin Xiao stopped to rest for a while, and when his physical strength and mental state recovered to the best state, he walked into the light gate. Creak! A crisp sound of a door opening echoed into space. More than a dozen eyes were attracted by the sound and looked at the huge church-like hall. A wooden door embedded in the wall was pushed open by a hand, and a bald head appeared in the eyes of more than a dozen eyes. More than a dozen eyes crossed back and forth. Lin Xiao kept the posture of pushing the door and looked at the more than a dozen figures in the hall in surprise. His eyes flickered quickly, and he didn't dare to come in for a while. This is a hall like a cathedral. There are windows arranged on a huge arched dome. There are some exquisite but strange paintings carved on it like the common church style. There are strange reliefs everywhere on the surrounding walls, like very common monsters, but extremely distorted. Lin Xiao just glanced at these strange decorations, and his eyes quickly fell on the more than a dozen figures in the center of the hall, who looked at him with various unclear eyes. Or monsters. Joy, hunger, expectation, hatred, greed, desire and other different emotions appeared in the eyes of different figures, which made Lin Xiao full of vigilance. He slowly jumped down from the door embedded in the wall. The door on the wall disappeared after he jumped down. These dozen figures were obviously from different races, and 2 of them looked like humans. The reason why they looked like humans was that they looked like humans on the surface, but it was hard to say whether they were actually human or not, because their breath was very distorted in his perception, and their reason kept wandering between normal and crazy, giving him the feeling that there was madness hidden in normality. In addition, the ground in this cathedral was full of gray and white broken bones and dry skeletons. Most of the intact skeletons could be clearly seen as non-human. Obviously, it was unknown how many aliens died here. So now the question is, isn't this the ancestral tomb of the Wanxiang God Emperor? How could there be so many foreign races? Could it be that during this period of time, this ancestral tomb was exposed by outsiders coming in? Lin Xiao didn't know, but he was more vigilant in his heart. The dozen figures seemed to be very wary of him. From the beginning to now, they have been looking at him with greedy and hungry eyes. But they did not attack him. They just observed him from a distance, just like Lin Xiao observed them. After a while, one of the 2 human-like figures stepped forward and asked loudly with a smile, "Hey, do you have anything to eat?" He used the ancient common language commonly used by traditional wizards. This language is generally only used by ancient high-level wizards to communicate with each other. It is rarely used in modern times. Obviously, this unknown life from an unknown world was once a traditional wizard. He was able to pass through the dark passage of unknown length to enter here. It is likely that he was once an 8th level wizard. Although I don't know what he wants to eat. It stands to reason that with their strength, they don't need to eat a long time ago, considering that they don't know anything about this place. It's rare to have someone who seems to be able to communicate. He nodded and took out a piece of meat full of energy from his arms and threw it over. The man quickly took the piece of meat and opened his mouth. In his shock, his mouth cracked beyond the normal range and all the way to his ears. He stuffed the whole piece of meat into his mouth and chewed it hard. Blood flowed out from his teeth. Lin Xiao frowned subconsciously with his crazy eating and the madness hidden under the surface. After eating the piece of meat in a few bites, he looked at Lin Xiao with desire and asked expectantly, "Are there any more?" Lin Xiao pondered for a while and shook his head. No more. The man was immediately disappointed and lowered his head a little lonely. An inexplicable breath made Lin Xiao subconsciously want to say something, but he saw a drop of sticky water falling from the man's head. The next second he raised his head suddenly, and his mouth was open to his ears again, revealing 2 rows of staggered sharp teeth. And he shouted madly, "No, you have!" It laughed wildly, and its inexplicable aura infected the other figures around it, and they all opened their mouths wide from ear to ear and gathered around him. "So, is this a human or a monster?" Lin Xiao sighed, raised his hand, and pressed the head of the fastest humanoid monster. A terrifying attraction came from his palm. The monster screamed, and the whole head quickly shrank inward. In less than a second, the whole head was sucked directly into his palm. dragging the body into his palm quickly. Burp! Lin Xiao couldn't help but burp, with a satisfied expression on his face. I haven't eaten so full for a long time. Although this person doesn't look very powerful, his body is an 8th level strongman, and his essence is still there. It's very satisfying to swallow it in one bite. The remaining figures were not afraid of the death of one, and they continued to rush up. Lin Xiao punched one by one and knocked away the extremely weak alien strongman who had been trapped here for who knows how long. He stretched out his hand and pressed the palm of one of them. A micro black hole opened and swallowed it in one bite. Then he did the same thing, swallowing more than a dozen figures one by one, replenishing the consumed vitality. And finally only one was left. After digesting it, he had time to look around. After a quick look, he soon discovered the abnormalities of the reliefs on the walls of the circular hall. He walked to one of the reliefs, which was a monster with a triangular head like an insect, but a body like a beautiful woman. Its body was facing the outside, and a pair of tall and straight eyes and deep valleys could be seen. Lin Xiao looked directly at the 2 pairs of huge compound eyes on the triangular head like an insect. His strong perception could sense that the relief seemed a little strange, but his perception was insufficient, and he could not sense what was strange for a while. After thinking for a while, he turned around and came to the humanoid monster that was left with only the upper body left after he devoured the lower half of his body, pointed at the relief and asked, "Where is this place? How to leave?" The humanoid monster opened its jagged mouth and bit at him, but he slapped it to the ground with his backhand. He raised his fist and pressed it to the ground, then punched it hard on the forehead. With a crisp crack sound, the skull of the monster was cracked. "Where is this place and how to leave?" The humanoid monster opened its mouth with difficulty, and a tongue that was divided into more than a dozen thin strips, like a snake, bounced straight at his face, blocked by a transparent light film. Lin Xiao ignored the forked tongue lying on the light film with strong suction, frowned and looked at it carefully for a while, and shook his head. It seems that there is no way to communicate. He stretched out his hand to pinch the back of the monster's head, and the strong attraction sucked the head into a deformed state and sank into the black hole in the palm of his hand. After doing all this, he clapped his hands and returned to the relief on the wall, muttering to himself, "Dear, can you see the abnormality?" After a while, Tisher's surprised voice sounded in his mind. "Why did you come to the Lost Realm?" Lin Xiuqi said. "I entered that coordinate, passed through a passage, and came here at the end." Tisher's soft voice sounded again. "It seems that the ancestor of all things has placed his tomb inside the Lost Realm. You must find the correct door to enter the Lost Realm. Can you find the correct door? Obviously, this is the first test of the Emperor of all things. If you can't even find the door to enter, you better go home and sleep." Although the 3 of them are the orthodox heirs, the inheritance does not mean that they must be given. The 3 of them are the orthodox heirs. The biggest advantage is that they are exempted from the last, most difficult and dangerous level of obtaining the ancestor's mark. But they still have to pass the previous levels by themselves. If they can't even pass the previous levels, they will definitely miss the inheritance. According to the chat with his girlfriend about this issue, Xie Yufei told him that if no one can enter and get the inheritance this time, then according to the regulations, the main world will intervene and open the inheritance of the Emperor of all things to all the sons of the gods in the main world. And anyone can come to the wizard world to seize the inheritance. Of course, they also have to start from the beginning. And without the preferential treatment of the 3 of them, they not only have to pass the first few levels, but also have to face the final level and face the direct test of the Emperor of all things, which is much more difficult than them. Chapter 699, The Lost Realm. The Tomb of the Ancestor. Fortunately, as the ancestor, Tisher knew how to enter the Lost Realm. Under her guidance, Lin Xiao returned to the previous relief. In fact, any relief on this wall can enter the Lost Realm. The key is how to enter. The dozen or so ancient strong men who had lost their minds and distorted and mutated before were unable to enter the Lost Realm. After staying here for a long time and being affected by the Lost Realm, their minds gradually disappeared and they slowly mutated into strange monsters. Even the 8th level strong men could not crack this door. So you can imagine how difficult it is to obtain the legacy of the Universal God Emperor. According to Tisher's instructions, Lin Xiao looked directly into the compound eyes of the insect-headed beauty, and then adjusted his spiritual frequency to a certain frequency according to her instructions. After a few seconds, He felt the whole world shake violently. The original picture disappeared, and he had left the closed space just now, and appeared in front of a huge statue that was exactly the same as the relief just now. This statue looks exactly like the relief just now, but it is about 5 or 6 meters tall. The body is a beautiful figure, but the head is like an insect. What surprised him most is that the material of this statue is not stone, but a strange material. It feels cold and delicate to the touch. After touching it for a long time, you can faintly feel some strange breath. The ground under his feet is hard, but it is not soil or stone, but bone ground, as if standing on a huge skeleton. But in fact, the position he is in now, and the gray fog in the distance, are indeed on a skeleton beyond his imagination, because the position he is in now, if nothing unexpected happens, is on the bones of an ancestor. To put it bluntly, the lost realm is one of the sayings of this world. Among the ancestors, the lost realm has another name, the tomb of the ancestors. Of course, this is not like the gods in the world of gods, where the gods fall into the star realm and turn into meteorites. The ancestor is immortal, and it is extremely difficult for such a powerful strength to fall. Even if the soul is killed by other ancestors, it will not automatically fall into the ancestor's tomb and turn into a meteorite like the true gods fall. The reason why it is called the ancestor's tomb is that before the ancient times, one of the strongest innate ancestors at that time fell in this world. The powerful power of the innate ancestor changed this world and transformed this world, which was originally no different from other worlds, into a super high-level world that can accommodate the ancestor's arrival. The rules distorted by the power of the ancestor caused the death of the natives of this world, and outsiders could not enter this world. Even if they entered, they could not come out. In the later history, several ancestors who were dying for various reasons entered the lost world and never came out again. The strong outsiders inferred that they were most likely dead in it. Over time, this world was called the tomb of the ancestor. Lin Shao certainly didn't know these things. Tisher told him all before he came in. It is worth mentioning that although this world is called the tomb of the ancestors, it does not mean that the ancestors must return here after their death. Among the few ancestors who have fallen since the birth of the wizarding world, only half of them entered here, and the other half mostly died outside, and most of them were swallowed by the killed ancestors. From here, we can see the power of the wizard world. The number of fallen great beings alone is comparable to all the great beings in the Torreal multiverse combined. For the Universal God Emperor, the Lost Realm is the most suitable place to store heritage. Generally speaking, living ancestors will not take the initiative to enter the ancestral tomb. In the concept of the ancestors, entering the ancestral tomb represents an ominous sign. With the power of the ancestors, the ominous sign for them is not the ominous sign in the concept of ordinary people. It is a very scary concept. If Tisher had not been hidden in his soul and isolated by the crystal wall system origin SHL, she would never have entered the ancestral tomb. Without the ancestor, given the difficulty of entering the ancestral tomb and the dangers in the tomb, even an 8th level peak strongman would not dare to say that he would be able to get out alive. Like all death worlds, the ancestral tomb is also filled with the breath of death. The death power from the ancestors gathers. Once an undead creature is condensed, it must be very powerful. This is also one of the biggest dangers in the ancestral tomb. I don't know if it's because of this statue. There is no death breath in a small area around, but the strong death breath outside the range is like boiling water. Lin Shao walked to the edge and tried to stretch out a finger. The strong death breath quickly attracted and wrapped his finger. After a few seconds, he felt a slight tingling pain, retracted his finger, and saw that the color of the extended finger had obviously turned gray. This is a bit outrageous. His physical body can't bear it. And other wizards who come in may not even be able to get out of the door. I wanted to ask Tisha, but she warned him before she came in that she couldn't reveal any breath after entering the ancestral tomb, and it was impossible to communicate in the heart. So I had to give up. After a brief thought, Lin Shao put his finger into the range of the death aura again, and urged his magic power to form a layer of light film to cover his finger, which immediately triggered a huge reaction of the death aura. The light film faded at a speed visible to the naked eye and soon disappeared. He retracted his blackened finger with a hiss and gently shook it. The black liquid turned into a drop of thick black liquid and dripped down. This didn't work, so he tried another way. After waiting for a while, he stretched out his finger again, constantly simulating the light film formed by different energies to cover his finger. As he expected, The reaction of the death breath to different energies was different. But there was one thing in common. That is, the reaction was very large. Even if he tried to simulate the same death aura, there was still a huge reaction. As if the outside was not just the death aura. After more than an hour of trying dozens of different energies, none of them worked. Lin Xiao was sure that he could only rely on his physical body to bear it in this ancestral tomb. This time he tried to activate the power of his true body. Just like the pure gold finger stretched out in the death aura. The same violent reaction. But the finger did not feel anything. He didn't move. And kept his finger in it. Waiting for more than 2 hours before he felt something wrong with his finger. Okay. The resistance is enough. Lin Xiao took a deep breath to activate the power of his true body. His whole body turned into pure gold. And he stepped across the dividing line into the gray fog world. As soon as he entered, the ubiquitous death gray gas gathered towards him. The wizard robe on his body flashed and turned into flying ash and decayed and disappeared. A perfect and strong man like a golden statue was exposed in the death gas, striding towards the depths of the gray fog. Not long after he left, a wooden door suddenly appeared on the wall of the empty church hall. The wooden door opened and 5 figures came out one after another. If Lin Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize that these were 5 spirits. The tall man in the lead glanced around. His eyes fell on the reliefs on the wall, and said to his companions behind him, "Let's take a rest to recover our strength first," and then set off. Several people ignored the ashes and bones on the ground and sat down. After a while, one of the sons of the spirit domain asked, "I heard that many ancient strong men were trapped in the lost path. Why didn't I see any of them?" The leader was also very surprised. After thinking for a while, he replied, "Perhaps they died because they had experienced too much time. After all, they were not the ancestors who could not be immortal. Their strength was suppressed to the extreme here, and their lifespans might also be reduced. I heard that this lost realm is also called the Tomb of the Ancestors. No less than 4 or 5 ancestors entered it and never came out. Do you think there are any ancestors who are not dead yet?" All the sons of the spirit realm looked up at him. The only woman in the team waved and said, "Bah! Don't talk nonsense." He smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to continue the topic. Then they chatted for a while. The leader stood up and came to a relief and said to them, "Follow me later and see my spiritual frequency clearly, so as not to lose it or be unable to enter." As he said that, a gleam of light flashed at his pupils, and his figure became slightly blurred. The other sons of the spirit realm quickly synchronized with his spirit, and their figures also became blurred. Soon, the group of people faded quickly and disappeared in an instant. The lost realm returned to peace. In the Tomb of the Ancestors, Lin Xiao walked on the ground filled with gray fog. Through the gray fog, he could only see the closest distance of less than 10 meters. Beyond that, it was blurry. The death fog rolled and changed into various distorted shapes, as if there were evil ghosts hiding in the fog and ready to move. The timid ones would be scared to death. The lost realm was also a normal world in ancient times, so the terrain was no different from the common world. The area he was in now should be a desert area, and the ground was full of various hard and heavy gravel and bones. A fist-sized piece of gravel that was exactly the same as the common stones in other worlds was extremely heavy. A kick was like kicking a mountain and flew out and hit the ground. But there was no earthquake and air wave impact as imagined, because the ground was also so hard and heavy. The ground was full of bone fragments. But unlike the heavy stones, these bones turned into ash and surged with the rolling fog when stepped on. After walking for an unknown amount of time in the endless gray fog, he finally saw a thatched house that was about to fall down. There were holes everywhere in the wall, and through the holes, he could see that there was nothing inside. However, Lin Xiao still stopped, because he felt that this house seemed a little different, as if something inside was calling him. But when he came to the door of the house, he stopped, looked up at the broken door and the broken door hanging on the side, and a sneer appeared on his face. Just as he was about to say something, the broken door suddenly opened like a mouth, and the whole house leaned forward and swallowed him into the house, leaving only an unprepared hack lingering. Swallowed him, the broken door of the broken house closed and quickly returned to its original state. Soon there was a chewing sound inside, and the house began to vibrate slightly. Soon the vibration became more and more intense, and the closed door suddenly opened and vomited. Nothing came out, like dry heaving, and nothing came out after several vomiting. Then, the house suddenly began to twist and deform. collapsing inward like a bag with the air being sucked out of it, and soon shrank into a small ball and sank into a black hole the size of a fist. Chapter 700 The Remains of the Ancestor? After a few seconds, the black hole quickly expanded into the figure of Lin Xiao, who burped with his hand on his stomach. It tasted okay. He put his finger into his mouth and pulled out a twisting straw from between his teeth. He stuffed it into his mouth and picked his teeth, then closed his teeth and chewed the twisting straw inch by inch like chewing noodles and swallowed it into his stomach. Lin Xiao found that the devouring power of this black hole was really strong. It could swallow and digest almost anything. The seemingly dilapidated hut just now was derived from the residual power after the ancestor fell, and the rules of this world. Don't look at it as just a small thatched hut. Once it is swallowed into the stomach, anything below the 8th level can only be broken and escaped with special attacking magic weapons, and all others will be swallowed by it. After swallowing and digesting this thing, he gained an extremely pure power, which was directly integrated into his power, greatly improving his magic power, and a little bit of physical strength. You should know that his current strength has reached the late 8th level, and at the same time, the Dream Ancestor Mark has been continuously infusing him with strength. It is estimated that it will not take long for him to reach the peak of the 8th level, comparable to the Ancestor Apostles. At this level, he can feel a significant increase in strength, which shows how nourishing this thing is. It's just that there are not many of these things. Although he has just entered the Ancestor's tomb, he knows after swallowing this thing that there are not many of these things born with the residual power of the Ancestor in the Ancestor's tomb, and they are scattered everywhere, and most of them can move freely. It is extremely rare to turn into a dilapidated hut just now. It is not realistic to want to increase strength by swallowing a large amount of this thing. If you have this time, you should honestly look for the tomb of the Ancestor of all things. After entering the Ancestor's tomb, Lin Xiao lost his sense of the Ancestor's tomb of all things. How to find the main body of the Ancestor's tomb of all things in this dangerous world within a limited time is actually one of the tests. You have to know that this is the tomb of the Ancestors. There are more than one Ancestors who have fallen in it. The power of the Ancestors will not dissipate even if they have fallen for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Any creature living in this world will be eroded by the residual power of the Ancestors mixed with the power of death. Once it takes too long to find a target or leave this world, they will be eroded by the aura of death. Either they are too weak to turn into ashes and die directly, or they are slightly stronger and their bodies are still there, but they will be transformed into evil zombies. It is also possible that they are very powerful and can withstand the erosion of the power of the Ancestors without dying, but they will eventually be affected by the power of the Ancestors and eventually transformed into some kind of monster. There is no such thing as being able to hold on completely and persist. As long as you are not an Ancestor, you can't stay forever. Lin Xiao can't say for sure. Although the black hole can swallow the ubiquitous death aura and the power of the Ancestors and transform them into its own power, he is not yet an adult, and the power of the black hole has not reached its maximum, and it will be affected over time. But this time will be extremely long, tens of thousands of years. By that time, it is unknown how strong he will be. At the very least, he will have enough time to escape from this world. Half a year later, Lin Xiao crossed an unknown distance of wasteland and came to a dead tree. These charred dead trees were bare without any remaining leaves, and there was no fallen leaf on the ground. Lin Xiao stood in front of the dead forest in silence for a while, stretched out his hand and clenched it. A ball of flames gathered in his palm, quickly turned into a blazing fireball, flew out and landed on a dead tree. The flame attached and burned quickly, and soon the 5 or 6 meter high dead tree turned into a burning dead tree. 2 minutes later, the dead tree burned out, leaving only a small finger-sized black thing falling into the ashes, shining with an attractive light. Lin Xiao glanced at it and did not move, but summoned the fireball again and threw it out to ignite the second dead tree. He burned 6 dead trees in a row. When he was about to burn the 7th dead tree, the gray foggy dead forest in front of him shook slightly, and soon the shaking increased rapidly, and the ground began to bulge. He quickly retreated, and saw the ground arched and cracked, and thick dead branches emerged from it. And soon the whole picture was revealed. It was a giant dead tree hundreds of meters high, and the thick branches were full of table-sized fruits. There was a twisted face on the huge inner knot in the center, and a vague and attractive call appeared in Lin Xiao's mind out of thin air. He was directly immune to the temptation of the giant tree, and turned around and left without saying a word. The twisted face of the huge knot suddenly became angry. The thick branches swayed, and the fruits cracked, and monsters with strange appearances flew out of them and pounced on him. Good time. Lin Xiao stopped and let these monsters catch up. When the first monster like a yiksha pounced on him, the surrounding space collapsed and shrunk towards him in an instant, and a dark darkness quickly swallowed him. The nearest yiksha was deformed by this terrifying attraction and pounced into the black hole and disappeared. An endless stream of yiksha monsters came and were swallowed up. When nearly half of the monsters were swallowed by the black hole, the remaining ones that were far away did not dare to move forward and return to the giant tree. Branches fell down and pierced them, and they were quickly sucked dry and turned into ash. Soon, fruits grew on the branches again, and the giant tree slowly sank into the ground and disappeared. He who knows the current situation is a hero, and he was scared quickly. Lin Xiao couldn't do anything about it after drilling deep into the ground, so he changed direction and continued to move forward. Time passed month by month, and he couldn't feel the passage of time in this unknown ancestral tomb. Although there were few monsters in the tomb, he crossed too far and always encountered various strange monsters. Two-headed monster, multi-headed giant snake, giant with tumors, huge creature like jellyfish. The monsters derived from the power of the ancestor have different abilities. Most of them are no match for him and are devoured by him. There are also very powerful beings like the giant tree he encountered before in the tomb of the ancestor. They are suppressed and look not very good, but if they are placed in the outside world, each one is a terrible monster that can easily destroy a world. Just like that dead tree, the energy contained in each monster that flew out of its fruit is no less than any 7th level creature. If it were placed in the outside world, I don't know how terrible a monster it would evolve into in a short time. It is worth mentioning that most of the monsters he encountered were derived from the power of the ancestors. But there were also a small number of monsters that were mutated from ancient strongmen. For example, the giant with tumors all over his body that he encountered before was the appearance of a strong man with a second true body after mutation. Another year later, Lin Xiao still did not find the location of the Wanxiang tomb, and he did not know how big the ancestral tomb was. Anyway, he walked in one direction and did not reach the end for a whole year and a half. At this time, the ubiquitous death and ancestral aura in the ancestral tomb had a certain impact on his body. The golden true body was exposed to the death for a long time and was eroded, and the color darkened a little, although it is still unknown how long it will take to be eroded and mutated. This is a bad sign. Unknowingly, 3 years later, Lin Xiao crossed an unknown distance of plains and appeared in front of a great plateau with no end in sight on the left and right. After being eroded by the power of the ancestor for a long time in the ancestor's tomb, he also devoured countless monsters from this world. While he was being eroded, he gradually acquired some characteristics of the monsters in this world. For example, the unique vision of this world. The longest visual distance was about 10 meters. After obtaining the unique vision of this world, the vision instantly returned to normal. Although the ubiquitous death aura and the power of the ancestor in the void were still there, they could no longer affect him. To him, they were like the air in other worlds. The ultra-long vision allowed him to discover distant enemies early and face them more calmly. This plateau had no edge from left to right, and I didn't know how high it was when I looked up. But I almost couldn't see the end. You can't fly to the end if you fly up, and you don't have to count on the left and right. It's like the wall of the world, reaching the end of the world and isolating everything. The main reason why Lin Xiao was sure that this was a plateau with no boundaries, and not the edge of the world, was that there were many irregular caves of different sizes on the giant wall, and more concentrated ancestor power gushed out from them. Looking up at this plateau with no visible boundaries, Lin Xiao actually had a bold guess in his heart. This was not a plateau at all. It was very likely the body of an ancestor. There were two main reasons for this guess. One was that this plateau, which was like the wall of the world, appeared abruptly, rising from the ground without any signs. Normally, the junction of the plain and the plateau was not this kind of terrain. The second guess was that the texture of the plateau was gray and white, very much like bone. The third and most important point was that when he looked intently at the towering wall of the world, a vast and ancient breath came to his face, recalling the glorious years of the past. Lin Xiao could feel the heroic posture of this ancestor who roamed the starry sea in ancient times and his irresistible divine power. However, all this is just a passing cloud. Even the immortal ancestors will fall, and only the bones will lie quietly in the tomb of the ancestors. waiting for future generations to explore. Sigh. Sorrow. But then again, this is just Lin Xiao's uncertain guess. And it still needs to be measured. He calmed down and walked towards the wall of the world without hesitation. He wanted to go in and take a look. He randomly found a hole that was closest to him, and used his second true body to fully activate it to transform into a golden giant more than 10 meters tall, and entered it with the gushing death air. As soon as he entered and saw the bones in the cave, Lin Xiao knew that his previous guess was probably true. This could really be the body of an ancestor. But he didn't know which ancestor's bones it was. He knew that there were at least 4 or 5 ancestors buried here. The first innate ancestor, the Wanqiang ancestor, and the other 2 ancestors he knew. He didn't know if there were other ancestors besides the ones he knew. Lin Xiao didn't know what these ancestors looked like. The corpse was probably as big as a planet, and he couldn't see the whole picture. If Tisha could wake up, she might be able to recognize which ancestor it was. But she didn't dare to show up. Chapter 701, The Rune of the Ancestor. From the fact that the myriad mark did not react after entering the unknown ancestor's corpse, it is highly likely that it is not the myriad ancestor. But Lin Xiao still decided to go in and see what changes would happen to this unknown ancestor after his death. What is inside the core of the ancestor's corpse? And whether there would be any essence left after the ancestor's death. In the passage, there was only a continuous flow of death air and ancestor power, with a higher concentration than outside. Walking in it, he felt his skin was numb and itchy as if there were many ants crawling. And this feeling became more and more obvious as he went deeper. The corpse of the ancestor was as huge as a planet, with holes everywhere. These were not holes corroded after death. But the skeleton structure of the ancestor was like this. The ancestor was so powerful, and the corpse was also unimaginably powerful. Anyway, he did not see any corrosion along the way, and the texture was also extremely hard. He hit it with all his strength, and did not even leave a mark. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao also didn't remember which passage he had passed through. He once again passed through a bone hole and entered a huge space. At first sight, he was attracted by a huge sphere suspended in the center of the hole and slowly floating. When he saw the sphere also discovered him. A cold and extremely hateful and greedy will came overwhelmingly. The sphere quickly stretched out extremely thick tentacles, and the top sphere opened to reveal eyeballs of different sizes, spraying hundreds of beams of light of different colors. The appearance and attack method are very similar to the famous Evil Eye, but the strength is not in the same world. The beam hit the body like a needle piercing the body, and it was painful. A small piece of golden skin at the hit part completely turned black and rotted into ash, leaving a large area of small pits. Lin Xiao did not dodge, but rushed up with gritted teeth. The second wave of light rain came in a short time, but it skipped him and hit the void behind him. He used the same trick to cut off time. Several waves of light rain were ineffective. The hundreds of tentacles of this evil eye-like monster changed and quickly transformed into various weapons to stab him. Lin Xiao had only time to gather his strength to resist. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of explosions exploded, and he was directly stabbed and knocked away by 50 or 60 tentacles at the same time. The time interruption was not broken and took effect. But these attacks were not just simple physical attacks, but also contained an inexplicable force, the indirect force of which could penetrate the time fault and shock him away. Before he landed in midair, all the tentacles of this monster turned into evil eyes, and shot like arrows from the air to hit him. The strange power contained was limited to penetrate the time fault, and he kept retreating. The energy of this thing seemed to be endless, and the impact force was very strong. It fired once per second, and it made him retreat continuously. He soon retreated to the edge of the stone wall, and was pressed against the wall and whipped. Soon, there was almost no trace of gold on his chest, and the thick layer of golden flesh on the front of his chest was corroded and peeled off. It's too outrageous. Fortunately, the power of time can block some of the damage. Otherwise, with countless direct bombardments, he is afraid that half of his body will be rotten. This thing is probably more powerful than the giant dead tree he saw before. And this is not the core of the ancestor's bones that has derived such a terrible thing. Who knows what kind of monster will be inside? Lin Xiao has already retreated in his heart. But if he wants to leave, he must kill this thing first. Otherwise he can't leave. He dare not hide any means anymore. Lin Xiao once again uses the Panacea's big move black hole. The terrifying attraction came from him, and the surrounding space collapsed into a black hole again. The beams of light shot into the black hole like a drop in the ocean, disappearing without a trace. There is no way. This thing is too terrible. Looking at all the means, only the power of time and the black hole can do anything to the other party. Other means are useful against those weaker than himself, but they are useless against this monster derived from the ancestor's corpse. In fact, even if it turned into a black hole, it couldn't do anything to this guy for a while. It directly stretched out its tentacles and pierced into the void to firmly fix itself. This was the body of an ancestor, and the space was incomparably stable. The space near the black hole seemed to collapse, but it was actually just an illusion caused by gravity. The space was still fine, and as he opened the black hole, the death breath and the power of the ancestor filled in this huge space rushed to him like a tide and were sucked into the black hole. Lin Xiao had to cheer up and transform the death breath cleanly, trying not to let the death breath directly integrate into his body and transform into his own power. The black hole couldn't suck this monster, and the situation was stagnant for a while. Lin Xiao devoured it for almost a day, and at a certain moment, the black hole suddenly retracted and rushed towards the nearest hole. However, this monster reacted very quickly, and hundreds of tentacles were retracted and swung straight, and hundreds of straight beams were ejected to accurately smash Lin Xiao, who ran less than 10 meters away, against the wall, and it was another continuous beating. Hack! As a last resort, he could only open the black hole again to resist the bombardment, and the situation became stagnant again. After almost a week, Lin Xiao tried to escape again, but this guy reacted very quickly and intercepted him at the first time, so he couldn't run away at all. Moreover, he secretly observed and found that this thing had probably stayed here for countless tens of thousands of years, derived from the essence of the dead ancestor, and its range seemed to be limited to this huge hole and could not leave. It hated life abnormally, and seeing him as a living person, I am afraid it will guard him until the end of time. Lin Xiao knew that he was afraid that he could not get out at this stage. There was only one possibility to escape, which was to strengthen his strength. Next, he didn't think about running away. He kept turning into a black hole and began to devour the ubiquitous death aura and ancestor power in the ancestor's bones without limit, and then transform them into his own strength. At the same time, the soul communicated with Tisher inside, asking her to relax the authority of the dream ancestor mark. A more powerful force than before continued to flow into his body from the dream ancestor mark, constantly enhancing his strength. Half a month. No response. 3 months. No movement. 1 year. Quiet. 5 years. Lin Xiao suddenly woke up, turned his head with a look of surprise, and looked at the straight bone wall behind him with a look of shock. A semicircular depression appeared at some point in his eyes. Under the terrifying attraction of the black hole, he transformed into the ancestor's corpse, which had never been damaged since entering, was swallowed up by him a little bit. The tiny bones were sucked out of the bone wall by the terrifying attraction and sank into his body. Lin Xiao was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a while. It seems that only a little bit of bone was sucked, and it took 6 or 7 years to suck this little bit. But it means that the ancestor's corpse is not unshakable. Almost instantly, a crazy idea appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. That is, whether to do a big deal and swallow this planet-sized ancestor's corpse? Although only the bones were left, he could feel the super strong essence of the ancestor in the swallowing just now. It could not only enhance his strength, but the key was that the essence of the ancestor contained in it could enhance his life essence. This is not just bone. After swallowing it into the black hole, the essence of each bone was revealed. It was a rune containing the essence of the ancestor. To put it bluntly, the bones of the ancestor are not just bones. They are essentially constructed by countless ancestor runes. This is why they are so strong that they can withstand the extremely powerful power of the ancestor. It is almost impossible to destroy them below the peak of the 8th level. Before, Lin Xiao had no such idea at all, because no matter how hard he tried, he could not leave a trace on the bones. But now, he suddenly found that he could swallow the bones of the ancestor, and he couldn't hold it back. Once the thoughts started, they were out of control. But in this idea that he couldn't suppress and didn't want to suppress, his remaining little reason also had a trace of hesitation. If he did so, when it reached a certain point, it would definitely cause a reaction from the terrifying existence deep in the ancestor's corpse. He was not sure if he could stop it in his black hole state. If the terrifying existence derived from the deep core of the corpse could forcibly break his black hole state and grab him out. Then he was doomed. However, this kind of rationality was too weak, and it was soon drowned in the delusion of the benefits that could be obtained once it succeeded. And it was out of control. Do it. With a thought. The devouring power that had been restrained and controlled the destructive power suddenly changed, turning into a crazy devouring of the surroundings without distinction. More turbulent energy gathered towards him, and sank into the black hole, shattered into pure energy absorption. Compared with the previous number, several times more bone particles were forcibly attracted and fell into the black hole. In the terrifying tearing force of the black hole, they returned to their origin and turned into the ancestor rune, which was integrated into his body and strengthened his body. This ancestor was completely dead, without a trace of will. If he was not dead, he would absorb it like this, and there would be only one result. That is, the ancestors would forcibly take over his body and reborn. The tentacle monster in the void was completely helpless against Lin Xiao, who had transformed into a black hole. It could only fix itself firmly in the void to resist the terrifying attraction in front of it. But as Lin Xiao became stronger and stronger, this resistance gradually slid into the black hole, slowly sliding in, until at a certain moment a tentacle fixed in the void was broken. Like a chain reaction of dominoes, one tentacle after another was broken, and the huge spherical monster lost control and slid into the black hole. Before it was immediately submerged, it erupted with a powerful death force and struggled hard on the edge of the black hole for several days. But it finally couldn't hold on and was swallowed in. The gravity of the black hole paused slightly, and then recovered again. And this terrifying monster, which was more powerful than the general late 8th stage, disappeared. Without this monster, the black hole continued to devour the vast death energy and power of the ancestor's corpse, and continued to devour the ancestor's runes and integrate them into its body. As time went on, the aura emitted by Lin Xiao's true body inside the black hole became stronger and stronger, gradually emitting an aura exactly the same as that of the ancestor's corpse. After an unknown amount of time, a long snake-like monster with bony wings on its back and countless tentacles flew from a distance and plunged into the black hole. A huge gap was blown out of the accretion disk formed by the massive energy gathered around it. Chapter 702 Swallowing the Remains of the Ancestor. Time passed day by day. At the beginning, Lin Xiao would observe the surrounding situation and check the effect of swallowing. Later, he swallowed more and more ancestral runes, especially when the number of ancestral runes swallowed reached a certain level, and they actually converged and merged into a more complex rune. His attention was immediately attracted, and he began to check the more complex and powerful fused rune, compared with the smallest ancestral rune at the beginning, which was just a simple rune without any impurities. This fused rune began to have special abilities. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the ancestral power and power left in the remains of this ancestor. By analyzing the rune containing the remains of the ancestor, Lin Xiao naturally knew the name of this ancestor. The ancestor of the end of all things, also called the ancestor of natural disasters, or the ancestor of zeroing all things, etc. The power mastered by this ancestor is the end, from which various disasters can be derived. His strength is considered to be in the upper middle class among the ancestors, but he eventually fell in the ancestor's tomb. It is unknown how this big man fell. He can only analyze the power of the ancestor of the end of all things, but he cannot know the cause of his death. There is no power of other ancestors left on his remains. Unless he can fully master the law of time, he may be able to trace the cause of his death through the bones of the ancestor of the end of all things. As Lin Xiao continued to devour the remains of the ancestor of the natural disaster, constantly analyzing his power, and slowly began to master his unique law of termination, Lin Xiao found that he was swallowing the remains faster. It may be that after mastering the law of termination, he has a deeper understanding of the power of the ancestor of the end of all things, and it is easier to swallow his remains than before. And as he swallowed more remains and mastered more laws, he further accelerated his swallowing speed. Finally, one day 2 years later, he swallowed almost as many ancestor remains as a building. And with the continuous power of the dream ancestor mark, Lin Xiao's strength finally surpassed the late 8th stage and entered the peak of the 8th stage, located in the center of the increasingly huge black hole. The real body of the secondary titan hidden in the black hole has become more powerful and huge, expanding from the previous size of 8 or 9 kilometers to about 12 or 13 kilometers. And it is still growing. However, affected by the power of the ancestor of the end of all things, His real body has changed a lot compared to before. First of all, the original pure Golden Titan's real body has now darkened in color and turned into a dark Golden Titan body. Many new mysterious runes have been added to the runes on the surface of the body that represent all the laws he originally mastered. Not only the power of ending, but also the two powers of death and dream have been added. Not to mention death. He swallowed so much death energy. It is inevitable that he has a preliminary grasp of the law of death. Although the dream power belongs to Tisher, he can also incorporate it into his own power system, which will not affect Tisher's control of his own power. Now, he is not qualified to compete with the ancestor for power. And he will not in the future. He has determined that if he can be promoted to the ancestor, or the same level of great divine power in the future, the power he will have is the supreme origin of time. Black holes are gifts, and cannot become power. Besides, there is already a mystery in the chaos void sea, and he cannot choose it even if he can. Now the many laws he has mastered. If Lin Shao can be promoted to the ancestor, or the great divine power in the future, will all be integrated into the sovereign power, and become the many laws he has mastered. Non-sovereign power. Other beings can choose these laws to be promoted to the ancestor, and there will be no conflict with him. After all, which of the many big guys in the world has not mastered many laws besides the main law? Such as the water ancestor also has a certain understanding of the laws of air and earth. Strength has entered the peak of the 8th level, and has reached the strongest level under the great divine power, equivalent to the super divine power of the 19th level of the godhood. The actual combat power is stronger than the real body of the super divine power. But the comprehensive combat power is not comparable. It's very simple. The wizard at the peak of the 8th level has all the power in one body, and the individual power must be super strong. But the super divine power not only has the assistance of a powerful kingdom of God, but also can be divided into 20 divine incarnations of the 10th level of the god, which is comparable to the incarnation of the middle divine power. The middle divine power is equivalent to the early stage of the 8th level. In addition, those who can reach this level must have a large number of believers accumulating divine power. Combined, the wizards at the peak of the 8th level will definitely not be able to beat them. But it is still no problem to beat the general powerful divine power. Even if Lin Shao is now unable to be promoted to a powerful divine power due to insufficient divine power and insufficient divine domain area, it will not affect his ability to beat the general powerful divine power. Divine power accumulation and divine domain area are not a big problem. As time passed day by day, he was promoted to the peak of the 8th level and mastered the law of termination. Lin Shao devoured the remains of the ancestor faster and faster, and soon devoured a hole with a diameter of 50 or 60 kilometers nearby. The terrifying black hole hung in the center of the hole, madly devouring everything in the remains of the ancestor into nutrients for his own growth. How powerful is the power of the ancestor? That is a completely different level from the powerful divine power. It can be said that it has surpassed the level of God, which is equivalent to the gap between mortals and gods. Therefore, in some worlds, the great divine power of the same level as the ancestor is called the supreme god, the god above the god. A mortal who obtains a trace of divine blood can be reborn and promoted to a supernatural divine creature. Similarly, when Lin Shao devours enough of the remains of the ancestor, even if the power contained in the remains of the ancestor is far less than that of the ancestor when he was alive, but he devours enough, his true body essence is also undergoing transformation. Of course, it is impossible to be promoted to the ancestor. It is just one ancestor's remains. How can he be promoted to the ancestor? Even if he devours the remains of 10 ancestors, it is impossible to be promoted to the ancestor. It is not just enough power. 3 conditions must be met. First, the mastery of the main law must reach a certain level. Then the strength of one's own soul must meet the standard. Otherwise, it will be completely unable to withstand the power of the ancestor. Then either the physical body or the magic power must reach at least the peak of the 8th level. It is worth mentioning that although all the ancestors are as big as planets, not all of them have strong bodies before their promotion. In other words, not all of them have condensed their true bodies before their promotion. Some super powerful traditional wizards have weak bodies, but strong magic powers, and can also be promoted to ancestors. But correspondingly, the strength of the ancestor's true body after a traditional wizard becomes an ancestor is definitely not as strong as that of an ancestor like Lin Shao, who has condensed a second true body and promoted. However, the ancestor's true body only accounts for a part of the ancestor's power. The most important thing is the power it possesses. This is the fundamental. An ancestor with strong power is definitely stronger than an ancestor with weak power. 1 year. 2 years. 5 years. Unknowingly, a super large space with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers has appeared in the remains of the ancestor of the end of all things. An extremely huge black hole runs across the space, emitting a super terrifying attraction, swallowing the endless dead air and the remains of the ancestor from all directions into the black hole. The space is surrounded by rough inner walls. Every moment, a large amount of bone is attracted and falls off by the black hole, turning into a torrent of gray-white bone powder that rushes into the black hole. However, with such a huge internal hollow, the place where he started to devour was not the center of the ancestor's remains. Now, not only has it not touched the edge, but it has not touched the core of the remains. It can be seen that the size of this ancestor is really exaggerated. However, Lin Xiao sensed that there was a very strong breath at the edge of his black hole. At this time, his strength is more than 10 times stronger than a few years ago. With his current strength, he can feel that it is very strong. It must be a derivative monster entrenched in the center of the ancestor's remains. If he had encountered that thing before, he might not even have a chance to escape. But now it is different. His strength is much stronger than before. The power of the black hole has been terrifying since it started to devour. He has mastered the law of termination, so it is not difficult to deal with that thing. After more than a month, the power of the black hole finally wore through a layer of unknown thickness of bone and touched the central core of the ancestor's remains, a huge hollow space filled with a large amount of silver liquid. As soon as it touched, Lin Xiao, who was in the center of the black hole, opened his eyes suddenly, full of shock. The black hole rolled up a part of the silver liquid in the central space and swallowed it. Lin Xiao instantly felt a cool breath sinking into the black hole, which went straight into his mind and turned into a trace of pure soul power that merged into his soul. So much soul power? Lin Xiao was overjoyed and urged the black hole to move closer to the center, swallowing the silver liquid frantically. This immediately angered a huge monster in the center of the silver ocean. It was a monster that was more than 20 kilometers tall, with a head like a giant octopus, tentacles draped behind its head, a human-shaped body, but no feet, but thick tentacles dancing under its body. The overall appearance was very similar to an old god named Cthulhu. As soon as this guy appeared, a thick and muscular tentacle arm was raised and made a sound that he could not understand. Lin Xiao, who was in the black hole, felt a fear surge in his heart, but his soul isolated this power. His soul and will were extremely clear, but his body was involuntarily afraid. The huge black hole shook violently and collapsed directly. What a powerful soul! This thing is completely derived from the remaining soul of the ancestor who ended all things, and its soul power is ridiculously strong. Fortunately, it could not be promoted to the ancestor, and the soul power it could bear was limited. Now it was the limit of its power, and it could not absorb even a drop of soul liquid in the remaining soul ocean. Otherwise, if it absorbed all the remaining soul power of the ancestor of the end of all things in this soul ocean, I don't know how terrible its strength would be. With the soul L condensed by the crystal wall system origin L, Lin Xiao easily resisted the monster's terrible soul attack. But its soul was too powerful and could directly affect his real body. However, it failed to affect the soul, and the impact on his real body was limited. Soon it could not continue to let him regain control of his body, without waiting for it to control itself again. Lin Xiao's titan real body, which was more than 13,000 meters high, strode towards the silver ocean, and a layer of time streamer appeared on his body halfway, forming a time fault. Chapter 703 The Second Remains of the Ancestor. The terrifying will of this unknown monster descended again. This time, Lin Xiao just paused, and recovered at a faster speed than before. He plunged into the soul ocean and devoured the endless soul power frantically. Anyway, he couldn't do anything to himself. So what was the point of fighting to the death? He just swallowed enough soul power first. His action made the monster very angry. The two huge pupils of the octopus-like head spurted out brilliance like lightning, and the tentacles around the edge rose like electric shocks. The surrounding void twisted, and a transparent phantom exactly like the monster flew out and pounced on Lin Xiao. It didn't merge into his body. The next second, Lin Xiao, who was frantically devouring soul power, stopped moving. The unknown monster stretched out two thick tentacles and the invisible force pulled the motionless Lin Xiao towards itself. The stiff Titan's true body moved horizontally in front of it, and the huge dark gold head fell in front of it. The pupils changed, and turned into two transparent tentacles formed by pure soul and mental power. They flew out, ignoring his powerful true body, and plunged into Lin Xiao's head. From a distance, Lin Xiao was unconscious, and the two huge transparent tentacles inserted into his head kept flying and stirring, which looked frightening. If other strongmen faced this situation, they would be dead. Even if Xie Tianyan, who was in charge of the 5th war zone at the 19th level of the godhood, came and encountered this situation. The soul of this thing was too powerful. But Lin Xiao was an exception. At the soul level that ordinary people could not see, two extremely thick tentacles formed by soul and spirit inserted into his mind. The soul SH-L formed by the core SH-L of the crystal wall system, which had an invincible defense, allowed it to penetrate as if it had no defense. The thick soul tentacles entered Lin Xiao's soul C. The first thing he saw was not Lin Xiao's soul, but the dream ancestor Tisher, who was awakened by him. She could not help in the ancestor's tomb, but it was different in his soul C. Tisher, who had not yet shown all his strength, turned into a sun across his soul C. The monster's soul, which was far more powerful than Lin Xiao, was just a tiny thing in front of the real ancestor. In the Silver Soul Ocean, the unknown monster that had grabbed Lin Xiao suddenly let out a terrifying strange roar, and his whole body shook violently. The terrifying soul power burst out to form a tidal explosion. The soul tentacles that shot into Lin Xiao's brain shook violently, and the brightness instantly became more than 10 times brighter, turning into two dazzling light tentacles, like lasers, and trembling wildly. Then, the aura of the monster weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 minutes, its aura had weakened to a point weaker than the derivative monsters it had encountered before. At a certain moment, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, and the void suddenly brightened. His eyes, full of energy, swept to the top of his head. With a thought, the surrounding void collapsed and turned into a black hole again. He probably couldn't do anything to this guy in a head-on fight, and this monster couldn't do anything to him either. But he had a helper hidden in his soul. As the ancestor, even if Tisher was seriously injured, it was not something that non-ancestors could resist. Perhaps a group of peak level 8 warriors could kill the seriously injured ancestor, but several would have to die as scapegoats. If there was only one, she would definitely not be her opponent. Not to mention that Lin Xiao was there to help. So this ancestor-derived monster that had reached the limit of its own strength died in Lin Xiao's hands, and his strength was devoured by him and turned into nutrients for growth. And this huge soul ocean, Lin Xiao was like an ant falling into a honey pot. This ocean-like ancestor's remaining soul power was allowed to be devoured by him, turning into a huge silver vortex surrounding the black hole, continuously engulfing and strengthening his soul. In less than a month, Lin Xiao digested the monster, and his soul strength soared to the strength of this monster. And it was still growing. Obviously, his soul limit was much stronger than this monster. Half a year later, this huge soul ocean was digested by him. At this time, Lin Xiao himself couldn't estimate how powerful his soul was, but he was sure that if he encountered such a monster again, he could defeat it by himself without relying on Tisha. Roughly estimated, it is about 3 or 4 times that of the monster. In other words, the remaining soul power of this ancestor of the end of all things can create 4 or 5 monsters of the 8th level. And Lin Xiao has swallowed so much soul power, but he has not reached his soul limit yet, and can continue. The sudden sense of satisfaction made him stunned, and his will sank into his soul sea. Compared with the soul sea that had expanded dozens of times at the beginning, it was far from reaching the limit, and he could continue to swallow more soul power, but he couldn't swallow it anymore. This is too much. The soul can indeed continue to accommodate, but his true spirit can't control more soul power. To put it more bluntly, his soul power has skyrocketed too much at once, and his true spirit has not skyrocketed so much at the same time. And now it is about to exceed the limit that the true spirit can accommodate. It can continue to increase, but the consequence is that his control will decrease. The physical body, mana, and soul are a trinity. These 3 poles are the direct manifestation of one's own power, and the core is that little true spirit. In theory, as the strength slowly grows, the true spirit will also grow slowly with its own power feedback. Generally speaking, the upper limit of the power that the true spirit can control has a lot of room for operation. For example, when promoted, the general strength can be increased several times, and it is not impossible for the true spirit to control it. But this time Lin Xiao's strength grew too fast. It was like a rocket. Not only the soul, but also the body and mana, as well as the power of termination, etc. The combined growth rate is quite exaggerated, which is why this situation that most geniuses cannot encounter occurs. What should I do? Tisher gave him a suggestion. The excess soul power can be recondensed into a soul core in the soul, and even the mana that reaches the limit of mastery in the near future can be injected into this new soul core. In the future, when the true spirit grows with its own powerful soul and power feedback, it can refine the stored core at any time to enhance its own strength limit. Soon, Lin Xiao recondensed a core in his soul C, and all the soul power and mana swallowed later were integrated into it. And he continued to grow as he continued to swallow. After swallowing the central core of the remains of the ancestor of the end of all things, the following swallowing was very smooth. Although there were some derived monsters in other areas occasionally, they were not his opponents. They were defeated and swallowed one by one, and turned into nutrients for his growth. Time passed, and it was unknown how long it had passed. Lin Xiao, whose consciousness had been in the soul analyzing the law of the end, suddenly woke up from his deep sleep. The remains of the ancestor of the end of all things were about to be swallowed up. The huge remains changed from the original full moon to a thin crescent, and the other large part of the remains had been completely swallowed up. Not long after the last part of the remains was swallowed up, the black hole slowly shrank, and the superplateau that was as huge as a planet across this land completely disappeared. Even the ubiquitous death aura in the nearby area was swallowed up by him, and became extremely thin. It was unknown how long it would take for it to slowly recover. When the black hole shrank to a diameter of about 30 kilometers, the blackness slowly deformed to highlight the outline of a huge human figure. Lin Xiao's current limit of his true body is 30 kilometers, compared to the previous 8 or 9 kilometers. It seems to be only 3 times higher, but his strength is more than dozens of times stronger. Now he can kill his former self with a few palms. After swallowing enough death energy, his true body has adapted to the rules in the ancestral tomb and can fully release his power. The ubiquitous death power in the tomb can no longer hinder his vision. Compared with the initial distance of only more than 10 meters, he can now clearly see the scene hundreds of kilometers away. And he can vaguely sense the location of the remains of several other ancestors in the ancestral tomb, somewhere in the wasteland. For sons of the spirit realm walked in the wasteland in a mess. There were 5 people when they came in, but now there are only 4 people left. The dead one has completely fallen. Here, the power of the true ancestor of the underworld cannot be extended, and there is no way to make their souls return to the main world of the spirit realm. After a while, one of the sons of the spirit realm looked at the gray world and asked the leader in front, "How far is it?" The leader stopped and turned around to reveal a face full of vicissitudes. He took out a thick book with a cover carved from a bone plate, and opened the book one by one. When he turned to a page with a map on it, the map was dark with only 2 spots of light. He looked at it for a while and said, "It shouldn't be far away. We have walked 2/3 of the way, and the remaining 1/3 will definitely be reached within 10 years. 10 years? The other sons of the spirit realm were slightly refreshed when they heard this. Seeing this, the leader encouraged them. "We have survived for so long, and we can hold on for another 10 years. When we find something to take out, His Majesty the true Nether Ancestor promised to give us power comparable to that of the Master." Everyone was refreshed. They took such a big risk to come in just for power. Now victory is in sight. They immediately became energetic and continued to move forward. In the depths of the world, in a place they could not see or sense, Lin Xiao had already arrived in front of the remains of another fallen ancestor. The remains of the ancestor, whose flesh and blood had disappeared and only the skeleton remained, could not show the true appearance of the ancestor from the surface. The ancestor's runes and powers that the ancestor mastered could only be swallowed, and the ancestor's appearance could be seen from the remaining marks. Lin Xiao was very surprised by the power that this ancestor mastered, which was balance. The power of balance may not add much to combat power, but the ability to save life is very strong. I didn't expect that he would fall, and I don't know what terrible opponent he encountered. This power is very useful to Lin Xiao. The ancient god position he mastered is balance, and the two completely overlap. No, to be precise, the power of balance completely covers all the laws of balance that he had previously comprehended. How much did he comprehend about balance? How could he compare with the balance ancestor, who had already completely mastered the ultimate mystery of balance? Chapter 70 For the remaining will of the ancestor of all things. But unfortunately, the ancestor of balance died. The will of the true spirit had all disappeared, and the remaining power was not complete. If it was complete, he would naturally be promoted to a new power ancestor, with the power of balance after complete fusion. However, if there was a complete power of balance, it meant that the ancestor of balance was not dead, and he would be courting death if he merged again. But even so, the remaining power of balance of the ancestor of balance was enough for him to have a leap-forward understanding of the law of balance. It took Lin Xiao only 6 years to devour the second remains of the ancestor of balance. His strength did not increase at all. But in the sea of souls formed by the SHL of the crystal wall system origin core, a power core larger than his own soul had appeared, although his strength did not increase at all. Looking at this huge power, he was looking forward to the day when his true spirit reached the standard, and how to use the excess power. It can be predicted that he will definitely not be able to use up so much power. After all, as long as he has not been promoted to the ancestor, or the great god power, his true spirit will definitely have an upper limit, and it is impossible to increase it infinitely to the point comparable to the great god power. In other words, his power limit may be stronger than other super gods in the future, but there will definitely be a limit, and there are several ancestor remains in this tomb. By then, I don't know how much power will be accumulated, and I can't keep it forever. If he is promoted to the great god power in the future, mana will no longer be an important factor in determining the strength of a certain level of existence. The power he controls will account for the main proportion. Now he has worked hard to accumulate the power left by several ancestors. It is vast for him now. But it is just like that for the ancestor. After all, the power of the ancestor is endless. So it is a complete waste to keep it all the time. And it must be used. In fact, Lin Xiao had some ideas when he started to accumulate excess energy a few years ago. But he only made up his mind now. It's very simple. Convert these excess powers into the purest energy, and inject them directly into his own god domain to strengthen the god domain and expand the area of the god domain. Although the god's domain cannot be opened in the wizard world, the god's domain itself is one with him. It cannot be opened but can communicate. Speaking of which, after such a long time, his god's domain has been expanding automatically, and the expansion speed is not slow. Even if no resources are invested, the growth rate is much faster than that of most of the sons of the god's domain. But his strength is growing too fast, and the expansion still can't keep up with his strength growth speed, so that the area of his god's domain and the number of his followers in the god's domain are extremely inconsistent with his current strength. Looking at the god's domain of the powerful god in the main world, which is not comparable to the medium-sized or above planes, some senior and powerful gods, who have been enshrined for a long time, or even super gods, have a god's domain area comparable to the original area of the earth, which can accommodate hundreds of millions of god's domain followers, and continuously provide a large amount of faith power for the lord of the god's domain. Lin Xiao's god's domain has been developed for so long, and now it is less than 50 million square kilometers. It is worth mentioning that this divine domain refers to the total area of the entire divine domain, including the main divine domain, the major subsidiary divine domains, and the space between the main divine domain and the subsidiary divine domains. After the son of the divine domain is deified, the divine domain will generally be divided into the main divine domain and the subsidiary divine domains and the intervening void, similar to a miniature crystal wall system. All these spaces are included in the scope of the divine domain space. The area of the divine domain usually refers to this total area. The size of the divine domains of those powerful gods is comparable to the total area of the earth, and a large part of them is uninhabited void. The same is true for Lin Xiao's divine domain. In addition to the main divine domain and the 6 subsidiary divine domains, as well as dozens of small and large divine domains, a large part is void. It is rare for consciousness to communicate with the divine domain and establish an energy channel to transform the infinite power accumulated before into pure high energy and pour it into the divine domain. The gods in the divine realm at the level of the divine realm immediately sense this change. A mountain range that had been motionless for ages in the center of the heavenly divine realm suddenly shook violently. Soon, the mountain rose higher, and the dust in the sky dispersed, revealing a giant dragon head covered with golden scales. full of majesty and ferocity. Slaughter looked up at the sky, and a pious whisper sounded in the heavenly divine realm. My lord's prophecy. The world is about to be promoted, and more people are needed. The voice seemed not loud, but all the tribes in the divine realm in any divine realm space, whether the Shura-Naga tribe, the star spirits, or the little fish men, all heard his voice, as the first subordinate god of the divine realm, and also Lin Zhao's saint and spokesperson. Slaughter usually presided over the development of the divine realm when he was away. His prophecy represented his will, and the gods of the divine realm all obeyed and issued prophecies to their believers. A large amount of high energy was injected into the divine realm, which immediately stimulated the expansion of the divine realm. The so-called high energy refers to energy with a stronger intensity than normal energy. It is generally comparable to divine power, but slightly inferior to divine power in terms of magic. The high energy that Lin Zhao poured into the divine domain is not only large in quantity, but also contains the ancestral runes that have lost all the will of the ancestors. It is directly integrated into the divine domain, which can make the strength limit of the divine domain higher and accommodate more powerful forces. The strength limit of the clans and subordinate gods in the divine domain will also be higher. The strengthening of the divine domain cannot be completed in a short time. Lin Zhao only paid attention to it for a while, and then retracted his gaze. He needed to find the remaining remains of the ancestors in the ancestral tomb and devour and refine them. As his strength became stronger, it can be said that he was the most powerful existence in the ancestral tomb just by his own strength. He didn't need to be as cautious as at the beginning. He flew directly into the sky and flew in one of the directions of the different ancestors in the induction. Through induction, he can now sense that there are 4 breaths in the ancestral tomb that can resonate with him, which means that there are a total of 6 fallen ancestors in this ancestral tomb. A year later, Lin Zhao arrived at the nearest remains of another ancestor. But to his surprise, only half of the remains of this ancestor remained, and the other half had disappeared. It was not that he was swallowed by something, but that this ancestor was seriously injured and half of his body was torn off by the enemy. Only the remaining half of his body escaped to the ancestor's tomb and died. The power of this ancestor is shadow, and the power of shadow is his exclusive power. In fact, the power of the ancestor is no different from the priesthood of the gods. But the power of the ancestor is more concentrated and unique than the priesthood. Once an ancestor masters a certain power, it is equivalent to mastering the source of this power. Any existence can only borrow the law represented by this power, and cannot master even a trace of this law, unless the ancestor who masters this power dies, and the power is dispersed. Other strong people will begin to master the scattered power laws. For example, in the wizard world, there is a water ancestor who is still alive. All wizards can perform water magic, but no one can master the law of water. The shadow ancestor has fallen, and his shadow power is scattered. If an 8th level peak wizard who masters the law of shadow comes here to devour the remains of the shadow ancestor, there is a great chance that he can take that step. Note that it means being able to take that step. Whether he can successfully be promoted to the ancestor is another matter. It is worth mentioning that the power mastered by the ancestor comes from the wizard world, and the endless power they obtain with the help of power comes from the wizard world. So the ancestor has strength in the wizard world that is not inferior to any powerful divine power. But once he leaves the wizard world, his strength will be weakened, and the farther away he is, the weaker his strength will be. If the distance exceeds a certain point, it is possible to fall from the ancestor realm, unless the main world can bring the wizard world down and include it in its power radiation range. The impact will be reduced. But this is obviously impossible. Even if the main world is several times stronger, it is impossible. The wizard world is too powerful. It took only more than 2 years for the remains of the shadow ancestor, who only had half of his body left, to devour everything, allowing him to successfully master the law of shadow. Then he continued to rush down without stopping. It took him half a year to arrive in front of another ancestor's remains. Looking at the huge ancestor's remains hanging in the air like a planet from afar, the majesty coming towards him made Lin Zhao's eyes reveal a trace of surprise and solemnity. This ancestor's remains belonged to the universal God Emperor. From a distance, he could sense that the breath and power emanating from the ancestor's remains were exactly the same as those of the universal God Emperor. But what shocked him most was that the remains of the universal God Emperor were actually hanging in the air instead of falling to the ground. This does not mean that the universal God Emperor is still alive. As long as he enters the ancestor's tomb, he will definitely die. Even if he does not die immediately, he will die in the future. Moreover, because of the special nature of this world, the ancestor cannot leave this world after entering it. So the Universal God Emperor must have fallen, and the ancestor's remains are still hanging in the air. There is only one explanation. That is, the will of the Universal God Emperor has not completely disappeared. That is, he is not dead. It's normal to think about it, since there is still the mark of the ancestor of all things in the tomb of the God of all things. It means that he is not dead yet. Obviously, the remaining will of the God of all things is to use the power of the ancestor's mark to keep his remains suspended in the air without falling. Lin Xiao spent some time circling the huge planet-like remains, and finally found a huge hole and flew into it, drilling down to the bottom. But not long after flying, he encountered a group of flying monsters the size of elephants and cockroaches. He dragged a long black line through, and the hurricane he brought dragged the monsters to the center involuntarily. When they touched the black line, they were sucked into it and disappeared. There are more monsters in the remains of Wanxiang than he imagined, and the more they go inside, the stronger they are. It is obvious that this is a test set by the ancestor of Wanxiang for the later ones. But unfortunately, he is too strong and can't resist him at all. A year later, Lin Xiao, who has killed countless people, came to the central core of the remains of the ancestor of Wanxiang. After passing through the thin light film at the entrance and exit of the core space, his eyes suddenly lit up. In a small space that was much smaller than he expected, a ball of transparent light was hanging in the air and rotating continuously. When he entered the space, the transparent light quickly changed into the shadow of the Universal God Emperor and said in a deep voice, "Welcome, my successor." Chapter 705 Chapter 704 Inheriting the Wanxiang Legacy. Lin Xiao fell from the sky, saluted very formally, and said in a deep voice, "Lin Xiao meets His Majesty the Divine Emperor." The will of the Wanxiang Divine Emperor seemed to still retain all memories. He waved his hand to indicate that Lin Xiao did not need to be polite, and asked, "When the heir holding the token arrives, it means that my real body's plan has failed and has completely fallen. Then according to the original prophecy of the real body, the first son of the human divine domain who appeared in front of me will be the heir of the Wanxiang God system. Before inheriting this legacy, there are some things I must tell you." Lin Xiao replied respectfully, "Please tell me, Your Majesty. People will not die for no reason, and a powerful force will not dissipate for no reason. My real body is the ancestor of Wanxiang in the wizard world. I have dozens of powerful gods under my command. But in the end the god system collapsed and I fell. Do you know why?" Lin Xiao shook his head. Lin Xiao does not know. "Please tell me, Your Majesty." The will of the Wanxiang God Emperor continued without any expression. "I was promoted to the ancestor in the wizard world. After returning to the main world, I mastered the godhood and combined it with the godhood. Even if I was far away from the wizard world, my strength was not inferior to any great existence. With the help of my powerful strength, I traveled across the chaos void sea, conquered countless crystal-walled universes, plundered a large amount of source power and laws, and cultivated many powerful subordinates. Later, I established the Wanxiang Higher Education Institute, which is expected to become a new super school in the main world. To establish a super school, you must have a powerful crystal-walled universe as the main world of the super school. Many super schools in the Gaia main world belong to their own main worlds. So I searched in the chaos void sea for thousands of years, and finally found a powerful world that was qualified and started the war of conquest. That world also has a world master comparable to the great divine power. But I have the support of the Gaia main world, and the support of many allies. It is not difficult to conquer that world. But just when the final battle with that world was about to begin, the nightmare world suddenly took action. 5 great nightmare masters appeared at the same time and took action at the same time when I was fighting the world master of that world. At this point, it seemed that he remembered the past, and the will of the Wanxiang God Emperor became extremely angry. Lin Xiao stood quietly and listened. At this time, he just needed to listen. After a while, the will of the Wanxiang God Emperor continued. Although I did not die on the spot, I was also seriously injured and could not be healed. The front battlefield collapsed, and the god system suffered heavy losses. Finally, I retreated to the Wanxiang Crystal Wall system, where I started my career, and fought a decisive battle with a coalition led by the Lord of the Alien World. After a fierce battle, both sides were injured. The enemy retreated, the Wanxiang god system collapsed, and even the crystal wall system was destroyed. After saying this, the anger of the Wanxiang God Emperor slowly subsided. He looked up at Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao also looked straight at him and said, "Your Majesty, do you want me to avenge you?" Unexpectedly, the will of the Wanxiang God Emperor laughed and shook his head. "Although you are younger than I expected and so powerful, you can be said to be the top elite in the history of the entire human main world. But it does not mean that you can take that step to become a great god." Seeing Lin Xiao frowning involuntarily, and not quite believing, he smiled and said, "Don't doubt it. I have seen many super elites as good as you, all of whom have been promoted to powerful divine powers in the main world within just a few decades. But none of them have successfully entered this level. The existing great beings in the main world have all grown step by step, and they will exert their strength after accumulating enough in the later stage." Lin Xiao. After hitting him, the Universal God Emperor smiled and said, "Of course, this does not mean that you have no chance. Geniuses are always more likely to succeed than mediocre people. However, I do not force you to avenge me. At least don't think about these things before you have enough strength. When you are about to take that step in the future, you will definitely be sniped by the Nightmare Strongmen. At that time, there will be hatred. When you become stronger, just snipe more young elites in the Nightmare world." The Universal God Emperor seems free and easy, but Lin Xiao can see his unwillingness. But there is nothing he can do. After all, it was 5 Nightmare Masters who did it. He couldn't ask him to kill the 5 Nightmare Masters who were comparable to the great power and the ancestor in the future. In his mind, this was completely asking Lin Xiao to die. Lin Xiao himself couldn't say anything about this. He didn't have 100% confidence in being promoted to the great power. Besides, if he could be promoted successfully, it would be 5 beings of the same level. At this time, the expression of the will of the Universal God gradually became majestic, and a loud voice like thunder sounded in Lin Xiao's ears. "So, are you ready to accept this legacy?" Lin Xiao was willing in his heart, suppressed a few questions in his heart, and nodded heavily. "I am willing to accept this legacy." "Very good." The will of the Universal God flew in front of him, and the figure began to become blurred. Soon it turned back into the group of constantly changing and rotating transparent light waves that he saw at the beginning. A strange symbol appeared on it. Lin Xiao knew at a glance that this was the power of the Universal God. The universal power includes illusions, changes, and a part of space, and is one of the medium powers. In other words, the strength of the Universal God Emperor can only be regarded as medium among the ancestors, not very strong. However, no matter how bad it is still a power. Let's inherit it first without saying anything. As the transparent light wave continued to shrink, the symbol on it became prominent, and soon turned into a physical symbol and flew towards Lin Xiao, landing on his forehead, directly merging into his forehead and sinking into it. At the same time, the voice of the Universal God Emperor sounded in his mind. As the most precious treasure left by this seat to the air, it can obtain the power represented by the Universal Mark, but it cannot obtain the endless power of the Ancestor Mark. Of course, with your strength, you don't need it. After obtaining the Universal Mark, you will obtain a congenital origin left for you in the God's tomb and enough energy for you to reach the limit under the great divine power, as well as the dominance of the Universal Temple, the loyalty of the 6 servants left by this seat, and the last remaining origin of the Universal Crystal Wall system. Remember, everyone has only one chance. Don't try to break through and advance to the great divine power before you are fully prepared. After saying the last sentence, the will of the Wanxiang God Emperor slowly disappeared and melted into the mark. There was no conspiracy to seize the body, as the legend said. It was just that simple. At this moment, the Wanxiang God Emperor completely fell. The next second, Lin Xiao felt that his will suddenly surged by unknown times. In an instant, he took over the control of the entire Wanxiang ancestors' remains, and everything inside the remains was presented in front of him. But this situation only lasted for a few seconds, and Lin Xiao found that the Wanxiang ancestors' remains lost the support of the Wanxiang ancestors' mark and began to fall. However, this falling speed is very slow, and it will not fall quickly before he draws out the energy inside. Lin Xiao sighed in his heart and began to count the treasures left by the Wanxiang God Emperor here. The center of the Wanxiang ancestors' remains is only less than 100 meters in diameter. It is clear at a glance. There is a calm lake formed by infinite high energy below, which has been floating in the air before. In the middle of the lake, There is an unknown flower like a white lotus floating on the energy lake. And there is a flower bud in the middle of the white lotus. Lin Xiao landed on the lake, reached out to pick up the flower bud. And the moment the white lotus and flower bud touched his hand, they turned into a white light and sank into his hand. Lin Xiao's eyes were dazed. In the soul, Tisher suddenly woke up from her deep sleep. The beautiful woman with a slender figure and a waterfall-like jade hair wrapped around her 3 points looked at the innate origin that sank into the center of the soul sea and turned into a flower again in surprise, covering her mouth and exclaimed, "How did you get this?" Lin Xiao told her truthfully that he inherited the legacy of the ancestor of all things. Tisher shook her head and said, "The innate origin can only be possessed by the innate ancestor, and he can't have it." She pondered for a moment and quickly thought of something, saying, "He should have collected the innate origin left by the death ancestor after entering the god's tomb. But unfortunately, he had already entered the tomb of the ancestor, and the innate origin could not save him." Lin Xiao immediately heard something from her words and asked, "Can it heal your injuries?" Tisher nodded. "I am also an innate ancestor. This origin can not only heal my injuries, but also allow me to master the power of death." Lin Xiao was very surprised and asked, "Can't an ancestor only master one power? How come you can master two?" She pointed to the innate origin in the center of the Sea of Souls and replied, "Because the innate origin, as long as the innate origin is strong enough, it can carry the second or even the third power." Lin Xiao, "In that case, this innate origin is yours." Lin Xiao waved his hand and said so. Anyway, he already has the innate origin. And the most important thing is that he has not yet been promoted to great divine power. Having an extra innate origin will not allow him to master power or be promoted to the ancestor in advance. In comparison, if Tizhar can use this innate origin to recover from his injuries and then gain the power of death to increase his strength, it will be much more helpful to him than having one innate origin. No matter in which world, the law of death is one of the highest laws. Even in the wizard world, with two powers at the same time and being an innate ancestor, her strength can definitely become one of the most powerful ancestors. Tizhar did not refuse his gift. This is indeed what she needs most now. And it is also a rare treasure that can heal her injuries. If she does not rely on self-recovery, she will probably have to sleep for millions of years to slowly recover. God knows what will happen in millions of years. Maybe one day she will meet a strong enemy and fall. Before she was about to merge this innate origin, she floated in front of Lin Xiao's soul incarnation, reached out and stroked his face, hugged him and kissed him passionately. The entangled jade hair spread out, and their souls embraced each other. After a long time, Lin Xiao opened his eyes with a smile in his eyes. The innate origin in the center of the Sea of Souls had disappeared, and it was replaced by a light cocoon formed by countless light bands, slowly emitting a soft breath. She has fallen into a deep sleep and will never wake up unless he dies. But once she wakes up on her own, she will be a top-notch innate ancestor who controls both death and dreams. Chapter 706, Remodulating the Divine Domain Family. Next, Lin Xiao spent a full 5 years to refine the remains of the once young ancestor. As an ancestor who still retains a trace of will and the mark of the ancestor and has not died completely, the energy contained in his remains is far stronger than that of other ancestor remains, and it is more difficult to devour. And the benefits obtained after devouring are greater. Deep in the remains, he even found a part of the ancestor's flesh and blood that has not completely disappeared. Before the ancestor is dead, no one can fuse the ancestor's flesh and blood. Once fused, they will definitely be replaced by the ancestor's will. This is the instinct of the ancestor, and it will not change according to the ancestor's will. Only when the ancestor completely perishes, and the will in the flesh and blood disappears, can the ancestor's flesh and blood be fused. After fusing the once young remains and the ancestor's flesh and blood in them, Lin Xiao's secondary true body has become much stronger again, and the corresponding body can accommodate more power. At the same time, the improvement of the body is fed back to the true spirit, which also improves the true spirit and the upper limit of the soul's capacity. The soul, body, and mana are all affected by the true spirit. The changes in the true spirit also affect the soul, body, and mana at any time. When his true spirit is improved, his own strength will naturally improve rapidly. Having accumulated so much soul power and high energy, what he lacks now is the strength of the true spirit. In the next few years, Lin Xiao found the remaining 2 ancestral remains one after another, and spent several years completely devouring the two dead ancestral remains. Then, he came to the deepest part of the ancestral tomb. The remains of the first innate dead ancestor who died in the tomb were in the deepest part of this ancestral tomb. In fact, Lin Xiao no longer had much expectations for the death ancestor tomb at this time. After all, the ancestor of all things had already searched it once, and the most valuable innate origins were taken away. Now the remains of the death ancestor are no different from the remains of other ancestors. However, since he has come here, he can't give up the last ancestor remains. After devouring such a huge power, it is enough to greatly expand the divine domain. Lin Xiao estimated that the area of the divine domain expanded by the energy expanded by the fusion and refinement of the ancestors in recent years, and that the high energy refined by the remains of an ancestor after swallowing and integrating into the divine domain can expand the total area of the divine domain by about 1.5 to 2 superlarge planes. The total area of the Earth is between the large plane and the superlarge plane, which means that one ancestor can expand the divine domain by the total area of 2 to 3 Earths. The total area of the Earth is about 510 million square kilometers. Taking an average, one ancestor remains can expand the area of the divine domain by about 1.2 to 1.5 billion square kilometers. There are a total of 6 ancestor remains in the ancestor tomb. Well, one of them is only half. That is, 5.5 ancestors. Combined, it can expand the area of the divine domain by about 7 billion square kilometers, which is equivalent to the total area of 14 Earths, which is equivalent to the total area of a giant plane. And it is still a very large one among the giant planes. Think about it. The main material plane of the crystal wall system CY00801 is a giant plane. The first layer of the underground dark area alone can accommodate tens of billions of cave dwellers. As the Lord of the Divine Domain, he can completely set up the underground space when the Divine Domain expands, or simply establish a new Divine Domain level in the void below the main Divine Domain. It is worth mentioning that the Divine Domain expanded by refining the remains of the ancestor is all substantial Earth, not empty space without any material. In other words, the 7 billion square kilometers of land to be expanded in the future are all thick Earth. You must know that if a great existence at the level of the ancestor falls in the chaotic sea, the corpse can absorb the chaotic power in the void and turn into a huge world. Just like Pangu opened the sky and turned into the primeval world in mythology, the ancestor can do the same. So after swallowing the remains of the ancestor of all things, Lin Xiao's will return to the divine domain and began to adjust the internal structure of the divine domain. It doesn't need to be too complicated. It is just a simple adjustment of the central main divine domain continent. While the continent is expanding and thickening crazily, a layer of complex underground space is constructed underground, just like the dark region. In his setting, the underground world also has 7 layers. The lower you go, the greater the pressure and the worse the environment. At the same time, the bottom layer is connected to the underworld space at the bottom of the divine domain space as a place to exile criminals in the future. In addition to the 4 elemental subordinate divine domains surrounding the main divine domain continent, a large number of micro-divine domain spaces have been opened up. As the main divine domain expands, these microbubbles will slowly grow larger, and in the future they will be equivalent to the half-planes on the edge of the main material plane, for the use of the strong in the divine domain. After doing all this, Lin Yao's will return to the core divine palace of the divine domain. After thinking for a while, he took out several race cards loaded in the divine domain. Big Naga, Star Spirit, Red Furnace Clan, Little Naga. With a wave of his hand, a series of light threads outlined a slowly rotating magic cube in front of him. After accumulating for so long, it is time to start the next clan adjustment. Although it doesn't matter to him now whether to adjust or not, he is basically unlikely to expect his clan to fight like he did when he was weak before, and he would go out to fight desperately at any time. With his current strength, if it is really his turn to send his clan to fight, it is basically a desperate situation of imminent demise. The opponent who can make him fall is either a great god power, or a powerful god power of more than 10 digits. And there must be 1 or 2 super gods leading the way. Otherwise he can't do anything. For such an opponent, even if the clan really comes out in full force, it will be a desperate struggle. But he still has to adjust. Not for anything else. The clan is stronger, and the power of faith provided is higher. With his current strength, He has devoured many ancestral remains. His strength has reached the limit under the great god power. It will be very difficult to improve it. It can be said that the limit visible to the naked eye is in front of him. And what to do next is also clearly in front of him. First, the real body returns to the main world, transforms his own powerful power into the true god system of the main world, conquers the crystal wall system of CY00801, and receives the temple of all things and the 6 gravekeepers inside. 6 powerful servants of the main world system. TSK. Just think about it, and you will know how cool it is. Yes, they are servants. The 6 gravekeepers are servants of the Universal God Emperor. They are absolutely loyal servants, not just subordinates. It is impossible for a simple subordinate to guard the treasure for so many years. After inheriting the legacy of the Universal God Emperor, these 6 powerful gods are his servants. It can be said that when he inherits the legacy of the Universal God Emperor, when he returns to the Gaia main world, he will immediately become the top boss in the main world. Not to mention that he is already a boss himself. Although he cannot be promoted to a powerful god immediately when he just returns, it is a matter of time. The real body strength is here. What is the godhood level? With the existing strength and power, it is not a problem to promote a powerful god. The subsequent godhood level upgrade is not a problem. There is no bottleneck in the promotion all the way until it is promoted to a super godhood level 19, becoming one of the strongest among the billions of heavens in the chaos void sea, except for the great existence. Lin Xiao can already see his next path. It can be said that the gains from this trip to the wizard world are much greater than he expected. His vision now exceeds his own level. What he needs to consider is not the level of powerful divine power, but how to advance to great divine power. Lin Xiao already has some ideas in his mind. More than one idea. But it is not mature enough now. Let's put it in mind for the time being and talk about it after returning to the main world. Now, his finger took out a card from the 4 species and threw it into the magic cube of creation. And then a drop of golden red blood oozed from the fingertips and fell into the magic cube of creation. The magic cube began to rotate slowly with a thought. Today, with his current strength and accumulation, as well as his understanding and mastery of various laws, he does not need to merge various biological cards and bloodlines like before. With only a drop of his own blood, he can perfectly simulate the bloodline of any creature in the world. To put it bluntly, it is not difficult for him to modulate any species now. As long as he wants, he can simulate any species and bloodline at any time. He could even easily break the rank of the species being modulated. For example, the card he was modulating now was a little Naga card. As long as he wanted, he could easily adjust it to a new legendary species. The various restrictions in the past were not a problem for him. And the species restrictions were not a problem either. He had plenty of ways to solve them. After Lin Xiao's in-depth adjustments, the newly born little Naga was completely transformed into a new race. Lin Xiao not only changed their habits and talents, but also their appearance. The original little Naga evolved from the little fish man. The adult body was about 2 meters tall, with a strong and powerful body and limbs, a flexible body, and small dragon scales on the body and tail. The head had some dragon characteristics. Although it was a low-level third-order race, it was a supermodel race with great potential. Now after his modulation, the newborn was no longer a little Naga. Whether in appearance or strength, it had nothing to do with the Naga, and it had nothing to do with the original little fish man. But Lin Xiao didn't bother to think of a name, so he named it Little Naga. The newborn race is a complete humanoid, about 3 meters tall when grown up, with a very strong basic body. There are no small dragon scales on the body, but light golden skin instead, and mysterious runes hidden under the skin, which are not visible at ordinary times, but only in battle. The head is almost exactly the same as that of humans, but there is a pair of dragon horns on the top of the head. Males are relatively stronger and more powerful, with thicker dragon horns, and are good at frontal combat. Females are relatively petite, with stronger mental power, and are good at casting spells. In order to improve their strength as much as possible, Lin Xiao selected a part of the many magic arcane arts he mastered and even the many witchcrafts mastered by the wizard world, and integrated them into their blood in the form of inheritance. As their strength grows, they will continue to unlock more powerful spells, including many legendary spells. That's right. The newborn little Naga is already a legendary species. Chapter 707 The Comprehensive Transformation of the Family. However, considering their reproductive capacity. Their initial strength will not be too strong. Adult little Nagas are only level 4. But the powerful blood he has given them will make them like the dragons. Even if they eat and sleep every day, they will still increase their strength. Of course, if they are really lazy, they can only sleep to level 7 at most. If they want to be promoted to the legendary level of level 8, they need to be a little more diligent. And the upper limit of the species of little Nagas is level 9. Like the original little Nagas, Lin Xiao also reserved an interface in their blood, and they will be promoted to big Nagas after their blood grows to the limit. At the same time, in order to maximize the increase of the power of faith, the newly adjusted little Nagas have a basic lifespan of 1,000 years. Once promoted to legendary, their lifespan can exceed 3,000 years, which can be regarded as a long-lived species. After optimization, even if the strength increases dramatically, the reproduction speed of little Nagas has not plummeted, which is about the same as that of humans. For a legendary race, it is considered a very high reproduction capacity, and the power of faith provided is naturally rising, about 3 times that of humans. The next one to be adjusted is the Red Furnace clan, which is a thoroughgoing auxiliary logistics race in Lin Xiao's mind. After the adjustment, the height is slightly taller than the little Naga. The skin is red, and it has fire immunity and super strong fire control ability. When it grows up, it has the strength of level 6, with 4 arms and 2 flexible and retractable forked tentacles behind it, which can flexibly grab any tool. As the strength grows, the Red Furnace clan will undergo a metamorphosis after being promoted to the 8th level legend, and will grow a new pair of arms and 2 new tentacles. The newly adjusted Red Furnace clan is also a legendary race, and the race upper limit is the same as the little Naga, which is level 9. The basic lifespan is 1,200 years, which is higher than the little Naga, and the upper limit of lifespan is also 3,000 years. Note that this upper limit of lifespan refers to the upper limit of the lifespan of a single species. If you can master the rules and become a true legend, the upper limit of lifespan will be greatly increased. Next, it is the adjustment of the Star Spirit clan. As one of the 2 core clans in Lin Xiao's divine domain, Lin Xiao had high hopes for them a long time ago. Now that he has enough strength, he has invested far more attention and resources in the Star Spirit clan than in the Little Naga and the Red Furnace clan. After some adjustments, the newly born Star Spirit appeared in front of him. As the name suggests, the newly born Star Spirit is extremely handsome, with surging energy fluctuations all over his body. The newly born Star Spirit has 2 forms. One is the human form, and the other is the pure energy life form, which he calls the Star Spirit state. In the Star Spirit state, the Star Spirit has 100 times the mana and recovery state of the human form. All spells below the legendary level are instant, which is very powerful. The new Star Spirit template exceeds the legendary level and is a true mythical species. Adults are 8th level legends. The upper limit of normal species is the 10th level. After the 10th level, entering the Star Spirit state can be said to be invincible under the true God. The incarnations of ordinary weak divine power cannot outlast them. If you multiclass as a mage or archman or wizard, a 10th level celestial being entering the celestial state can rival the true body of a true god. As a legendary race that took a lot of effort to adjust, the Star Spirit has a lifespan of up to 5,000 years when it reaches adulthood, and it has a lifespan of more than 10,000 years after being promoted to the 10th level. Lin Xiao finally adjusted the Shura Naga clan. As the first core clan in the god's domain, Lin Xiao directly gave them his Titan Ancient God as a template, and added a series of super enhanced talents. The newly born Shura Naga is more powerful than he expected. After adjustment, the newborn Big Naga also has 2 states. One is the ordinary state, about 5 meters tall, human form, dark gold skin. The only difference from humans or giants is the dragon tail behind and the curved and hideous crystal dragon horns on the top of the head. The color and texture of the dragon horns are slightly different depending on the power they control. If the power is controlled by fire, the dragon horns are like lava crystals wrapped in flames. If the power is controlled by lightning, the dragon horns are a pair of lightning constrained into horns. The other is naturally to transform into a Titan God state. After the transformation, the size, physical strength, mana, and other aspects of the body will increase dramatically. Just like the Star Spirit, it can challenge the level above, because the power given comes from Lin Xiao's own Titan God body. The newly born Shura Naga is renamed Titan Naga, Not only does it have the terrifying power of the Titan god, but it also has a super blood system transformed through the dragon race inheritance system, which will be inherited as soon as it is born. Titan Naga is a 10th level comparable to a demigod when it grows up, because it directly inherits Lin Zhao's bloodline, and has a bloodline inheritance and bond with his Titan ancient god body. Their upper limit of strength is closely related to his strength. Like the growth system of the dragon race, the strength of Titan Naga increases with age, and is divided into several stages. The initial Titan level. After adulthood, it will enter the giant god level comparable to the true god after living for another 10,000 years. The Titan level is divided into several stages. The first stage is equivalent to weak divine power. The second stage is equivalent to weak divine power. The third stage is equivalent to medium divine power. And the fourth stage is equivalent to strong divine power. The growth of the Titan level is not entirely dependent on the increase of age, although this will also continue to increase strength. The speed is too slow. The fastest way to grow is to fight continuously to stimulate the power in the blood. In order to adjust the Titan Naga clan, Lin Zhao not only gave a drop of his true heart blood, but also consumed the essence of the ancestors he obtained, which is equivalent to half of the harvest of the remains of an ancestor. The result naturally did not disappoint him. When he reloaded this species card into the god's domain, all the Shura Nagas in the entire god's domain cocooned and fell asleep. He could clearly feel the changes in the light cocoon, especially his chief Saint Slada, who has the power to kill gods just by the original Shura Naga bloodline. Now he is transformed again. The breath emitted from his light cocoon is growing almost every moment, and both blood and strength are growing crazily. Lin Zhao suspected that once his transformation was complete, he would be able to directly reach the fourth stage of the giant god and possess strength comparable to that of a powerful god. In addition, Lin Zhao also gave power to other core subordinates in the god's domain, such as the water element Queen Xiao Dingding, the high priest Iphilia, the black dragon Nigel Ram, the dragon turtle Shenzi, and so on. Anyway, this time he devoured many of the remains of the ancestors, and he gained huge benefits. And his subordinates could also get some soup. It can be predicted that after this wave of transformation is completed, the strength of the various clans will usher in a surge. In terms of the number of clans, they are definitely not as good as those senior and powerful divine powers who have been operating in the main world for tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. But the individual strength of the clans has surpassed them. In fact, the individual strength of the clans was not inferior to many senior and powerful divine powers before. The legendary species itself is already the top race. Species that exceed the legend are extremely rare, except for common legendary species such as humans, elves and orcs. There are not many other legendary species. Many people confuse legendary creatures with legendary species. Many worlds have some very powerful legendary creatures, but they are just creatures, or small populations, not races. They are two different things. Lin Zhao's eyes swept across the vast divine domain, and the four major clans all turned into light cocoons and entered the transformation. The space at the edge of the divine domain is expanding, and the earth, fire, wind and water energy at the edge of the main divine domain continent is like a boiling oil pan. There are constantly more land being derived to expand the area of the main divine domain continent, and the derivation is very fast. The situation is very good. Lin Zhao smiled and nodded, withdrew his will from the divine domain, raised his eyes, and looked forward. The remains of a dead ancestor, which was larger than all the previous ancestor remains, stood in the endless wasteland. From this huge body, it can be seen how powerful this dead ancestor was when he was alive, although the body size does not represent absolute strength. For the ancestor, the larger the body, the stronger the strength. As the top ancestor, he has almost no opponents in the wizard world. Several powerful gods in the main world can't do anything to him, and it is unknown what opponent he will fall. After sighing, he turned into a stream of light and shot into the huge remains like a planet and disappeared. In the passage, for embarrassed sons of the spirit realm jointly released a super powerful witchcraft to kill a centipede-like monster. The centipede broke into hundreds of pieces, and its body gradually became transparent. A stream of pure soul power escaped. They jumped on it with joy and opened their mouths to suck it hard. They were so happy. A son of the spirit race opened his mouth and sucked hard to digest a small piece of soul-transformed body. A trace of satisfaction appeared on his face, and he said loudly to his companions, "This trip is right. Although these monsters derived from the ancestor's body are terrible, once they are killed, they will collapse into pure ancestor soul power, which can directly increase our soul limit. Another son of the spirit race sucked 3 pieces of soul power in a row, took a breath and said, I feel that if I suck the soul power of 2 or 3 more heads, my strength will break through the current realm and be promoted to the late 8th level. I'm still a little short. I have to suck about 4 heads. I'm only 1 head short. Several people were envious. The first person to speak looked at the leader, who was resting with his head raised and eyes closed, and asked, Boss, how many do you need to advance to the peak of the 8th level? The leader of the group lowered his head, and everyone felt a dazzling light flashing. The leader said in a deep voice, At least 5 or more. That's not much. Although there are few of these things, the remains of the ancestors are so big, there are probably hundreds of them added up. Anyway, there is enough time. Let's look for them everywhere. Yes. Anyway, there are no competitors in this ancestral tomb, and there is no deadline for the task. We can take the opportunity to improve our strength. I remember that there is more than one ancestor in this ancestral tomb. There are such derivative monsters in the remains of this dead ancestor, and there should be other ancestral remains. After completing the task, if we have time, we can go around more and try to devour and refine enough soul power to upgrade our souls to the late 8th level or even the peak, so that it is worth taking such a big risk to enter this ancestral tomb. The 4 people looked at each other, and they could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Finally, everyone looked at the leader, facing the expectant eyes of his companions. He pondered for a while and nodded. Great. Chapter 708, Destroying the Will of the True Dark Ancestor. An inexplicable gravitational force swept through the passage, forming a gust of wind that swept through the 4 people and swept away a piece of scattered soul power. Elon, the son of the spirit realm who was devouring the pure soul power, was stunned for a moment, and his eyes followed the direction of the gust of wind and asked curiously, where did the wind come from? But the next second his face changed slightly, and he quickly stood up and said to his companions, Maybe something is coming. Everyone be careful. The other 3 sons of the spirit realm saw the wind just now, and they all reacted and stood up to be on guard. However, after a while, as the inexplicable attraction became stronger and stronger, the dead air and scattered soul power in this huge passage were all bound by a gravitational force and flew deep into the passage. Several sons of the spirit realm were distracted for a moment, and nearly half of the scattered soul power around them was sucked away. Seeing that the remaining soul power was about to be sucked away, they finally reacted. Elon raised his palm and pushed it. A delicate rune on the palm lit up, and a layer of transparent halo flew out and expanded rapidly, forming a huge light curtain to seal the passage and isolate gravity. He said loudly to his companions, Hurry up and collect the soul power first. The leader of the sons of the spirit realm, Field, focused for a while, staring at the passage behind the light curtain that was sucked out of the dead air, with a very solemn look. Seeing his expression, Elon was also startled, and whispered, Is there something wrong? Field nodded first, then shook his head. I had a bad premonition, but now it's gone. Elon was confused for a moment. Field put away his spirit, patted Elon on the shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry too much. It's normal to have dangers here. It's not like we don't have trump cards. If we really encounter dangers that we can't face, we can just use our trump cards. Anyway, we don't need to fight desperately. At this time, another son of the spirit domain also laughed. We are just taking risks, not fighting desperately. If we really encounter danger, we will summon the will of His Majesty the True Nether Ancestor to descend. If His Majesty the True Nether Ancestors can't stop it, we can just run away. As soon as the voice fell, the light curtain exploded with a bang, and a strong attraction sucked the shattered light curtain fragments and the soul power that had not yet been collected into the depths of the passage and disappeared. Feeling this strong attraction and the faint palpitations in the depths of the passage, the faces of the 4 sons of the spirit domain fell. Retreat first. Field decisively ordered a retreat, and the 3 immediately followed. It seems that there is some terrible existence derived from the remains of the death ancestor. Stay out of the limelight first and go in and take a look when it is calm. Although their idea was good, the strength of the attraction grew at a speed beyond their imagination, and soon it became strong enough to affect them. Under this attraction, their speed of leaving was greatly affected, becoming slower and slower, and the attraction behind them became stronger and stronger. At the same time, they could vaguely feel an extremely terrifying while watching them. This was not an illusion. Lin Xiao had indeed discovered them. Gravity is his perception. The greater the range of gravity, the greater the range of his perception. When the black hole in the center of the remains of the dead ancestor was devouring the remains of the ancestor, he soon discovered the four sons of the spirit realm in the remains passage. Then, of course, he deliberately increased the gravity intensity in that area. Lin Xiao's gravity extended in all directions like a spider web, spreading along the passages to tens of thousands of miles away. The four sons of the spirit realm were like four little ants struggling desperately on the spider web. The huge gap in strength made them unaware that they were being pulled on the chopping board and observing back and forth with interest. The gap in strength was too big, and they could not sense Lin Xiao's existence at all. As the gravity gradually increased, they were gradually attracted to the depths of the remains. Boss quickly summoned the will of the true nether ancestor. The sons of the spirit realm mobilized all their strength to keep their bodies stable, but they could not stop themselves from falling into the depths of the remains. Feeling the increasingly palpitating fear in the depths, they finally couldn't hold on any longer. Elon shouted loudly, "Boss, we can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, we will all die." Field took a deep breath and communicated with a mark in his body with his mind. The next second, a wave of palpitation surged from Field. The emotions in his pupils quickly disappeared, and a cold and ruthless will slowly began to emerge. Lin Xiao immediately sensed the changes in Field, felt the breath that emerged from him that made him a little palpitating at this time, and reacted immediately. True ancestor of the underworld. Don't even think about it. After taking a step, he disappeared. When he appeared again, he was near the sun of the spiritual realm thousands of miles away. The incarnation of the black hole directly included a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The terrifying attraction swallowed up the four sons of the spiritual realm on the spot. Except for Field. All of them were shattered into nothingness in an instant. It is indeed the true nether ancestor. The invisible force could not even tear the black hole apart. Field stood quietly in the black hole without moving, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. "It's a pity that you haven't descended yet," Lin Xiao snorted coldly, and his figure appeared in front of Field out of thin air. In his eyes, the sun of the spiritual realm stood in the void. But in the perception of the soul, there was nothing here, between existence and non-existence, and it felt very uncomfortable. Although it was just a little will, the ancestor was the ancestor, even if his strength has reached the peak of the 8th level, which is stronger than the average peak. The gap with the ancestor is still unimaginable. He hasn't descended yet, and he can't do anything about just a power coordinate. Lin Xiao's mind moved, and a flash of light flew out, quickly outlining an illusory magic cube with Field as the center. As the magic cube took shape, Field was just included in the magic cube. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it with 5 fingers. The magic cube shook slightly, and the outline space was cut off. Field, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes, and he could see the anger and surprise in his eyes. More surprised than angry. He did not see any movement. The creation cube continued to spew out surging milky white creation flames. Lin Xiao's will connected to the creation cube, and he immediately sensed a vast and terrifying will bombarding his will. Boom! Like a sun exploding in his mind. Lin Xiao tilted his head back, and the black hole collapsed violently. He reached out and touched the tip of his nose, and a drop of golden blood flowed out. He gently pinched the golden blood with his fingertips and smiled. Not even a little bit. Boom! A large amount of golden blood spurted out. He caught it with a little pain, and then covered his nose and laughed a little neurotically. What about the ancestor? Ha ha ha. His body continued to vibrate violently, and golden blood spurted out every time. But with each vibration and impact, his reaction gradually became smaller, until the golden blood stopped spurting out, and his expression gradually calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, the huge black hole opened again, madly devouring the remains of the ancestor of death. Hundreds of years later, somewhere in the wizard world, the void suddenly collapsed inward and sank. A few black holes jumped out of it and exploded. In the center of the violent energy tide, a dazzling light shot up into the sky and tore the space apart. A few seconds later, the world suddenly sank. From a distant direction, the void of billions of kilometers was grasped and squeezed inward by an invisible force, slowly revealing the outlines of indescribable fingers. combining into a huge hand covering the void of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Boom! The deafening roar spread in all directions. An angry roar sounded in the hearts of the nearby worlds at the same time. In a small world tens of millions of kilometers away, all living beings at this moment had blue flames gushing out of their mouths, nostrils and ears, which quickly spread and burned. Tens of seconds later, all the living creatures in the world were burned out, and a world full of living creatures turned into a dead ghostland in just a few tens of seconds. Lin Xiao did not see this scene, but he could feel the raging anger of the true Nether ancestor who descended after he escaped. After spending 100 years, he turned into a black hole and directly swallowed the Lost Realm with anger. He used the massive energy accumulated by swallowing the Lost Realm to forcibly open the blockade of the Wizard World's will, communicated with Gaia's will, and quickly left the Wizard World and returned to the main world. Before entering the ancestral tomb, he planned to go back to find his father-in-law after leaving the ancestral tomb. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. He used the magic cube of creation to refine the will of the true Nether ancestor, which directly angered the true Nether ancestor, and he had to return directly. Fortunately, the Lost Realm is the tomb of the ancestor, and the true Nether ancestor did not dare to come in directly. Otherwise, he would have been finished long ago. Of course, if it were not for this, he would not have dared to covet the will of the true Nether ancestor. Use the power of the creation cube to trap the will of the true underworld ancestor. Spend a huge price to wear away his consciousness, and finally erase it to obtain the will of the ancestor. In order to wear down his consciousness, Lin Xiao exhausted all the remaining good fortune energy, consuming a huge amount of high energy, almost the same as the accumulation of the remains of an ancestor, and the consumption was extremely exaggerated. But all this is worth it, because this is the will of an ancestor, and anyone is willing to go bankrupt and pay any price. This thing can be used directly to spy on the origin of an ancestor and study the great will of a strong person at the level of an ancestor. It is a real super treasure for any super existence who is determined to step into the great power. Lin Xiao's real body strength has now entered the level of superpower, and he must prepare for that step. It is a rare opportunity to encounter an ancestor who only descends his will, and it is a favorable environment like the ancestor's tomb. If you don't fight, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Under the guidance of the will of Gaia's main world, Lin Xiao is quickly shuttling through the chaotic virtual sea. When his strength reaches this level, he is already the strongest level except for the great divine power. The chaos sea that was extremely dangerous to him is no longer dangerous, as long as he is careful not to commit suicide and does not provoke those super powerful chaotic creatures. He can cross the sea by himself. In less than a month, Lin Xiao has crossed the long distance from the main world to the wizard world, which took several years to get back to the main world. With his powerful strength, he has even crossed the sea many times faster. Chapter 709 Escape Back to the Main World. Gaia Main World. The Star World. The stream of light in the sky shuttled back and forth in the Star World with a certain place as the center, forming a huge vortex, attracting the attention of many true gods, who stayed in the Star World nearby. Lin Xiao did not enter the main world directly, but was led to the Star World by Gaia's main will. He needed to transform his power from the wizard world and the laws he mastered into the mainstream divine body, divine nature and divine power of Gaia's main world before he could enter the main world. Although this body of power is strong, the gods in the main world are the mainstream, and they can fully fit in with the divine domain. At this time, Lin Xiao was making a difficult choice. He mastered too many laws. In addition to the incomplete time and black hole talents, there are also balance, end, death, shadow, all things, life and dreams, as well as the supreme truth, creation, magic and many racial priesthoods that his true body originally had. A god does not master more priesthoods. The better. They must fit in. He has so many priesthoods, many of which are from the ancestors in the ancestral tomb. The mastery level has reached the level of powerful divine power. As long as the divine power is sufficient, a new powerful divine power can be born on the spot. So Lin Xiao decided to keep only a few important and powerful priesthoods, and strip off the extra priesthoods to give to his subordinates, so as to create several new powerful subordinates. This is much better than taking a bunch of priesthoods in one body. Counting the many priesthoods, the priesthoods of time and balance, truth and creation must be retained, and the 4 racial priesthoods must also be retained, which will not affect other priesthoods. Needless to say, The supreme is the unique priesthood of the Lord of the God system and cannot be stripped. Among the remaining priesthoods, Lin shall combine life, death and balance into one, and the powerful divine power level of life, death and balance into one, which can be directly synthesized into the priesthood of reincarnation. In fact, the end also includes death. The end is a composite priesthood, which is a combination of death, destruction and destruction, etc. It is a very powerful priesthood. However, he already has the priesthood of reincarnation, which includes the end. This priesthood can be stripped and given to subordinates. In other words, after stripping some priesthoods, Lin Shao will be left with 9 priesthoods: time, truth, creation, supreme, reincarnation, as well as Titan Naga, Star Spirit, Red Furnace, and Little Naga. The 5 powerful priesthoods that were stripped off are the end, shadow, all things, dreams, and magic. Except for magic, the integrity of the other 4 laws is enough to support a powerful god. Lin Shao already has an idea about the distribution of the 5 priesthoods. The magic priesthood is assigned to the Star Spirit ailment. He already has the magic priesthood. By integrating the laws of this magic priesthood, it is not a problem to promote him to a medium god. Before, Lin Shao gave him the source of energy, and his strength changed with the changes in the god's domain. Now, after 100 years of development, the god's domain has become very, very large and powerful. With the feedback from the god's domain, it is not a problem to promote him to a powerful god. The dream priesthood is assigned to the Queen of Water element, Xiao Dingdang. The completeness of the laws from the ancestor can directly enable her to ascend to powerful divine power. The shadow priesthood was given to the black dragon Nigel Ram. He had not been assigned the priesthood before. He had proved his piety over the years, and was qualified to obtain this priesthood. The universal priesthood was given to the high priest Ophelia. Finally, the ending priesthood was given to the Flame Lord Culbert. This priesthood was very consistent with the flame priesthood that he possessed. The priesthoods he gave to his subordinates were all exceptions to the priesthoods that the subordinates possessed, not based on close relationships. For example, the ending priesthood was not suitable for other subordinates except the Flame Lord Culbert, who mastered fire and was good at destruction. The magic priesthood was most suitable for the Protoss ailment, who already had the magic priesthood. And so were the others. It is worth mentioning that although the completeness of the laws of these priesthoods was enough to promote powerful divine powers, it did not mean that they would immediately become powerful divine powers. They needed to first understand and master these priesthoods, and then have enough believers' faith. Only after fully mastering them could they be promoted to powerful divine powers. These are not big problems. When the clans in the god's domain multiply to a certain extent, these problems will be solved, and several major subordinates in the god's domain will be promoted to powerful divine power one after another. In addition, the laws represented by these stripped priesthoods do not mean that he will lose these memories once they are stripped. He has already mastered these laws. Stripping only means that he will not be able to continue to understand these priesthood laws through the priesthood in the future. The existing understanding of the laws is still there, and they are all integrated into the priesthood of truth. The so-called truth does not have a substantial law, but a concept. The power of this priesthood becomes stronger as the more laws it masters, and there is almost no end. This priesthood is also one of the few priesthoods that can support great divine power. Among the 9 priesthoods, time and reincarnation are ancient priesthoods, and the 7 priesthoods that are revealed are the supreme, truth, creation, Titan Naga, Star Spirit, Red Furnace, and Little Naga. So his name is still the God of truth and creation. The law was transformed into the priesthood. The priesthood was divided. The mana was transformed into divine power, and the powerful Titan's true body was transformed into the corresponding true body of the god, returning to the source again and transforming into the true body of the ancient Titan god. The true body of the god. The godhood and the divine power were united, and the divine fire was ignited again. His true body returned to the divine domain again, and a hidden wave slowly spread with the vortex as the center. This time, not many true gods could discover this hidden wave. Even some Star Realm true gods, who were attracted to approach before, did not find the abnormality, but at a level that ordinary true gods could not perceive. Several great wills descended and retracted. Ordinary true gods did not know that at this moment another powerful existence was born in the main world. God interface. Username: Lin Xiao, citizen number TXWD 542154895147. Real name, Cyberlux. Meyer. Io. Ober. Gaia. Titan. Mystery. God's name. God of truth and creation / Lord of reincarnation / Creator / Lord of time. God's emblem. A magic cube suspended above a black hole. Alignment. Lawful neutral. Godhead level. Ancient God 16 strong power / New God 14 medium power. Ancient Gods priesthood time. Reincarnation. New Gods priesthood supreme. Truth. Creation. Titan Naga. Star Spirit. Red Furnace. Little Naga. Domain, Supreme. Truth. Creation. Life. Death. Balance. Magic. Combat. Reincarnation. Divinity. 784 points. 10th level. Kingdom of God. Cube Kingdom. Sect. Church of Truth. Priest alignment. Good neutral. Lawful neutral. Absolute neutral. Universal supernatural godhood abilities. Change form. Change reality. Change size. Gods descending to earth. True power. Communication between all things. Insight into privacy. Perception of death. Creation of artifacts. Divine orders from heaven. Divine spells from heaven. Resurrection of gods. Divine shock waves. Regional divine shocks. Divine shields. Regional divine shields. Life and death. Regional life and death. Control of creatures. Regional control of creatures. Divine brilliance. Exclusive supernatural godhood abilities. Great judgment. Great prophecy truth / reincarnation / time. Creator. Absolute truth. Ancient God supernatural godhood abilities. Titan ancient God. Great God conferring. Black hole. Reincarnation. Godhood immunities. Attribute damage. Attribute absorption. Acid. Cold. Electricity. Poison. Disease. Curse. Disintegration. Energy absorption. Paralysis. Sleep. Shock. Deformation. Stun. Imprisonment. Exile. Instant death. Mind influence. Etc. Incarnations of God. 5. The level of the ancient gods priesthood broke through the powerful divine power. Once the transformation of the godhood level exceeded the 15th level of the powerful divine power and reached the 16th level. This is just the beginning. Not to mention the power of the time priesthood. The ancient priesthood of reincarnation includes the 3 powerful priesthoods of life, balance and death. The mastery of the law of life may be weaker, but the 2 laws of death and balance are obtained from the remains of the 2 ancestors of balance and death. The 2 ancestors fully mastered the power represented by these 2 laws and reached the highest level of understanding of these 2 laws. He directly inherited them. Although they are no longer complete, it is no problem for him to rely on these 2 priesthoods to promote the godhood level to the 19th level. With the 3 combined, it won't take long for his ancient god's godhood level to be forced to the 19th level, becoming one of the top bosses in the main world. The mastery of the laws of the new god actually meets the standard. But the promotion of the new god requires plundering foreign laws and resources. This is a hard condition, and he is not satisfied now. But again, it's just a matter of time. The ancient god's godhood level is 16. The new god's godhood level is 14. And the body of the Titan ancient god is equivalent to the 19th level of super god power. This is Lin Zhao's current strength. On the surface, it is the peak of medium god power. But in fact it is the peak of true god. The next step is great god power. God above god. To take that step, all aspects must be pushed to the limit. It is not that the ancient god's priesthood breakthrough is enough. But if one aspect is not up to standard, it cannot be broken through at all. After coming out of the star realm, Lin Xiao appeared directly in the subspace outside the Yin Huang No. 5 Super War Fortress. From afar, the huge millstone-shaped energy vortex is still so vast and huge. But compared to the initial feeling that this energy is so huge, now he can feel the approximate strength of this huge energy and the deeper power of this Super War Fortress. This thing is not simply floating in the void of the subspace, but embedded in the subspace. And the deepest level is connected to the main world, which is equivalent to a part of the main world entering the subspace. To put it bluntly, this Super War Fortress is an extension recognized by the will of the main world. And it can also borrow the power of the main world at critical times. This means that not all such Super War Fortresses are qualified to become a super force sitting in the subspace. However, Lin Xiao did not directly enter the Yin Wang No. 5 Super War Fortress, but communicated with Gaia's will with his mind, turned into a stream of light, and directly penetrated the subspace from the original place into the Chaos Void Sea, and flew in a certain direction of the Chaos Void Sea. He had been to that direction several times. It was the direction of the Wanxiang Crystal Wall system. He was going to receive the legacy left to him by the Wanxiang Divine Emperor, the huge Wanxiang Temple. 6 powerful gravekeepers. That ball of chaotic fire was actually the crystal wall origin of the Wanxiang Crystal Wall system, and some accumulated resources in the Wanxiang Temple. Even the broken Wanxiang Crystal Wall system was considered part of the legacy. Chapter 710 The True Face of the Wanxiang Temple. Wanxiang Crystal Wall System. Lin Xiao's mentality is very different from before when he came here again. In the past, he came here as an outsider, and saw the broken world and the fallen gods frozen in time. From the perspective of an outsider, he only envied the countless fallen god corpses and the resources that could not be obtained. At that time, he wanted most to get some benefits. Now he came here as the master. This entire broken world is already his private property. When he saw the sons of the god realm still lingering in the broken world and floating next to the many god corpses in the void, he felt unhappy. These fallen god corpses are all solidified in time. After experiencing countless tens of thousands of years, most of their divinity has disappeared. Once the balance is destroyed, the corpse will shatter and disappear. But there are also some powerful gods or artifacts that can resist infinite time to maintain their own stability, and will not disappear when time loses balance. Many sons of the god realm who have been allowed will linger in this broken world and look for some stable god corpses to obtain divinity and artifacts. In the past, Lin Xiao had no other thoughts except envy. But now everything belongs to him, and he feels inexplicably unhappy when he sees this scene again. However, he also knows that there are not many of these stable corpses. And after so many years of searching, most of them have been looted, and there are not many left now. His strength is different from before, and it is impossible for him to close the Wanxiang Crystal Wall system for this little thing, which will make him a stingy label. The huge vortex is the same as before. Lin Xiao sighed above the vortex. It happened that several small void ships flew from a distance and stopped in front of him. 3 true god incarnations flew from the ship and stopped in front of him, revealing 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 of them saluted Lin Xiao together, and the leading man said respectfully, "I'm sorry, sir. We are students from the Jinyang City Middle School Alliance, and we are about to go to the Wanxiang Temple to participate in the 10,462nd Wanxiang Ruins Championship. I wonder if you can give way." Wanxiang Ruins Championship? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and immediately recalled the 10,457th Wanxiang Ruins tournament he participated in. He couldn't help but sigh. Unknowingly, so much time has passed. He came back to his senses and smiled. "So you are my classmates participating in the Wanxiang Ruins tournament. I wish you good results." His figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the vortex. The 3 incarnations of weak divine power watched him disappear completely. The leader exhaled lightly and said, "I don't know where this big guy came from. Standing next to him makes me feel particularly nervous. He must have at least medium divine power. Maybe he is a big guy from a top university. Which Wanxiang Ruins tournament didn't have a big guy? We just need to be careful not to bump into these big guys. How is that possible?" The voice gradually became smaller, and as the 3 returned, the void ship plunged into the vortex. When he appeared again, he appeared directly in front of the huge Wanxiang Temple. Lin Xiao did not enter the temple, but observed the huge temple from a distance. The more he observed, the more he felt that the temple was extraordinary. This does not seem to be an ordinary artifact, but it is hard to tell what it is from the surface. After a turn, he came to the gate of the temple again. There were many void ships of different sizes parked outside. Judging from the logo, they were all from different middle schools. Just like the Wanxiang Ruins tournament he participated in, most of them came from the affiliated middle schools of major top universities, and only a small number came from ordinary middle schools. He looked around and saw a large void ship from Huiyao, but neither the teacher nor the student who led the team recognized it. He did not mean to go forward, but walked to the center of the Wanxiang Temple with his hands behind his back, where 6 true gods exuding powerful divine power were surrounding a burning chaos flame. They were the remaining 6 guardians of the Wanxiang god system, and the remaining crystal wall system origin of the Wanxiang crystal wall system. When he looked at the chaotic fireball, the 6 grave keepers who were surrounding and guarding the origin suddenly moved their eternal bodies and turned to look in the direction of Lin Xiao. A voice that sounded like 6 voices overlapped into one sounded in his ears. I feel the breath of His Majesty the Divine Emperor. You are the heir designated by His Majesty the Divine Emperor. It was not a question, but a tone of affirmation. I don't know why they were sure at first sight that their power source was not from the Universal Divine Emperor, but it was certain that their power had a great relationship with the Universal Divine Emperor. According to what the Divine Emperor said before, these 6 grave keepers were the Divine Emperor's trusted subordinates and absolutely loyal and reliable servants. As long as he was recognized by the Universal Divine Emperor, he would gain their absolute loyalty. At this time, as the Divine Emperor said, the 6 grave keepers saw his origins at a glance. And then, without any test, they pledged allegiance to him directly, without the notice of most of the true gods and students in the Universal Temple. The 6 tomb keepers expressed their loyalty to him. Lin Xiao naturally accepted their loyalty and learned their names, origins, and all-round information about their duties at the first time. The 6 tomb keepers came from a destroyed world in the Chaos Void Sea. When the Universal God Emperor just became the ancestor and traveled in the Chaos Void Sea, he found that a medium-sized crystal-walled universe was destroyed by a nightmare master. He saved a humanoid race in that world. These 6 tomb keepers are the strong ones in that humanoid race. Now the humanoid race has been distributed and multiplied in the main world and other different crystal wall systems. As the price of saving them, they swore in the name of Gaia's will to be forever loyal to the Universal God Emperor and his successors. This is the main reason why they have been guarding the Universal Temple, even though the Universal God Emperor has fallen. The oath made by Gaia's will cannot be violated even by great divine power. As the legitimate successor recognized by the Emperor of all things, Lin Xiao naturally accepted their continued loyalty. Well, it is limited to 6 great keepers. Their tribe's original oath of allegiance became invalid after the death of the Universal God Emperor. So there is no need to keep loyal. There is no need. After all, this is not a top race like the dragon race. So there is no need to keep holding on. After obtaining the recognition of the Great Keeper, he will gradually receive everything in the Universal Temple. The Universal Relics Tournament is about to begin. All the students have not entered yet, but Lin Xiao has already entered the Hero Continent. In fact, it is the universal space inside the Universal Temple. The power of the Universal God Emperor incorporates a plane into the temple, and transforms this plane through the power of the universe. The terrain and rules in the plane can be continuously changed through the power of the universe. So the map and rules of each Universal Relics Tournament are different. It is slightly different from Lin Xiao's session, because the most valuable Universal God treasure has a master. Since his session, the specifications of the subsequent Universal Relics tournaments have gradually become lower, but the scale is increasing. In the past, only the top universities were eligible, but now some excellent middle schools affiliated with non-top universities are eligible to send students to participate. Moreover, with the complete fall of the Universal God Emperor, there is only one Hero Continent now, and it will no longer be like before when leaving the continent to enter other universal planes. For example, the Evil Abyss Crystal Walled universe that Lin Xiao had touched before is no longer accessible. With the authority he had, Lin Xiao entered the core of the Universal Temple and traveled through every space of the Universal Temple. The more he looked down, the more surprised he was. This Universal Temple is more powerful than he imagined. Originally, he thought it was just a top artifact, the base camp of the Universal God system. But when he had almost visited it, he suddenly realized that this Universal Temple was not the top artifact he imagined, but a super war artifact that the Universal God Emperor was ambitiously preparing to build. A prototype of a super war artifact similar to the mini super war fortresses in the subspace of the main world. Yes, this thing is not yet completed. Only part of it has been completed, and its power has not yet reached the level of a super war fortress. It is still missing the most critical link, and this critical link is a natural barrier, which cannot be achieved without great divine power. It is very simple to say. That is, to completely refine a powerful crystal-walled universe that can give birth to great divine power, and finally refine it into the Universal Temple. The final Universal Temple is a super war fortress that can accommodate infinite creatures and has the ability to confront one or two great divine powers head-on. It is indeed very simple to say, but in fact it is very difficult. The ambition of the Universal Emperor was even greater than he imagined. You must know that if this idea can really be realized, the refined Universal Temple is not the super war fortresses located in the subspace, but is more powerful. Because the Universal Temple does not need to be fixed in the subspace. It can move freely to other crystal wall universes. The super war fortress located in the subspace is a fixed interstellar fortress, while the Pantheon is a mobile interstellar fortress. Their combat effectiveness is the same, but their flexibility, mobility, and threat are many times stronger. The original plan of the Wanxiang Divine Emperor was to refine the Wanxiang Crystal Wall universe, the base camp of the God system, into it. Now, many planes in the temple were originally planes in the Wanxiang Crystal Wall universe, but the enemy came to attack halfway through the refining. And then, he was seriously injured and dying, and the God system collapsed. So the plan could not be realized. Even if he wanted to implement it now, he couldn't do it, because the Wanxiang Crystal Wall system had been broken and was not qualified to be the power core of the Wanxiang Temple. If Lin Xiao wanted to repair it, he must find a crystal wall universe that is equally powerful enough to give birth to great divine power and conquer it completely first, and then integrate it into the Wanxiang Temple. This is almost impossible at this stage. At least it is unlikely before he is promoted to a great divine power. However, although it is impossible to refine it into a super war fortress at this stage, this thing is now a top-level war artifact, with 6 powerful divine powers sitting in it. After receiving the legacy, Lin Xiao will refine this broken Wanxiang Crystal Wall system with the 6 Great Keepers and start using it temporarily. When he is promoted to a great divine power in the future, he will set out to conquer a powerful world and refine it into it, repairing and perfecting this treasure into a super war artifact, which will become the foundation of his life. Chapter 711: The Silently Established God System of Truth. With the sound of a cold reminder, the many young elites scattered around the temple stopped their actions and conversations and turned their heads to look at the center of the temple. At the moment the countdown ended, the divine light on the 6 Great Keepers surged, like a volcanic eruption, and like the pulse of a supernova, it gushed to the dome of the temple, which was unknown how high, and gathered into a dazzling divine power disk. Invisible but clearly visible rays of light quickly outlined a majestic face. This surging divine power wrapped in the mysterious power of the law spread around like a tide. Many young elites in the temple were swept by this halo, and their bodies and souls were like being swept by electricity, and they couldn't help but shiver and tremble. Looking at those young and energetic faces, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think of the session he participated in, when he was also young and full of vitality. And now, well, I'm still very young. He had experienced too much, and the huge changes in his strength and status made him feel out of tune with his peers. However, looking at these young faces, young boys and girls full of hope and vitality, his mood became much better. After an unknown period of time, the majestic face became more and more solid, and Lin Xiao was surprised to find that this face was exactly the same as his own. Obviously, with his successful inheritance of all the heritage of the Wanxiang God Emperor, the era of the Wanxiang God Emperor has passed, and now it is his era. When the face solidified into substance, 2 dazzling rays of light sprayed from the pupils of the face, and the beam of light flashed into the chaotic fireball in the center of the 6 Great Keepers. Boom! The endless chaotic flames exploded and swept across the entire temple. All the young contestants only felt a flash in front of their eyes. When they looked again, they had left the original place and appeared in an endless void. Looking around, there were floating gray-white stone platforms everywhere in the cold void around, and a young boy or girl stood on each stone platform. As everyone looked around curiously, a loud and powerful voice sounded in their ears. Elite juniors from the younger generation, you are very lucky, because this is the last Wanxiang Ruins Championship, and the Wanxiang Ruins will be closed after this championship. Before the voice fell, all the young people were stunned. No one expected to hear this news at this moment. How could the competition that has been held for tens of thousands of years be closed all of a sudden? Everyone was full of doubts, but no one unlocked it. At this time, the voice sounded again. You are lucky, because this is the last Wanxiang Ruins Championship. All rewards will be doubled, and more treasures will be released at the same time, but the difficulty remains unchanged. So, the voice paused, and then said in a tempting tone, the theme of this relic is cooperation. Cooperation to obtain resources. Cooperation to compete for opportunities. cooperation to compete for luck and change your own destiny. So, work hard. Juniors. The voice slowly faded away, and a little light appeared in the void, which quickly grew into a slowly rotating sun. Everyone knew that this was the entrance. Just like Lin Xiao's class, the entrance was limited to 100 people at a time, and there was a one-day interval after each opening, and their reaction was the same as they did at that time. They all looked for their classmates to form teams and compete with other teams for early entry rights. Lin Xiao watched them with interest, not knowing that the outside world had been in chaos, and he didn't know that the news had spread to the main world. At this moment, I don't know how many forces have cast their eyes on the Temple of All Things. The ruins of the Temple of All Things have been opened for tens of thousands of times, and the processes have long been clear to all forces, and they can almost recite them by heart. But this time there was a change. The huge face has always been the appearance of the Emperor of all things for tens of thousands of years. But this time it has changed to another face. When they first saw this scene, the teachers who followed the team from all the middle schools were shocked. Then almost everyone guessed a shocking fact, that the Temple of All Things has changed its owner. Or the Universal God Emperor has already designated a successor, and the Universal Temple has a new owner. In addition to being shocked, they naturally tried every means to spread this news that would definitely cause a shock to the main world, compared to the fact that most people did not recognize who this face was. The three teachers from the Jinyang City Middle School Alliance were even more shocked at this time. They looked at each other for a while, and the female teacher in the team stared and murmured, "Isn't this the big man who looked like a young man when we came here? How could it be him? How could he become the new owner of the Universal Temple? Could he be the Universal God Emperor?" A series of questions were also the doubts of the other two, but no one could answer them. This is also the doubt of most ordinary true gods, who are not of sufficient status and position. They know the Universal Temple, but don't know the inside story of the Universal God Emperor looking for a successor. Only those teachers who come from the middle schools directly under the top institutions know some inside stories. It is precisely because they know that they are shocked. The back and forth of the main world took a very long time. At this moment, only some true gods, who thought they were of high status, wanted to ask the Great Keeper, but they did not get any response. At this time, Lin Xiao also withdrew his eyes from the many students. There was nothing to observe at the beginning of the competition. He had already retracted his eyes to the core of the temple to check the other legacies left by the Wanxiang Divine Emperor. The most valuable thing in the Wanxiang Temple is the temple itself, the top artifact, as well as the 6 powerful Great Keepers, and the remaining Wanxiang Crystal Wall System origin. In addition, there are still a large number of accumulated resources in the temple, which were accumulated by the Wanxiang Divine System after the defeat, and used to prepare for the capital of a comeback after the Wanxiang Divine Emperor recovered in the future. For the Wanxiang Divine System, this capital is not too much. It is mainly some resources for training newcomers. Later, seeing that the state of the Divine Emperor was getting worse and worse, the possibility of a comeback was getting lower and lower. Later, as the Divine Emperor compromised with the forces of the main world to hold the Wanxiang Ruins competition, most of the rewards for each session were taken out from it, and a large part of it has been used now. In addition, there are thousands of planes of different sizes in the Wanxiang Temple, all of which were part of the Wanxiang Crystal Wall universe. At the beginning, the Wanxiang God Emperor was preparing to refine the Wanxiang Crystal Wall system into the temple, and he had already started refining. These thousands of planes of different sizes were part of the refining. Later, the God Emperor was seriously injured and dying, so the refining was naturally interrupted. Among these thousands of planes, there is a giant plane, which turned out to be a main plane in the Wanxiang Crystal Wall system. In addition, there are 4 super large planes, 22 large planes, hundreds of medium-sized planes, more than 1,000 small planes, and the remaining 2,000 or 3,000 are all microplanes or half-planes. The core of the Wanxiang Temple is the majestic Grand Temple in the center of the temple. This temple imitates the structure of the pantheon in the world of gods. The throne of the king of the pantheon in the center is high above, surrounded by a circle of thrones representing powerful divine power, and the core of the divine system. There were originally a total of 27 thrones, but now most of them are dim and covered with dust, and only 6 are still full of divine light. When Lin Xiao sat on the central throne of the God King, dazzling divine light shot up into the sky, and a surging law mixed with divine power surged out, and the entire pantheon seemed to be washed by the breeze and refreshed. Lin Xiao's mind moved, and the throne of the God King slowly rose. Among the 27 thrones surrounding him, the gray one slowly sank and disappeared, leaving only the thrones representing the 6 gravekeepers, which also rose and slowly approached the throne surrounding him. The seats on other levels in the pantheon all slowly disappeared, and the huge pantheon suddenly became extremely empty. There were only a total of 7 thrones, and a sun, and 6 bright stars on the dome emitting dazzling divine light. Looking at the empty pantheon, Lin Xiao said in a deep voice to the empty temple, "One day, I will make the thrones here endless." The figures of the 6 gravekeepers slowly lit up, indicating that their will had come. They bowed to Lin Xiao on the central throne and congratulated him in unison. "Your Majesty is welcome to take the throne. The Wanxiang God system is about to be reborn. The glory of His Majesty the Emperor will shine again on the world of the heavens." Lin Xiao nodded, looked at the 6 gravekeepers, and said in a deep voice, "I have an order." The 6 gravekeepers immediately said respectfully, "Your Majesty, please give the order." Lin Xiao's tone was flat, but his voice was as loud and majestic as the thunder of the sky. "I order that from now on, the Wanxiang God system will become history." The 6 gravekeepers waited expressionlessly and did not object. He continued, "I order that from now on, I will establish the Truth God system. I am the Truth Emperor, and this is the Temple of Truth." After hearing this, the gravekeepers looked up and sang in unison, "From now on, this is the Temple of Truth, and Your Majesty is the Lord of the Truth God system, the Emperor of Truth." The 6 gravekeepers directly accepted his first order since inheriting the legacy of the Emperor of all things. This is normal. The reason why the All Things God system is called the All Things God system is because the power held by the Emperor of all things God is all things. Lin Xiao inherited all of this, but his core priesthood is not all things, so it naturally needs to be changed. This does not affect the fact that he is the successor of the Emperor of all things God. It is completely legitimate in the system of gods, and not out of the ordinary. Then he issued a second order, arranging the positions, status, and new titles of the 6 gravekeepers in the new Truth Pantheon. It was normal for them to be called gravekeepers by outsiders after the destruction of the Vientiane Pantheon. But now that the Truth Pantheon is reborn, it is definitely not okay to call them gravekeepers. Lin Xiao arranged for them to be the Pantheon Guardian Gods, with the status of the founding elders of the Pantheon, and the first step below him, and the future queen of the Pantheon. The 6 guardian gods are 5 men and 1 woman, and their rankings are as follows. Apos, powerful divine power. Godhood level 18. God of the sun and light. Brother of Hermia. Boris, powerful divine power. Godhood level 17. God of storms and lightning. Hermes, powerful divine power. Godhood level 16. God of wisdom and knowledge. Nemesis, powerful divine power. Godhood level 16. God of killing and death. Thanatos, powerful divine power. Godhood level 16. God of order in earth. Hermia, a powerful god. God of the moon and life. Apos' sister. Chapter 712 The reaction of the main world. All of them are powerful gods, and they are senior powerful gods. The priesthoods they master are also very powerful. Sun and light. Storm and lightning. Wisdom and knowledge. Killing and death. Order in earth. Moon and life. Wow! They have all the most common powerful priesthoods of a powerful god system. The lowest godhood level is level 16, and the highest godhood level is level 18. Only one level is left to reach the super godhood of level 19. Moreover, they are all true gods of the God Realm system. After being conquered by the Universal God Emperor, they all became sons of the God Realm after completing a series of difficult conditions similar to the Pledge of Allegiance. Their main clans in the God Realm are their races. These are all combat forces that can be put to use immediately. As soon as the God system of truth was established, they can become one of the major forces in the main world with just a few of them. They are definitely not comparable to the major war zones and super universities, and even some of the top-ranked universities. But they have great potential and a bright future. Although, Lin Xiao has not thought about going out to develop independently. The God of Truth has been established, but he has not thought about breaking away from the 5th war zone to create a force. That is too troublesome and too difficult. Although the foundation is good, it is not as easy as imagined to establish a top force. Recruiting troops to conquer foreign lands, and facing the competition and suppression of peers. In the future, when the power develops to a certain extent, it will also have to take on the responsibility of guarding the main world and facing other major forces of the divine domain civilization in the future. While the scenery is glorious, the pressure is extraordinary. Lin Xiao did not think about that god, and still attached to the Fifth War Zone as before, becoming one of the subordinate forces of the Fifth War Zone. This situation is very common, whether it is the Shadow Wind War Group or the God of Phoenix. These are the forces they have worked hard to manage, and all of them are attached to a super force. The powerful generals in the major war zones all have their own exclusive forces. Almost every war group or division belongs to a small force, and the war zone belongs to a collection of forces. Whether the leader of each superpower has strong control over his own forces depends entirely on the leader's personal charm and his own strength. Generally speaking, the leaders of the major superpowers are very strong and have enough strength to suppress the major factions within the forces. Those who can't suppress them have been overthrown long ago, according to the power that Lin Xiao now has. He rubbed his chin and said to himself, "At least I have to get a general." In the main world, Yanwang No. 5 Super War Fortress, the Commander-in-Chief's office was pushed open without warning. Commander Xie Tianyan, who was reviewing documents, looked up and saw his daughter, who came in with a happy face, and the secretary, who looked helpless. He waved his hand to signal the secretary to go out, and said kindly, "It seems that there is some good news today that makes my daughter so happy. Tell Dad." Xie Yufei was in a very good mood. She sat down at the desk, leaned on the edge of the table, and said with a smile, "Dad, I have good news for you." Xie Tianyan continued to look at the document in his hand and nodded with a smile. "Well, I'm listening. Tell me." "Lin Xiao is back." Xie Tianyan paused and continued to look at the document in his hand without looking up. But his eyes were a little complicated, with both anger and a hint of joy. After a few seconds, he asked in a deep voice, "Where is that brat now? Temple of all things." He quickly looked up. The anger in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by joy, stretched out his hand and slapped a purple button on the table, and said in a deep voice, "Notify it. Let the fortress enter the third level alert state." Then he stretched out his fingers and tapped in front of his eyes, and soon more than a dozen white lights fell from the sky, turning into more than a dozen people with golden stars on their shoulders or in casual clothes. One of them was even topless, revealing a faint twisted rune on his body, and without exception, they all exuded a powerful aura. The middle-aged man, with his upper body naked, flashed with white light and changed into a military uniform. He said to Xie Tianyan, "What's the urgent matter to call us? I'm still on vacation." Although the other dozen or so incarnations of the fortress's senior officials didn't say anything, it can be seen from their eyes that they were also confused. Xie Tianyan didn't keep them in suspense and said directly, "Major General Lin Xiao has returned from the wizard world and is now in the Wanxiang Temple." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and soon they all showed joy. "Congratulations." Lei Xuanji, who had a good relationship with Lin Xiao, laughed and said, "I felt that Major General Lin Xiao was very good a long time ago. My vision was really good. His return from the wizard world means that he has defeated 2 competitors and has now inherited the legacy of His Majesty the Wanxiang Emperor." The voice became smaller and smaller, and soon it disappeared. Everyone had only one thought in their mind at this time: envy and jealousy. The Wanxiang God system was once a superpower that was even more powerful than the Fifth War Zone. Even if its power has disappeared now, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and even the remaining legacy is very enviable. In the tens of thousands of years since the fall of the Wanxiang God system, countless forces in the main world have wanted to take over the Wanxiang Temple. But the Wanxiang Emperor had not died before, so no one dared to rob it. The period after the Emperor's fall was actually the best opportunity. But the way the Emperor selected his successor was recognized by Gaia's main will. Under such circumstances, no force in the main world dared to rob. To be honest, among the 3 super elites who had obtained the Wanxiang God treasure, they were not optimistic about Lin Xiao, or they all recognized Lin Xiao's potential. But he had too little time to develop, and his strength was far inferior to the other 2. They had chatted many times before, and they were not optimistic about his success in inheriting the legacy. The result was completely beyond their expectations. The first one to come back alive was the one they thought had the lowest success rate. If we say that he is the first one to come back, we cannot be sure that he is the final winner. Or if he escaped back early, but he went straight to the temple of all things as soon as he came back. then he is 99% likely to be the final winner. After only a few minutes of discussion, the projections dispersed, and a military order was issued. A super void warship docked at the fortress began to start. Xia Tianyin glanced at his daughter, who was full of expectation, shook his head and said, "Come if you want." Xia Yufei followed behind with her hands behind her back and asked with a smile, "Comrade Tianyin, what do you think of your daughter's vision now?" Xia Tianyin glanced at him, snorted and said nothing. She saw it in her eyes, and her heart was happy. But her heart had already flown across the void, looking forward to seeing her sweetheart as soon as possible. The same situation happened in different forces. The difference was that most other top forces only sent envoys, and only a few major forces sent a large number of strong men with great fanfare. When the first large void warship under the banner of the 8th War Zone entered the Wanxiang Crystal Wall system and applied to dock at the Wanxiang Temple, Lin Xiao knew that what was coming would definitely come. In the Temple of all things, the teachers from many high schools who were staying in the temple suddenly heard a voice ringing in their ears. "The Temple of Truth is about to restart. Please leave first and come back later." Then a gentle force teleported them all out of the temple. The gods who were thrown out of the temple with their ships looked at each other, not knowing what happened for a while. But they soon found that the Nanua temple in the distance began to glow, and invisible twisted waves came out of the temple. The floating corpses and debris outside the temple were swept by the light waves and shattered into nothingness. And the large void outside the temple became clear. At the same time, the interior of the huge temple was also refreshed with the light waves. The huge front hall of the temple, that is, the huge space where the students, middle school teachers and their void ships were parked, was rapidly expanding. The internal structure began to change with Lin Zhao's mind. A huge throne in the center, shrouded by 1,000-foot divine light, slowly rose. Lin Xiao sat on the throne, surrounded by 1,000-foot divine light, with billions of stars hanging above his head. Behind him was a blazing chaotic fireball emitting heart-pounding fluctuations. As the throne slowly rose, Lin Zhao's body also grew larger, and soon turned into a golden titan giant god hundreds of kilometers tall sitting on the throne, emitting a heart-pounding divine power. And the space of this temple also expanded accordingly. One by one, golden pillars with a diameter of tens of kilometers and a height of tens of thousands of kilometers penetrated the dome. The crystal bricks and stones on the surface of the temple, each 100 kilometers long and wide, were like pieces of continents, spreading one by one to the distance. The length, width and height of this temple alone are a full 50,000 kilometers, enough to accommodate the real bodies of tens of thousands of true gods at the same time. The 6 guardian gods of the true system, including Appos, sat on the newly raised thrones not far from him. Their thrones were one level lower than the main throne, and their revealed real bodies were also one level lower than his. And the difference in status was extremely obvious. Since getting rid of the title of Grey Keeper, they no longer need to wear black robes and have revealed their true bodies. Appos, the god of the sun and light, has a sun hanging from his head, which shines with infinite light. Boris, the god of storms and lightning, is covered by infinite storms and lightning, and thunder and lightning flash with every move he makes. Hermes, the god of wisdom and knowledge, has a ring of wisdom on his head and a book of knowledge in his hand. Nemesis, the god of killing and death, is covered by golden and red divine power, with a death scale behind his head and a killing blade in one hand. Thanatos, the god of order and earth, holds a hammer of order in one hand and a shield of earth in his left hand. Hermia, the god of the moon and life, is covered by silver moonlight, with a round moon behind his head shining with infinite divine light, and a sacred tree representing life growing inside. When the teachers from various middle schools re-entered the Temple of Truth, they saw the 7 powerful true gods emitting surging divine power. The strongest among the hundreds of true gods and thousands of demigods was only of weak divine power. How could they stand up to the majesty of the 7 powerful gods? They could not help but bow down to them. And Lin Zhao's name naturally emerged in their hearts. They shouted in unison, "The God of Truth and Creation." When the envoys from the 8th War Zone entered the Temple of Truth, they saw the scene. Chapter 713 Announcement to the Powers of the Main World. The Wanxiang Temple has really been taken. The leader of the envoys of the 8th War Zone of Yin Huang looked at Lin Xiao, who was high above and displayed a divine power that was no less than that of his subordinates, and couldn't help but sigh. "I know the name Lin Xiao. The first time I heard it was when he was on the list to Tianju. Now it's the third time I heard it, and the first time I saw it. But it has already spread to the main world. Another envoy next to him smacked his lips and said, the first time I heard it was when someone gossiped last time, saying that the daughter of Mr. Xie Tianyin of the 5th War Zone actually fell in love with a man who already had a girlfriend. And his girlfriend was the legitimate daughter of His Majesty Huiyao. I was very surprised. But now I am even more surprised. I thought this kid was good at eating gigolos before. But now it seems that he is not eating gigolos, but really has the ability. But so what? His legitimate girlfriend is the daughter of Mr. Huiyao. And he doesn't know if he knows about it, and whether he will agree in the future. If he doesn't agree, will he? Everyone showed interest. With envy and evil taste. Everyone would envy his experience. And no one can avoid envy, jealousy and hatred. But the matter is a foregone conclusion. Jealousy and hatred are useless. But it doesn't prevent them from wanting to see Lin Xiao in trouble, which is also a little psychological comfort. At this time, Lin Xiao's eyes happened to be cast over, and a loud and powerful voice sounded. Guests from afar, please take a seat. The leading man coughed lightly to remind his subordinates, arched his hands from a distance, and said with a smile, Wen Xianhui, convey greetings to Emperor Lin Xiao on my behalf. As soon as Lin Xiao heard the words, he knew that he came with good intentions, and naturally responded with good intentions, smiling and arching his hands in return. Please convey my gratitude for me, and I will visit you when I have time. I will convey the words of Emperor Lin Xiao. Please take a seat. Please. A row of thrones rose up, and they went forward to take their seats. Restarting the Wanxiang Temple was to receive the envoys from the major forces that would arrive later, and also to send a signal to the top forces and super forces in the main world that Lin Xiao, would also be a big shot in the main world from now on. Next, envoys from various forces would arrive one after another, most of them with good intentions. So he would naturally respond with good intentions. Anyway, it was a foregone conclusion that he would inherit the legacy of the Wanxiang God system, and the forces could not snatch it away. So naturally they would not harbor any ill intentions. But he was not worried at all. The 5th War Zone and Huiyao would both protect him to death. Later, as long as he said he would not be independent, the 5th War Zone would definitely protect him to death. Not to mention Huiyao. As a graduate of Huiyao, even if he had no relationship with his girlfriend, Huiyao would definitely protect him to death. Having these two super forces to protect him to death was enough to resist any covetous person. The positions of these visiting envoys were arranged very carefully, although Lin Xiao did not have a good understanding of the strengths of the various forces. Arranging the positions randomly would definitely offend some people. So he simply separated the war zone and the school. The war zones are arranged on one side, starting from the Yin Wang No. 1 war zone. The major super universities are arranged on one side, starting from the first-ranked Huiyao. There is no problem with the ranking of the schools. Only the war zone may be a little flawed, but it is acceptable. Moreover, with his current strength, he does not need to worry too much. If he is really wrong, so what? With his current strength and status, who would care about these? At least I won't care. When Xianhui from the 8th war zone laughed and whispered to his subordinates, half warning and half explaining, strength and status are truth and justice. In a word, leaders will not make mistakes. Only subordinates and small people make mistakes. Not long after, a group of familiar divine power auras appeared in the Temple of Truth. Lin Xiao swept his eyes and found the beautiful figure at the first time. The two looked at each other at the same time and smiled knowingly. Admiral Lei Xuanji looked at the glorious figure sitting on the throne in the center of the temple and sighed. The last time we met is still vivid in my mind. It has only been a short time since he met me. He is already above me. The young are really formidable. He looked at the envoys of many forces in the temple, then looked back at his colleagues and the figure in the middle, and said with a smile, I made a profit this time. This son-in-law should be satisfied now. Right? Contrary to their expectations, Xie Tianyin changed his previous dissatisfaction and nodded rarely. Now, he is indeed qualified to be my son-in-law. Xie Yufei heard her father's recognition of Lin Xiao in public for the first time. She was surprised and very happy at the same time. She wanted to go to him and tell him the news. As the group talked and chatted, they soon came to a place not far from Lin Xiao. Without waiting for them to speak, Lin Xiao took the initiative to say, Please take a seat with your colleagues. Rays of divine light rose up, and rows of thrones rose up at the nearest position below him. All the incarnations of the powerful men in the fifth war zone smiled, and all the forces in the temple who heard his words looked solemn. It was not because they sat close to each other or were valued, but because Lin Zhao's words clearly expressed a meaning. He was not going to leave the fifth war zone and set up his own business. This was also one of the two important purposes for the forces to send envoys after knowing that the Wanxiang Temple had changed its owner. One was to congratulate the 7 powerful gods headed by Lin Zhao, and the other was to confirm whether he would set up his own business or continue to stay in the fifth war zone. Different choices will greatly affect the world pattern and the future situation of various forces towards the fifth war zone. With the original strength of the fifth war zone, adding at least 7 powerful gods, especially the Wanxiang Temple with the potential of a super war fortress, will greatly enhance the strength of the fifth war zone. It turns out that the fifth war zone is ranked in the lower middle among all the superpowers in the entire main world. With the addition of the 7 powerful gods of the Truth God system, its ranking will directly jump over the middle level and enter the upper middle level, and it is still the best among them, second only to many superpowers with great gods or great beings of the same level. As a result, the division of territory and interests of some forces adjacent to the fifth war zone will be affected. The division of territory and forces in the main world is very simple and crude. It depends on your strength. The more powerful you are, the greater the territory and interests you will occupy. Once your strength weakens and there is no other force to protect you, you must give up some of your interests. The internal disputes in the world are relatively harmonious. If you take the initiative to give up some of your interests, you can generally safely pass through the weakening stage, and you can get them back when you become stronger in the future. If you don't want to give up, then I'm sorry. There will be disputes in the same main world. This is an inevitable and irreconcilable contradiction. Even Gaia's will cannot avoid it. At most, it can ensure that the weakened forces will not completely perish due to internal struggles. The senior generals of the fifth war zone gathered together and talked in a low voice. Xie Yufei just sat down and heard Lin Zhao's voice in her ears. She turned back and glanced at her father quietly, and her figure flashed and disappeared. Xie Tianyan raised his eyelids and glanced at the tall figure in the center of the 6 guardians. He looked away expressionlessly, but happened to see all kinds of strange looks from his subordinates. After all, they were all powerful gods. How could they not know that one person was missing suddenly? On the other side, Xie Yufei had been teleported to a room inside the Temple of Truth. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Zhao standing in the room waiting for her. Although she was missing her lover day and night, she did not rush forward to throw herself into the arms of the one she thought about day and night. Instead, she stood quietly with her hands behind her back and looked at him sideways. Lin Zhao smiled slightly, took the initiative to walk up to her, looked at her delicate and flawless face and scrupulously stepped forward to lightly lift her chin, leaned over and kissed her red lips. All the thoughts and concerns disappeared at this moment. She reached out and hugged him back and responded enthusiastically. I don't know how long it took. Lin Zhao sat by the window with his lover, who was sweating and limp. Outside the window was a green meadow full of weeds. Not far away, a small river meandered to the depths of the distant white fog. This is a plain that has been refined into the temple. The entire plain is his private space as the master of the temple. Outsiders cannot enter without his permission. The plain used to be beautiful, but after thousands of years of abandonment in the main world, it has now become a primitive world. Lin Zhao held the beauty alone in this world and quietly talked about his experiences during this period. Of course, it was a selective narration. It was not appropriate for her to know about Tisher's affairs. It was not because he was afraid that she would know that the harem was restless. There was no such thing. The main reason was that no one could tell this matter before her injury recovered. When Tisher recovered from her injury and recovered the power of the ancestor, Lin Zhao would take the initiative to tell them about this matter. After a long separation, they had a lot to say, but they spent too much time talking before, and Lin Zhao had to leave soon because Huiya's delegation arrived. Well, to be precise, Shen Yuexin and Jin Cece were both here, with 3 girlfriends together. Even a sea king like him felt a little pressured. There was only some pressure, but the situation was still under his control. Lin Zhao patted Xie Yufei's smooth back, and she understood. A white light flashed, and her fiery red dress covered her perfect body. The two crossed their fingers, smiled at each other, took a step, and disappeared. However, When his main consciousness returned to the temple, he saw that the leader of the Huiyao mission was his brother-in-law Xiaoyu, and a bad feeling came to his mind. He had never known the true strength of his brother-in-law before, but he roughly guessed that, as the legitimate son of a great god, he must have powerful divine power. The fact is that he is indeed powerful, and stronger than he expected. The godhood level has reached level 18, and he is only one level away from reaching level 19 super divine power. The reason why he failed to reach level 19 was not the lack of divine power, but the lack of mastery of the laws of the priesthood. When the brother-in-law saw Lin Xiao, he was in a very good mood. Not only was his brother-in-law able to rely on his own abilities to become a powerful god in such a short time, he also had 6 powerful gods as his subordinates that even he envied. To be honest, he was quite envious. Chapter 714 Default. As soon as they met, Xiaoyu first congratulated Lin Xiao as a Huiyao envoy. Shen Yuexin and Jin Cixi were also members of the delegation. They followed behind him formally, but did not speak. They ignored his quiet hints. Lin Xiao's heart trembled, and he was a little nervous. The purpose of the Huiyao delegation was not only to congratulate him, but also to stand up for him. As a former member of the Huiyao Super Academy, even if he has joined other forces now, he is still a member of Huiyao in the eyes of the outside world. No matter what, he has to ask for help from his alma mater at any time. He will not stand idly by when his alma mater is in trouble. This kind of connection is very close. They don't even need to dig into the corners of the 5th war zone, which makes many people very envious. In the private space, Xie Yufei came forward and held his girlfriend and Jin Cixi's hands affectionately. I don't know what to talk about. Xiaoyu looked Lin Xiao up and down and asked directly. The strength you showed should have crossed that level. But your godhood level is only level 14. Is your godhood level of the ancient priesthood higher than level 15? Yes. I master the ancient priesthood of balance. There is no need to hide this. When he was weak in the past, he had to hide it to avoid being robbed. Now he has enough strength to protect everything he has. Except for the magic cube of good fortune. Everything else can actually be said. With his strength and the support of the forces behind him, all of this is enough to protect. It's just that some things will cause too much reaction when they are set out. He is not a person who likes to be high profile. It is best to avoid some troubles. Compared with the past, he was just a little guy and had almost no communication with Xiaoyu. The communication was related to his girlfriend. Today, his strength and status are enough. The topic of chatting again is many times more advanced than before. No longer limited to family matters. Xiaoyu's attitude and tone are also more formal. He said, "You are now only one step away from powerful divine power. Although the ancient priesthood and actual combat power are not inferior to any powerful divine power, the main world looks at the new god priesthood. The threshold of many things is powerful divine power. This is a hard condition." Lin Xiao knew what Xiaoyu was talking about at the first time. It was the pantheon of the main world. In the Chaos Void Sea, any crystal wall universe whose main power system is the god system has its own pantheon, and Gaia main world is no exception. However, unlike other crystal wall universes where any true god is eligible to enter the pantheon, only those who are promoted to powerful gods in Gaia main world are eligible to enter the pantheon, thus entering the real ruling stage of Gaia main world. Because many important decisions about the main world's progress are issued by the pantheon, every powerful god who joins the pantheon has the right to vote and make decisions. Lin Xiao now has 6 votes. And when he is promoted, he will have 7 votes, which can often affect some decisions that are not very critical and important. You must know that although there are many powerful gods in the main world, not everyone is willing to vote every time. Generally, as long as half of the pantheon members participate in the vote, the resolution will take effect. At this time, the role of 7 votes will be very large. Xiaoyu then talked about this aspect, and at the end, he reminded, only when you are promoted to a powerful god can you be considered a strong person in the main world. Many benefits are only available at this time. If you want to marry them at the same time, you also need to be promoted to a powerful god. In addition, the sudden flirtation almost sprained his waist, and Lin Xiao showed a strange look on his face. Xiaoyu knew what he was thinking as soon as he saw his expression. He stepped forward and knocked on his chest and whispered, "I know what you are thinking. But the world is so realistic. When you are promoted to a powerful god and have 6 equally powerful subordinates, the troubles that were previously unsolvable for you are no longer a problem." Lin Xiao scratched his forehead and asked in a low voice, Did the father-in-law agree? No. Ah? But he did not object. Lin Xiao understood that this was a tacit agreement. Sure enough, everything is not a problem if the strength is strong enough. Although my girlfriend's father was not very willing to let his daughter share a husband with another woman, the power he possessed was indeed very powerful. And he had great potential in the future. Perhaps he might take that step. And the probability was greater than that of his own son. Of course, the most critical factor was that they loved each other. The old father-in-law acquiesced here. And Commander Xia also acquiesced. Otherwise, he would have been furious when he took Yu Fei away in public. And in the end only Jin Cici's father Jin Shentian was left. It was a pity that he had angered the true dark ancestor in the ancestral tomb before, and had to escape from the wizard world to the main world in advance. His original plan was to return to the Kanglan realm to see him after inheriting the legacy of the Wanxian God Emperor, and show his 8th level peak strength, which would most likely gain Jin Shentian's recognition. It was a pity, but this was not a big problem. He would go to the wizard world again in the future, and wait for Tischer's injury to recover, merge the power of death to become a dual power innate ancestor, and then kill back. With Tischer's status in the wizard world, he can descend in his complete form at that time. If the true dark ancestor is still in the wizard world at that time, he may do something earth-shattering, killing the ancestor. As far as he knows, there are 2 ways to promote an ancestor in the wizard world. One is to rely on one's own ability, and the other is to kill other ancestors to get promoted. Devour the rootless source of other ancestors, withstand the backlash of the ancestors, and succeed to become a new ancestor. Needless to say, failure will completely disappear, and there will be no chance of resurrection. The rootless source of an ancestor is only enough for a few people to be promoted. Generally, the number of ancestor marks that this ancestor can divide +1 is the upper limit of use. For example, if the true dark ancestor can divide 2 ancestor marks, then its rootless source is only enough for 3 8th level peak wizards to be promoted to ancestors. If 10 wizards share the rootless source of the Qingming ancestor, at most only 3 can succeed, and the rest will surely die. Compared to relying on one's own abilities to get promoted, the success rate of using this method of killing the ancestors to get promoted is quite high. Generally, those who dare to challenge it must have reached the peak of the 8th level in strength, the highest limit under the great divine power, and most of them are in the peak state where there is no room for improvement. In this state, once there is the source of rootlessness, the probability of promotion is quite high. The only thing that restricts them is how to kill the ancestor to obtain the rootless source, which is the most difficult thing. Either find a dying ancestor. Even a seriously injured ancestor can easily kill a super god with a godhood level of 19, the kind that has no power to resist. Another way is to get it from other great beings, provided that they have it and are willing to sell it to you. This is very difficult. Even if Tischer has dual powers and is definitely stronger than the true nether ancestor, she can't say that she can definitely kill the true nether ancestor. Everyone is an ancestor. If you can't beat him, you can run away. Didn't the power of the true nether ancestor, the blood power of Tischer, and the dream power of the blood power also let her run away? If it is so easy to kill the ancestor, the great powers or masters of the major divine domains and civilizations would have formed a group to go to the wizard world to slaughter the ancestor. There are at least 6 or 7 major divine domains and civilizations, and more than a dozen powerful great-level beings. It is absolutely no problem to form a group to surround and kill an ancestor. But in fact no one does this. Obviously there is a reason, but Lin Xiao doesn't know it now. Next, Lin Xiao continued to chat with Xiao Yu. It is estimated that he has already recognized Lin Xiao as his real brother-in-law. Lin Xiao learned a lot of high-level insider information from him that he could not know due to his insufficient identity and strength. He carefully kept these things in mind. While chatting with him, more and more delegations of forces rushed to the Temple of Truth, including some forces from other camps outside the Yinhuang district. The Ivy League, the Giant Enterprise Union, and the Noble Council all sent top-level delegations to arrive, including the forces behind Shen Huang and Ying Feng. They did not make a big fuss here, but just asked him about the whereabouts of Ying Feng and Shen Huang respectively. Lin Xiao did not tell them truthfully that Ying Feng had been killed by him, but said that the apostles of the founder of the true darkness of the spirit realm also discovered the Wanxiang divine tomb, and they died heroically in the fight against the founder of the true darkness. When a person dies, it is like a lamp going out, and the past grievances disappear. There is no need to attract hatred. Give him a decent death, and the forces behind him will be more acceptable. I don't know whether they believe it or not, but the envoys of the second war zone seem to have accepted his explanation. Or it is a foregone conclusion that he will inherit the legacy of the Universal God Emperor. Smart people will accept this decent ending. As for the Shenhuang side, let alone, the Shenhuang people are not dead, so they naturally won't say anything. Failure in fair competition. Losing is losing. There is nothing to say in public. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief after dealing with the forces behind the two competitors. Next, he waited for the envoys of the forces to arrive one by one, and got familiar with them one by one. There was basically nothing big to do afterwards. There was no provocation as he imagined. Those who could become envoys were not stupid. They represented the top forces, which was equivalent to diplomacy between countries. Unless there was a full-scale declaration of war, they would not provoke at will. This is not like the big guys of some forces in some novels, who were like brainless people, and would get angry and make enemies at any time. It's hard to say in the future. At least now Lin Xiao has no enemies with the forces in the main world, so he can live a safe and stable life. 3 days later, the envoys left one after another, and finally Huiyao and the envoys of the Fifth War Zone left one by one. But Xin Yuexin, Jin Cixi and Xie Yufei stayed. There was no sure field as the legend said. They talked about something during these 3 days. When they met again, they were as close as sisters, after not seeing each other for many years. The strength of the three women has greatly increased. They have all broken through to the middle level of divine power. But the level of divine nature is different. The highest is Xie Yufei, who was a weak divine power before, and now has a divine level of 13. Xin Yuexin was the weakest before, but now she has caught up and has a divine level of 12. Jin Cixi's strength was not inferior to Xie Yufei before, but she had the least resources among the three women. Now she has just been promoted to the middle level of divine power, and her divine level is exactly 10. But this is not a big problem. It's just a little faster or slower. Now he is back, holding the legacy of the Wanxiang God system, and has enough resources to supply her. Chapter 715, Merge the Claw Dragon War Group. The three women get along with each other in unexpected harmony. Of course, Lin Xiao is the happiest one. After sending off all the envoys, he lives a happy life as soon as the temple gate is closed. Every day, he does some beneficial exercises with them, wanders around in different planes in the Temple of Truth, and understands the specific situation in the Temple of Truth from all aspects. Occasionally, he takes time to observe a certain war plane. The last Wanxiang Ruins tournament is in full swing. Although the contestants are extremely weak for him now, it is quite interesting to watch occasionally. What the three women like to do most now is to get together to check the projection of the internal structure of the Temple of Truth, and point out various plans on it. It's like a woman buying a house she likes and wanting to decorate it according to her own wishes. Lin Xiao ignored them. They can do whatever they want. If nothing unexpected happens, this thing will be their base camp in the future. This time they will stay and will not leave again, according to what Yufei conveyed from Commander Xie. When the Wanxiang Ruins tournament is over, he will be awarded a medal when he returns to the main World War Zone, and his Temple of Truth will become an independent faction in the Fifth War Zone, just like the big guys in other war zones. At that time, he will have two choices. One is to establish an army on his own and become a new independent expeditionary force in the war zone. The other choice is not to form an independent army, but to wait for him to be promoted to a powerful god and directly become the deputy commander of the war zone. To put it bluntly, one is to establish a mountaintop alone, and the other is to become the heir of the war zone. Lin Xiao already has a certain tendency in his heart, and he will make a decision when he returns to the war zone. But no matter what, this Temple of Truth will be his core base camp, even if he really becomes the commander of the war zone. After all, the Yinhuang No. 5 Super War Fortress is a fixed fortress that cannot be moved, and the Temple of Truth can be moved at will. After the repair is completed in the future, it will be a movable super war fortress. Although the Temple of Truth cannot move now, he can move freely. After a few days of rest, he, an incarnation of God, took 2 powerful incarnations of 6 guardian gods and left the Temple of Universal Things for the CY00801 crystal wall system. It took so long to conquer that world, and it was time to completely unify it. As for his and his subordinates' real bodies, they continue to stay in the Temple of Truth, preparing to devour the broken crystal wall system of universal things. They could start the action as soon as the students left the Universal Relics tournament. The Temple of Truth had been prepared a long time ago. But the Universal God Emperor was seriously injured and could not continue. The incarnation did not enter the main world. He could communicate with Gaia's will and teleport not far from the main world. In just a few days, he crossed the distance that used to take several months to teleport and arrived at the outpost outside the CY00801 Crystal Wall system. Shan Jianfeng, the Major General of the Claw Dragon Regiment stationed at the outpost, stood in the center of the square with the main officers of the regiment and waited quietly. Many adventures gathered nearby and pointed curiously. There should be a big boss coming. Of course. Otherwise, why would they wait so early? I just don't know which boss it is. Nothing big has happened in this world recently. What are the bosses doing here? Who knows? Maybe it's just a routine inspection. There are many different opinions. But no one can guess what is going on. Shan Jianfeng and his men stood quietly. And with their strength, they could certainly hear the discussions around them. Compared with the ignorance of ordinary descenders, he was shocked when he received the news today. It has only been a short time, and this Major General Lin Xiao has surpassed himself and has become a big boss in the entire main world. When he received the news from the War Zone messenger this morning, he thought he was dreaming. The messenger not only briefly described the incident, but also an order from the Commander-in-Chief of the War Zone, merging the Giant God Regiment with his own Claw Dragon Regiment into the Giant God Independent Division, with the Division Commander General Lin Xiao to be determined. That is, he has become someone else's subordinate without knowing it. If it were someone else, he would definitely be dissatisfied. But after knowing the power that Admiral Lin Xiao now controls, he felt that this merger order seemed not bad. An independent division is half a level lower than the Expeditionary Corps, and half a level higher than a normal division. The key is that he believes that Lin Xiao has a high probability of succeeding as the new Commander-in-Chief of the 5th War Zone in the future, and it is not a disadvantage for him to be his direct subordinate. Not long after, a stream of light flew in the void, and the defense barrier of the outpost base was unobstructed. Shan Jianfeng's heart moved, knowing that Lin Xiao had come. Soon the stream of light landed and turned into the incarnation of Lin Xiao and 12 powerful gods. Shan Jianfeng led his subordinates to greet them, saluted from a distance and said, "Your subordinate, Shan Jianfeng, the commander of the Claw Dragon War Corps, greets His Excellency the Division Commander." Lin Xiao returned the salute and smiled. "Captain Shan is polite. You and I have known each other for a long time, so these empty formalities are unnecessary. Let's go to the command center first. I have something to discuss with you." Shan Jianfeng couldn't help but smile, but he still said seriously, "Military rules cannot be abolished. Please come in." Division Commander Lin Xiao was not polite, and walked to the command center first, and Shan Jianfeng followed him, half a body behind. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with this. Although he was familiar with him, he was afraid that Shan Jianfeng would not be able to get his mind right, which would be a bit troublesome. Now it seems that he knows what's going on, which is just right. You can be casual if you have a good relationship in private, but you should do what you should do in formal occasions. Several battalion commanders of the Claw Dragon Regiment also entered the command room. They were all medium-level divine powers. As a 2-star regiment, the Claw Dragon Regiment is actually very powerful in terms of comprehensive strength. The commander Shan Jianfeng has a 14th level divine status. 2 deputy commanders. One is Shan Lingfeng, who is Shan Jianfeng's cousin, and has a 12th level divine status. The other is Ji Xiufeng, with a 13th level divine status. There are 9 battalion commanders in total, all of whom are of medium divine power, with a godhood level between level 10 and 12. These are all the medium and above divine powers in the Claw Dragon Regiment, plus Shan Jianfeng, a total of 12 medium divine powers, which is considered upper middle class among 2-star regiments. But once Shan Jianfeng is promoted to a powerful divine power, the Claw Dragon Corps will soon be promoted to a 1-star corps. In addition, the Claw Dragon Corps has a total of 711 true god level official members, and up to 380,000 demigods in reserve. Since there is a medium-sized crystal wall universe as a basic plate, there are more than 200 large and small planes scattered in other crystal wall universes, which are all the accumulation since the establishment of the Claw Dragon Corps. It is worth mentioning that the above members are all sons of the divine domain. In addition, there are also a large number of indigenous true gods in the planes they occupy. But the indigenous true gods cannot leave their native planes and cannot accompany the army when they go out to fight. In addition, although the medium-sized crystal-walled universe they conquered is so large, its energy intensity is not high, although it can give birth to true gods. It is not like the crystal-walled universe CY00801 that can give birth to powerful divine powers. So the Claw Dragon Core does not have indigenous true gods with powerful divine powers. After the merger of the two war regiments, these still belong to the Claw Dragon Regiment, but as a subordinate regiment, the resources generated by the territory it owns must be distributed to the superior division every year, which is a military practice. Correspondingly, the Giant God Division also has to distribute a portion of all its annual harvest to the war zone, which is also a military practice. The difference is that the Giant God Regiment is an independent division, and the share it surrenders is much lower than that of the directly affiliated division. Speaking of which, this is actually a good thing for the Claw Dragon Regiment. In the past, the Claw Dragon Regiment was directly under the expeditionary force of the war zone, and the share it surrendered was much higher than it is now. Now the merger will actually be less. In the command room, Lin Xiao took the lead and swept his eyes over the senior leaders of the various regiments present. He said directly, "From now on, you are all members of the Giant God Division, and everything will remain the same, as long as you serve the division wholeheartedly. I will not interfere in the internal affairs of the Claw Dragon Regiment." Shan Jianfeng was the first to stand up and express his willingness to follow the division's command. Many senior officers of the Claw Dragon Regiment nodded. Lin Xiao nodded and continued, "I am very satisfied with your intentions. This time, in addition to meeting you, my main purpose of returning to the outpost base is to capture the CY00801 crystal wall system. By the way, I will report later and officially rename the CY00801 crystal wall system to the Giant God Crystal Wall System. Since the Claw Dragon Regiment has joined the division and is stationed here, this operation will trouble you." Shan Jianfeng said, "You are too polite. Division Commander, we have been learning about the internal intelligence of the Giant God Crystal Wall System during this period. In fact, the resistance of the indigenous gods in the world is not a big deal. The main problem is that the outposts built by the three divine domain civilizations of the spirit realm, Nightmare and Zerg outside the crystal wall, are a problem. If you want to completely occupy this world, you must destroy their outposts in one go before the three divine domain civilizations ask for help from the mainland. And you must do it at the same time." Lin Xiao nodded and asked, "Do you know the specific garrison forces of these three outposts?" "I have some knowledge about this." The speaker was Ji Xiufeng, the deputy commander of the Claw Dragon Corps, a tall middle-aged man. He bowed slightly to Lin Xiao and said in a deep voice, "I have been responsible for the observation of the three alien outposts." Lin Xiao nodded and responded, "Tell me about it." The three alien outposts have a combat unit similar to a regiment, which is responsible for defense and the strategy of this crystal wall system. Among them, the strength of the regiment responsible for the Nightmare World outpost is slightly inferior to that of the Claw Dragon. The outpost of the Son of the Spirit Realm was slightly stronger than the Claw Dragon Corps before, but I don't know what happened recently. They withdrew part of it. The Son of the Spirit Realm located inside the Giant God Crystal Wall system has become low-key and is not a concern for the time being. The strongest is the outpost of the Zerg. According to our observation, they seem to have a master equivalent to a powerful god, but their true face has not been observed. In other words, our biggest enemy is the Zerg, and we need enough power to suppress the enemy's possible overlord. If we want to destroy three outposts at the same time in a short period of time, we need at least 4 powerful gods and 4 war groups to attack simultaneously. Otherwise it is almost impossible to do it. After making the final summary, Ji Xiufeng sat down. Chapter 716. Back to the outpost. Lin Xiao pinched his chin and thought about his words. Xiaoqing said, "For powerful gods are not a problem. I can solve it. And the 4 support regiments need some time to be transferred to the war zone. Let's do this. You go back and make a combat plan respectively, and wait for a while for me to award the medals. And see if you can borrow a few regiments from other colleagues in the war zone to help. Although I really want to start early, there is no way because of insufficient strength. It is not that simple to borrow troops from other colleagues. This is not a matter of a word. It must be a 3-star regiment or above. And you have to consider whether they are free. It also takes a very long time to mobilize troops. A regiment involves hundreds of true gods, tens or even hundreds of thousands of demigods, and the advanced preparation of various materials. etc. This does not mean that people can be mobilized as soon as they arrive. Fighting with other divine civilizations is very different from fighting with indigenous true gods. It is more dangerous. A high-level true god can crush a weak true god, and can kill the other party with thunder and lightning without even opening the divine domain. However, if the sons of the same level of divine domain fight each other, there is a high probability that a full-scale battle will be launched in the divine domain, which is a very time-consuming and protracted war. At the same time, this full-scale battle is very dangerous. Once you fall in a full-scale battle, you will fall completely. If you want to ask for war groups to help, the price you have to pay is not low. At that time, he will ask you pay first. If the price you pay is too high, you can only retreat to another tactic. Next, Lin shall assign some tasks to the Cracked Claw Dragon War group, and the meeting was adjourned after understanding the specific operation of the outpost. After that, Lin shall return to the commander's office of the outpost and began to communicate with his true god incarnation in the Giant God Crystal Wall System. Giant God Crystal Wall System. Main Material Plane. Dark Region. Dark Kingdom. It has been more than 500 years since the Crypt Men and the God of Darkness killed the God of Magic, seized the Magic Priesthood, and became a powerful god. After more than 500 years of development, even though the Dark God system was suppressed by the God of the Sun and the God of Justice, its strength is still growing and getting stronger. Adhering to Lin Zhao's philosophy, the Dark God system has been developing in the underground dark region in a low-key manner. More and more 5th-generation Crypt Men have multiplied and spread to all levels of the entire dark region. A well-defended fortress has been built at each passage connecting to the surface, firmly blocking the influence of the gods on the surface. For more than 500 years, the god system has been farming in a low-key manner, especially after he got a batch of potatoes and sweet potatoes suitable for underground cultivation from the main world 500 years ago. Not only did the underground world become more diverse in food, but the output also increased by unknown times, which was able to feed more believers. Up to now, the entire Underdark has 21 billion 5th-generation cave dwellers, including nearly 10 million cave giants, with the creator's 500 years of management. All of them are true believers with the lowest level of piety, and most of them are devout believers. According to the degree of piety, the 5th-generation cave dwellers can provide an average of 50 to 100 points of faith power every day. Taking the average value, 21 billion can provide him with about 1.6 million divine power every day. This is just 5 generations of cave dwellers. If we had nearly 10 million cave giants and hundreds of millions of underground races who also believe in him, there are more. As the god of magic, he controls the magic net and shadow magic net. In the past 500 years, he has expanded the magic net to most planes. All mages in the entire Crystal Wall universe need to provide him with a part of the power of faith as long as they cast spells through the magic net or shadow magic net. In addition, he has the priesthood of the material ancient god and can directly draw divine power from the source sea of the world. All these combined, he can obtain up to 3 million divine powers every day, which is enough to support the existence of a super divine power of the 19th level of the godhood. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the world level and the incomplete rules, the godhood level is very slow. His godhood level was 15,500 years ago, and it was only 17,500 years later, and he was promoted 2 levels in 500 years. Fortunately, the ancient god priesthood was promoted to 17 at the same time. With the combination of the two, his strength has surpassed the strongest god of chaos in the pantheon. Of course, his material ancient priesthood was not revealed, and on the surface, he was still a little inferior to the god of chaos. Lin Xiao could not use up the 3 million divine powers he earned every day. The surplus was transformed into a sea of divine power in the increasingly large kingdom of God, as the accumulation of the kingdom of God. In the future, even if the faith of the mortal world was cut off, it could last for a long time. The gods of the pantheon followed him to drink soup and were well fed. So much surplus divine power was not all saved, and some was used to reward the gods of the pantheon. Over the past 500 years, the pantheon has added more than a dozen true gods. With the support of the huge divine power accumulated by the pantheon, they will directly skip the step of weak divine power when they are enthroned as gods, and directly promote to weak divine power in one step. The original true gods of the pantheon have grown very fast in strength. The original 17 subordinate gods now have a total of 12 medium divine powers, and the rest are also at the 8th or 9th level of the godhood, not far from medium divine power. Unfortunately, since Lin Xiao seized the magic priesthood and was promoted to a powerful god, the 4 powerful gods on the surface have become particularly vigilant, staring at all the true gods, who may be promoted to powerful gods. Once they have that intention, they will be ruthlessly suppressed and resolutely prevent the birth of new powerful gods. No new powerful gods have been born in the past 500 years. This is actually a good thing for Lin Xiao. After all, his main goal is to conquer this crystal wall system. One less powerful god means one less powerful opponent. Of course, the local gods do not know that this crystal wall system is only enough to support 5 powerful gods. Now there are 5 powerful gods: Chaos, Justice, Sun, Magic, and the Orc God. Unless one of them falls, it is impossible to give birth to a new powerful god. I don't know if it's the sons of the gods of other civilizations who are secretly making trouble, or if the powerful gods themselves are powerful enough to sense the threat. For hundreds of years, the Dark God system has been excluded from the God system and has been suppressed by the Order Gods Alliance headed by the gods of Justice and the Sun. It's funny to say that the alliance of the God of Justice and the God of the Sun is called the Alliance of Gods of Order, but they do not have the priesthood of order. Instead, the Lord of Dark Magic, who they label as chaotic evil, has mastered the priesthood of order. Previously, he had traded it from the secret vault in the war zone to bribe the God of Justice or the God of Chaos in exchange for not interfering with his promotion to a powerful divine power. But it was not used. Later, he used it to comprehend and successfully master the priesthood of order. In other words, Lin Xiao now has the priesthoods of supreme order, magic, darkness, crypt man, shadow magic net, and matter. He calls himself the Lord of Order and Magic, but his enemies call him the Lord of Dark Magic. It feels bad to be isolated by the whole world. Lin Xiao has been holding back his anger in secret, waiting for his godhood level to reach level 18, and he will not bear it. When he suddenly received a call from his true body, he was surprised and delighted. When their wills were connected, the incarnation that had been sitting in the kingdom of God for more than 500 years suddenly collapsed, and the infinite divine power spread to the kingdom of God and turned into a vortex of divine power that slowly rotated. A powerful will rose in the vortex of divine power and quickly became powerful. At the same time, the entire kingdom of God shook slightly, attracting the attention of all the gods of the entire kingdom of God. Dozens of surprised eyes looked at the center of the kingdom of God. The huge ocean of divine power stirred up waves and was attracted by an invisible force to the central tower of God, extending upward and sinking into the core palace of God. In just a few seconds, billions of divine powers poured into the core palace of God, merged into the vortex formed by Lin Xiao's divine body, and a powerful breath was quickly nurtured. In less than a minute, the vortex drained nearly half of the vast ocean of divine power accumulated by the entire kingdom of God for hundreds of years, and recondensed an extremely powerful divine body. The priesthood was still the same priesthood, and the godhood level was still level 17. But he felt very different at this time. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, carefully feeling the terrifying divine power in his body that was no less than 10 times stronger than before. He smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and beckoned the divine light to cover his body and turned into a gorgeous robe. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and the sound of melodious bells came from the divine palace and spread throughout the divine kingdom. The subordinate gods in various parts of the divine kingdom sent their incarnations to the central divine palace. At the outpost, Lin Xiao retracted his consciousness, stretched out his hand, and turned it over. Countless rays of light crossed back and forth in his palm to outline the creation cube. With a thought, his consciousness entered the cube and saw a giant statue with hundreds of arms covered by black mist floating up and down in the cube. 100-armed giant. The powerful evil god similar to the 100-armed giant summoned by the god of magic when attacking the dark divine realm before had a combat power that was not inferior to the powerful divine power. Later, Lin Xiao spent hundreds of years to find and capture it. But this thing is a god evil, and it is completely impossible to communicate with it, so it is naturally not easy to use. After studying it for a long time, he could not find a solution. He could only seal it with divine power. Now that his real body was back, he threw the incarnation directly into the creation cube and passed it over. Lin Xiao scanned the statue with his consciousness. He did not unseal it, but recalled all the memories of the incarnation that he had obtained in an instant after connecting with the incarnation's consciousness. Thinking about how to deal with this thing. There is more than one way to deal with it. One is to erase its chaotic consciousness and refine the source of its chaotic madness. However, if this is done, the strength of this evil god, which is very similar to the 100-armed giant, will be greatly reduced, and at most it will only maintain the level of a real body with medium divine power. Of course, this is still very powerful, but it is useless in a battle with a powerful divine power. The second method is very troublesome and consumes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of good fortune energy to reshape its chaotic consciousness, which is much more difficult than directly erasing consciousness. After all, it is a terrifying existence comparable to a powerful divine power. Only he can forcibly change its original consciousness by relying on the magic cube of good fortune. Other great divine powers cannot do it if they are not specialized in the law of creation. Fortunately, he inherited the temple of all things, which still has a huge residual origin of the crystal wall system of all things. This is enough for a powerful existence that has accumulated to the limit of super divine power to break through that step. Whether it can succeed is one thing, but the amount of breakthrough is enough. He can convert a lot of good fortune energy by just scraping off a layer of skin on it. Chapter 717, Transformation of the 100-armed giant. In fact, there are two ways to reshape consciousness. One is simple and crude, directly erasing all the crazy consciousness in the original chaotic soul, and then editing a new consciousness to occupy this blank body of the evil god. Of course, the chaotic and crazy nature of the evil god's flesh must be refined. In some cases, the evil god is very similar to the nature of evil things. Or it can be said that the evil god is actually a kind of evil thing, extremely chaotic and crazy, and its chaotic nature can affect the world. Evil things that are strong enough can drag the whole world into madness and distortion. The second method is more complicated than the first one, and it consumes more time and energy. The previous process is the same as the first one, but it is necessary to reverse the chaotic and distorted nature of the evil god from chaos to order from the deepest level of life factors. This is a transformation of the origin of life. The magic cube of creation could have done it a long time ago, but it only requires a huge amount of energy of creation. Lin Xiao mastered the law of creation to this level after he was promoted to a powerful divine power. Even if he did not need the magic cube of creation, he could do it by himself. But he needed enough divine power. Now the two are combined, with his own understanding of the laws of creation, plus the help of the creation cube. He can complete this miraculous method with only a certain amount of divine power and a small amount of creation energy. With a thought, the space in the creation cube began to expand rapidly. The sealed statue slowly lit up. The divine seal was unlocked by Lin Xiao. The dazzling blood light exploded, accompanied by an angry roar. A huge blood shadow quickly expanded, and soon turned into a giant with a height of 1 kilometer and 100 arms. The terrible chaos field impact was about to change the space in the creation cube. But the creation cube was too magical and powerful, and the chaos field was tightly suppressed around the giant and could not open. Freed from the seal, the 100-armed giant was furious, and frantically slapped the void in the huge creation cube space. The surging power exploded to form a shock wave that was firmly locked in this area. Lin Xiao did not take action immediately, but carefully observed this powerful evil god, who looked like a 100-armed giant from all directions. His perception filled the entire magic cube, sensing its chaotic field and twisted essence, as well as its power level. As seen before, this thing's fighting method is only the simplest physical attack. But each attack is accompanied by the innate impact of the law of chaos and the twisted essence. The opponent needs to face extremely terrifying power and chaos law attacks at the same time, as well as the influence of the twisted essence on himself. If a weak true god is hit by its frontal attack, he will immediately suffer extremely terrifying damage and the influence of the twisted essence that penetrates the soul, which is very terrible. It can be said that this is a terrible monster that can pose a fatal threat to true gods below the powerful divine power. But it has little effect on true gods above the powerful divine power. But the body of this thing is too powerful, and its attack power has reached the level of powerful divine power. If it appears in the battle between two powerful gods, the threat is still quite large. Lin Xiao spent hundreds of years searching and recapturing this guy because of his fighting power. In the eyes of Lin Xiao's true body, this thing seems to have higher potential to be tapped. You know, he still has a small amount of flesh and blood from the ancestor of Wan Xiang. as well as the ancestor power runes collected from the many ancestor remains in the ancestor's tomb. Most of them were directly swallowed and refined by him, and a small part was originally prepared for research and saved, which seems to be useful now. In addition, there are quite a lot of systematic research materials left by the Wanxian God system in the legacy of the Wanxian God Emperor, which includes some super powerful methods of making golem puppets. Lin Xiao once won an Eternal Cloud Temple in the previous Wanxian Ruins tournament. As long as he invested a certain amount of divine power, he could summon the 7th level Titan and the 8th level Thunder God Lord. These are one of the golem puppets exclusive to the Wanxian God system. After inheriting the Wanxian Temple, he obtained a complete set of golem puppet technology that the Wanxian God system once had. In fact, the Pantheon itself is equivalent to a super Eternal Cloud Temple. After investing divine power, it can mass-produce various Titans, Thunder Lords, 10th Order Thunder God Envoys, and higher-level super-unique golems, which are specially placed inside the temple for patrol and guarding, and can even be used to replace subordinates in battle after a certain scale is gathered. Titan, Thunder Lord, Thunder God Envoy. The names are quite high-end. After the Pantheon Temple was restarted and renamed the Temple of Truth, many golem factories that were originally sealed in the temple also started to work. But now the scale is not large, and the newly built ones are not even enough for the basic internal guards, and it is estimated that they will not be used for a long time. Among the many super golem technologies of the Pantheon system, there are 2 types that are suitable for the transformation of this 100-armed giant. One is a super enhanced version of the Thunder God Envoy, named Thunder Lord, with a combat power equivalent to a powerful divine power. The other is to transform the 100-armed giant on the existing basis, greatly enhancing its inherent advantages. Among them, the Thunder Lord needs a godhead with medium divine power of lightning priesthood to transform, so it is impossible to transform now, and only the second option can be chosen. As Lin Zhao's mind moved, his own divine power plus the magic cube of creation doubled the suppression, and the god who was roaring and struggling crazily was immediately suppressed and unable to move. Lin Xiao stretched out his right hand to hold the magic cube of creation, and the milky white flame gushed out to wrap the slowly rotating magic cube and burn it. The magic cube space was also filled with endless flames that wrapped the 100-armed giant. A trace of flames forcibly penetrated the chaotic field of the god's body and pierced into its extremely tough chaotic body. As more and more flames penetrated its chaotic body, when the blood flames spewed from the pupils of the chaotic god began to appear with a trace of white flames, its will was gradually affected, and the chaos gradually subsided. Half an hour later, the blood flames spewing from the pupils of the evil god had disappeared, replaced by pure white flames. The evil god had stopped being chaotic at some point, and stood quietly in the void of the creation cube without moving. Only the unstable and chaotic field that occasionally emerged from his body proved that he had not yet completely controlled this terrible big guy. Today, Lin Xiao has enough strength to suppress this evil god, not to mention that he is still in the magic cube of creation, and he has no power to resist. When this evil god is completely suppressed, every inch of flesh and blood is penetrated by the flames, which means that he has completely filled the body of this evil god with his divine power, and then used his will to penetrate into every cell of the evil god, forcibly refining the chaos and twisted will in every inch of the flesh and blood of the 100-armed giant. This is a slow and painstaking effort, and it took him 2 full years to complete it. Fortunately, his soul and will have reached the level of super divine power, and he has enough divine power to support it. At the same time, while refining the chaos and twisted will in the flesh and blood of the 100-armed giant, every time an inch of the divine body is refined, a piece of the ancestor's flesh and blood and the energy of creation, as well as a trace of the ancestor runes condensed by Lin Zhao's will and divine power, will be left in the refined divine body, which will be integrated into every inch of the flesh and blood of the 100-armed giant. And its huge body and billions of flesh and blood will form a super magic array. This is a reserved divine rune, and it is useless now. When all the flesh and blood of the 100-armed giant were refined and all branded with the ancestor rune, Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and waved, and a huge amount of divine power descended from the dome of the temple and injected into the magic cube of creation. From the magic cube of creation, it can be seen that the golden divine power fell from the sky, turning into a torrent of divine power flying towards the giant, with 100 arms standing in the center of the magic cube of creation. As soon as it came into contact with the divine power torrent, it collapsed, turned into a sky of divine power surrounding the giant with 100 arms, and slowly penetrated into its body. With the accumulation of divine power, the black body of the giant with 100 arms slowly turned into dark gold, changing the previous madness and distortion. And a sacred and majestic aura slowly bloomed with the field of power. This field of power was not given by Lin Xiao, but was naturally owned by him. The domain itself is the power given by the law or characteristics mastered by the superpowerful individual. The characteristics of this 100-armed giant include power, but it was covered by chaos and distortion before. Now the chaos and distortion are stripped away, and the power domain that has been covered is naturally revealed. In fact, for this 100-armed giant, power is the most suitable domain. In just a few minutes, the power of this 100-armed giant has recovered to its previous peak state, and then continued to grow as he expected. Lin Xiao observed with interest. This thing itself has a physique and strength comparable to powerful divine power, plus the ancestors' flesh and blood, the ancestors' runes, the energy of creation, and a large amount of divine power to build a super array. In fact, this super array is a super war weapon manufacturing method envisioned by the Wanxiang God system before its destruction. But it changed drastically later, and there was no suitable base material and material. At least the ancestors' flesh and blood is not easy to make. So this newly proposed research was shelved. Lin Xiao also happened to see that he met all the conditions. So he tried it. And now it seems to be successful. At least as time goes by. The physique and strength of this new 100-armed giant are constantly growing. And there seems to be no end to the growth. He is very much looking forward to the upper limit of this thing. After all, the foundation is a powerful god with a strong body and strength. It has the essence of a god. It can be said that it is essentially no different from a true god. In addition to the flesh and blood of the ancestor, and the power runes of the ancestor, as well as his almost perfect law of creation and the magic cube of creation. So many conditions that other forces cannot meet at all. Can they create an existence comparable to the peak of the true god? The answer seems to be yes. In just 2 days, the size of the dark gold giant in the magic cube of creation has increased from 1,000 meters to about 9,000 meters. According to the limit of the body of a powerful god, it is no more than 10,000 meters. That is, no more than 10 kilometers. At this time, the individual strength of the 100-armed giant should be equivalent to the 18th to 19th level of the godhood level. And it is only one step away from entering the level of super god power. And this step, Lin Xiao felt that there was hope because his strength was still rising. Chapter 718, All-Out God War. Bottomless Abyss. Molten Core. 136th layer. A layer of the abyss filled with volcanic lava and covered with toxic volcanic ash. The ruler of this layer of the abyss is the descender from the Nightmare Civilization. The current Molten Lord Garrett, Abyss Lord who is equivalent to a medium-level god and can be compared with a powerful god in the Molten Core. The giant god crystal wall system can only accommodate 5 powerful gods. But the Abyss Lord, who has temporarily gained powerful god power in his territory with the blessing of the Abyss Will, is not counted among them. Similarly, powerful life forms like the 100-armed giant, which have no godhood and priesthood but have comparable powerful god power, are not counted among them. Of course, although this kind of combat power is not counted, there will not be many of them. In the center of the huge molten core lava lake, there is a red floating land of tens of thousands of square kilometers floating on the lava. The palace of the Molten Lord is built in the center of this floating land. It looks like a huge head of a fire demon, and 2 huge demon horns are burning with blazing flames and piercing the gray sky. As the only palace that dominates the Molten Core level, usually no other powerful demons dare to step into it except the Molten Lords, many fire demons, and other fire demon subordinates. But today hundreds of powerful demons scattered in various levels of the abyss gathered here at the same time. In the palace, demons danced wildly. The Molten Lord, who was burning with green flames, sat on the lava throne at the top and looked down. Not far away, there was another equally tall bone throne, on which sat another Abyss Lord among the Nightmare Descenders. The Lord of Poison, a humanoid demon made of green crystal, sat there, and a circle of dark green poisonous aura bloomed along the throne. No other demons dared to approach within a dozen meters around. 2 Abyss Lords, 40 or 50 Abyss Lords, who are equivalent to true gods, and the remaining hundreds are all top demons or upper demons. Their combined strength is comparable to that of a powerful pantheon. When the time is almost up and no demons have arrived, The Molten Lord stood up as the host. He looks like an enlarged version of the fire demon. Endless lava flows from his body to his feet and sinks into his body. His loud voice shakes the palace slightly. According to the news sent by the outpost, the unusual actions of the human race and the Zerg have been detected. The head of the human descenders in the main world, the god of magic, has been promoted to a powerful god 500 years ago. The head of the Zerg descenders, the god of fear, dimensions, has reached the 14th level of godhood 300 years ago. All the Eldar descenders have descended on the elemental plane. Although their current strength is not clear, it is not expected that they will be weak. He paused here and continued. Combined, the human race is the strongest, with one powerful god plus 12 medium power gods, and is qualified to conquer the entire crystal wall system. They are our biggest enemy, and we must stop them. The Nightmare Sons did not speak, but just looked at him and waited for him to continue. The Lord of Molten Fire glanced at the Lord of Poison and continued. The commander of our outpost has contacted the Zerg and the Spirit Realm respectively, and has reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. The Zerg will instigate the God of Justice and the Sun to launch a full-scale war against the Dark God system. We and the Eldar will take advantage of their melee to attack the Dark God system, and combine the strength of the three parties to defeat this biggest threat in one fell swoop. At this time, the Son of Nightmare asked, as far as I know, the Dark God system has tens of billions of high-quality believers, and has built the Dark region into a watertight place. 12 medium-level gods have been born in the past few hundred years, and an unknown amount of divine power has been accumulated. We are demons, and our strength will be weakened when we enter the main material plane. The same is true for the Eldar. I think even if we go together, we may not be able to break through the Dark Kingdom. The Lord of Molten Fire nodded and said, You are right. With the strength of the Dark God system, we may not be able to do anything. But we don't need to completely destroy the Dark God system, as long as we greatly weaken them. At this time, the Lord of Poison, who had been silent, said, We take advantage of the human gods besieging the Dark Kingdom. Open the Abyss Gate leading to the Dark region from the Abyss, and plunder the believers of the Dark God system. As long as we plunder too many people, the Dark God system will decline, and we will be stronger, and we can give birth to more Abyss Lords. In the long run, the enemy will be weak, and we will be strong. At that time, we will rely on the Abyss, and we will not be afraid even if the Dark God system survives the crisis. In fact, there is one thing he didn't say. If he plunders enough souls, he may be appreciated by the will of the Abyss, and become an extremely powerful son of the Abyss. That is a terrifying existence that has powerful divine power even if he leaves the Abyss territory. He glanced at the Lord of Molten Fire, and the Lord of Molten Fire looked over at the same time without exposing his thoughts, because he also had this thought. The Son of the Abyss is not the only one, and several can be born at the same time. Just like the Abyss of the Toril multiverse has 3 demon princes, the Demon Lord Demogorgon, the Dark Lord Graz-ZT, and the Undead Emperor Orcus. Usually they are called Demon Lords to distinguish them from other Demon Lords. Intelligent creatures have selfishness, and it is normal to seek some benefits for themselves without affecting the overall situation. Coincidentally, while the Nightmare Descenders gathered in the Molten Core to discuss how to deal with the Dark Gods, the leader of the Zerg God realm, the God of Fear, Vitus, was also entertaining many Zerg true gods and demigods in his kingdom. Those lower than demigods are not qualified to participate in this action, but they will be sent to them as cannon fodder when the action is about to take place. Vitus, who has been stuck at the threshold of powerful divine power for hundreds of years at the 14th level of the godhood, is particularly concerned about this action. Even though he knows that many of his fellow tribesmen may perish in this battle, he still vigorously promotes this action without hesitation. A friend dies, but a poor Taoist does not die. As long as he can be promoted to a powerful divine power, the life and death of other fellow tribesmen has nothing to do with him. The other Zerg descenders can basically see through Vitus's thoughts, but they also have the dream of becoming a powerful god. The number of powerful gods in the Crystal Wall system is limited, and they have no chance unless they provoke a war and die a few deaths. As for who will die, it will be up to each party to decide. Nightmare and Zerg have made a lot of preparations for this war. There are no less than 20 or 30 Zerg true gods who have joined the 4 powerful gods on the surface. Even the Orc gods in the bitter cold land of the north are no exception. In their plan, the 5 powerful gods cannot stay out of this war of gods. no matter what method is used. They must be dragged into the water. On the contrary, the Eldar are not very interested in this plan. Although the commander of the Eldar outpost promised that their people would participate in the war, many Eldar descenders in the four elemental planes and the Chaos plane are not interested in this. When the Zerg and the Son of Nightmare were busy planning, they not only had no gatherings, but also had few discussions. The plans of the Zerg and the Son of Nightmare did not attract the attention of the Dark Gods. They have been suppressed by the gods on the surface for hundreds of years. They basically have no power on the surface. Their actions are hidden and cannot be detected. Not to mention the actions of the demons in the abyss. But the Dark God system has been suppressed for hundreds of years, and has never relaxed its vigilance against the surface. Half of Lin Xiao's 20 incarnations of God are stationed in the kingdom of God all year round. And the remaining 5 incarnations of God patrol the various levels of the dark region all year round, together with many incarnations of gods. The entire dark region is managed so tightly that even the true incarnation of God has difficulty sneaking in. Time passed unknowingly, and the true gods of the Zerg lurking in the 4 main gods continue to stir up trouble in front of the 4 main gods, advocating the threat theory of the Dark God system. The God of Justice, who regarded the Dark God system as a thorn in his side, finally made up his mind after countless times of stirring and advocating, and contacted the God of the Sun and the God of Chaos to launch a divine war against the Dark God system. The Surface Coalition forces gathered near the passages between the Surface and the Underdark received the divine revelation of the priests of the gods, and officially entered the underground passages and attacked the Underdark. They engaged in a full-scale battle with the fortresses and the underground legions of the Underdark Crypt Empire at the entrance of the underground passages. Suddenly, a battle broke out in dozens of passages on the first floor of the entire Underdark. The news quickly spread to the Dark God system. Lin Xiao immediately summoned the gods of the God system to gather in the God Palace, loudly announced the despicableness of the surface gods for fighting without declaration, and issued a divine revelation for full mobilization. The huge Underdark Empire and the various races in the Underdark have been in a semi-war for hundreds of years. Soon, a huge army was mobilized to go to fortresses in various places, and the strong men of various races also went to various places to kill the surface strong men who sneaked into the Underdark to cause damage. Before the rules are completely broken, the true gods cannot take action against mortals. Even if the patrolling true god incarnation finds the surface race strong men who sneak into the underground with various teleportation spells, they can only notify the believers to send mortal strong men to kill them. Fortunately, the 5th generation of crypt men had a strong foundation, and with a magic network covering the entire Underdark, with a population base of over 20 billion, a large number of crypt men warriors and mages were born, as well as tens of millions of cave giants, who were almost all soldiers. A large enough population, a devout faith, and enough priests, paladins and other clergy. The combination of the two can easily form a large-scale mixed formation, and can easily deal with the surface strongmen who sneak in when occupying a familiar terrain. Therefore, although facing the all-out war of gods led by the 4 powerful gods on the entire surface of the earth and nearly 1,000 true gods, Lin Xiao and the gods of the Pantheon were not too panicked. In fact, in terms of the power of the mortal world, the Dark Pantheon with more than 20 billion 5th-generation cave dwellers and nearly 10 million cave giants can be said to be able to face all the races on the entire surface head-on. The reason why they did not counterattack before was mainly because there were too few true gods. There are only dozens of true gods in the entire Pantheon, and the 4 powerful gods on the surface can directly mobilize nearly 1,000 true gods. Even if they are all weak divine powers, they can be killed. Therefore, Lin Xiao has been defending with the help of the terrain of the Dark region for the past 500 years. He is waiting for his divine power to reach the limit that this crystal wall system can accommodate, or for his true body to return. Either one is fine. Chapter 719. The Fortress of the Temple of Truth shows its power. Now that the true body is returned, Lin Xiao is already preparing to start a counterattack. Although it is quite unexpected that the God of Justice takes the initiative now, it is just an accident. The 5th war fortress of the Crypt Man Empire, located somewhere in the first layer of the Dark region, is stuck at the only exit of the passage connecting the surface and the underground. If the Surface Coalition wants to attack the underground, it must break through the fortress defense. The area of the passage is less than 1 square kilometer, and the number of troops that can be deployed is extremely small. There are not enough troops to launch a large-scale attack. They can only use the refueling tactic to send in a large group of troops for cruel consumption. There are a large number of crypt-man mages and priests in the fortress, including many legendary strongmen. The Surface Coalition sent a strong team to attack it, but it was a meat bun hitting a dog, and there was no return. This situation is happening at the same time in all major fortresses. The equipment of each fortress is basically the same. As long as the true God does not take action personally, the Surface Coalition basically cannot attack the underground. After hundreds of years of operation, the entire dark region can be said to be impregnable and impeccable. As Lin Xiao imagined, the war continued for almost 5 years, and the Surface Coalition had not yet captured a fortress. As the Surface Coalition suffered more and more losses, some surface gods gradually lost their patience. From time to time, traces of true gods appeared on the front battlefield, although they have not yet taken action in person and are only a little assisting. Judging from their various behaviors, that day will not be far away. Lin Xiao saw at a glance that these were all true gods of the sons of the Zerg god realm. Only they like to make things bigger. However, Lin Xiao did not wait for that day to come. In the past, he was not strong enough and could only defend himself. Now that his true body has returned and inherited 6 powerful subordinates, he would be stupid to still hide. But it was not the incarnation in the giant god crystal wall system that took action, but the true body. In the past 2 years, not only did his subordinates rush over, but even the Temple of Truth opened over. At this time, under the auspices of 6 powerful gods, the Temple of Truth had already refined the broken crystal wall system of the universe into the temple, turning it into an independent crystal wall system. But there was no plane inside, only a starry void. Yes, it was the starry void, not the void inside the crystal wall universe, which could only accommodate souls and spiritual bodies, and life could not survive for a long time. The many fragments of the God Corpse planes that were originally stored inside were all crushed and refined into energy and matter. The energy was stored, and the matter was reconstructed into floating lands of different sizes floating in the void he named the Star Realm of Truth, for future use. In the past, there was no complete concept of the specific size of the Temple of Truth. But today Lin Xiao had a concept. The temple, which looks like a combination of a temple and a gorgeous castle, is parked on the edge of the outpost. It looks like a ping-pong ball is placed next to the small room, in which the outpost is the ping-pong ball, and the Temple of Truth is the house. In fact, this is not the final state of the Temple of Truth. But now the Temple of Truth is not complete, and cannot unfold its final form. But even in this form, it can easily crush the outpost. Such a huge temple-type fortress moored at the edge of the giant god crystal wall system is very eye-catching. Less than an hour after mooring, Lin Xiao's real body in the temple has discovered the nightmare and Zerg reconnaissance ships lurking in the distant void through the amplified perception of the fortress. But he didn't care. What's the harm in discovering it? By the time they transferred troops from the main world to support him, the opportunity would be gone. Just like it took him a very long time to transfer the war group from the main world. The same was true for other divine domain civilizations. After only 2 hours of mooring, the Temple of Truth left the outpost and sailed around the edge of the giant god crystal wall system to the nearest outpost of the nightmare divine domain civilization. The Temple of Truth, which was millions of kilometers away, stopped. Lin Xiao, who was lying on the huge platform in the center of the command core, had a light curtain surrounding him. One of the light curtains showed the outpost of the Nightmare Realm civilization and the surrounding air. Countless tiny light spots were seen flying rapidly from the outpost of the Nightmare Realm civilization to all directions. These were ordinary sons of the Nightmare Realm who were retreating, while the army of the Nightmare Realm civilization stationed at this outpost raised layers of outpost defense barriers. A number of strange-looking void ships also raised defense barriers and parked at the edge of the outpost, looking like they were defending to the death. Seeing all this, Lin Xiao rubbed his chin and smiled. I was just looking for someone to kill a chicken to worship the monkey. And this chicken came to me. In addition to the 6 guardian gods in the fortress, all the subordinates belonging to the giant god core were moved here, of which there were only 46 true gods, including the 31 true gods, who had received the remnants of the previous war group and the true gods they had cultivated over the past few hundred years. In addition, there are more than 80,000 reserve forces, including more than 12,000 high-level demigods, more than 50,000 ordinary demigods, and the rest are all divine creatures. These demigods were included in the planes inside the Temple of Truth by him. At this stage, a large number of demigods are needed to redevelop the many planes in the Temple of Truth. After unifying the giant god crystal wall system, a large number of believers need to be moved out of the giant god crystal wall system and moved into the planes to develop them. The subordinates were still immersed in the hugeness and power of the Temple of Truth, and the power that Lin Xiao had at this time gave them great confidence and expectations. When they heard his words, they shouted, "Your Excellency, the division commander, please order the doomsday judgment for these aliens." Lin Xiao looked at Boris, the god of storms and lightning, who was sitting on one of the thrones below him, and said, "Trouble you." Boris nodded. "Your Majesty, please rest assured." After saying that, he stretched out his right hand, and endless lightning flew out and shot into the blazing chaotic flames on the central platform of the core command desk. The next second, a circle of ripples suddenly appeared in the void facing the outpost of the Nightmare Divine Realm civilization in the Temple of Truth, wrapped in a powerful barrier, and quickly spread to a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. The next second, this huge space suddenly collapsed inwards, and a torrent of dazzling white lightning gushed out from it, forming a straight trajectory in the void. And in an instant it pierced through millions of kilometers of void and hit the outpost of the Nightmare civilization. Boom! Infinite energy formed energy ripples and bloomed, pressing the void layer by layer to spread around. And the energy in the void was empty to reveal tens of thousands of kilometers of clear void. The defense barrier of the Nightmare civilization outpost, which was directly hit by a cannon, collapsed suddenly after about 2 seconds. Infinite lightning energy hit the outpost, accompanied by a rumbling explosion and flames, and streams of light flew out from it. At this time, the trajectory formed by the white lightning torrent running through the void slowly faded. A powerful god with a godly level of 17 made a full-strength attack, which was amplified by the Fortress of Truth, comparable to the full-strength attack of a super-godly power with a godly level of 19. One shot destroyed the outpost of the Nightmare Divine Realm civilization. The Sons of Nightmare guarding the outpost base had no idea that the outpost base's defense barrier was so vulnerable, or that the enemy's attack was so fierce. They suffered heavy losses without paying attention. Nearly 1/5 of the defenders of a regiment were killed by this cannon, and almost all the remaining ones were injured. But the most important thing was the loss of fighting spirit. The completely irresistible force made them lose the will to fight again and flee. It's a pity that there are only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats in the giant god regiment now. Otherwise he would definitely send out the Void Fleet to kill the escaped sons of the Nightmare God realm. Ignoring the wreckage of the disintegrated Nightmare outpost, which can be salvaged later, Lin Xiao urged the Temple of Truth to fly around the edge of the former giant god crystal wall to the outpost of the Zerg god realm civilization on the other side. This time, the one who attacked was Oppos, the strongest of the 6 guardian gods, the god of sun and light. His godhood level reached the 18th level, and he was also a priest of the sun and light. With a full-strength attack, the Temple of Truth amplified the heat and directly melted the Zerg outpost. More than half of the Zerg god sons stationed at the outpost died in one shot, and the loss was much greater than that of the Nightmare sons. As the owner of the Fortress of Truth, Lin Xiao could experience the priesthood laws of Boris, the god of storm and lightning, and Oppos, the god of sun and storm, through the core chaos fireball, and knew how this chaos fireball could amplify their power. He could adjust the amplification multiple at will, and theoretically, the highest level of a full-strength attack could be comparable to the great divine power. It's just that the Fortress of Truth is not complete now, and it can't be expanded that many times. When the Temple of Truth went around half a circle and came to the outpost of the Eldar, there was only an empty outpost left. It took several hours to destroy the outposts of Nightmare and Zerg, and the journey took several hours. The horrific attack could be felt from a distance. The fate of Nightmare and Zerg was clear, and any Eldar would have to flee. 7 powerful gods plus a super war fortress, unless they dispatched a Legion-level combat unit equipped with the same level of war weapons, and paid the price of at least half the loss of several powerful gods. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to do anything to the Temple of Truth. Obviously, the value of the giant god crystal wall system was not worth such a huge price for them, and it was reasonable for them to withdraw. Easily destroyed the outposts of 3 Nightmare civilizations, killed hundreds of alien true god-level sons of the divine domain, which is a remarkable achievement. But it's a pity that there is no place to show off. Although the 3 girlfriends are all affiliated with the division, they are the commanders of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd battalions that were readjusted. But they are not here now. Shin Yuexin went back to ask her father for resources. With her status, she is expected to bring a lot of good things. Xie Yufei also went home to prepare to merge the Fury Flame Regiment into the 3rd Regiment of the Giant God Division. At that time, she will be the commander of the 2nd Battalion directly under the division, and can currently serve as the commander of the Fury Flame Regiment. Jean Cece also went back to deal with Hui's affairs, and then went back to inform the family of her father's whereabouts. When they come back, the Giant God Division will have at least 3 regiments, barely reaching the minimum standard of the division. The highest standard of an independent division is that there is no standard. The upper limit of the number of regiments that a normal subordinate division can command does not exceed 10. But there is no limit for an independent division. If you have the ability and enough resources to establish 100, no one will care about you. Chapter 720 Their super rich dowry. Because of the crystal wall blocking, the native true gods in the giant god crystal wall system are still unaware of the great changes outside the world. But the sons of the 3 tribes soon received the news and fell into chaos for a while. However, this chaos is not a dispute over whether to continue to besiege the dark god system or to retreat. Everyone is smart. The outposts have been blown up. No one dares to stay in this world. The focus of their argument is where to run and how to run. The giant god crystal wall system is not under the control of any god realm civilization yet. It is impossible to return directly from the inside of the crystal wall system. You can only leave the crystal wall system and return to the outpost of your own god realm civilization before you can return directly. Now that the outposts have been blown up, the sons of the god realm in the crystal wall system cannot return immediately even if they leave the giant god crystal wall system. Either leave the crystal wall system and enter the void to communicate the will of this civilization and wait for guidance. With their status and position, the waiting time is long enough. I don't know how many people will be guided to leave. Moreover, they just stayed outside the crystal wall system to draw the power of this world, which would be easily discovered by the patrolling fleet. Another divergence is to leave the main material plane and enter some uninhabited planes deep in the crystal wall. For example, the 4 elemental planes, the depths of the abyss, the chaotic elemental plane, etc. The giant god core still needs to spend time conquering the gods of the main world, and they don't have time to clear them out for the time being. When the limelight is over, they will find an opportunity to leave this world together and return to their respective main worlds. The god of fear, Vitus, sat in the kingdom of God with a frustrated look on his face. He spent so much effort to plan and successfully provoke the 4 powerful gods of the main world to declare war on the dark god system. Seeing that the situation developed as he expected, he was ready to unite with the demons to provoke a greater dispute. But he didn't expect the situation to suddenly reverse 360 degrees. It's like playing a game and pushing down the opponent's outer tower with teammates to prepare for the high ground. But suddenly their own base was destroyed first, and the base was directly exploded by cheating, and they were out directly. There is no chance to save it. Absolute strength crushes and breaks any conspiracy. Lin Xiao did not pay attention to what the alien sons of the god realm, who were still in the giant god crystal wall system, were doing. After destroying the outposts of the 3 tribes, the power of the main world was greatly strengthened here, and the power of the 3 major god realm civilizations was greatly weakened. It would not take long for this crystal wall system to be completely included in the rule of human civilization. In the main material plane of the giant god crystal wall system, although the sons of the god realm of the 3 major god realm civilizations no longer stir up discord and jump back and forth, the god war is not over. There is no turning back once the bow is drawn. The full-scale god war has begun, and it is impossible to stop the war before the winner is determined. In particular, the god of justice, who has a grudge against Lin Xiao for killing his son, is the most active promoter of the god war. The god of the sun is the ally of the god of justice, who advances and retreats together. The god of orcs wants to seize more priesthoods and believers. The god of chaos simply feels the huge threat of the dark god system. The reasons are different, but the purpose is the same. Without the instigation of the Son of God, the god war returned to its normal track. According to the default god war method between the indigenous true gods of this world, and even most of the world, the first stage is a battle between the believers of both sides, constantly consuming the living forces of the other side. And the true gods are not allowed to participate in the war on earth. Year after year, the god war has been in a stalemate, and the indigenous gods are still confident. After all, the population on the surface is too large, and there are more strong people. If they continue to consume, they will definitely have the advantage. But the sons of God of various races, who have hidden their true bodies, saw it in their eyes, and were anxious in their hearts. The indigenous true gods only saw the stalemate. And the sons of God, who had a little understanding of the outside of the crystal wall system, knew clearly that the human sons of God were gathering outside the crystal wall system. Taking advantage of these years, Xie Yufei has transferred the Fury Flame War group she had previously mastered and merged it into the Giant God War group. Although Shen Yuexin did not have a war group, she brought a super large fleet of void ships, which was one of the many dowries prepared for her by Hui's old father-in-law. Each of them is a void war fortress that is about the size of a planet. 10 super large void warships of 100,000 meters. 50 large void warships of 10,000 meters. 300 medium-sized void warships of 3,000 meters. 2,000 small void warships of 1,000 meters. 10,000 micro-patrol ships of 300 meters. These warships are equipped with standard combat weapons and combat units. The soldiers on board are all angels derived by means of creation. They have their own warship operation technology and combat skills. The lowest level is the 6th order extraordinary level, and the highest level is the 10th level, which is comparable to demigods. There are also a large number of archangels who are comparable to true gods, with a total number of no less than 1 billion. Generally speaking, super large void warships of over 100,000 meters are the largest types of void warships. Generally, poor war groups do not have them. Only those war groups above 2 stars have them. For example, the flagship of the Claw Dragon War group is a super large void warship. Higher models are not called battleships, but void war fortresses. They are of different sizes, ranging from a few hundred kilometers in diameter to tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter, comparable to a planet. Such void fortresses may not even be available in 1-star battle groups. Only in top-level forces. Not many of the major superpowers have them. For example, the 5th war zone seems to have only a dozen ships, and a powerful admiral is not even enough to get one. The void war fortress in Shen Yuexin's hands is of top quality, with a diameter of more than 7,000 kilometers. Nearly 300 million angel legions are stationed inside, accounting for most of the 500 million angel legions. In addition, it contains a top-level relic angel birth pool, which can continuously give birth to new angels by investing energy. It has to be said that the foundation of super-rich families is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Shen Yuexin's strength in this angel fleet alone exceeds that of Xie Yufei's Fury Flame battle group. Even though her Fury Flame battle group has been strengthened by Commander Xie and is equipped with a fleet including a super-large void battleship, the total number is only more than 20 ships, which is no match for the angel fleet. As for Jean Cici, although her family background seemed inferior to theirs, and she brought Zhu Hong with her when she returned, Lin Xiao didn't mind at all. He married a wife, not to make money, although he did make a fortune. In this way, with a few wives together, the strength of the Giant God Division caught up with other veteran divisions in an instant. When the Fury Flame Regiment and Shen Yuexin's Angel Fleet were assembled, Lin Xiao sat in the Temple of Truth and shot through the crystal wall of the Giant God Crystal Wall system. Hermes, the god of wisdom and knowledge, and Thanatos, the god of order and earth, worked together to tear and expand the pierced crystal wall again, stabilizing it. One by one, the angel fleets entered the Giant God Crystal Wall system through the torn crystal wall. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the Pantheon, and 4 dazzling divine lights of different colors fell from the sky, turning into the figures of 4 powerful gods except the god of magic. At the same time, divine lights fell one after another, and countless true gods descended on the Pantheon and whispered, "No need to explain." The god of justice, on behalf of the angry will of the crystal wall system, told the gods the reason. There is an invasion by an alien god from outside the domain. The invasion of the Giant God War group of the crystal wall system's original consciousness expressed strong rejection. Affected by this, the gods were also furious. Even Lin Xiao, the incarnation, was affected and felt angry. It was a very strange feeling to be angry with myself. The original consciousness of the crystal wall system did not realize his identity as a foreign visitor. After all, it was just an instinctive will. When Lin Xiao, the incarnation, was deified in this world, he had completely integrated into this world. In the context of foreign invasion, the war of gods was forced to stop. Although the war of gods can continue if they want. Anyone who continues will be disgusted by the original will of the crystal wall system. The original will cannot do anything to you directly. but under the influence of the world will. The creatures of the entire crystal wall system will be hostile to you, which is something that no powerful god can bear, including Lin Xiao. There are no default rules under the impetus of the world's will. Thousands of true gods from the entire pantheon rushed into the dark region together, and even if the dark gods were twice as strong, they could not stop them. So his choice was to fight. The believers of the gods basically could not be counted on to fight against the angel war group that came on the Void Fleet. They could only rely on the incarnations of the gods, and the petitioners, or guards of the kingdom of gods in the divine domain. The angels of gods were also a kind of divine guards. Lin Xiao sent out 10 powerful incarnations of divine power, and hundreds of incarnations of the gods of the divine system, leading tens of millions of underground angel legions to leave the main material plane. After passing through the main material plane, he saw groups of gods' legions shrouded by divine power in the void. Most of the weak divine powers can only send out one incarnation. Hundreds of thousands of divine guards, which are tiny compared to his tens of millions of underground angel legions. However, although there are few of them, there are too many true gods in this world. Thousands or hundreds of thousands add up to hundreds of millions, plus the divine guards sent by some slightly more powerful true gods. By the time they gather in the void more than 1,000,000 kilometers away from the main material plane, the total number has exceeded 1 billion. The god of fear, dimensions, and other Zerg god realm sons looked at the huge battle line that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers and shook their heads. It looks mighty, but it is actually vulnerable. Elsa, the god of mind flayer, sighed and said, I don't know which big man on the human side has taken a fancy to this world. Even 2 void war fortresses have been dispatched. Isn't this bullying? Dimension sighed speechlessly, twisted his neck, turned back, and said to the other Zerg god realm sons following behind him, wait for the melee to start. While they are attracted to this side, we will take the opportunity to escape from the other side. The Zerg god realm sons nodded one after another. Everyone knew that this was the best opportunity. When they defeated the main force of the gods, there would be no resistance behind them. By then, humans would have enough strength to search for them, while conquering and suppressing this world. It would be even more difficult to run away at that time. As they were talking, they suddenly felt a sudden light in front of them. It was the true body of Apos, the god of the sun and light, who had stepped into the giant god crystal wall system. Apos mastered the duties of the sun and light. After entering the giant god crystal wall system, he was instantly strongly rejected by the world. Infinite divine power bloomed and turned into a sun emitting terrifying high temperature and dazzling light, slowly falling towards the coalition of gods in the void. The void was shaking like water. The 18th level godhood made the gods' faces change slightly, and the subsequent appearance of Boris, the god of storm and lightning, and Nemesis, the god of killing and death, directly changed the gods' faces. Chapter 721 Gene Cece's Wisdom. The one who reacted most strongly was the sun god. When he saw the sun and light god Apos who stepped into the crystal wall system and transformed into the sun god, one of the 5 powerful gods of the giant god crystal wall system, suddenly felt a strong anger and desire in his heart among the indigenous gods. Because there is no true god of the divine realm civilization that can use the divine realm to bear the natural conflicts between the same or hostile priesthoods, the indigenous true gods will naturally be particularly hostile and eager to see other true gods with the same priesthood as themselves. Most of the hatred and conflicts between the indigenous true gods come from conflicts between priesthoods. The relationship between true gods with the same priesthood is absolutely bad, even if they are brothers. This is the instinct driven by the priesthood, and the gods cannot control it. Apos, the god of sun and light. Boris, the god of storm and lightning. Nemesis, the god of killing and death. Hermia, the god of moon and life. 4 powerful gods stepped into the giant god crystal wall system at the same time, and each of them had 20 powerful incarnations lined up behind them. The overwhelming divine power made the gods look very solemn. And this was just the beginning. After the 4 powerful gods entered the scene, they did not take action immediately. Instead, they expanded the crystal wall channel again with Hermes, the god of wisdom and knowledge, and Thanatos, the god of order and earth. Then, the fleet belonging to the Claw Dragon War Group entered the world through the open crystal wall channel. The Claw Dragon War Group, including the war group leader Shan Jianfeng, has 12 medium-level gods. Shan Jianfeng himself is the peak of medium-level gods, with a godhood level of 14 and a very powerful artifact. With the help of the power of the artifact, He once had a record of confronting the powerful gods of the indigenous people. In addition to Sieyufe, the Fury Flame War Group has 3 medium-level deputy war group leaders and 7 medium-level battalion commanders, a total of 11 medium-level gods. Among these 3 deputy commanders, only one is the deputy commander of the Fury Corps. The other 2 were temporarily transferred not long ago. They are the trusted subordinates specially prepared by Xie Tianyin for his daughter. They all have the combat power to confront the powerful indigenous gods. Of course, this so-called direct confrontation with the powerful indigenous gods means that the actual combat power of the real body and the incarnation is not inferior to the real body and incarnation of the powerful indigenous gods. It refers to theoretical confrontation. In fact, it is almost impossible for the real body of the powerful gods to leave their own kingdom of God. In addition, the powerful gods have 20 incarnations of gods, while the medium gods have only 5. They still cannot beat 4 against 1. However, they are not alone. As commanders of the war group, they have many subordinates and powerful void warships. They are absolutely capable of directly breaking through the kingdom of the powerful indigenous gods. The last to come in was Shen Yuexin's angel fleet. Thousands of angel fleets formed a huge fleet cluster and gathered in the void. Beams of light shot out from the void ships, connecting all the void ships together to form a huge network. This is a unique connection network of the main world's void fleet, which can connect the energy of the void warships to each other and realize sharing. There is no need to explain the use. Everyone understands. Unfortunately, the crystal wall channel is not strong enough, and the most powerful void war fortress cannot enter for the time being. Otherwise, this void war fortress alone, linked to the void fleet, has the ability to directly defeat the coalition of gods in the giant god crystal wall system. But this is enough. The combat power of the troops entering the giant god crystal wall system at this time is enough to defeat the coalition of gods. The coalition of gods did not sneak attack them before they came in, for powerful divine bodies plus 80 powerful divine incarnations blocked the front and could not sneak attack at all. Moreover, the gods are selfish. Not long ago, many of them were hostile or even in war. Now they suddenly united and could not work together at all. The 5 powerful gods, who led the coalition of gods, were still fighting an epic battle that could be recorded in the history of the gods. Now they suddenly united. Even a child would not believe that they would really cooperate. Amid all kinds of suspicions, the various battle groups of the Giant God Division entered the Giant God Crystal Wall system one by one and set up their formations. In the center of the main force of the coalition of gods, the God of Justice and the God of the Sun each sent 10 incarnations to descend here, surrounded by dense subordinate gods or incarnations of true gods close to them. The entire pantheon coalition of gods was divided into several camps. They were the strongest, followed by the God of Chaos, followed by the Dark God system, then the Orc God system, and finally the other large and small god systems, or scattered true god legions. After the God of Justice and the God of the Sun sent a large number of messengers to communicate with the Lord of Chaos and the Lord of the Orcs, the huge coalition slowly moved in the void. From a distance, it looked like dense ants moving, without any rules. In the Temple of Truth, Lin Xiao looked at the messy picture displayed on the huge light screen in front of him for a long time before saying, "A mob, the incarnation of Shan Jianfeng, the leader of the Claw Dragon War Corps, who was sitting below him not far away, smiled and said, 'It's normal. There is no absolutely powerful true god in the pantheon of this world. Everyone has their own thoughts and naturally cannot form a joint force. Although they have a lot of people, I dare to assert that they can be defeated in less than a day. I believe this. In addition to the 7 powerful gods, including Lin Xiao's incarnation of the God of Magic, 5 true gods who can directly compete with powerful gods, and several super-large void battleships designed to compete with powerful gods. If they can't deal with this group of rabble who didn't even come in their true bodies, they might as well pack up and go home to take a shower and sleep.'" He looked down at the exquisite and beautiful faces of Shen Yuexin and Sieyufe, who were sitting on the thrones not far from his left and right hands, and said softly, "We will defeat the coalition of the indigenous gods later. The angels will be responsible for attacking the Lord God of the Orcs and his kingdom. The Fury will be responsible for the Lord God of the Sun and his kingdom. And the Claw Dragon will attack the Lord God of Chaos. I will let Nemesis and Boris work together. Your subordinates obey your orders." Shan Jianfeng was the first to respond. The incarnation closed his eyes for a few seconds and then opened them. He had passed his mission to his real body. Shen Yuexin smiled sweetly and looked at Xie Yufei on the other side. She also smiled. But Lin Xiao could see some kind of secret competition in their eyes. Jean Cece's expression was normal. The power she held in her hands was far less than theirs, and she couldn't compete even if she wanted to. But during this period, she seemed to have found her position. Since she couldn't compete with them in terms of wealth, she would start from another aspect and accumulate strength in the way she was best at. Not long ago, she deliberately learned about the current reserve situation of the Giant God Division and made a suggestion to Lin Xiao to integrate the reserve forces of all the regiments in the division and focus on training reserve members. This involves her old profession. Jean Cece's previous experience as a teacher in Huiyao made her keenly aware of this opportunity. In terms of power, she is definitely not as good as Xin Yuexin, the eldest lady of Huiyao, and Xie Yufei, the eldest lady of the Fifth War Zone. If she was just an ordinary girl, she would definitely accept her fate as the third child. But she was unwilling to be completely overshadowed by their brilliance. During this period, she has been actively looking for ways to show her value. And she really found it. According to her proposal, the reserve forces of all the regiments in the division will be integrated into a new department for centralized training. In the future, the formal members added by the major regiments will be transferred from this new department. In addition, the garrisons of all the worlds conquered by the division in the future will also be under the charge of this department. After all, the official members of the division are all true gods, and there are not many of them. It is impossible to garrison them in some small plains. Over time, all the conquered territories of the entire division will belong to this new department. Most of the newly added true gods are cultivated by her. They may not obey her orders, but there is always a kind of incense. Over time, as the number increases, it is a force that cannot be underestimated. Lin Xiao agrees with her proposal very much. Not only does Jean Cece have her own career, but the proposal itself is also very good. The move of integrating all the reserve forces is equivalent to opening the Whampoa Military Academy within the independent division. He is the principal, and Jean Cece is the actual operator of the military academy, which is very convenient for him to control the division. After all, the mountain tops within his division are too big. 3 of the 4 divisions were merged from outside. Although Xie Yufei and Xin Yuexin are his women, their subordinates will only listen to them now, and they have not completely returned to the division. If this move is implemented all the time, most of the members of the major battle groups will be trained by him one day in the future. Even if they resign at that time, there will be no chaos in the battle groups. It's not that he will take their subordinates away in the future, but they are unlikely to stay in this position forever. For example, they will get tired of taking a break after a long time, or they will get pregnant. At this time, they will always resign, and the successor must be selected from their battle group. Lin Xiao can't just send someone to airdrop. That would be a naked power grab. Not to mention that he can't do such a thing. If he really does it, he will offend the 2 bosses. In the void, accompanied by a loud sound that shook the earth, the last incarnation of the Lord of the Sun turned into a sun and exploded. And the sky was full of flames. It exploded like a tide, but it was quickly grasped by the hand of light extended by the God of the Sun and Light, Oppos, and quickly shrank into a shrunken sun and was caught by the hand of light. As a true god of the divine realm with a godhood level of 18. In order to comprehend the sun and light priesthood, he plundered the sun and light laws of several powerful crystal wall systems. Later, he followed the universal god emperor to fight in countless worlds, and plundered the sun and light laws of countless worlds. They all have powerful divine power, and the same godhood level. And the true gods of the divine realm are much stronger than the native true gods. Not to mention that Oppos is the real body descending at this time, while the Lord of the Sun is just an incarnation. So he is naturally completely crushed, pinching the light ball transformed by the incarnation of the Lord of the Sun into his palm, closing his eyes for a few seconds and then opening them. Oppos shook his head. Too weak. The sun law he mastered completely covered all the laws mastered by the Lord of the Sun of the Crystal Wall system, and he did not gain any benefit from devouring this native real body incarnation. Chapter 722, A Mob. As the coalition of gods was consciously divided by the 3 war groups and gradually defeated, Vitus, the son of the Zerg god realm, who was hiding in the depths of the void, shook his head and sighed. It's over. Let's go! The other sons of the Zerg god realm, who were waiting impatiently, said coldly. It's over a long time ago. With 7 powerful gods and such a huge army, The Dark God system, which has a little combat power, is still watching the show all the time. It's strange that they can win. The Dark God system watching the show all the time will certainly cause dissatisfaction and anger from the will of the giant god crystal wall. But who would care about anger at this moment? Most of the gods in the Dark God system are the descendants of the giant god war group. Not turning against them at the last minute is already taking care of the indigenous true gods in the god system. At this time, the few indigenous true gods in the god system were a little panicked. But they generally remained calm. After hundreds of years of getting along, they have a little feeling about the origins of the main god and most of the true gods in the god system. And now they are completely clear between the will of the crystal wall and their own gods. To be more precise, between the will of the crystal wall and their own lives. They chose their own lives and became traitors. Hundreds of incarnations of the gods of the Dark God system controlled their subordinates to stay away from the battlefield. They neither participated in the battle nor left, but just waited quietly, watching the gods being defeated, surrounded, and completely disappeared. Lin Xiao, the incarnation, looked up at the sky. At this moment, he could feel the anger of the whole world towards him. He ignored it, but looked at the huge hole in the distant void, and the blurred and distorted shadow behind the hole. He smiled slightly, and led his army to turn around and leave. The invaders who entered the world ignored their retreat, and continued to kill the scattered coalition of gods. How could they be stopped without even a powerful divine body? Not long after, a shocking news spread throughout the main material plane. The main world was facing the invasion of foreign evil gods. The gods called on believers to prepare to resist the evil gods. At first, the believers of the gods did not believe it very much. Even if they believed in the gods' constant divine prophecies, they were still half believing and half doubting. After all, the giant god division had never entered the main material plane, and ordinary believers could not contact the world outside the main material plane at all. But not long after, many believers in the main world lost their true gods one after another, and then they began to believe it. But this was useless. Ordinary believers could only become more devout and provide some faith power to the main gods they believed in. But they could not help at all in the battle of gods. In the void outside the main material plane, the kingdoms of true gods were constantly breached, with the dark gods as an internal response. The locations of most of the kingdoms of gods could be easily found. And then many void warships cooperated with the true gods of the war group to bombard the kingdoms outside the kingdoms and forcibly blow them up. They bombarded the interior of the kingdoms from a long distance, causing heavy losses, consuming the true gods' divine power. And when the consumption was almost the same as the killing of the kingdom guards, they would attack the interior of the kingdoms. After the attack, the gods of the Dark Pantheon reappeared and dragged all the damaged kingdoms of God and petitioners to the vicinity of the Dark Pantheon and integrated them into the kingdoms of God. In just 1 month, hundreds of kingdoms were breached, accounting for nearly 1/3 of all the true gods in the kingdoms. Under the call of the 4 main gods, the remaining gods approached the kingdoms of the 4 main gods. This was exactly what Lin Xiao wanted. So he deliberately let the main forces of the 3 major war groups release the encirclement, and let them merge into 3 huge coalitions of gods. Before, they had to find them one by one when they were scattered. But now they gathered together to eliminate them. In the void millions of kilometers away from the United Kingdom of Justice and the Sun, Gu Cheng, Bai Zhe and others each sent their incarnations to gather together, quietly looking at the huge United Kingdom of God in the distance, and the even larger void fleet. After operating in that plane for hundreds of years, with the help of Lin Xiao, they completely defeated all the indigenous true gods of that plane, and many companions were successfully deified one by one. As human descenders, they certainly would not participate in the resistance. At this time, they looked at the huge void fleet and the figures full of powerful divine power in the distance with mixed feelings, and they were envious and shocked. It has only been a few years, and the people of the same age are now a powerful general in the 5th war zone, with 6 powerful subordinates and an independent division. All of this seems like a dream. Lin Xiao's promotion is not a secret. The 5th war zone has issued an announcement not long ago, officially promoting Lin Xiao to the rank of general in the 5th war zone, commanding the giant god independent division. His rank has been promoted in advance, and a promotion ceremony will be held when he conquers the crystal wall system and returns. The rank of a powerful general, 6 powerful subordinates, and an independent division, no matter which one is taken out. It is extraordinary and enviable. What's more enviable is that he has 3 white, rich and beautiful girlfriends from wealthy families. Which is even more enviable. He is a winner in life. Sometimes Gu Cheng thinks that according to Lin Xiao's growth rate, current strength and status, and the enviable blessing of having many wives, he is treated like the protagonist of the ancient Long Outian novel. It's so cool. Envy! At this moment, they were just envious. The gap was too big. So they couldn't even be jealous. Let alone hate. Boom! The dazzling light illuminated the cold void. And the divine power beam that was magnified several times blasted towards the kingdoms of God. And the attack on the kingdom of the God of Justice and the Sun began. Gu Cheng and others only looked for a short while before retracting their gaze. He said to his companions behind him, "Let's go. They are dead. Let's go to the dark region to visit His Majesty Lin Xiao, the God of Magic." Bai Zhe and others nodded and followed without any nostalgia. As a true god born in the main world, although he had not experienced such a big scene in person, he had seen it countless times in the video, and had seen scenes on a larger scale than this. Perhaps not all conquest battles were smooth sailing, and there were many overturns. But when the main world had the upper hand, they were all victorious without exception. Not to mention that the gods of this crystal wall system are just a group of rabble, without a powerful true god to unify the power of all true gods. How can they resist the main world expeditionary force with absolute strength advantage? In their view, the destruction of the gods is inevitable. And the main purpose of their visit to Lin Xiao now is naturally to defeat the gods and rebuild the order after the interests. According to previous examples, after the giant god division conquers this crystal wall system, 99% of the nearly 10,000 true gods in the pantheon will be destroyed, which will produce thousands of godhoods and a large number of believers and other resources, as well as the most coveted 4 powerful divine power positions. What a huge and coveted benefit! Of course, with their strength and relationship with Lin Xiao, the 4 powerful divine power positions have nothing to do with them, and the godhood and priesthood left by many true gods after their death have little to do with them. They did not visit Lin Xiao to ask for this, but wanted to join the giant god division directly. In recent years, they have finally understood that although they are free to go alone, they have no future. There may be lone rangers who can be promoted to powerful divine power, but the number is extremely small, and it is unknown whether there is one among 100. He does not recognize that he has this opportunity and ability. So joining a promising force is extremely critical. In the past, his idea was to join a superpower after graduating from college and start from scratch, or unite his companions around him to create a small team. But since he saw Lin Xiao's rocket-like growth rate, he changed his mind. Perhaps joining the giant god division is a good choice. Gu Cheng carefully studied Lin Xiao's growth trajectory, and found that his growth rate was too fast. His peers had just graduated from college at this time, but he was already one of the top bosses in the main world. This long period in between was equivalent to skipping directly the people he came into contact with in his life, except for high school and college, suddenly jumped to the bosses of the same level with medium divine power or above, missing a middle layer. Of course, this will not affect such a boss. At this level, the people below will take the initiative to come forward to flatter him. He does not lack subordinates at all levels, but it is a question of whether he looks down on low-level subordinates. This kind of big man who suddenly grows up by leaps and bounds will have some discomfort at the beginning. At this time, if there are old friends who come up to please, it is easy to get excess returns. Gu Cheng is playing with this idea. After all, they used to be familiar with each other, although there are some not-so-good pasts. That matter has long been revealed. Moreover, they have a good relationship with Fu Haofei, the battalion commander of the current 9th Battalion of the Giant God Regiment for hundreds of years, which has provided many conveniences for the establishment of the Great Arcane Master Battalion of the 9th Battalion. With these prerequisite relationships, if you take the initiative to join the Giant God Division, you don't need to seek any position as soon as you come. Even if you start as a soldier, you will definitely be promoted much faster than others in the future. It must be said that Gu Cheng's idea is very good. After listening to their intentions, Lin Xiao in the Dark God Kingdom readily agreed to their application to join the Giant God Division and directly incorporated them into the Giant God Regiment. He is indeed short of some middle-level subordinates now. After all, they are acquaintances. After observing for a period of time to make sure that they are capable, he will not be stingy with power. As for the minor unhappiness at the beginning, he had long forgotten it. He was now a big boss with great success. In the future, he would definitely become the top big boss in the main world. and even be promoted to a great power, and become one of the masters of the main world. How could he always remember the small things when he was studying that were not even conflicts? In some cases, when he was successful, talking about the small things at the beginning was also one of the elegant things of a big boss. And it could also make him approachable and close to his subordinates. After Gu Cheng and others joined the battle group, they chatted for a while, and then went back very sensibly to move their kingdom of God to the dark kingdom of God. At the same time, they set all the incarnations to join the war and cooperate with the reserve to clean up the battlefield. They did not rely on their acquaintance with him to get privileges and private profits. Lin Xiao occasionally took the time to observe and nodded. He didn't care whether it was pretending or something else. He cared whether he could do things and do good things. As long as this was met, he would reuse them if they were not traitors. After all, he really lacked middle-level staff now. Or take some time to go home. Now I am successful and famous. If I don't go back home after becoming rich and famous, it would be like walking in the night in fine clothes. Going home can also make my parents happy. Chapter 723 The King of Gods of the Giant God Crystal Wall System. The first of the 4 powerful gods to fall was the weak Orc Lord God. Although the overall strength of the Orc Lord God with powerful divine power has become stronger than 500 years ago, this strength is limited, facing the siege of 2 powerful gods and a battle group. After persisting for 6 years, the power of the Orc Lord God was finally exhausted, and the door of the Orc Kingdom of God was opened with difficulty. The strength of the Kingdom of Gods with powerful divine power is far stronger than that of ordinary true gods. Later, Lin Xiao borrowed 2 super-large void battleships from Xin Yuexin, including hundreds of void warships, to join the siege. It took 6 years to break through the Orc Kingdom. This shows how powerful a true god is in his own kingdom. Lin Xiao invested a powerful god, a war group leader comparable to the powerful god, a total of 3 super-large void warships with main guns equivalent to the full force of the newly promoted powerful god, and nearly 5 powerful gods plus a war group and hundreds of ships to siege for such a long time. This is the accumulated power of the Orc God. If it is replaced by the Dark God system with abundant power, it may not be broken even if you give it 100 years. Therefore, in the system of gods, the more powerful the true god, the harder it is to fall. It is unlikely to directly break through the kingdom of God with medium power or above. Generally, the war between gods in the mortal world weakens the faith of the mortal world. Without believers, there is no source of divine power. Without divine power, the kingdom of God is difficult to maintain, and life is not guaranteed. The second one to fall was the god of chaos. This old and powerful god was very powerful, but still inferior to the god of justice and the god of the sun. After breaking through and killing the Orc Lord, the fleet besieging the Orc Kingdom was transferred to join the legion here to besiege. And it was not until the 11th year that the door of the Chaos Kingdom was knocked open. The kingdom of the God of Justice and the God of the Sun was not broken until the 17th year, for powerful gods plus 3 war groups, and a large fleet including a total of 7 super-large void warships bombarded and blew up the united kingdom of the 2 powerful gods. The God of Justice and the God of the Sun and hundreds of stubborn true gods were all killed in battle. After confirming their fall, Lin Xiao, the true body of the god of magic in this world, left the Dark Kingdom and appeared in the ruined Kingdom of Justice. He didn't dare to show up before, because he was afraid that the desperate God of Justice and the God of the Sun would drag him down and perish together. It might not be successful for the 2 powerful gods to explode their power before they died, but it would definitely be very uncomfortable. It is not easy for a true god to recover from injury. The 4 powerful gods have all fallen. They and all the fallen true gods' corpses, godheads, artifacts, fragments of the kingdom of God, and the remaining prayer guards, as well as the resources stored in the kingdom of God, are a huge amount of resources that even the senior and powerful gods in the main world are looking at. The subordinates of the regiment collected all these resources, registered them, and waited for him to distribute them. Regarding the distribution of these resources, Lin Xiao directly followed the distribution method commonly used in major war zones in the main world. First, all resources were collected and handed over to the division headquarters for distribution after the war. The corpses and godheads of all true gods were divided into grades according to the level of divine power, with demigods in 1 grade, weak divine power in 1 grade, weak divine power in 1 grade, medium divine power in 1 grade, and strong divine power in another grade. Each level has a different value. and the spoils will be divided according to their value. However, the number of true gods with medium or higher power is too small, and the value is too high. Generally, it requires extremely high merits to exchange and distribute them, and the division leaders have priority. In other words, the division leaders will be given priority, such as the division commander, then the deputy division commander, the commanders of each battle group, and then the battalion commander, and so on. Even if they don't need it, they are sealed up and wait for the middle and lower level officers and non-commissioned officers to exchange it with a lot of merits and contributions. It doesn't seem fair, but it's completely normal. If everyone is equal, how can the privileges of the strong be shown? How to motivate everyone to work hard? Moreover, these powerful enemies are also dealt with by the strong men of the division, and they should be given priority even if the reason is that the more capable they are, the better. When the 4 powerful gods died, the pantheon was filled with fear and zero adjustment. The divisions dispersed and searched for the indigenous true gods all over the world in the form of war camps. They cleared them one by one, broke through the kingdom of God, and dragged them to the void outside the main material plane. At this time, Lin Shao had joined forces with the gods of the pantheon to move the dark kingdom of God out of the dark region. A large number of broken kingdoms of God and fragments were piled up next to them. The gods of the pantheon were busy integrating these kingdoms of God into the dark kingdom of God every day to refine a huge new kingdom of God. Although they were exhausted, they enjoyed it, were extremely excited, and were full of expectations for the future. There are thousands of true gods in the entire crystal wall system. If all of them are wiped out, it is unknown how much godhood and mortal faith can be obtained. There are only so many true gods in the dark pantheon. Even if the pantheon will expand in the future, it will not expand too exaggeratedly. As an old man in the pantheon, he will definitely get a little soup. As the hidden true gods were found and killed one by one, the seats representing the true gods in the pantheon became fewer and fewer. Lin Shao sat alone at the top of the pantheon. Now he was the only powerful god in the entire crystal wall system. He closed his eyes and did not move. An inexplicable wave spread out from his projection. As more and more true gods fell in the pantheon, the rejection of him by the crystal wall system became weaker and weaker. Now it has completely disappeared, and it has been replaced by favor. This shows that as the native true gods fell one by one, the general situation in the entire crystal wall system was changing. The gods represent the embodiment of the world's rules. The pantheon gathers all the gods in one, which itself represents the world's rules and, to a certain extent, represents the original will of the crystal wall system. When all the gods are hostile to you, you will naturally be hated and rejected by the whole world. But if all the gods die and only the dark god system headed by Lin Shao is left, from another perspective, they represent the original will of the world. If you represent the original will, you will naturally not hate and reject yourself. At this time, they can replace the tendency of the world's will with their own will, thereby controlling the pantheon. In many worlds, the so-called son of the crystal wall is held by an absolutely powerful true god, who must have a large number of subordinate gods, or a great divine power that ordinary true gods fear, etc., regardless of being subordinate gods or being feared. When this powerful true god has a certain degree of influence on the gods of the entire pantheon, he is the actual spokesperson of the crystal wall will, and the so-called son of the crystal wall comes from this. Of course, Lin Shao didn't have the qualifications before, but now all the gods are almost dead. 5 powerful gods are dead, and only he is left. The living true gods are hiding in awe of him. This invisibly meets the 2 conditions. The original will of the crystal wall system itself has no intelligence. When he meets the conditions, he naturally begins to nurture a certain authority that makes the gods covetous. The authority of the son of the crystal wall system. But the gods prefer to call this authority the authority of the king of all gods. The son of the crystal wall system is the actual king of all gods. This authority has a special priesthood, called the king of gods. Generally, it is automatically obtained after becoming the son of the crystal wall system. But it can also be obtained if the understanding of the supreme priesthood can reach 100%. But this is too difficult. As the king of gods, his strength must be the most powerful true god in the crystal wall system. The upper limit of the power of the giant god crystal wall system is the 19th level of the godhood. When he fully condenses the priesthood of the king of gods, and the world source power is fed back, the godhood level will naturally be promoted to the 19th level, becoming the strongest under the great power. This day did not take long. Just 5 years later, when the last medium-level god hidden in the bottomless abyss was found and taken away by them. And there was no second medium-level god in the entire pantheon that was not a true god system. His position as the king of gods was successfully condensed. At this moment, the entire crystal wall system was resonating, and all the indigenous demigods and above naturally knew in their hearts that the king of gods was born. At this moment, Lin Dao's will and the crystal wall systems were connected to enter the world source sea. Infinite laws and source power gathered towards him. His power was growing rapidly, and soon he crossed the limit of the original god level and entered the level of super god power in one fell swoop. The remaining true gods said congratulations one after another, and the few remaining true gods expressed their recognition of the king of gods. In the pantheon, Lin Xiao sat high on the throne covered by infinite divine light, overlooking the pantheon. The pantheon, which originally had thousands of thrones of true gods, now has less than 200 thrones left. Most of them are true gods born in other planes besides the main material plane. Except for the truth god system, the other true gods in the main world are almost extinct. So far, he announced the first divine order since becoming the king of all gods, and the war of conquering the giant god crystal wall system has ended. Next, it is natural to reward merits and adjust the priesthood of the gods in the pantheon. However, this is all handled by the incarnation. After completely conquering the giant god crystal wall system, Lin Xiao's real body took Xiaoyufei's Fury Flame War Core and Angel War Core to leave the giant god crystal wall system and return to the fifth war zone of the main world. He still has a lot of things to do. In addition to the medal ceremony, he also has to prepare to establish a stable portal between the main world and the giant god crystal wall system, as well as purchase a large amount of materials, expand the outpost base on the edge of the giant god crystal wall system, and expand and strengthen the outpost base into a stable war fortress. Besides, he has to go home. As the saying goes, if you don't return home with wealth, it's like walking in the night with wealth. If you become rich, your family will definitely benefit from it. My father still has weak divine power, and my mother is still a demigod. Like most of the ordinary sons of the god realm, the family territory is so small. Even if he defeats the Zhang family and takes all of the Zhang family's territory, it is not enough to support his father to go further. His mother is simply not sure of becoming a god. She has an independent plane to manage her believers, but she is not in the mood to venture into the outside world now, so she can only be stuck at this step. Lin Xiao is going to go home to pick up his parents and send them to the giant god crystal wall system. He will pile up a lot of resources to make his mother become a god. The giant god crystal wall system now has 4 powerful gods qualified. Although they are his parents, it is not easy to assign them directly, but there is no problem for them to be promoted to medium gods in the giant god crystal wall system. First accumulate, and when the real body grows up, the territory conquered by his son will become larger and larger in the future. Naturally, they will rise with the tide. As long as they don't die, there will always be a day when they will be promoted to powerful gods. For example, if he can be promoted to great gods in the future, it is not too much for his parents to become powerful gods. In ancient times, the founding emperors would posthumously confer their peasant fathers as the ancestor, great ancestor or great ancestor. Keeping these in mind for the time being, Lin Xiao went back to the super war fortress in the 5th war zone first. The Temple of Truth emitted a force field to carry the entire fleet together and jump. It took only half a month to rush back to the main world from the giant god crystal wall system and communicate with the war zone. The super war fortress and the Temple of Truth worked together to open a huge channel and drove the huge fleet into the subspace of the main world. The vast sea of chaos is boundless. The endless chaos energy is connected into a piece, turning into a surging chaos tsunami that surges layer by layer towards a distant unknown direction. Chaos energy is the most violent primitive energy, containing earth, fire, wind and water, and contains a terrifying corrosive assimilation force. Mortals who fall into it will be melted into part of chaos in an instant. This place is Hell for the creatures protected by the world, but it is heaven for the few chaotic creatures. The so-called chaos creatures are powerful creatures born and raised in the chaos void sea. They are similar to void creatures, but chaos creatures are stronger than void creatures, compared with void creatures that only have the instinct to survive. Creatures living in chaos have some wisdom. Generally, their wisdom is not high, but compared with void creatures that have no wisdom, they are two different concepts. However, this does not make much sense. Since entering the chaos with the World Devourer, Lin Xiao's black hole incarnation has not seen many chaos creatures. Well, it may be that the World Devourer that followed was too powerful, and other chaos creatures did not dare to approach. In the thousands of years of wandering in the Chaos Void Sea, he has seen fewer chaos creatures than the crystal wall system devoured by the World Devourer. I don't know what this World Devourer, who is comparable to the great divine power, relies on to distinguish. Anyway, after he was mistaken for the descendant of the mystery and was taken by his side, he has been wandering for thousands of years and has crossed an unknown distance in the chaos. Now he has almost no sense of the main world. Now he doesn't know where to go when he returns home by himself. Lin Xiao had no idea where he was now, and could only passively follow this seemingly benevolent World Devourer. The black hole that was spreading everywhere continuously devoured the violent chaotic energy in the chaos. Occasionally, he encountered some small microcrystal wall systems floating in the chaos, and the World Devourer bit off half of them, and then pushed the remaining residue in front of him and watched him devour them. It looked like a swallow feeding a baby, and it felt not bad. Over the past 1,000 years, he has been fed hundreds of times stronger than before, but he is still a tiny thing compared to this chaotic creature called World Devourer, devouring a large amount of chaotic energy and a broken world. Lin Xiao found that the essence of his incarnation was beginning to transform into a chaotic creature, and he unknowingly became a new chaotic creature. Sometimes he thought that it would not be bad if he could continue like this. After all, being a chaotic creature was also a great path. If he kept eating like this, one day he would have a physique and strength comparable to that of his ancestor. With his black hole talent, he would be considered upper class among chaotic creatures. Chapter 724. Encountering the Nightmare Will again. The promoted Nightmare King. Food. 10 years after the last time he ate and devoured a small crystal wall system, Lin Xiao heard the familiar sound of the World Devourer eating again. His consciousness followed and looked over. There was a huge shadow looming in the depths of the chaos that was still far away. The direction of the World Devourer was heading was exactly there. According to the experience of devouring many small worlds along the way, the scale of this crystal wall system seemed to be quite large, and it should be possible to have a full meal. In particular, some slightly larger crystal wall systems may give birth to their own origins, which would be quite satisfying to eat a bite. Lin Xiao had some small expectations in his heart. The distance seemed not far, but distance was the most unreliable thing in the Chaos Void Sea. It took them about 12 years to get to the vicinity of that world. This was a pale red crystal-walled universe floating in the Chaos Void Sea with countless cracks on the surface. When he got closer, he found that although this crystal-walled universe did not look large, the energy intensity it emitted was extremely high, which means that this was the kind of crystal-walled universe that was not large but had an extremely high energy level. But this is not the point. The point is that after Lin Xiao approached this crystal-walled universe, he felt a very strong breath of alien divine civilization. This is a crystal-walled universe that has been occupied by the Nightmare World or is being conquered. As soon as they approached, the energy on the surface of the world crystal wall gathered and quickly condensed into an extremely large and distorted face staring at them. A breath far superior to himself and not inferior to the World Devourer rushed over. The chaotic energy within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers was pushed away by this breath, revealing tens of millions of kilometers of clear void. The Great Master personally paid attention to this crystal-walled universe, which is extraordinary. Lin Xiao was about to communicate with the World Devourer, but the World Devourer seemed to not care about the warning of the Nightmare Master at all, and continued to rush over. A body larger than the ancestor, carrying an infinite tide of chaos, surged toward the world. The huge Nightmare Master's face let out an angry roar, and was immediately smashed to pieces by the World Devourer. The body, like the world, slammed into the crystal wall of the world. There was only a crisp sound of crackling that could be clearly heard even hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, and a piece of the crystal wall of the world was bitten off. The next second, a soul-piercing scream came from the depths of the world, with extreme anger and pain, as well as strong resentment. Through the gap in the world, Lin Xiao saw the core of the entire crystal wall. A figure that was merging with the origin of the world was slowly coming out of a mysterious state. The infinite world source power lost control and leaked out, and the whole world was violently shaken and in chaos. Lin Xiao opened his mouth slightly, and his heart was shocked. If I am not mistaken, This is a top Nightmare King who is integrating the origin of this powerful crystal wall system, intending to be promoted to a great master. But by chance, the World Devourer came and bit off a small piece of the world, causing the entire world to shake, thus causing his promotion to fail. Lin Xiao didn't know whether to cry or laugh after accidentally interrupting the promotion of a Nightmare King. This is a good thing for the human world, as there is one less great enemy. But it is not a good thing for him, no matter in which world. Cutting off the path of others is a deadly feud. Moreover, this Nightmare King is not alone at first glance. He is most likely related to a great nightmare master. I don't know if the World Devourer feels it. Anyway, he has some kind of warning sign in his heart now, as if some disaster is about to come. Of course, this does not mean that this Nightmare King will succeed in promotion. Even if the crystal wall system can carry a great divine power, it is not 100% successful. There are countless worlds in the entire chaotic virtual sea, and there are not many powerful crystal wall universes. But there will always be many if the base number is large. If it is certain to succeed, the great divine power would have overflowed long ago. In fact, even the major divine domain civilizations do not have many great beings. So the success rate is obviously not 100%. The level of great divine power is another level completely different from the true God. Many worlds call it the Supreme God, the King of all gods, and the God of gods. Such existence has already been initially transcended. Just like the legendary ascetics in ancient China, who need to overcome various heavenly tribulations, human tribulations, inner demon tribulations, etc. to become immortals. There will also be these mysterious tribulations in the promotion of great divine power. Obviously, they should be regarded as the human tribulations of this Nightmare King. And they just happen to interrupt his promotion at the most critical moment of his promotion. This interruption will have a huge impact. This Nightmare King will not be able to be promoted again for a long time, because he has been branded with the origin mark of this crystal wall universe. And he can no longer rely on this method to be promoted to the great master. It is equivalent to cutting off a path of promotion, and he can only find another way. Correspondingly, they also have to bear the wrath of this Nightmare King and the Nightmare Master who is about to arrive. Lin Xiao was thinking about whether to run away, and the World Devourer seemed to have tasted the delicious food and took another bite. So the angry Nightmare King urged the power of the whole world, and the pound of energy tide surged like a tsunami, blocking the World Devourer. But the next second, the World Devourer opened its mouth, like the world-devouring abyss, and swallowed a large piece of the infinite energy tide. When the rest rushed to Lin Xiao, it was already weak like a wave. He didn't swallow it. It would be better to take a bite in the Chaos Void Sea. With the help of the source power of the whole world, and the power far beyond the general superpower, this Nightmare King actually fought with the World Devourer, who was comparable to the great power. But the strength was still too different. As the World Devourer swallowed the pound of source power with a few clicks, the energy of the whole world was quickly swallowed up, and its power quickly plummeted. The Nightmare King seemed to react, and his power quickly contracted to resist the swallowing of the World Devourer. He couldn't escape. Just like in that strange world, after merging with the will of the World Crystal Wall, he was confined to this world and couldn't leave. The same was true for this Nightmare King. After extreme anger came endless fear. The Nightmare King roared angrily. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't change the fate of the entire world being gradually swallowed up. The many strange and twisted monsters in this world that he conquered couldn't help at all. They were all swallowed up by the World Devourer, or were swept into the chaotic turbulence and turned into mincemeat. Lin Xiao watched from a distance without any emotion, and looked up from time to check around. After all, a powerful king who was about to be promoted to a great master must be a big boss in the nightmare world. He didn't believe that the nightmare world would let him die. It was also too far away from the nightmare world. The trace of consciousness left here by the nightmare world had been defeated by the World Devourer. It would take time for its main body to react. After all, it was unknown how far this place was from the nightmare main world. As soon as the thought fell, an extremely huge will descended, directly descending on the Nightmare King. And then all the energy of the entire broken world, including all the creatures in the world, was taken up by an indescribable force, shattered, and condensed into infinite energy, forming a chaotic giant that reached the sky and the earth and stood in the chaotic sea. Two great levels fought, and a world that could carry great existence turned into nothingness. At this time, the Chaos Giant, who was not sure whether it was the Nightmare King or the Nightmare Will, temporarily possessed the power to compete with the World Devourer. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of kilometers apart, Lin Xiao could feel the horror of this power, which could definitely crush him easily. At this time, the Chaos Giant opened his eyes, and the chaotic void of billions of kilometers suddenly lit up. And then, the Chaos Giant's vision passed over the World Devourer and looked directly at Lin Xiao, who was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. An angry will roared in his mind out of thin air. Blasphemer! You are courting death. Lin Xiao instantly understood what the angry blasphemer of the nightmare will meant, and his eyes popped out. Hack! You still remember after so long? This guy was talking about the fact that he seemed to have swallowed a trace of nightmare while in a certain weird world and the totem crystal walled universe. He had forgotten about it after so long, but he didn't expect that the nightmare will still remembered it. And it looked like its reaction was quite big. Could this have a big impact on him? But no one could give him an answer, because the Chaos Giant did not fight back after taking the attack from the World Devourer, but ran straight towards him, which frightened Lin Xiao so much that he turned around and ran away. But in his current state, how could he outrun the Chaos Giant? He crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers of the void in 2 steps. A chaos hand that covered the sky, and the sun grabbed the black hole of his incarnation. The powerful attraction was completely unable to do anything to it. On the contrary, before the chaos hand reached it, an invisible force field had already affected the stability of the huge black hole of his incarnation. Fortunately, there was another World Devourer nearby, although he did not know why this powerful opponent had such an abnormal behavior. Since the opponent had revealed a flaw, he naturally bit the Chaos Giant's thigh, and his unique power quickly dissolved and split the bitten part. The Chaos Giant, who lost a thigh, did not move, and grabbed it fiercely with one claw. The black hole of Lin Xiao's incarnation collapsed immediately, and the gravitational field that distorted time and space disappeared, revealing his incarnation in the depths. It was not the body that was condensed in that destroyed strange world before, but an ordinary person who looked exactly like Lin Xiao's real body. This incarnation had already understood the essence of the black hole. The black hole was him. So the essence of this incarnation was the black hole. The human form was just the most familiar form in his memory. If he wanted, he could transform into any form of life he had devoured. Looking up at the sky-covering chaotic hand, the indescribable power solidified the void, and he couldn't even move. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart and prepared to annihilate his soul with the level of the Nightmare Lord. Once he was caught by him, he would definitely be able to directly trace the source through the connection between the incarnation and the real body to catch his real body. If he was prepared, it would be no problem to force his real body out of the Gaia main world. In order to avoid this situation, he could only commit suicide and his soul would be annihilated. Chapter 725 Exile and Chaos Realm. However, the World Devourer would definitely not let the Nightmare will have its way. He had fed him every bite of food he had, and had been feeding him like a cub for thousands of years. How could he just sit back and watch him die? There was only an indescribable roar, and an invisible wave exploded with the World Devourer as the center. The void was quickly solidified. Even the Chaos Giant, the incarnation of the Nightmare Will, was affected and rapidly reduced. The speed of the Chaos Hand grabbing Lin Xiao was getting slower and slower. After all, he was not the real Nightmare Overlord, and he had just lost a leg and his strength was greatly weakened. He was still unable to resist the full force of a chaos creature. At the same time, the World Devourer's huge body, which was like a world, took the opportunity to pounce on the Chaos Giant's brain and bit off its head in one bite. But the next second, the remaining body of the Nightmare Overlord quickly collapsed, and the infinite chaotic energy turned into an extremely huge vortex that held up the falling solidification force field. A bit of light flew out of the vortex, and quickly turned into a finger that pierced the solidification force field to a point in front of Lin Xiao. A circle of ripples spread out, and Lin Xiao's figure gradually became illusory, and his figure and breath slowly disappeared. Exile! Lin Xiao sighed lightly. It was better than expected. As long as he was not caught on the spot, exile would be fine. The World Devourer watched his figure and breath completely disappear, and was immediately extremely angry. The terrifying roar spread, and the area of hundreds of millions of kilometers turned into chaos. Not to mention the anger of the World Devourer. At this time Lin Xiao was exiled by the Nightmare Will himself, and crossed the infinite void in an instant. The speed was so fast that even with the strength of his incarnation, it was difficult to perceive the surroundings, and the whole person fell into a coma. However, this exile only lasted for a very short time. He used his own powerful strength to break the last shackles left by the nightmare will and control himself. At a certain moment, he stopped and appeared out of thin air in an unfamiliar chaotic virtual sea. He didn't know where this was, but he could sense a familiar breath nearby. It was the golden ancient tree incarnation that he had been exiled to in the totem crystal wall universe a long time ago. Obviously, the destination where the nightmare will exile them was here. What appeared in front of him was a huge black hole. But it was not the kind of black hole he incarnated. Nor was it the mystery of the great life form. There was just a huge hole in the chaotic virtual sea in front, which emitted a strong gravitational force to suck the surrounding chaotic energy into it, and formed a black hole. The breath of the golden ancient tree incarnation was inside. This was not the sin absolute abyss where the strong or the divine civilization in the chaotic virtual sea specifically exiled criminals. Although he had never seen it, Lin Xiao knew that the sin absolute abyss was not like this. But it was definitely a Jedi that was no less dangerous than the sin absolute abyss. Lin Xiao's real body had not been able to sense the exact location of the golden ancient tree incarnation before. But he did not expect it this time. Another incarnation was sent here by the nightmare will. It was a good opportunity to see the current state of the golden ancient tree incarnation. And if it was trapped inside, see if it could be rescued. Although the attraction of the black hole is strong, it cannot affect him at such a long distance. As he gradually approaches, the gravity of the black hole increases. When it gets close to a certain point, the gravity is so strong that even he is affected. You should know that although Lin Xiao's incarnation is not as good as the incarnation that became the king of all gods in the giant god crystal wall system, it is not comparable to ordinary powerful divine power. In addition, he himself is a life form born from a black hole and is affected. It can be seen that this black hole can affect super divine power at the nearest point. If ordinary powerful divine power is sucked in, it is estimated that it cannot get out by its own ability. Lin Xiao guessed that his exiled golden ancient tree incarnation was trapped in it and could not get out. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao forcibly resisted this terrifying attraction and came to the surface of the black hole. The chaotic energy sucked from millions, or even tens of millions of kilometers away was compressed into a substantial liquid chaotic energy and poured into the hole like river water. He was surprised to find that this black hole was moving, and the moving speed was quite fast. There was no reference in the chaotic void before. The maximum influence range of the black hole exceeded 100 million kilometers. The gravity pulled itself, and the chaotic energy itself was always flowing. So I didn't pay attention to it for a while. Now I can feel that the black hole is moving at a very fast speed in the chaotic void sea, comparable to the flying speed of ordinary true gods. Interesting. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, plunged into the black hole, and disappeared in an instant. The terrifying gravity tore back and forth, and Lin Xiao used his gravity talent to reversely offset the gravity, suspended in the lonely void and shuttled. No, he couldn't feel that he was moving, as if he was standing still in the void, but he knew that he was entering the depths of the black hole, and this feeling was very contradictory. I don't know how long it took. Lin Xiao suddenly felt heavy all over, and a terrifying pressure appeared out of thin air and pressed him to death. The strength and energy of his body were rapidly weakened, but the surrounding void did not change. But Lin Xiao already knew that he had left the previous position and appeared in a very strange space. Yes, it's very strange. It's not that the sudden terrifying suppression suppressed his strength by an unknown number of times, but that the speed of time in this space seems a little abnormal. Ordinary people may not be able to detect it, but Lin Xiao's true body has mastered 50% of the original time law. Although this incarnation cannot activate the time law, the origin of the time law has affected the soul origin of his incarnation, and can clearly perceive the special features of time. In this void, the flow speed of time is 1/50th of the chaotic void outside, which means that the flow speed of time here is slowed down by 1/50th. But his actions are as usual, and have not slowed down to 1/50th. What's more amazing is that this 1/50th time flow speed is not fixed. In this short period of time, he can feel that the flow speed of time has changed 6 times in a short period of time. They were 1/50th of the initial time, then 1/48th, and then suddenly jumped to 91 times the normal time flow rate, then jumped to 1/3 of the time flow rate, 1/3 of the time flow rate, and 6 times the time flow rate. In other words, the time flow rate here is not fixed, but changes at any time, sometimes slow, sometimes extremely fast, and the rules have not been noticed yet. But Lin Xiao thinks there will be no rules. It is quite magical. And Lin Xiao is particularly excited. Which means that it is possible to find another part of the origin of time in this unknown world. In the Chaos Void Sea, time is unified. The time flow rate of each crystal wall universe is different. But the time inside the current world is consistent. And there will be no abnormal changes without external forces. To be honest, this world where the time flow rate changes constantly and randomly is the first time Lin Xiao has seen it. But it is not the first time he has heard of it. Lin Xiao once found a book in the library of Huiyao University that records some strange crystal wall universes or special places in the Chaos Void Sea. It records a magical world with strange and changing time. In that world, the speed of time changes greatly. A normal minute may take less than a second in that world. But in the next minute, 100 years, or even 10,000 years may have passed in this world. An ordinary creature in that world may still be the same after 1 minute, or may die of old age, or may have become a powerful being comparable to a true god. This magical world has a very appropriate name, the Chaos Realm, because that world not only has a strange speed of time, but it is also very large, consisting of infinite divided planes and spaces. And there are endless lives that can be found in all crystal wall universes in the Chaos Void Sea. For example, some strange worlds have some unique and strange monsters. And there must be such strange monsters in the Chaos Realm. These strange monsters are derived or reproduced in various ways. And more complex monsters will be born. In this chaotic realm, it is possible that a super monster comparable to a powerful god will be born in a certain divided realm in the next second. Here, only beings with immortal lifespans above the great level can be immune to the influence of time turbulence. Those who are not at this level are in danger of dying at any time in this chaotic realm, and may die of old age at any time due to the tens of thousands of times changes in time. It is worth mentioning that the true gods, who theoretically have immortal lifespans, are no longer immortal in this world, and have different lifespans according to their strengths. For example, those with powerful divine power can have a lifespan of millions of years. They are immortal in front of mortals. But they are just a bigger grasshopper in the chaotic realm, and they can be captured and eaten by other more powerful monsters in a minute. Lin Xiao's incarnation is also not immortal, but his strength comparable to that of senior powerful divine power, as well as the essence of black hole life, allow him to have an extremely long lifespan. He himself does not know the exact lifespan, but it is definitely not less than tens of millions of years, enough for him to survive for a long time in this chaotic realm. The most important thing is that his soul essence carries a trace of the time origin of his true body. The time chaos of this world has very little effect on him, which can allow him to survive longer. If he really can't find the incarnation of the golden ancient tree in an unknown realm, he can still escape with the help of the black hole and the essence of time. This divided realm is a space without a trace of sunlight. There is no life in the void except for the ubiquitous energy full of depravity. It is lonely and empty. Lin Xiao wandered in this void for a long time, and found the edge of the divided realm. He stretched his fingers into the junction of the two realms, and gently poked through a thin, but very tough invisible boundary membrane. A trace of stimulating heat came from the fingertips, and the temperature on the other side was very high. He took a deep breath, tore open the boundary membrane, and walked into it facing the infinite hot light. At the same time, a huge figure appeared at the entrance of the black hole in the chaotic realm, which had been tens of thousands of kilometers away from the original place. The golden and red tentacles behind the head were flying like an octopus, and a trace of dark golden light spread out, spreading like waves. If Lin Xiao were here, he would definitely recognize that this was the Nightmare King whose promotion was interrupted by him before, and he had somehow tracked him here. Chapter 726, Fleeing for Life and Shifting the Trouble to the East. Obviously, this Nightmare King had not completely perished before. It is estimated that the Nightmare will finally brought part of his soul back to the Nightmare main world to prevent his death. There are not many top combat forces like this even in the Nightmare main world, so there must be extra treatment. It has only been a short time since he completely recovered to his peak state and came back to kill again. Judging from his uncontrollable anger, he must have come to seek revenge on Lin Xiao. He stepped out of the void and chaos for a long time before he disappeared into the black hole. The black hole continued to move quickly in the chaotic virtual sea, and a steady stream of chaotic energy was swallowed into it. The chaotic creatures living in the chaotic virtual sea sensed the gravity of the black hole and avoided it. Time passed unknowingly. I don't know how long it had been, The huge gravitational field of the black hole suddenly paused slightly. And then the eternal gravity at the entrance of the chaotic realm suddenly became a little disordered. And a stronger gravitational field was affecting the huge black hole in the chaotic void nearly 100 million kilometers away. A chaotic turbulence, with a length of millions of kilometers, slowly moved in the void. A huge black shadow could be vaguely seen in the looming chaotic energy storm. An endless chaotic lightning surrounded the black shadow and kept striking down. If someone familiar was here, they would definitely recognize that this behemoth, with a body length of nearly 10,000 kilometers, was a chaos source turtle with several heads. A fierce monster that even powerful divine power could not do anything to in the chaos void sea. The chaos source turtle floated aimlessly in the chaos, with millions of kilometers of chaotic turbulence. When it was less than 10 million kilometers away from the black hole of the chaotic realm, the surrounding chaotic energy flowed towards the black hole under the influence of gravity. The chaos source turtle let out a dull roar, and the affected chaotic energy was restrained by a mysterious force and was no longer sucked away. But at a certain moment, another gravitational force appeared out of thin air in this void. The chaos source turtle, lazily floating in the sea of void, suddenly opened its eyes, and several huge heads suddenly raised their heads to look in a certain direction. There was a trace of fear in the pupils that were as bright as the sun. For thick and strong claws, like pillars of heaven, emerged from the body that was like a continent and quickly paddled in a certain direction. I don't know how long it took. An extremely powerful gravitational force appeared in this area, and the chaotic energy in the void was attracted by this gravitational force. The millions of kilometers of chaotic energy carried by the chaos source turtle were violently drawn away by this gravitational force, revealing the extremely hideous body of the chaos source turtle, which was struggling to paddle its body to escape into the distance. I don't know how long it took. The energy in the void was completely drained, revealing the clear void and the gradually distorted space and time. At a glance, the void of countless billions of kilometers was distorted by an indescribable force, and even the sight was distorted, and only a vague distorted area could be seen, as if an area of the entire world was erased by an invisible force. I finally found you, my young fellow. A series of waves with unclear meanings that penetrated the soul like a sigh swept by, and the huge distortion suddenly disappeared, and the black hole formed by the entrance and exit of the chaotic realm also disappeared. Chaos realm. A realm filled with infinite fiery light. As soon as Lin Xiao entered, he felt as if he had entered the sun. The temperature in the void soared to an incredible level, and his clothes instantly turned into nothingness. But what surprised him most was that in this hot space, with a temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees, there were actually living creatures. This is a humanoid creature similar to an ionic life form, with a blue ionic color. That is, a lighting form that flexibly moves back and forth in the void. An ionic life form saw the sudden appearance of Lin Xiao and observed him from a distance for a few seconds with curiosity, and suddenly showed a dangerous expression and rushed towards him. Halfway through, his body exploded and turned into a blue lightning net and rushed towards him. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and pointed it down. The moment his index finger touched the lightning net, the tip of his finger exploded, and a black spot emerged, emitting a terrifying attraction that sucked the large blue electric net into his fingertip and disappeared. Lin Xiao couldn't help but burp. The energy contained in this small ion life form is comparable to swallowing a true god alive. He choked for a moment. As a chaotic creature, swallowing other powerful creatures alive is also one of the ways to increase strength. This is also one of the main reasons why many chaotic creatures like to find crystal wall systems to invade and swallow. The energy contained in any ion life form is comparable to swallowing a true god alive. Lin Xiao looked at the stream of light that occasionally passed through this hot space and was full of heat. Soon a crazy killer appeared in this space, looking for ion life forms everywhere. No matter how strong or weak, he would forcefully swallow them when he found them. This space is not very large, equivalent to the size of a small plane. Although there are many ion life forms, there are no strong ones who can fight against him. Lin Xiao swallowed them very happily. But I don't know if it's because the space has a defense mechanism or something else. At a certain moment, the time flow rate of the space suddenly jumped violently, reaching a point of 1 to several million in an instant. And 1 second is equivalent to 3 or 4 million seconds. What is this concept? It is equivalent to 1 second in the chaos void sea, and 40 days have passed here. If it is 1 day, it is equivalent to 3 or 4 million days, close to 10,000 years. A mortal can go through all his life from birth to death in less than an hour here. After Lin Xiao noticed the terrible change of time, he immediately stopped chasing the ion life form and chose to leave. Although his lifespan is long, he can't afford such a waste. The spatial structure here is also very complicated. The space between the divided boundary space and the space is in a strange overlapping state. You can tear the space to leave this space anywhere. And then, you can choose up to dozens of different connected spaces to enter when tearing the space. So he doesn't need to run to the edge of this space to leave. He can escape from this space on the spot. The premise is that you have enough strength to tear the space. If not, you can only stay in one space and wait for death. Or run to the edge of the space to find a space crack to escape. He quickly tore open the space and entered the nearest space at random. Instantly, the extreme coldness hit him. Lin Xiao ignored the low temperature and checked the speed of time at the first time, and breathed a sigh of relief. The speed of time here is only 500 to 600 of the normal speed. It is a good place to prolong life. But the speed of time jumped back to normal speed after just a few seconds. Only then did he have time to look around. He was above a mountain covered with thick ice and snow. The snow in the air was floating, and there was no life at a glance. He turned around casually, and found some insect-like creatures hibernating under the thick ice. After turning around in this world, Lin Xiao tore open the space and entered another space again. Next, he wandered aimlessly and unconsciously in this chaotic realm with infinitely divided realms, swallowing powerful lives living in different spaces from time to time. From ordinary but strange creatures to powerful monsters comparable to true gods. Occasionally, he would break into some worlds occupied by terrible monsters comparable to powerful gods. He would tear open the space and leave before those monsters reacted. Although he was not afraid, he would avoid meaningless battles if possible. It was better to easily devour a bunch of ordinary god-level monsters than to risk getting hurt in a fight. Safety was more important in the dangerous Chaos Realm. Fortunately, although the Chaos Realm was very dangerous and there were many powerful monsters, it was said that there were also some terrifying beings comparable to great divine power hidden in it. But there were too many spaces in the Chaos Realm, and it was extremely difficult to encounter them. In addition, his strength was strong enough, so he was a little scared for a while. But there was no danger. Time passed slowly. In this world with chaotic time flow, Lin Xiao didn't know how long it had passed. Anyway, he had experienced thousands of spaces, and the time he had experienced was tens of thousands of years. This was because his soul essence involved the origin of time. The chaos of time had a much smaller impact on him than ordinary people. If it were someone else to experience his thousands of worlds, it would take at least hundreds of thousands of years, and those below the true God would have died because of exhaustion of lifespan. That day, Lin Xiao tore open the space again, and this time he chose the farthest space to drill in. As soon as he entered, his skin felt like it was pierced by countless needles, and a terrifying breath that made his soul tremble rushed towards him. He didn't even take a look, and his first reaction was to turn around and drill back to the original space. The next second, the space behind him was torn open, and the terrifying will chased after him. Lin Xiao didn't stop for a second, and tore the space open again without hesitation to drill into it, and the terrifying breath behind him that made his soul tremble continued to chase after him. Hack! There is no need to think about it. Just seeing it can make your soul tremble. This is 100% a terrifying existence comparable to great divine power. Sure enough, walking too much on the night road is easy to encounter ghosts. After drilling through thousands of worlds, he finally bumped into the face of a super monster hidden in the chaotic realm. He didn't even know what was chasing him from behind. Whether it was a great divine power from another world, or an ancestor, or a chaotic creature, or a monster of a great level. He didn't dare to look back, for fear that he would be caught up if he delayed turning back for a few tenths of a second. If he was caught up, he would definitely die. Fortunately, this chaotic realm is strong enough, and everyone must abide by the basic rules. Even if the great divine power here goes to other divided realms, it has to tear open the space. So he was not caught up. If it were placed in other powerful worlds, this great existence would directly hit. Even the main material plane would be knocked open, and no space could stop it. But it is not a solution to keep running like this. You must find a way to get rid of it. Otherwise you will definitely be caught up in the end. Lin Xiao thought about the thousands of worlds he had passed through before, and quickly locked onto several worlds, with his hands tearing again. Dozens of world coordinates appeared in front of him. He quickly locked onto one of them and drilled in. He ignored the thunderous roar that came to his face and went straight to the hideous head that looked like an island in the sea that spread all over the world. Chapter 727, Title and Treasure. This world was a sea world that he had passed by before. There lived a super beast with powerful divine power. He had a little unpleasantness when he passed by before. So now Lin Xiao came to visit again. This beast, whose head alone was as big as an island, immediately rushed out when it sensed Lin Xiao's breath, opened its mouth and sucked fiercely, and a strong attraction acted on the void of hundreds of kilometers in radius, causing circles of ripples in the void to shrink inward. Lin Xiao grinned and gave the beast an uneasy smile, forcibly tore open the space and drilled in. The beast could do nothing to him. A small part of its huge body had been exposed, and it roared with anger, splashing layers of hundreds of meters high waves. The deafening roar echoed like thunder over the sea. After a few seconds, the roar suddenly changed into a terrified low hum, and then the space shook violently, and even time stopped. Lin Xiao rushed through more than 10 spaces in a row, and in the middle, he visited several spaces occupied by powerful life forms he had encountered before. Then he jumped hundreds of times in a row before he breathed a sigh of relief. With so many big guys, I hope that unknown existence can eat enough and not continue to chase. He continued to flee. But he was not as anxious as before. He wrote down the many spaces he had experienced before, so as not to run into them again and be finished. The space in this chaotic realm is almost endless. Lin Xiao kept wandering in these spaces, experiencing one space after another of different sizes, and saw countless strange creatures he had never seen before. He unknowingly crossed no less than 100,000 divided spaces, and encountered no less than hundreds of life forms, giant gods, or monsters comparable to powerful, or even super divine powers. The powerful existences he saw in the chaotic realm alone were more than the total number of strong people he had seen in his entire life. And he encountered a super life form at the level of great divine power. But this time he was lucky. This great life form was not awake, but half asleep in a super huge space. When he entered, the other party was not awake. He took a brave look and ran away. Relatively speaking, the number of great life forms in this chaotic realm seems to be more than the ancestors of the wizard world. The wizard world only has ancestors, and this world contains all the creatures in the entire chaotic virtual sea. It has not been long since he encountered 2 ancestors with hundreds of powerful divine powers. The density is quite high. It is worth mentioning that many of the nearly 100,000 split spaces he experienced were repeated. The second time or even multiple times he passed through these spaces, the situation inside these spaces was very different each time he entered them again. The most impressive thing for him was the world full of blazing light that he entered for the first time. The first time he entered it, there were a lot of ion life living in it, and he swallowed a lot of it. The second time he entered this space, he found that the temperature inside was much lower, and there were fewer ion life. He passed by and killed the rest by the way, leaving only a few injured ones, who escaped to the corner to save their lives. When he passed by for the third time, he found that there was a super ion life form sun in the space. The terrifying ion flow comparable to superpower blasted Lin Xiao, who was caught off guard, back to the original space. By the way, a terrifying ion flow burned half of his body along the unclosed space. If the space was not closed, he would have suffered a great loss. Obviously, between the second and third time he entered this space, many years had passed in this space. An ion life that had escaped before had experienced something, and became such a terrifying life form. It was also quite vengeful. When it saw Lin Xiao coming again, it immediately exploded and beat him up so hard that he almost flipped over. This left a deep memory in Lin Xiao. He did not dare to use his original memory and experience to judge the space he had passed before. Every time he was as vigilant as if he had come to a new space. 5th War Zone. Super War Fortress. Auditorium. Lin Xiao stood on the podium in the auditorium in a well-tailored general uniform. His slender figure matched with this military uniform was majestic and extraordinary. There were 700 or 800 pairs of friendly eyes in the auditorium. Some envious, some respectful, and some pleased. Xie Tianyan also strode to him in a mighty commander's uniform, and took a badge representing the rank of general from a white jade plate with red silk in the hands of a non-commissioned officer next to him, and put it on him personally. A loud and powerful voice rang out in the auditorium. Approved by the theater command. Major General Lin Xiao is awarded the rank of general, the position of the commander of the Giant God Independent Division, and is ranked at the decision-making level of the theater command. The rank is now awarded. He raised his hand and saluted in a standard military salute, and Lin Xiao returned the salute. And the field suddenly rang out fierce applause. Shen Yuexin, Xie Yufei, and Jin Cixi stood in the crowd and clapped their hands, their eyes only on their lovers, full of joy. The 700 or 800 generals, who were in the 5th war zone and above, and had the rank of Major General, were basically well-intentioned. The most important thing in the army is actual strength. When Lin Xiao first became the leader of the Giant God Corps, some people might think that he was relying on Xie Yufei for money, and they would look down on him and gossip about him. But now that he has returned from the wizard world alive and inherited the legacy of the universal God system, all the disdain has disappeared. The 6 powerful subordinates are real combat power. Plus he himself has strength that is not inferior to the powerful gods. It is no secret that he has an ancient god level of more than 15. With his current status, he no longer needs to hide this. Maybe some keyboard warriors, who are not very clear, will still be disdainful, thinking that this is all external force, and it is just a dog shit luck to get the legacy of the Universal God Emperor. If I also get the legacy of the Universal God Emperor, I can do it. But to be honest, if you can really win the legacy of the Universal God Emperor, you are extraordinary in yourself, and you can really do it. The awarding ceremony ended quickly. The military style has always been brief and vigorous. After the ceremony, Lin Xiao officially participated in the first high-level meeting of the theater after his promotion as a decision-maker of the theater. In addition to many generals, there were also many middle and upper-level people in the theater above the rank of general, such as the commanders of the major battle groups, the commanders of the crystal wall system of each theater, and the garrison officers of some important areas, etc. After reintroducing Lin Xiao's military rank and position to the middle and high-level officials in the war zone, the meeting content entered a topic that surprised Lin Xiao. A pioneering team of the 3rd Expeditionary Corps in the war zone discovered a powerful crystal-walled universe that was being attacked by the Zerg civilization. They had already occupied a certain advantage. According to the default rules, they could only do some small actions in secret, and then mark this crystal-walled universe and leave this world. This is the default unspoken rule that only the top forces of the major divine domain civilizations have. With such strength and power, there will be more or less some connections with the top forces of other divine domain civilizations, and they will not collide head-on unless necessary. Like the Giant God Crystal Wall system, it actually follows this tacit understanding. The strength of the outposts of many divine domain civilizations is not much different. So Lin Xiao has the opportunity to defeat them and seize the Giant God Crystal Wall system. The Giant God Division and 6 powerful Deputy Division Commanders are the power that Lin Xiao obtained during the attack on the Giant God Crystal Wall system. They did not belong to the 5th war zone before, so he relied on his absolute strength to destroy the outposts of the major divine domain civilizations completely within the scope of the unspoken rules. Later, the major divine domain civilizations did not send strong men to descend. Lin Xiao later learned that this was because the war zone had already made a warning. Of course, the default unspoken rules are unspoken rules, which does not mean that the top forces of the various divine domain civilizations have any collusion. It is just a normal default rule to reduce losses. All major divine domain civilizations need it. Just like the default rule that 2 armies do not kill each other when fighting. This kind of unpresentable rule is useful to follow. And it doesn't matter if you don't follow it. But if you break the rules, others can also break them. Now the problem is that the crystal wall universe discovered by the 3rd Expeditionary Force has been discovered and conquered to a certain extent by a major force of the Zerg divine domain civilization. It stands to reason that if they interfere, it is a violation. Forced interference is likely to cause a war between the top forces of the 2 divine domain civilizations. But the pioneering team of the 3rd Expeditionary Force discovered an important discovery in that divine domain civilization that they had to pay attention to. That world is now in a critical stage of dimensional upgrading. A very powerful indigenous figure has become the master of the world with a strong hand, which is equivalent to Lin Xiao's status as the king of all gods in the Giant God Crystal Wall system. But that world is not a true god system. As for the so-called dimension upgrade, it means that the energy level of that world is undergoing a qualitative transformation. From the intermediate crystal wall universe that could not give birth to a great god-level strongman to the upper crystal wall universe that can support the birth of a great god-level strongman. It just so happens that there is a powerful indigenous world king in that world. Once the dimension upgrade is successful, there is a certain probability that he will directly become a world master comparable to the great god level. Of course, although there are not many pure upper crystal wall universes in the Chaos Void Sea, there are also many. There are several affiliated to the fifth war zone, and no one has taken that step to become a great god level by this. The reason why the war zone held a meeting to make a decision was not this world, but a treasure that could upgrade the dimension of that crystal wall universe. The world's dimension upgrade is rare. Basically, a crystal wall universe can determine the upper limit of its energy level after its birth, and it has maintained this level throughout the countless billions of years of life of this crystal wall universe. Generally speaking, if you want to change the energy level of the world, you can only strengthen yourself by constantly plundering the origin of other worlds. But this kind of growth has a certain limit, and it is very slow and troublesome. Moreover, dimensional upgrading does not simply refer to the improvement of the world's energy level, but the qualitative improvement of the world level. It can only be called dimensional upgrading when it can carry great divine power. If it does not reach this level, it cannot be counted. When Lin Xiao bought the Moon Sky Realm, there was a big guy who was trying this. But when he bought it, the Moon Sky Realm was still a long way from dimensional upgrading. At least in the hundreds of thousands of years of history of the human main world, the number of crystal wall universes that can be upgraded by acquired methods is less than 10 fingers. Chapter 728, hearing about the Crystal Wall System origin core again. The Crystal Wall System named Tide, discovered by the 3rd Expeditionary Force, did not upgrade by plundering a large amount of foreign resources, but by relying on a special treasure. The war zone convened many middle and high-level meetings to discuss how to compete for that treasure. Lin Xiao was quite interested in the so-called treasure. After all, it was a treasure that could upgrade the Crystal Wall System. If the war zone could take it, there was almost no possibility of allocating it to himself. After all, he had just become a decision-maker in the war zone and was only one of them. He was not qualified to take it. But if he just applied for research, it would be fine. He was very curious about what could upgrade the Crystal Wall System. In fact, among the knowledge he had now, there were 1 or 2 ways to upgrade the Crystal Wall System. But they were too difficult and troublesome and not feasible. If this method was feasible, then its value would be much more valuable than this Crystal Wall System and that treasure. However, after Lin Xiao received the top-secret information from Commander Xia and carefully read it from beginning to end, he showed a very surprised look in his eyes, and a little disappointed. He was very surprised because he also had this treasure, and disappointed that this method was not replicable. And his interest dropped a lot at once. The treasure that upgraded the tidal world was a Crystal Wall System core, which was exactly the same as the Crystal Wall System origin core he had obtained before. But this one was not damaged. The vast amount of Crystal Wall System origin inside came from a superior Crystal Wall System. After being integrated into the tidal world, there was enough origin to force the tidal Crystal Wall System to upgrade to a new superior Crystal Wall System. According to the information, the Crystal Wall System origin core has been completely integrated into the tidal Crystal Wall System. Even the Master of the World cannot forcibly peel it off. The 5th War Zone does have a way to forcibly peel it off, but the premise is to completely conquer this world. And then the Commander of the War Zone, Xia Tianyin, will forcibly peel it off with the power of the Super War Fortress in the War Zone. Doing so will of course damage the origin of the tidal Crystal Wall System. So the high-level officials in the War Zone are divided into 2 factions, and are having a heated discussion on whether to directly upgrade this Crystal Wall System to the upper Crystal Wall System after conquering the tidal world, or to forcibly strip this treasure after conquering it. Lin Xiao listened to it. The view of the stripping faction is that even if this treasure is used to upgrade the tidal world, there is no guarantee that anyone can successfully upgrade to the great divine power. There are many upper Crystal Wall systems conquered by the main world that are qualified to carry the great divine power. Many big guys have the status of the king of the upper Crystal Wall world or the king of gods, but few have successfully taken that step. It can be seen that although it is feasible to upgrade to the great divine power by the power of world transition, the success rate is too low, with a probability of less than 1%. This faction believes that instead of fighting for a probability of less than 1%, it is better to strip this treasure and use it, either to make a super artifact, or to give it to a certain high-level person to create another super divine power. Conservatives believe that direct stripping involves considerable risks, as no one can guarantee that the treasure will not be damaged after being stripped off. If damaged, its value will drop significantly. Once damaged, it will be difficult to create another super divine power, and it will be impossible to create any super artifacts. They think it is better to be safe than to take risks. They don't expect to create great divine power by leaping into this world. But it is not bad to obtain an upper crystal wall system, at least to create a few powerful divine powers. Although achieving powerful divine power in a foreign land is not enough to promote the true body of the divine domain to a powerful divine power, it is necessary to achieve powerful divine power in different foreign worlds at the same time, and plunder enough origins and laws before the true body of the main world can be promoted to a powerful divine power that is far stronger than the same level of the natives. But many medium divine powers in the war zone have accumulated several standards, and many are only one standard short. If you can conquer another upper crystal wall system, you will definitely have several more places for powerful divine power. It is worth mentioning that the number of places for the sons of the gods domain to be promoted to powerful divine power in a crystal wall system is limited. The position of powerful divine power is not fixed, but the origin and laws for the sons of the gods domain to be promoted are limited. What they need is the origin and laws to supplement the main world. This plunder is gone. It does not mean that a group of main world powerhouses will be promoted first. After I plunder the powerful divine power incarnation of this crystal wall system, I will die and let another group of main world powerhouses take over, one after another. No, this benefit is only available to the first batch, and the number is limited. It does not mean that this crystal wall system can carry 5 powerful divine powers, and there are 5 places. This is not the case. A crystal wall system can carry 5 powerful divine powers, but if 5 powerful divine powers plunder all the origins and laws, the laws are okay. It's just a copy, but the origin is gone. If 5 powerful gods plunder one each, then this world will not be able to bear the birth of any powerful gods, because the origin of the birth of powerful gods is gone. And at the same time, the energy level of the entire world will decline, and it will be more difficult to promote to medium-level gods in the future. The value of an upper crystal wall system is not just those powerful gods, and the other values are not low. So generally, unless there are special circumstances, it is generally not allowed to plunder by fishing in a solid pond, like the giant god crystal wall system that Lin Xiao now controls. Lin Xiao did not allow his subordinates to plunder the origin to promote. The giant god crystal wall system is the basic base of the giant god division. He also needs to vigorously develop and train his subordinates. How could he exhaust the resources in a solid pond? Even if he conquers many crystal wall universes in the future, high-value ones will not be allowed. Only those with a total value that is not so high will be allowed. This is also one of the reasons why there are many forces in the main world, but there are not as many powerful gods as imagined. Another reason is that it is not as easy as imagined to be promoted to a powerful divine power, even for the natives. If the sons of the divine domain want to be promoted to a powerful divine power, they must at least be promoted to a powerful divine power in several different crystal wall systems, which is more difficult. Therefore, the strength of each son of the divine domain with a powerful divine power is much stronger than that of the natives of the same level. At this time, someone suddenly looked at Lin Xiao and asked, "Mr. Lin Xiao, do you have any suggestions for this?" He was slightly stunned. Then he looked at the big man who asked him. That was Bai Heng, the commander of the 1st Division of the 3rd Expeditionary Army, a general of the 16th level of the godhood. In terms of military rank, he was the same as Lin Xiao. Both of them were division commanders, but his rank was half a level lower because Lin Xiao was an independent division. He thought for a while and replied, "I personally tend to divest. After all, the tidal crystal wall system is too far away from us, and we are competing with the top Zerg forces for that world at the same time. Even if we take it over in the future, they will not be willing. Instead of taking the trouble to conquer it and heavily guarding it, it is better to divest it directly." He paused for everyone to digest his words, and continued, "Of course, my suggestion is based on the current situation. If the war zone can reach an agreement with the Zerg forces in the future to avoid trouble, it is not a bad idea to directly capture the tidal crystal wall system. After all, it is a superior crystal wall system." These words seem impartial, but in fact they have a strong tendency. That is, divestment. The last sentence is pure nonsense. How can the Zerg give up a high-level crystal wall system that they took away by force? There will definitely be a long and continuous war in the future. Even if they really take down the tidal crystal wall system, they will have to spend time and effort to defend it. Instead of doing this, it is better to strip the treasure from the beginning and then give up this world. There are many bigwigs who think the same as him, occupying the majority. In the following meeting, bigwigs kept standing up to express their views, including some strong medium-level gods, most of whom are the leaders of the 2-star or above war groups. Although their strength is a little worse, the 2-star or above war groups they control have the combat power to compete with powerful gods, and they are qualified to speak. However, those who are not powerful gods are insignificant. They only have the right to speak. The actual decision-making power is still in the hands of a total of 28 powerful gods, including Lin Xiao and Xia Tianyin. According to regulations, the voting rights of the entire war zone decision-making level are divided like this. All powerful gods have 1 vote each. 5 military district bigwigs, whose god level is only 1 level away from the god level of 18, and 19 have 2 votes each, and Xia Tianyin has 5 votes. In addition, Xia Tianyin has an absolute vote every year, which can decide or deny the decision of the decision-making level with 1 vote, even if everyone agrees or disagrees. It is worth mentioning that the 6 powerful guardians under Lin Xiao do not have voting rights now. They are just Lin Xiao's servants and have not entered the decision-making level of the war zone, so they naturally have no voting rights. However, after all, they are powerful gods, and they have the treatment and status they deserve, but they don't have voting rights. However, this is not a big problem, but it is not there now. When Lin Xiao's strength and status are improved in the future, they will naturally get the power they deserve. This requires a transition. After all, no high level in the war zone has 6 powerful servants. Not to mention 6. There is not 1. Occasionally, the subordinates of the big boss can be promoted to powerful gods, and they will become new big bosses independently at the first time or after a period of time. Everyone is the son of the god's domain. Who would be willing to stay under others after having strength? In addition, Shan Jianfeng, the leader of the Claw Dragon Warband under his command, and Shen Yuexin and Xie Yufei were actually qualified to attend the meeting, but they had no decision-making power and were not interested in participating. There were quite a few officers like this. The meeting lasted for half a day, and no one could convince anyone, so the decision was finally made by voting. Lin Xiao voted for stripping, and the stripping faction accounted for 22 of the total 37 votes, becoming the final decision of the war zone on the tidal crystal wall system by majority. After that, the task was arranged. Lin Xiao's giant god division needed to send a war band to participate in this war zone joint operation. The specific arrangement was up to him. Anyway, the final distribution of the spoils was determined by your investment and military exploits. You could just send a war band to mess around and not participate in the main attack. But if the Zerg were defeated and conquered the world in the end, the subsequent distribution of benefits would naturally have nothing to do with you. Lin Xiao thought about it and decided to send the Split Claw Dragon Regiment over, and also send Nemesis, the god of killing and death, and Hermes, the god of wisdom and knowledge, one in charge of combat and the other in charge of wisdom. Chapter 729 Changes in the Family. After all, he had something to do in the early stage, and would not go to the tidal crystal wall system immediately. With Nemesis and Hermes, the battle group would not suffer any major losses. They had followed the Universal God Emperor to fight in countless worlds before, and their combat experience was much stronger than Lin Xiao. He felt relieved with him. After the meeting, Lin Xiao was about to leave when he suddenly heard someone calling his name behind him. He turned around and saw Lei Xuanji and another military leader named Wu Dongye coming together. We are going to have a drink and chat about something. Is Lin Xiao interested in having a drink? Lin Xiao thought for a moment, smiled and nodded. No problem. As the group left the meeting room, an internal aircraft stopped at the edge of the building. Everyone chatted while entering the aircraft and drove away. Along the way, Lei Xuanji introduced Wu Dongye and the other officers to him. These were all their subordinates, who were qualified to participate in the meeting. In fact, he left these 3 on purpose. If he wanted, he could fill all the battle groups. But if the regiment is fully staffed, it will not be possible to recruit excellent subordinates. There will definitely be complaints if there is no position for promotion and the capable subordinates cannot be promoted. Wu Dongye is of the 16th level of divine status. He also belongs to the 2nd Expeditionary Army and is the head of the 4th Division. He has 8 regiments under his command. He is better than Lei Xuanji in both strength and power. The two were very kind to Lin Xiao, and chatted and communicated without any airs along the way. Lin Xiao's heart is like a mirror. Although they are stronger than him now, anyone with a discerning eye can see that it won't be long before he will surpass them. Regardless of strength or power, he has already been promoted to a powerful divine power with the ancient god's priesthood, which has surpassed Lei Xuanji, whose divine status is only 15th. The ancient god's priesthood is 15th. So how can the new god's priesthood be a problem? What's more, everyone knows that he has inherited the legacy of the Wanxiang god's system, and his future will definitely be limitless. With the rich legacy of the Wanxiang god system, it is only a matter of time before he is promoted to a super divine power with a divine status of 19th level. Not to mention that he has 2 girlfriends of extraordinary status. All these combined, Chief Lin really has a promising future. Wu Dongye smacked his lips with admiration, and then changed the subject. Chief Lin, I heard that you have a batch of void fleets, including 10 super large void warships. I wonder if you are willing to sell 1 or 2 of them. Lin Xiao's heart moved when he heard this, but he showed a surprised expression on his face. He pretended to think for a while, before showing an apologetic expression and said, I'm very sorry. I don't have any intention of selling it for the time being. Wu Dongye smiled and said, I should be sorry. I was presumptuous to bring it up. I just asked if there are any extra ones. I am willing to buy them at a 20% premium. If not, forget it. It's really not. Lin Xiao spread his hands and said, this is really not up to me. This is my girlfriend's dowry. I dare not sell it. That's me. Meng Lang. The 3 laughed and tacitly stopped talking about it. Then they came to a club outside the war zone, which was opened by the family of a certain big boss. The next day, Lin Xiao returned to the compound assigned to him, told his men to prepare the things he had told them before, picked up a piece of intelligence and fell into deep thought. AX-14 Crystal Wall System. Heya Plain. Since the family made friends with Lieutenant Colonel Sun Chanhua, the chief of the garrison of the 7th branch base of the Crystal Wall universe, the competition between the Lin family and the Zhang family for the Heya Plain has entered a one-sided stage. For some reason, Lieutenant Colonel Sun Chanhua obviously violated the military's regulations that it was not allowed to participate in the internal struggles of the family and blatantly favored the Lin family. This was not only extremely puzzling to the Lin family, but the Zhang family also applied for arbitration to the headquarters of the AX-14 Crystal Wall system many times. After many unsuccessful applications, they directly applied for arbitration to the 5th War Zone. But there was no news. Obviously everyone can see that either there is a big boss behind the Lin family, or the Zhang family has offended some big boss who wants to mess with them. Moreover, they were not beaten to death directly with a stick, but slowly suffocated to death in the way of boiling frogs in warm water. It can be said that killing people is more heartbreaking. The feeling of watching oneself slowly die is more painful than killing them directly. The Zhang family has been defeated in the past 1,000 years of the AX-14 Crystal Wall system, but it has not been completely destroyed. It's just that the large and small plains occupied by the Zhang family were seized by the Lin family in one battle after another. Now there is only the ancestral land of the Heya Plain, and only 2 small plains and 7 microplains. The territory is less than 1/10 of the peak state, and the strength has declined greatly. Over the years, the Zhang family has nowhere to turn to. After giving up the appeal, they let a large number of Zhang family members leave the family, and the young children joined the major forces. But the slightly larger forces did not dare to take them in. And the most important thing is that they still don't know who they have offended. Zhang Yin, the head of the Zhang family, has some guesses in his heart, but he is not sure and unwilling to believe it. After all, although Lin Xiao had some status in the 5th War Zone at that time, he was not enough to make the War Zone break the rules. And it was even more impossible for him to have such great power to completely block them. You must know that this involves not only the 5th War Zone, and a colonel does not have that status and prestige. Over the past 1,000 years, the Zhang family has completely declined. Not only the family's territory in the AX-14 Crystal Wall system, but also the power and influence of the main world have declined comprehensively. Although the family still has 2 true gods, and is still a true god family, the territory and resources owned by the family are far from worthy of the name of the true god family. The most important thing is that their reputation is bad. No one dares to interact with them. And they are isolated, without territory, without resources, unable to save themselves. They can only wait to die. Compared to the Zhang family who fell into despair, the Lin family has entered a stage of rapid development in the past 1,000 years. Not only did they completely suppress their archenemy Zhang family and seize a large amount of territory, they also made friends with the main leaders of the Crystal Wall system. Under their support, they not only unified the Heya Plain, but also obtained the development rights of another plain group, which is slightly smaller than the Heya Plain. The family's strength continues to grow. Now, in addition to Lin Xiao and Lin Su, the family has 2 more true gods, surpassing the Zhang family in all aspects. Yes, Lin Su has been deified. However, he had married his girlfriend Shirka hundreds of years ago and married into the Shi family. With the support of his father-in-law, he not only succeeded in deifying, but also created a team of true gods with the couple as the core. It seems that he is doing well. Lin Xiao looked at the information displayed on the intelligence and fell into deep thought. He didn't know how Lin Su convinced his second uncle. Looking at the information about his parents in the intelligence, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile knowingly. As the most senior member of the family now, the whole family basically knows that the family's blatant partiality to the chief of the Crystal Wall system should come from Lin Xiao. As his parents, their status in the family is naturally rising. After the family seized most of the Heya main plain and many large and small plains from the Zhang family, the family has allocated 1/3 of the Heya main plain to Lin Xiao's father Lin Haolin, 2 of the several B-level plains to him, plus several small and medium-sized plains, and the ownership of several plains in the newly developed plain group that is slightly smaller than the Heya plain group. Now Lin Haolin has the 3rd most plains in the family. The second is the second true god of the family, the second uncle Lin Changhong. Lin Xiao may not want these, but they are the foundation of the small family. The abandoned floating city in the center of the Heya plain. This floating city was originally located in the center of the Lin family and the Zhang family. It was usually used for negotiations between the 2 families. Now that the Zhang family has retreated, this floating city has been occupied by the Lin family. After investing a lot of materials to repair it, it is now the family residence of the Lin family in the Heya plain. The original residence has been abandoned. There are a large number of magic towers on the floating city. After being repaired, it can basically be used. Lin Haolin also allocated one, which is one of the inner ones. There are too many planes allocated by the family. Especially another plane group has just been opened up. Father Lin has been very busy in the past few decades and is rarely at home. Recently, he has only returned home for the family's 10-year regular meeting. Back to the Mage Tower. Lin Haolin sat on the sofa in the living room in silence. Lin's mother Jean Yunju, who was as girlish as always, placed a large fruit plate in front of her husband. She pinched a red fruit with her slender white fingers and stuffed it into her husband's mouth, and asked, "You look depressed. Is there anything bothering you?" Lin Haolin looked up at his beautiful wife, who was like a girl, smiled and said, "Nothing bothers me. But just now at the regular meeting, the clan leader said that Colonel Chen Yongming, who is stationed at the main base of the Crystal Wall system, will come to the Heya Plain for inspection after inspecting various places. The clan leader asked us to prepare well." When Jean Yunju heard about this, she immediately stopped worrying. A flower fairy dancing around her took a fruit with great effort and flew to her, opening her mouth to take it. While eating, she said, "It is strange to say that although our son is a colonel, Commander Chen is also a colonel, and he is also the commander of the garrison of the Jingdi system. His status is not inferior to our son, and his seniority is higher than our son. Why is he so close to our Lin family?" Father Lin shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. Maybe Xiao Xiao has a better future." Jean Yunju nodded and suddenly said, "Do you think it's because of the beautiful girl who came with him last time? I heard that her father is a senior official in the war zone. I saw that the girl was interested in our son a long time ago." As she spoke, her face was full of affirmation. But as soon as she finished speaking, she changed the subject and said with a sad face, "But isn't our son's girlfriend the little girl from the Shin family? Although the little girl from the Shin family has a poor family background, she is beautiful, smart, and sensible. She often sends us some good things. Didn't the little girl send us often?" Lin Haolin glanced at his wife and said lightly. Jean Yunju was stuck for a moment, and her face showed a difficult expression. Chapter 730, The Fall of the Zhang Family. The news that Commander Chen Yongming inspected the Heya Plain spread quickly, and the entire Lin family was delighted. They gathered together to discuss enthusiastically what etiquette to use to receive Commander Chen. The clan leader Lin Yud also discussed the reception matters with his sons and Lin Haolin. With the birth of 2 more true gods in the family, the entire family has 4 true gods in addition to Lin Su and Lin Xiao. Especially Lin Haolin and Lin Xiao are both true gods. No matter where, strength has always been linked to status. So since the birth of the 4th true god of the Lin family, the clan leader has gradually handed over some power to Lin Haolin. And the most critical of which is that the family's development of another newly acquired plane group is handed over to Lin Zhao's father. This means that the core of the next generation of the family is Lin Haolin, directly bypassing the second uncle Lin Chanhong. If it were in the past, there might be problems such as internal conflicts in the family. But since Lin Su married into the Shi family, the second uncle Lin Chanhong seemed to have lost his spirit all of a sudden and had no interest in these family affairs. He had given up many of the family's territories and concentrated on managing his own territories in foreign lands. In other words, the most powerful person in the Lin family now, besides the patriarch, is Lin Zhao's father Lin Haolin. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that if the second uncle does not fight for it, the next generation of the family patriarch will most likely be him. No one in the family has any objection to this. As the saying goes, a father is honored by his son. His son has a future, and his father can also benefit from it. Soon a small void fleet led by a medium-sized void ship appeared in the Heya Plain. The aircraft that Colonel Qin Yongming was riding entered the Heya Plain. After patrolling along the predetermined route, it appeared in front of the floating city in the center of the plain. Lin Zhao's hundreds of people were waiting here. The aircraft stopped in the central square of the floating city, and a group of elite soldiers came out with a tall middle-aged man. The Lin family welcomes Commander Qin Yongming. Qin Yongming smiled and stepped forward to hold Lin Yud's hand, laughing. Chief Lin, you are too polite. I am here in a private capacity today, so there is no need to be so grand. Grandfather Lin Xiao smiled brightly and said enthusiastically, how can we ignore the superior who is here? I have prepared a banquet. Please take a seat. Commander Chen. Commander Chen laughed loudly, looking very happy. He took Lin Yudin together and asked as he walked, I wonder which one is Mr. Lin Haolin. His eyes turned and fell directly on Lin's father. Without waiting for his response, he took the initiative to step forward and took his hand and said, this must be Mr. Lin Haolin. It is true that a tiger father has a dog son. Brother Lin, congratulations. Not only did no one else around react to this, but Lin's father was also stunned. He reacted for a while, but he was actually still confused and replied, Commander Chen is too polite. Commander Chen took his hand and said with a smile, I am not being polite. You will know when Division Commander Lin comes back. Come! Let's go first. As he said this, he pulled the still confused Lin's father into the hall, and everyone else was a little confused. Compared with the festive Lin family, the Zhang family was in a gloomy mood. Zhang Yan and Zhang Lingfeng, the 2 true gods of the Zhang family, were sitting in the main castle at this time. In front of them was a light curtain, which showed the lively Lin family. The 2 looked at the Lin family shown on the light curtain, and then recalled the grand occasion of the Zhang family in the past and the current situation. They were full of resentment and anger. Bang! The castle gate was pushed open by brute force, and several young people from the clan walked in. If it was before, he would definitely scold them for being so ignorant of etiquette. But now the whole family has become like this, and no one even abides by the rules. The leader was Zhang Yan's grandson Zhang Zicheng. He came to Zhang Yan and said in a deep voice, Grandpa, we can't go on like this. This is a slow death. Zhang Yan looked up and glanced at his grandson, and said lightly, Do you have any ideas? Zhang Zicheng said loudly, Today, Commander Qin Yongming came to inspect the Heya Plain. In fact, he came to see Lin. Qin Yongming's attitude is very clear. We are unlikely to influence him. But there are other high-level officials from the base who came with Colonel Qin Yongming. We can pay a huge price to ask one of them to speak well for us and let our Zhang family go once. What else do we have now that can make others take risks to speak for us? And we tried it a long time ago, and no one spoke for us. Zhang Yan neither agreed nor opposed, and his tone was the same as before. Zhang Zicheng didn't care. He had seen this situation many times. He continued, I heard that a high-level officer was transferred away from the base not long ago, and a new officer was transferred in again. I heard that he retired from the front line and should not know much about the situation here. We can persuade him. Zhang Yan had a blank expression and didn't speak. Zhang Lingfeng, who had been silent beside him, asked, "What else can we do to impress them now?" "We," Zhang Ziqing said firmly, "give up sovereignty, and our Zhang family will surrender to him as servants." Everyone fell into deep thought, and after a while Zhang Yan said, "Your idea is very good. If we can't get over this hurdle, our Zhang family will be gone, instead of the whole family disappearing. It is better to be slaves. At least we can save the lives of the clan members." Zhang Yan fully affirmed his grandson's idea and said in a deep voice, "In this case, you are fully responsible for this matter. You go to communicate with him. If the other party is willing, our Zhang family will surrender to him." Zhang Ziqing loudly accepted the order and left excitedly with several companions. Zhang Lingfeng watched several juniors leave, looked at his eldest brother and said, "Why don't you tell them the truth?" Zhang Yan shook his head and said, "We must give them a glimmer of hope." "Alas," Zhang Lingfeng sighed, and said in silence for a long time, "You said, if we hadn't done that, we wouldn't be in this desperate situation now. Even if we were defeated by the Zhang family, we would have had the opportunity to evacuate, instead of being unable to leave now." Zhang Yan smiled bitterly and said, "There is no if in the world. Even if I had to do it again, I would do it. But if I did it again, I would be more fully prepared." The castle fell into silence. More than 10 seconds later, the castle gate suddenly opened again. Zhang Ziqing, who had just left, pushed the gate open and rushed in, shouting with panic on his face, "Grandpa! Second Grandpa! You guys go out and see what's in the sky?" The two looked at each other, strode away, and came to the door. Before they went out, they had already sensed something abnormal. The sky was too dark. When he walked out of the castle gate, there were already many clansmen standing in the square outside, pointing at the sky. He looked up and saw a huge monster in the sky that was beyond his sight and occupied all their sight, completely blocking the sunlight. It was as if it was dusk and near night in the bright day. "What is this?" Zhang Yan and Zhang Lingfeng looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. After a short silence, they read word by word, "Void War Fortress." The indescribable behemoth brought a terrifying pressure. One after another, the clan members came out of the room and looked up to see the huge fortress that covered the sky and the sun. They were all speechless for a long time. A few minutes later, a large void warship drilled into the plane from the torn plane crystal wall. A dazzling stream of light flew out of the fortress and fell into the plane. The powerful true god aura made everyone dare not breathe. After a while, someone suddenly said, "It seems to be coming to us." Many people saw that the true god aura and the large void warships were indeed flying towards the Zhang family castle. Everyone was very nervous. Clan leader Zhang Yan stood quietly and motionless. After a while, he suddenly whispered, "Are we really wrong?" Zhang Lingfeng responded in a low voice, "It is useless to say more now. I have expected this day, and have sent a small number of descendants to a distant world. They are not allowed to return to the main world within 100 years. Zhang Yan nodded. He had also sent away some young clansmen. Those who are still here are those who have had too much contact with the Lin family. Sending them away will easily lead to the Lin family's pursuit. Thinking of this, he felt much better, and said to his cousin, "Lose the battle, not the battle. Let's go and meet this Lin family genius, who destroyed my Zhang family, and see how powerful he is." The two brothers soared into the sky at the same time to meet the fleet and the soldiers of the regiment. They were dozens of kilometers away. An indescribable terrifying force pressed down, and immediately pressed them down from the sky. Boom! With the fall of a super-large void battleship, the huge Zhang family castle group collapsed into ruins with a boom, splashing smoke and dust all over the sky. Soon all the Zhang clan members were trapped one by one and escorted to the central square. A thick beam of light descended from the sky onto the square, splashing a circle of smoke and dust. When the beam of light disappeared, Lin Xiao, holding Xie Yufei's hand, was suspended in the air, looking down at them expressionlessly. When he saw the 3 golden stars on his shoulder representing the general, Zhang Yan's face showed a look of sudden realization. A powerful general. He is really a peerless genius. Why doesn't my Zhang family have such a unicorn child? At this time, Zhang Yan was completely desperate. The hope of a miracle in his heart was completely gone. He shouted loudly to Lin Xiao, "My Zhang family is willing to be killed. Please let the remaining descendants of my Zhang family who are not sons of the god realm go. Lin Xiao didn't even look at him, but turned back to ask Xie Yufei beside him. What do you say to do with him? He'll. Lin Xiao nodded, turned back and said lightly, He'll. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving Zhang Yan with a look of despair and closed his eyes. And many panicked Zhang family members. Hua Xiang, the commander of the 4th Battalion of the Giant God Regiment, waved his hand and ordered loudly with a cold face. The He Zhang family assassinated senior officers in the war zone, under the order of the division commander. Kill all the Zhang family members. Kill! As soon as the voice fell, the main guns of the void warships that had been ready to store energy opened fire at the same time. Hundreds of beams of terrifying power fell from the sky and plowed the ruins of the Zhang family castle again. They could not teleport away under the war formation, and they were completely unable to resist the main guns covering bombing. A wave of artillery fire washed the ground, and 90% of the Zhang family members, including Zhang Lingfeng, were wiped out. Then hundreds of true gods fell and killed all the remaining Zhang family members. After that, the true gods who are proficient in prophecy will take action to calculate the whereabouts of other main branches of the Zhang family and eradicate them. Chapter 731 Returning Home in Glory. In the Lin family floating city, all the clan members stared in amazement at the super-large void warship that slowly descended from the sky. One after another, the sons of the true god-level divine domain approached the floating city where the family was located, and stopped nearby like soldiers to be on guard. Among them, there were true gods who were more powerful than the clan leader. No, these were soldiers, with standard uniforms and military-exclusive void warships, all of which indicated that this was an elite regiment of soldiers. At this time, they had already known the news that the Zhang family had been completely exterminated. On ordinary days, they would definitely discuss it with great joy. But today no one discussed this, but stayed in the family floating city with trepidation, waiting for the unknown big man to come. Clan leader Lin Yid frowned and looked at the true gods in the sky, lowered his head, and asked Colonel Chen Yongming, who was standing beside him with a smile. Colonel Chen, these are all regular regiments. Is there any big man coming here? Chen Yongming nodded and said, Indeed, an important person is coming here. This is why I came to the He Lin family today. Several core members of the Lin family around him pricked up their ears. Second uncle Lin Changhong clasped his fists and asked, I wonder if Colonel Chen can tell us in advance, so that we can welcome him later to avoid being impolite. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Chen Yongming laughed and said, You don't need to welcome him. Just wait here. Everyone was even more confused and more nervous. I wanted to prepare, but the aircraft that the important person was in had already flown over, and there was no time. The clan leader Lin Yid secretly sent a message to the clan members. An important person will arrive later. Everyone cheer up and keep an eye on the children to avoid collisions. In addition, Howlin, go and prepare to clean up the number 1 mage tower. If the important person wants to stay at that time, it will be convenient for him to move in. Lin Howlin nodded and quietly stepped back to leave. But just as he took a step back, he was stopped by Chen Yongming and said, You can't leave. The head of the Lin clan said apologetically, Sir Chen, please forgive me. I am not prepared for the arrival of the chief. I will ask my grandson to prepare. Chen Yongming looked at the flying vehicle and smiled. We are all family, so why should we prepare? Besides, I have never heard of a father preparing for his son. Having said that, we can't lose it. Lin Yud's voice suddenly stopped. Like everyone else, he tilted his head to look at Colonel Chen Yongming, his eyes full of doubts. Did I hear it wrong? Say it again. Chen Yongming smiled slightly, pointed to the landing aircraft and said, Brother, listen to me. Just wait. At this time, they already had an unbelievable thought in their hearts. Many of them were true gods, and there was no situation where they couldn't hear clearly. It was just that this was beyond their imagination, and they didn't dare to believe it for a while. The aircraft landed, the hatch opened, and 2 true god soldiers walked out and stood by the door. Soon Lin Xiao appeared in front of them holding Xie Yufei. A light cry suddenly rang out in the square. Chen Yongming gave a look to the still shocked Lin clan members, straightened his uniform, and strode forward to Lin Xiao, shouting, Chen Yongming, the general base of the AX-14 crystal wall system in the theater, greets His Excellency Lin Xiao, the division commander. He moved slightly sideways to face Xie Yufei. Hello, Xie Yufei. Lin Xiao raised his hand and saluted in return. Thank you for your hard work. Not hard work. Lin Xiao nodded, looked up at his fellow clansmen who were all shocked and couldn't suppress their joy. Especially his mother, who was covering her mouth with surprise in the back. He smiled slightly, waved his hand and shouted, "Mom!" Jin Yunju was so excited that she couldn't speak. She never thought that the unknown big man that everyone guessed was actually her son. This pomp and majesty were completely what she had imagined. It was not until Lin Xiao called her mom for the second time that she responded amid the envious looks and pushes of the other sisters-in-law beside her. And suddenly, she felt that the whole world was bright and colorful. Soon, the news that Lin Haolin's son was already a powerful figure in the Fifth War Zone spread throughout the family. And the whole family was in a boiling excitement. Everyone looked at his neat military uniform and the 3 golden stars in the sky with envy. The huge void fleet in the sky. The fortress of the Temple of Truth that spanned the crystal wall of the plain and covered most of the plain. And hundreds of true god-level subordinates. Many people were so excited that they couldn't speak. In addition to sighing, they were happy and had heated discussions. Returning home with wealth and honor is one of the beautiful things in life. Compared with the people of the family who were always in excitement. The emotions of the family leaders gradually calmed down. And they pulled Lin Xiao and Xie Yufei back to the Magician Tower in the center of the floating city. Xie Yufei was pulled aside by her mother early. And Lin Xiao and the elders of the family went to the meeting hall. Qin Yongming, Lieutenant Colonel Sun Chenhua, and others, who have been on good terms with the family over the years, went to the side hall. At this time, they were outsiders and could not participate in the internal meeting of their family. I didn't expect that the small Lin family would produce a big dragon. How enviable. Sun Chenhua took a sip of tea and looked at the stairs with envy. Colonel Chen Yongming nodded and said, "Envy is not something you can envy. But we have also made a good relationship. Maybe we can be transferred back to the front line in the future." The main hall on the second floor was quiet. The clan leader, the great uncle Lin Qirong, the second uncle Lin Changhong, the grandfather Lin Chonglei, the father Lin Haolin, the second uncle's second son Lin Xian. The actual decision-makers of the family are all here. They all looked at Lin Xiao with complicated faces, and didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, the clan leader said with uncontrollable joy, "Lin Xiao, the unicorn child of our Lin family." The great uncle, who had a bad relationship with the family in Lin Xiao's memory, also said with a red face, "Since I was a child, I thought Xiao had a promising future. But I didn't expect that he would be more promising than I thought." The second uncle still kept his dignity and congratulated him, while the grandfather laughed and showed off to his brothers with a proud face. "See? My son is now a god. And my grandson is even more powerful. None of you can compare to me in this respect." The brothers were speechless and could not refute. Because Lin Xiao was indeed the only one who was a god in his generation. And he surpassed the entire family. Now the second generation of the family has only one true god. The second uncle. And there are 3 in the third generation. Namely the second uncle's second son Lin Xian, Lin Nao's father, and Lin Su. Although Lin Su is the same age as Lin Xiao, he is indeed the third generation in terms of seniority. And the fourth generation is now the most promising one. Everyone praised him one by one. And Lin Xiao sat quietly below and listened. At this time, he was in the family. And he did not need to maintain his identity and majesty. But this was also normal. After the family chat was over, and it got down to business, Lin Xiao maintained his dominance without hesitation, and said to the elders of the family present, "Before I came back, I had already made appropriate arrangements for the family. Elders, please listen first." The clan leader nodded and said, "Everyone, be quiet and listen to Xiao Xiao's arrangement first." Lin Xiao said, "There is an old saying that one person's success will benefit all his family members. This description is a little inappropriate, but it is true. If Xiao Xiao becomes successful, the family will benefit. This is natural. But there must be a rule for everything, and we can't do it recklessly." Grandpa nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Xiao Xiao has this intention very well. Grandpa supports you no matter what you do. "Thank you, Grandpa." Lin Xiao continued. "I know that many young people in the clan are full of expectations at this time. I also know what everyone is thinking. But I want to say that it is probably difficult for them to do what they want. The army is different from other places. Especially since I am now in charge of a frontline combat division, which often needs to fight in foreign lands. Strength has always been respected. Even the garrison officers in the occupied areas need certain strength. They have no strength and no special skills. So they can't convince the public at all. Grandfather nodded after listening and asked, "We all understand this. I will work for the tribesmen. What do you think is going to be done?" Grandfather meant that they would not force him to arrange positions for the tribesmen if they knew. But since you have returned home in such a high-profile manner, you must give the tribesmen some benefits. Otherwise you will come back just to show off? Lin Xiao was well prepared and said, "There is still a huge gap in the giant God War group directly under my command. I will select some young tribesmen from the tribe and start with the reserve. As long as they have good performance. Promotion is very simple. Of course, if you don't want to join the giant God War group directly under my command, you can also join other troops in the war zone. I will help to say Lo. Lin Xiao has a complete set of arrangements for the young tribesmen in the tribe. Whether they are willing to follow him or want to go out, he will help provide additional resources as long as they are willing. The premise is that they can endure hardships and persevere. He can help, but they must also be able to become talents on their own. If they can't get up even with more resources and care than others, then there is nothing they can do. It is quite common in the main world for a person to take care of his family after becoming rich. As long as there are people, and as long as there is selfishness, this situation cannot be avoided. And he is no exception. No matter how strong a person is, he still needs help from others. Outsiders are not as good as his own people. Especially in the era when the concept of clan is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Of course, this kind of help is limited. At least it cannot affect him. And when the younger generation, or the next few generations of young people in the family grow up, the family has accumulated a certain territory and power. And a complete mechanism for cultivating young clan members has been formed internally. Then he will slowly let go. A strong family is not achieved overnight, but develops slowly from generation to generation. With him as a backer, the Lin family can save countless generations of time. Lin Xiao stayed in the family for half a year, and spent a lot of time and resources to repair the abandoned floating city of the family. Repair the damaged magic array on it. Build more magic towers on it. And finally take out a nether energy core to install it. This nether energy core is not for his own use. He has several nether energy cores in his hands. No one can gossip if he gives one to his family. With this floating city as a foundation, as long as he does not waste it, even without his family, he can grow up step by step. At least the general playing group cannot stop the attack of the floating city presided over by the four true gods. Chapter 732 Changes in the Divine Domain. 2 years after the main world. The giant god crystal wall system. The main material plane. 1 day in the main world is 1 year in the foreign land. And more than 700 years have passed in the giant god crystal wall system in 2 years in the main world. The giant god crystal wall system at this time was conquered by the giant god war group more than 700 years ago. And it took more than 100 years to eliminate the remaining indigenous true gods. The giant god war group invested a lot of resources to transform this crystal wall system. First, the original outpost base was dismantled, and the core was embedded in the crystal wall of the giant god crystal wall system. Then, based on this core, it was expanded into a large void fortress. And then the power of the main world was used to bring the giant god crystal wall system into the main world sphere of influence. From then on, it can be directly teleported from the main world to the giant god fortress. And it can also be directly teleported from the giant god fortress to the main world. Then a steady stream of construction materials were transported from the war zone to build the giant god crystal wall system. And a steady stream of materials were transported back to the main world from here. Lin Xiao first relocated all creatures in all planes except the main material plane, whether intelligent creatures or wild beasts, to the main material plane, and vacated all planes except the main material plane, the major elemental planes, and the chaotic elemental plane, including the abyss plane. The main material plane is large enough. After years of development, some of the previously barren areas have been developed, which is enough to provide survival for all species in the entire crystal wall system. Then it was a drastic transformation to develop all the planes that can be developed except the main material plane. The main plane of the giant god crystal wall system is a giant plane with a very large area. In addition to the 4 major elemental planes, the chaotic elemental plane, and the abyss plane, there are 4 super large planes. A total of 22 large planes, hundreds of medium-sized planes, thousands of small planes, and thousands of micro planes and half planes. Excluding the main plane and the thousands of microplanes or half-planes, only about a quarter of the remaining planes are suitable for biological survival. And most of the remaining planes have harsh environments and are not suitable for biological survival. Lin Xiao planned these planes suitable for the survival of organisms as planting planes, specializing in the cultivation of food or other economic crops. Planes that are not suitable for survival can be transformed if they can be transformed. And those that cannot be transformed will all be used as warehouses, military camps, or various training grounds. After more than 700 years, the initial construction has been completed, and the entire giant god crystal wall system has been transformed. The pantheon, which was almost full of true gods, has now become deserted. There are less than 1,000 people in total, almost all of whom are members of the giant god war group. In fact, this is still the war group consciously cultivating subordinates and dispersing the priesthood, so that more people can be deified in the giant god crystal wall system first, have the experience of being deified and becoming a true god, and actually understand and experience the mystery of the true God. After crossing this hurdle, it will be easier to go to foreign lands to open up parishes and formally deify in the future. Over the past few hundred years, the giant god war group directly under Lin Xiao has more than 100 formal members of the true god, enough to form a complete war camp. But in fact, the giant god corps now has 3 battle camps, namely the first camp commanded by Jin Cece, the second camp commanded by Hua Xiang, each with 50 subordinates, and the 9th camp commanded by Fu Haofei, which is the Great Arcanist camp, with a total of more than 170 Great Arcanists and more than 4,000 Arcanists. This surprised Lin Xiao. He didn't expect that he had trained so many Great Arcanists in hundreds of years, and successfully built 3 large floating cities, all of which were pure alloy structures of the main world version. And their combat effectiveness was stronger than the other world version. Each floating city with a length and width of nearly 100 kilometers contains thousands of wizard towers. Each wizard tower is presided over by a 6th level or higher arcanist. The floating city is presided over by 10 great arcanists. More arcanists can be added to join the battle at any time during the battle. Its combat capability is already stronger than that of ordinary super-large void battleships. These floating cities contain independent demiplane spaces, which can store a large amount of matter and golems for combat. One ship alone can easily capture the kingdom of a true god. So Lin Xiao fulfilled his original promise, and Fu Haofei officially became the commander of the 9th Battalion of the regiment. As for Shen Yuexin and Xie Yufei, they are no longer the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Battalions. They are already the commanders of the Fury and Angels, and it is not appropriate for them to occupy 2 positions. In the past 700 years, they have not changed much from the Claw Dragons. After all, when they came, these regiments were already quite complete, unlike the giant gods which had just been established. With the smooth development of his subordinates, Lin Xiao's divine domain has also undergone earth-shaking changes. As the area of the divine domain increases, the growth rate increases. In 2 years, he has digested all the gains in the wizard world before. Now the total area of his divine domain is larger than the giant main material plane of the giant god crystal wall. One ancestor's remains can increase the area of the god's domain by 1.2 to 1.5 billion square kilometers. He previously had 5.5 ancestors' remains, and used more than one of them. The remaining 4 ancestors' remains can eventually increase the area of the god's domain by at least 5 billion, and at most 6 billion square kilometers. The actual increase in the area of the god's domain is quite coincidental, which is exactly about 5.5 billion square kilometers. What is this concept? The total area of the Earth is 510 million square kilometers, including land and ocean. 5.5 billion is equivalent to the total area of 10 Earths with some extra. Under his conscious control, most of the 5.5 billion square kilometers of the god's domain is the actual god's domain, and there is very little empty god's domain void. Among them, the main god's domain area occupies half of it, about 3 billion square kilometers. The 6 subsidiary gods' domains divide up most of the remaining half, each with about 300 million square kilometers. In addition to the void of the main god's domain and the subsidiary god's domain, the remaining more than 100 million square kilometers are divided by other subsidiary gods' domains of different sizes. What surprised Lin Xiao the most was that the added god's domain was all made by refining the remains of the ancestor, and to a certain extent inherited the ancestor's powerful and unparalleled life essence. The energy level and world strength of the god's domain were very, very high. Just like in many myths and legends, the Creator God turned into heaven and earth, and the newly born world was full of powerful creatures. The first and most powerful ancient gods and myths and legends were born at this moment. The same is true for Lin Xiao's God's domain. As the God's domain continues to expand, the creatures in the entire God's domain, whether animals or plants, have become larger to varying degrees, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, the God's domain's followers are very powerful. At the same time, as God's domain's followers, they will also be affected by the strengthening. Moreover, under Lin Xiao's conscious control, they get more benefits than wild creatures. The most direct manifestation is that it is easier to be promoted. It is easy to reach the limit of the species, and there is a greater chance of exceeding the limit of the species. For example, although the little naga is a legendary species, it is only the 4th level when it is just an adult. However, since the God's domain merged with the remains of the ancestors, the strength of the little naga after adulthood is not the 4th level, but the 5th level. Moreover, this change becomes more obvious later, when all the remains of the ancestors are refined. The little naga will be the 6th or even 7th level when they become adults, and it is easy to be promoted to the 8th or even 9th level. After more than 700 years of reproduction, the various tribes in the God's domain have reproduced without any constraints in the vast God's domain. Among them, the little naga, which has the strongest reproduction ability, now has a total population of more than 500 million. But it is just a drop in the ocean compared to the huge God's domain equivalent to the total area of 6 Earths. In addition, the total population of the Red Furnace clan, which mainly lives in the Earth element God's domain, is just over 20 million. The total population of the Star Spirit clan is now about 2.3 million. The strongest Titan Naga, who has a 10th level combat power as an adult, has surpassed the Star Spirit. The total population is now 3.35 million. But most of them are still young, and will not grow up one by one in a few hundred years, relying on the blood bond with the little naga. As the number of little naga increases, a steady stream of little naga will transform into Titan Naga through blood. It is estimated that in a few thousand years, the number of Titan Naga will exceed the Red Furnace clan, and become the second most populous race in the God's domain. There are 3.3 million Titan Nagas, all of which are only level 10 except for the young ones. There is no Titan Naga of the giant god level yet. Without time to settle, they cannot be born. But as the saying goes, as long as there is enough sedimentation, there will always be a day when the accumulation of strength will be great. When the first batch of Titan Naga bloodlines leap to the Titan Naga of the giant god level comparable to the true god, that will be the time for the Titan Naga clan to rise strongly. After all, the upper limit of the Titan Naga race, which has integrated the bloodlines of many ancestors, is comparable to the powerful divine power. This is a super race that has never been seen in the entire Chaos Void Sea. As far as Lin Xiao knows, only the dragon race can be compared with it. Speaking of it, the dragon race is really too powerful. The more you know, the more you feel how terrible the potential of this race is. The God's domain is now empty. Looking down from the perspective of the Lord of the God's domain, the vast land of the God's domain is covered by a vast ancient forest. The mountains stretch for millions of kilometers, and cover millions of square kilometers of primitive ancient forests. The mist is filled between the hundreds of meters high ancient trees, and there are faint roars of beasts. At first glance, it feels like you have come to the most ancient barbaric era. Whether it is the main God's domain or the subsidiary God's domain, even some of the other subsidiary God's domains that were opened up later also have huge areas, and hundreds of millions of clans scattered in them can't cause any waves. At this time, the various clans in the God's domain still spread out around the original city of truth, and have established a huge empire. The absolutely devout faith makes the empire's rule extremely stable. In addition, in the vast underground world of the vast main God's domain, Lin Xiao moved a large number of cavemen and cave giants. However, unlike the same clans who still live in the dark area of the main material plane of the giant god crystal wall, these 5 generations of cavemen and cave giants who have been moved to the God's domain have been adjusted by Lin Xiao to the final version of cavemen. He named them underground people and earth giants to distinguish them from other cavemen. The total number of newly adjusted underground people is only about 100 million, and their appearance is very similar to that of humans. They belong to one of the humanoid subspecies. The underground people are about 3 meters tall, with a layer of stratum corneum that looks thin like scales, but is actually a layer of extremely strong defensive power. They have night vision and mental talents. They are all natural psychics with spellcasting talents. It is worth mentioning that there is also a magic net in Lin Xiao's God's domain. It already existed, and later the God's domain expanded rapidly. The original extraordinary magic net merged with the magic net mastered by the Incarnation, and arranged an extraordinary magic net that was enough to cover a crystal wall system. Lin Xiao packed all the spells in the magic net mastered by the Incarnation of the giant god crystal wall system, combined with the characteristics of the original extraordinary magic net, and spent a lot of effort to re-edit the extraordinary magic net, which is divided into 3 parts. One part is the spell system, which includes traditional spell trees, shadow magic spell trees, arcane spell trees, etc. The other part is the divine spell system, which includes the common divine spells of the foreign god system, plus many unique divine spells related to their own priesthoods mastered by the gods in the god's domain. The third part is the extraordinary ability system unique to the previous extraordinary magic network. He picked up many extraordinary abilities he had created before, combined many powerful witchcrafts from the wizard world, and created a whole set of powerful extraordinary abilities. In addition, the original blood warlock profession and law warlock system of the extraordinary magic network are still retained, but they belong to another aspect and are not included in the 3 major systems. As long as they are members of the God Realm clan, they can communicate with the magic network to cast various spells depending on their piety. But the specific spells that can be cast still depend on their own strength. Generally, they can cast spells 1 level higher. For example, if they are level 6, they can cast 7-ring spells. If they are level 8, they can communicate with the extraordinary magic network to cast up to 9-ring spells. And so on. Cave dwellers are powerful to varying degrees. And the original cave giants are even more powerful. Lin Xiao specially bought a demigod-level cloud giant and a mountain giant, extracted the blood of these 2 powerful giant species, and then fused them with the cave giant blood, eliminated the unnecessary ones, and greatly strengthened the retained ones. Then, through the powerful creation law he now mastered, he gave the newly fused blood a more powerful ability to master the rules of the earth, thus creating a very powerful giant species. The newly born underground giant has a stronger physique and strength than the cloud giant, and stronger earth manipulation ability than the mountain giant. Because of his newborn talent, he can transform and integrate into the mountains of the earth. Lin Xiao named the new underground giant the son of the earth, compared to the newborn cavemen, who are only at the 4th level when they grow up. The upper limit is only the 7th level, but there is a great probability that they can break through to the 8th level. The son of the earth is at the 8th level when they grow up, and the upper limit is the 10th level, and there is a lot of room for breakthrough. As long as they live longer and absorb more power of the earth, they can continue to grow stronger until they surpass the demigods and become comparable to true gods. If there is only one son of the earth in a medium-sized or larger plane, it is almost 100% certain that they can be promoted to a son of the earth comparable to a true god after a certain period of time. Because of this, the son of the earth is a solitary species, and there will not be many of them. Now the area of Lin Xiao's divine domain is enough, completely surpassing those senior and powerful divine powers. Even the leaders of forces such as Xie Tianyin, who are not yet great divine powers, may not be as good as him. After all, even big guys like them can't get so many ancestral remains into their own divine domain. Now he only lacks time to accumulate. When there are tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of followers in the divine domain, he can catch up with those big guys. With the current base of his divine domain, this time will not be too long. It is estimated that it will be about 10 years in the main world. Chapter 733, Surface Time Law in Strange World. In the Chaos Realm, Lin Xiao's incarnation has traveled through tens of millions of realms in the past few hundred years, and has seen countless new creatures and strong men. There are no less than 1,000 powerful beings comparable to powerful gods. On the contrary, he only encountered 1 or 2 terrifying beings that seemed to have great divine power. After shielding the space where he had encountered the seemingly great divine power before, he only encountered it once, suspected once, and luckily escaped. From this, it can be seen that although there are many great beings in the Chaos Realm, it is not easy to encounter them. Over the years, Lin Xiao's incarnation has been wandering around, seeing millions of races and thousands of strong men of the same level, but he has never encountered his other incarnation. which once made him doubt whether his other golden ancient tree incarnation is still there. That day, he flew over a very ordinary icy space, flew all the way to the other side of the sea covered by thick ice, and tore open the space casually. Hundreds of different space marks appeared in front of him, and each mark represented a divided space. In this chaotic realm, the spaces are closely connected, and there is not much void in between, compared with the chaotic time in each divided space. The time in the void between the divided spaces is the real chaos, which is far more chaotic than the divided space. If the time flow rate in the divided space is large or small, the change amplitude is slightly gentle, and there is a long interval between each change, and the time flow rate in the void between the divided spaces is exaggeratedly large, and the change is very fast. It may change back and forth several times in 1 second. The time flow rate of 1 to 10 in the previous second suddenly becomes an exaggerated flow rate of 1 to 10 million half a second later, turning a mortal into ashes in an instant. Strictly speaking, this is an excellent place to study the law of time, staying here for a long time to feel the active time changes. It is easy to comprehend the law of time. However, no one can stay here for a long time except the great divine power. Maybe the law of time has not been comprehended yet, and I have turned into ashes first. Well, it's not possible. That's it. And the great divine power, or the existence of the same level, do not need it. After all, this is just a place where the law of time is active, not the origin of the law of time. Any great divine power itself has a little knowledge of time, and is immortal. With their power, they can create an effect similar to the surface law of time. They do not need the surface law of time here. What they need is the origin of time. Those who can touch it do not need it, and those who need it cannot touch it. This is the situation in this chaotic realm. Lin Xiao randomly found a space that he had never been to before, tore it open with brute force and drilled in. The next second, he felt a sense of emptiness in front of him. In front of him appeared a sky-high storm column between the blue sky and white clouds. In the center of the storm column that pierced the sky, meteorites of different sizes were suspended. Waves of inexplicable fluctuations gushed out from the middle of the column and spread around. Lin Xiao was surprised to find that the fluctuations emitted from the storm column with a diameter of tens of kilometers that pierced the sky seemed to be able to smooth out the chaotic time fluctuations in the chaotic realm. He entered for a while, and in other spaces the time should have changed several times. But here, although the time was still abnormal as always, it had not changed for a while. He stayed still and waited for a full 7 minutes before the time changed once. He did not move and continued to wait until the 17th minute when the time changed again. That is to say, the timeline in this space changes every 10 minutes, and the amplitude of the change is much lower than that in other spaces. There were no big ups and downs in the two changes. Lin Xiao instantly became interested. If this is the case, this world seems to be very suitable for staying and comprehending the surface time law. Looking up and looking far away, the sky and the earth are clear. It is unknown how high this Tantian storm pillar is. From his current position, he could only see clouds and mist, but not the ground below. His eyes fell into the Tantian storm pillar. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be something hidden in the Tantian storm pillar. The feeling of depression lingered in his heart for a long time. He did not drill directly into the Tantian storm pillar, although he did not think that the hidden things inside could be that strong. He still had to be more stable before the situation was unclear. This space and time are so stable that there must be a large number of powerful beings who come to this world and settle down. If he thinks about it from another perspective, he will also stop. The top of the sky-high storm column pierced the sky, and the cloud disk that spread like a vortex at the top of the storm column could be vaguely seen. It should be the top of the storm column. The clouds and mist below made it unclear how deep it was. Lin Xiao thought for a while and flew up first. More than 10 minutes later, he came to the cloud disk at the top of the storm column that was attached to the dome like a plate. Going up was the edge of the world. Looking around, other similar cloud disks were vaguely seen in the distance of the clear dome, indicating that there was more than one such sky-high storm column in this world. He passed through the violent storm layer and entered it. Suddenly, a wave that he could not explain came over him. Lin Xiao, who had mastered half of the origin of time, stared at him fiercely, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. With surprise mixed with surprise. A trace of the origin of time. Mastering half of the origin of time, he could immediately feel the origin of time contained in this wave. He immediately flew to the center of the storm column. There was nothing inside. He flew to the center of the storm column and fell down. He passed by the silver meteorites that were suspended in the storm and flashed with lightning. This thing should be the unique or containing lightning power in the storm column. If he had nothing to do, he might collect it. But he didn't have time now. The more meteorites floated down, the more powerful lightning began to flash in the storm column. The energy began to be violent. The more he went down, the more terrible the power became. Soon the power exceeded the limit that mortals could withstand. He didn't know how many kilometers he went down. Lin Xiao didn't know how many times he was bombarded. After crossing a layer of lightning-formed power grid, the lightning in the sky suddenly disappeared, as if he had come to another world. However, the static electricity that was everywhere in the void continued to cause continuous damage to the creatures at this level, which was more dangerous than the last time. Lin Xiao's footsteps stopped here and looked down with a serious face. Nothing can be seen. The void is twisted by the omnipresent lightning power. Even with the power of his incarnation, he cannot see through it. But he can clearly sense a powerful thread deep below. Not surprisingly, there should be a powerful creature that can pose a certain threat to him. With a thought, the omnipresent lightning energy in the void gathered and quickly turned into a giant air element, with lightning crackling all over its body. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and pointed. And this giant air element, with strength exceeding that of a general legend and comparable to a demigod, twisted its body and flew downward. The air element can get a great bonus in this environment full of lightning and storms. It flew downward like a fish in water, and Lin Xiao followed far behind. A few minutes later, after the air element flew more than 10 kilometers away, it suddenly lit up below, and then a dazzling lightning wrapped the giant air element several dozen meters high from bottom to top, forcibly wiping it out. So big, with the instantaneous gap in the space created by the dazzling lightning, Lin Xiao saw a giant lightning ball suspended under the storm column that was dazzling even to him. The wave that could suppress time continuously came from the lightning ball. This is... Lin Xiao's thoughts were stuck. He didn't know how to describe the innate creature that was obviously similar to the air element, or the innate master of the law of lightning. He didn't act rashly. After staying for a while, he turned around and left, flew to the edge of the storm column, and drilled out. Outside was the lower layer of the Tongtian storm column. Looking up, there was no cloud disk that went straight to the sky, but layers of lingering clouds. Looking down, there were endless clouds, and floating islands of different sizes floating between the clouds. The floating islands were staggered and belonged to different levels, spreading out to the surroundings with the Tongtian storm column as the center. To put it bluntly, this is a world without the distinction between sky and earth, equivalent to an empty balloon, with floating islands of varying sizes scattered around the sky-high storm columns. The creatures in the storm column will not leave, and he did not dare to act directly before he figured out the specific situation of this world. After all, if the innate creature like the lightning ball inside is supporting the existence of the sky-high storm column, if he kills it, the sky-high storm column will collapse, or the surrounding floating islands will crash, or the aura of stable time turbulence will disappear, etc. Don't act rashly before you figure out the situation in this space. Anyway, this thing can't run away. Flying down along the storm column, it quickly approaches the nearest floating island. From a distance, countless black dots are seen flying around this floating island surrounded by atmospheric clouds, which looks like a piece of bread surrounded by ants. Looking closely, the black dots are thunder-winged people surrounded by lightning on their wings. Just like his girlfriend's original clan, the floating island is not big, only about 40 or 50 square kilometers. It has beautiful mountains and clear waters, lush trees, thick vines, and even a small lake in the middle of the floating island. There are about a few thousand thunder-winged people living in the mountains surrounding the floating island. Lin Xiao flew around the floating island without disturbing the thunder-winged people and a few more powerful sky-winged people on the island. After observing for a while, he left the floating island and flew to the nearest floating island. On the way, many thunder-winged people went back and forth to another floating island dozens of kilometers away. Judging from the prey on them, they should get food from other floating islands. After a circle, he went around more than a dozen floating islands of different sizes nearby. This group of thunder-winged people should be one of the overlords nearby, although there are many alien races living on the surrounding floating islands, including common alien races such as orcs and goblins. They are all prey for thunder-winged people. And this is just a section of one corner of the many floating islands surrounding this sky-high storm column. There are more floating islands to the left and right. Chapter 734 Nightmare Empire. Fragments of the Divine Domain. Lin Xiao went down thousands of kilometers around this pillar of wind, and visited 40 or 50 floating islands one after another, and finally found traces of humans on a large floating island with thousands of square kilometers. However, these are just simple indigenous humans. There are hundreds of thousands of humans on the floating islands, who have developed a fairly good civilization and have initially mastered the power of magic. Huge airships travel between different floating islands, with this large floating island as the center. There are traces of human indigenous people on 20 of the nearly 100 large and small floating islands within a diameter of thousands of kilometers, which is equivalent to colonization. There are about 2 million humans in total, which is the largest number among the many races seen in the hundreds of floating islands that Lin Xiao saw. Once there are different races, there will naturally be wars in order to compete for survival. Although the number of races is small, they still fight in a similar way. Humans rely on airships to travel between different floating islands to attack, and they are considered the overlords among these many floating islands. Lin Xiao watched for a long time with great interest, but the humans living on these floating islands did not find him. Although there is a very powerful existence hidden in this storm column, there are no powerful creatures on the surrounding floating islands, and no existence above the true God level has been seen. However, this does not mean that there are no strong people in this space. The time flow rate in this space is so stable that it will definitely attract a large number of outsiders who have drifted in the chaotic realm to settle here. The premise is to find this world alive, leaving a mark on a floating land around this storm column. Lin Xiao left this floating land and flew far away from this storm column. He wanted to see other Tantian storm pillars in this world and see the situation of other Tantian storm pillars. However, when he was away from this Tantian storm pillar and the surrounding floating land for a distance, he found that the farther he was from the Tantian storm pillar, the more chaotic the void time became, and gradually changed to the chaotic time state of other worlds outside this world. Obviously, stability is limited to this Tantian storm pillar and the surrounding area. The farther away from the storm column, the worse the light wave effect, until there is no light wave effect. No wonder the races on these floating islands are only active within a radius of about 1,000 kilometers of the sky-reaching storm column, and never leave this area, with a lifespan of several decades for mortals. Once they leave this stable range, once the flow of time changes too much, they will die of old age in minutes. Of course, this has no effect on Lin Xiao. He ignores the impact and plunges into the void, and soon disappears. There are also some floating lands floating in the sky-reaching storm column, but without the influence of the unknown power of the storm column. The flow of time here is as chaotic as in other worlds, and the creatures living on it are renewed very quickly, and it may only take a very short time from birth to adulthood. Lin Xiao wandered in this void where there was no sky above and no ground below, and from time to time, he saw floating islands floating in the void, and occasionally saw some flying creatures crossing the floating islands and wandering in the void. I don't know how long it took, and I crossed a distance of millions of kilometers. If it were any other super-large plane, I would have reached the end. But I hadn't seen the second sky-high storm column here. If he hadn't vaguely seen other storm columns piercing the cloud disk of the dome in the sky before, he would have thought that this world only had one storm column. That day, he saw a large floating island from a distance. Before he got close, he saw several huge shadows approaching the floating island from a distance in the wind belt at the edge of the floating island. At first, he thought it was a large monster entering the floating island, but when he got closer, he found that it was 4 large airships hundreds of meters long, equipped with cannons, firing SH/LS one by one in the direction of the floating island from a distance. Soon, the floating island also launched a counterattack, but it was just a crossbow arrow counterattack. Although the crossbow arrows were powerful, the airship was huge and made of metal, and many crossbow arrows missed, and most of the hits were bounced off, and the real hits might not penetrate. The airship quickly defeated the resistance at the edge of the floating island, and crashed into the wind layer at the edge of the floating island. Lin Xiao followed with interest, and saw that the 4 large airships had entered the edge of the floating island. There was a large open space there. It turned out to be a city similar to a port. Now it was blasted open by artillery. A large number of fully armed soldiers, like octopus people, jumped directly from the floating airships that were almost close to the houses and rushed into the city, fighting with the creatures in the city that were also octopus people. At the same time, There was a peculiarly shaped castle inside this floating island of 20 to 30 square kilometers, surrounded by many cultivated farmlands and farmhouses. The floating island was like an independent kingdom. At this time, there was already a group of about 300 octopus people supporting the port. The octopus people at the port were obviously no match for the invaders. The weapons and equipment of both sides, as well as the average strength, were a big level lower. In particular, the invading octopus people seemed to have noticed that the enemy reinforcements were coming. The largest floating airship pod in the center was lowered, and a group of octopus people, who were obviously the leaders, were lowered. Among them, a tall octopus man who led the group rolled up a tentacle and raised the long sword at his waist, and an invisible wave spread like lightning. The invading octopus people in the city were excited by this, and their fighting power soared instantly, and the defenders, who were unable to defeat them, collapsed immediately. Nightmare? Lin Xiao didn't care about the victory or defeat of the alien race. He stopped just for curiosity. He hadn't seen such a low-level battle for a long time, but he didn't expect that this stop would bring unexpected gains. When the octopus leader cast a skill, he actually felt the breath from the son of the Nightmare domain. Yes, this octopus leader is not the son of Nightmare, but the power it exerts comes from the son of Nightmare. Lin Xiao instantly became interested when he found the breath of the son of Nightmare here. The invaders quickly defeated the port defenders and lined up outside the city to fight the octopus people who were supporting them from the rear. In this battle with a scale of 500 people, the invader leader used skills several times to change the situation. Lin Xiao carefully experienced it and determined that the power that emerged when he cast skills did come from the son of Nightmare. That is to say, there is definitely a son of Nightmare behind this octopus man who gave him power. Next, Lin Xiao made a direct move. A white light fell from the sky into the crowd, and the octopus leader disappeared. The leader suddenly disappeared, and the invaders were immediately in chaos. Their morale dropped sharply, and they were defeated by a round of attacks from the defenders and fled in all directions. Lin Xiao ignored these changes. At this time, he had appeared in the void more than 100 kilometers away from the floating island where the octopus man lived. He sat cross-legged in the void, and the octopus man was lying in front of him unconscious. Although this race is called Octopus Man, it is actually not a race evolved from octopus. It should be some kind of humanoid species. But the limbs are not ordinary people's arms, but 4 flesh tentacles and many small flesh whiskers and hair behind the head, which looks like an octopus. These flesh arms have no bones inside, only pure flesh, as flexible as octopus tentacles. Lin Xiao didn't wait for it to wake up and ask. He just stretched out his finger and tapped the octopus man's forehead. After a few seconds, a trace of surprise appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself, "Is it such a coincidence?" He directly read the soul memory of the octopus man, and read all the memories of his life from birth to now in one breath. He found the source of the nightmare power he mastered. The result was unexpected, but also expected. The one who gave the octopus man power was indeed the son of the nightmare god realm. But the source of this power surprised him. Or the origin of this octopus man was very surprising to him, because both the invading octopus man and the octopus man they attacked actually originated from a very powerful creature of the son of the nightmare god realm. To put it bluntly, these octopus men are all species derived from the creatures of the son of the nightmare god realm, and they are not native to this world. However, because they have been in this world for a very long time and have reproduced for countless generations, they are no different from the natives. Although this octopus leader is also an octopus, he is different from other members of the same clan. He has received the marks of other nightmare sons and gained the ability to borrow the power of nightmare sons, which is the skill he just used. Such natives have a unique name in this world, Hero. What a familiar name! Lin Xiao stood up and looked into the distance. From the memory of this octopus hero, he learned that the vast area ahead from here is the territory of the Nightmare Empire. Countless nightmare lords rule this area with the sky-high storm pillars as the center, and constantly fight with the lords of other empires for the storm pillars. Although the status of this octopus hero cannot know the main body of other empires, his lord is just an ordinary nightmare son and is not qualified to participate in the war with other empires. But Lin Xiao can guess that it should be an empire established by the descendants of other divine civilizations. In other words, in this huge space beyond imagination, it is very likely to encounter other human divine sons who accidentally lost in the chaotic realm. Although the sons of the divine realm rarely enter the dangerous chaotic realm, Most of them are not strong enough to survive the dangerous worlds and find this world. But there will always be various accidents and good luck. And there will always be some after a long time. He killed the octopus man with one finger and reached out to grab the floating island more than 100 kilometers away. The space above the floating island suddenly twisted. And the huge floating island was squeezed and deformed by the invisible force. With a bang, it broke into several large pieces and squeezed towards the center. The octopus people on the island died in this destructive disaster before they had time to react. They turned into meat paste along with the shattered floating island and merged into the huge stone ball. At the moment he destroyed the floating island, a will suddenly awakened in a sky-high storm pillar in the distant Nightmare Empire. And a little black light flashed from the storm pillar and flew directly in a certain direction. At this time, the stone ball made of the floating island had completely fallen into distortion and soon disappeared. Lin Xiao exhaled lightly, and a beam of light flew out in front of him and turned into a jade token made of flowing light. A piece of information appeared in his mind out of thin air. Divine Domain Fragment. Divine Domain Fragment of the Fallen Nightmare Sun. 10 Divine Domain Fragments can be combined to form a complete Divine Domain Seed. Chapter 735 The Former Enemy of the Wanxian God System? God's Domain Seed? Lin Xiao opened his mouth. This thing was completely beyond his expectations. His original intention was just to destroy this floating island. He didn't expect that there was such a thing hidden inside after the destruction. What is the God's Domain Seed? It is the basic source of the Son of the God's Domain. No matter whether it is human or other God's Domain civilization. As long as you obtain the God's Domain Seed and open up the God's Domain after birth, you can become the Son of the God's Domain. As far as Lin Xiao knows, he has never heard of any other way to obtain the God's Domain Seed except for the God's Domain civilization. Even the Great Power does not have this power. This is the unique power of the world will of the God's Domain civilization. Once the Son of the God's Domain dies, his God's Domain will automatically collapse, and it is impossible to preserve it alone. At least Lin Xiao has never seen or heard of it. What does he see now? A fragment of a God's Domain Seed. 10 fragments can be combined into a complete God's Domain Seed. Lin Xiao's attention was drawn at once, and the previous thought was instantly thrown out of his mind. Now his mind was full of the fragment of the God's Domain. If one floating island can harvest one fragment, wouldn't it be possible to combine a complete fragment of the God's Domain by destroying more floating islands? He also thought that the purpose of the octopus man who had just invaded was probably not to simply conquer the floating island, but most likely to come for the fragment of the God's Domain. Lin Xiao didn't need any God's Domain seeds now. He had a God's Domain and couldn't open up another one. But it didn't prevent him from collecting a few to study why this world could give birth to God's Domain seeds. This was too rare and incredible. Half an hour later, he left this empty void and flew in a certain direction ahead. Although the flow of time here was chaotic, it was slightly slower than before. It should belong to the edge of the influence range of a certain sky-high storm pillar, and there should be a large number of floating islands nearby. But correspondingly, there were also many sons of nightmares, or their subordinates. In less than an hour, another floating island was seen floating in the clouds. From a distance, a huge airport was seen on the edge of the floating island. Airships were docked above the airport. There were small figures busy everywhere on the ground of the port. Lin Xiao saw at a glance that the small black dots were all the octopus people he had seen before. The octopus people on this floating island could not find the hidden Lin Xiao. They were still busy as before, unaware of the impending danger. Lin Xiao circled the floating island. This should be a military-oriented port area. Most of the people in the port were octopus people wearing armor and holding weapons. Most of the buildings and population on the island were related to the military. He also found 2 leaders on the island who had mastered the power of nightmares, like the octopus heroes he had killed before. Without hesitation, he boldly reached out and pressed down with a palm. In the castle, 2 octopus leaders and many of their subordinates were studying something in front of a huge sand table. Suddenly, an indescribable terrifying force descended, and everyone was frozen, watching the space they were in being distorted, deformed, and collapsed, and the whole world fell into darkness. From the outside, it looked like this floating island of more than 20 square kilometers was twisted and swallowed into a stone ball, and then swallowed up. But after swallowing it, Lin Xiao spit out a mouthful of residue. But he didn't see the imagined fragments of the God's Domain. So, not all floating islands have fragments. This is very speechless. Lin Xiao felt like wasting his expression. I hate games that talk about probability the most. Any game involving probability is not the most tricky. Only more tricky. And he has experienced this deeply. But there is no way. If there is nothing, it can't be conjured out of thin air. It's just that this fragment of the god's domain is too important, involving a certain incredible conjecture. Lin Xiao can only be patient and set off, ready to find some floating islands to refine. And other things aside, he must combine a complete god's domain sea first. But when he was about to leave, he suddenly looked up in a certain direction, and a dazzling light shot towards him like an arrow. He pointed his finger, and the space and time over 2,000 meters away suddenly expanded at the same time. The flying light bent to one side with the expanding space and time, and the speed slowed down with the change of time. But it still rushed towards him firmly along the expanding and curved space. What is it? Lin Xiao's mind moved, and a layer of light curtain appeared in front of him. The light curtain made a muffled sound when the light flashed. The transparent light curtain shattered like glass. But the light was also blocked by him. It quickly transformed into a phantom of the son of Nightmare, and said loudly, "Human, you broke the rules." The voice paused, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. After a long while, he said, "New humans, according to the regulations, are not allowed to destroy any floating islands in this world." He pointed in one direction and said, "Your territory is over there. You can leave now and find your people. They will tell you the rules you need to abide by in this world." From the strength of this thought, it can be inferred that the main body of this nightmare child should be quite powerful. And his attitude is also very strange. Now that he has been discovered, it is easy to cause siege if he continues. Before he finds out the specific situation, he should not waste time. Lin Xiao decided to find the son of the human realm of this world first, and ask about the situation. This world is not simple. Following the direction indicated by the nightmare child, he crossed the void of millions of kilometers, and crossed two sky-high storm pillars belonging to the nightmare realm civilization in the middle. After crossing the distant chaotic airspace, Lin Xiao saw a fleet of 7 floating airships, and all the soldiers in it were human. This place is obviously on the edge of the human territory. Not far ahead, he saw a sky-high storm pillar and many floating islands surrounding this storm pillar. Compared with the small sky-high storm pillar he saw when he first entered this world, the storm pillars occupied by nightmares and humans in the back were thicker and had a larger power radiation range. The storm column that was first seen had a diameter of only 20 to 30 kilometers, and its time stability range was about 1,000 kilometers in radius. The storm columns occupied by the nightmare civilization and human civilization had a diameter of 50 to 60 kilometers, and their time stability range was as high as 6,000 to 7,000 kilometers in radius, with more floating islands surrounding them. The humans on these floating islands were obviously influenced by the Son of God. Not only did their mechanical level develop quite well, but their individual strength was much stronger than the humans seen on the first floating island. Of course, this strength was relative. After flying over a dozen floating islands of different sizes, the strongest ones he saw were only level 6 or 7, and there were only a few level 8 legendary masters. Overall, they were just like that. This made him feel puzzled. Could it be that the God Realm empires in this world rely on these subordinates to fight each other? When he came to the sky-high storm column, Lin Xiao released his breath, and the storm column suddenly became agitated. A clear light flew out and transformed into a middle-aged man in front of him. Seeing Lin Xiao, he said with a happy face, "Are you new here?" "Yes." "Great. We are in need of fresh blood. Please follow me." He turned around and left. Lin Xiao hesitated and followed. The two entered the Tantian storm column. A dazzling ball of lightning was suspended in the wind column. The middle-aged man also turned into a human-shaped lightning light at this time. His voice was extremely dull. "You can call me Tantian. You also accidentally lost in the Chaos Realm and cannot return. I wonder if it is convenient for me to tell you how long you have been lost. What year is it in the main world now?" Although the voice was dull, it can be seen that he was very excited when he asked, and he was very curious about the situation outside. Before answering, Lin Xiao asked, "I wonder how long has Tantian been lost in the Chaos Realm?" The middle-aged man nicknamed Tantian thought for a while before saying, "I forgot the specific year. I only remember that when I was lost in the Chaos Realm, the Wanxian God system happened to be defeated. I wanted to participate in that battle, but I didn't expect that there was no chance. the year when the Wanxiang God system was defeated. It has been tens of thousands of years since the Wanxiang God system was defeated in the main world. It has been more than 3 million years in the foreign world. It is unknown how many tens of thousands of years in this chaotic world. Lin Xiao looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. He was able to live in the chaotic world for so many years. He was extraordinary. I don't know the specific year now. I am ashamed that I didn't pay attention to the specific year. However, it has been more than 10,000 years since the destruction of the Wanxiang God system. You have been lost in this world for hundreds of years. More than 10,000 years. The middle-aged man was stunned for a long time and looked extremely lost. Lin Xiao asked again, I wonder what your relationship is with the Wanxiang God system. The middle-aged man did not answer, but asked first, Has His Majesty the Wanxiang God Emperor fallen? He fell completely a few years ago. Does the Wanxiang God system have a successor? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. The middle-aged man's series of purposeful questions proved that he had a close relationship with the original Wanxiang God system. He was moved and asked back, Seeing that you are so concerned about the Wanxiang God system, I wonder what your relationship is with the Wanxiang God system. The middle-aged man raised his eyelids and glanced at Lin Xiao. After a long silence, he suddenly smiled and said, It's okay to tell you that I have a relationship with the universal God system that is both an enemy and a friend. So that's the case. Then you can tell me now if the universal God system has any successors. Lin Xiao nodded seriously. Yes. His Majesty the Universal God Emperor left 3 universal God treasures and selected 3 outstanding successors to go to the wizard world. In the end, one of the successors inherited the legacy of the Universal God Emperor. But that successor did not choose to inherit the Universal God system, but to create a new system. Strictly speaking, the Universal God system is now history. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time after listening, and his expression kept changing. I don't know what he was thinking. After a long time, he sighed heavily, looked up at a certain direction in the air, and seemed to be talking to himself, but actually said to someone, Since the Universal God system has become history, then our grievances will be wiped out. At this point, he suddenly laughed. Ridiculous. I am trapped in the Chaos Realm and cannot leave. So what about the past grievances? He smiled and said to Lin Xiao, Excuse me. No problem. Chapter 736 The Real Chaos Realm. After talking about the past, the next thing is business. Lin Xiao took out the fragment of the God Realm and asked directly, I accidentally destroyed a floating island in the territory of the Nightmare Empire before, and obtained a fragment of the God Realm. It is said that 10 fragments can be synthesized into a God Realm seed. Later, I wanted to collect some to see, but was stopped by a strong man from the Nightmare civilization. He said that I broke the rules. I don't know what's going on. Tontian glanced at the fragment of the God Realm in his hand, retracted his gaze and said, It's very simple. The world we are in now is one of the many projections of the real Chaos Realm. If you destroy a floating island here, it will have a certain impact on the corresponding floating island in the real Chaos Realm. It's okay to destroy 1 or 2. But if you destroy too many, it will cause shocks to the real floating islands in the real Chaos Realm and affect the Nightmare Lords on the floating islands. Lin Xiao tilted his ears, and his mind was full of question marks. Tontian was also surprised to see his puzzled look, and asked, With your strength, you still don't know the truth of the Chaos Realm? Lin Xiao shook his head. I really don't know. Tontian was obviously stunned for a moment and asked, Then how did you get here? Just like that? Didn't you enter the Chaos Realm, force your way through the worlds, and finally find this world by chance? Isn't that right? Tontian was very surprised, looking him up and down inside. Then you are really amazing. You can find this place without knowing anything. Since you are here, it is fate. But before telling you the truth, I have to remind you first, because you are now in the Chaos Realm. Once you know the truth, you will automatically enter the real Chaos Realm. You will never be able to leave the Chaos Realm before you are promoted to the Great Divine Power, or the same level. Even Gaia's will cannot take your incarnation away, which means that your true body will never be complete, and you will never be promoted to the Great Divine Power. Tontian stared at him seriously, and asked in a deep voice, So are you sure you want to listen now? Lin Xiao's face immediately became solemn. Tontian's meaning was very clear. Once he entered the real Chaos Realm, his incarnation would be trapped in it, and could never leave without being promoted to the Ancestor, or the Great Divine Power. Correspondingly, Once his incarnation was trapped in it, and could not return. His real body would not be perfect. And it would also be impossible to be promoted to the great divine power. In other words, if he took this step, unless this incarnation could cross that step and be promoted to the ancestor, the real body would never be promoted. Lin Xiao thought for a while, and suddenly asked a question. In the Chaos Realm, is there a chance to cross that step? Tong Tian smiled and said, of course there is. The Chaos Realm is one of the most powerful and mysterious worlds in the Chaos Void Sea. Even the wizard world cannot compare to it. There are certainly ways to become great in it. And there are more than 1 or 2 opportunities. Otherwise, why would we take the risk to enter? And enter in real body? Well, I'll go in. Lin Xiao looked determined. There was no other choice. He was now certain that his exiled golden ancient tree incarnation was in the real chaotic realm. There was no other choice. He had to go in and find the golden ancient tree incarnation. The 2 incarnations merged into one to see if he could find a way to seize the opportunity or return by force. For other strong men, this was a hopeless place. But for him, it was not. He had mastered half of the law of time, plus the current power of the incarnation. As long as the power of this incarnation reached the level of super divine power, he would have a certain degree of confidence in forcible escape. If the first method did not work, he still had a second way to escape. Directly give up everything about the 2 incarnations, and only keep the soul origin and the true spirit to enter the magic cube of creation. This would result in the loss of 2 powerful incarnations. But as long as the soul origin and the separated true spirit returned to ensure the integrity of the true body, other losses could be accepted no matter how large they were. Tong Tian certainly didn't know what cards he had. So he just nodded for his courage and said, before that, you have to know what the Chaos Realm is. The so-called Chaos Realm is actually divided into 2 parts. One part is the world you see and live in now, which is composed of countless divided spaces. In the center of these countless divided spaces, there are several special spaces similar to the space we are in now. These special spaces are the main nodes of the Chaos Realm, and the entrance to the real Chaos Realm. As long as you defeat the gatekeepers in the Tong Tian Storm Pillars, you will see the entrance door, and open it to enter. He paused here, pointed at himself and said, I am the gatekeeper of this storm column. But you don't need to defeat me. I will open the entrance for you to enter later. The real realm is completely different from the current surface realm. After entering, all your powers will be stripped away, but the laws you have mastered will be manifested in the form of talent, and your true body will be hidden in the form of blood. You need to reawaken yourself. Note that you will lose all your power after entering. You will be on the same starting line as other creatures from different timelines of the infinite world of Chaos Virtual Sea. As a fellow tribesman's advice to you, don't be complacent or careless. I believe you will not be willing to die at the hands of an ordinary person. Lin Xiao. Finally, you can ask me a few more questions. I will tell you everything I know. Lin Xiao thought about it seriously and asked, can you tell me specifically which opportunities you mentioned to become great in the Chaos Realm, and how to obtain them? Tong Tian answered seriously. It's very simple. After you enter the real realm, you will appear at the starting point with other lives from different timelines of the Chaos Virtual Sea, and start the evolution journey together. You will compete with other races for the destiny at the end of evolution. Anyone who wins the destiny will naturally achieve greatness. Can you explain it in more detail? The journey of evolution is itself a great road belonging to the Chaos Realm. Billions of creatures on different timelines in the Chaos Realm compete with countless races. The final winner will naturally transcend and achieve greatness. The final winner? Lin Xiao frowned and asked. After such a long time, there is still no winner? Tong Tian smiled and said, of course not. The Chaos Realm has produced dozens of final winners of the evolutionary journey. That is, dozens of great beings. They exist in different eras and different civilizations. Perhaps a big man in our Gaia civilization is one of them. Any newcomer entering must be the final winner of this evolutionary journey. You still have a chance. That's it. I enter. Lin Xiao has no other choice. Very good. I will open the door to the realm for you now. Tong Tian laughed loudly, stretched out his hand and waved back. And the dazzling lightning ball in the Tong Tian storm column exploded. And the infinite lightning condensed into a lightning gate. Lin Xiao thanked Tong Tian, took a deep breath and walked into the door, and was quickly submerged by lightning. Seeing his figure entering, Tong Tian showed a weird smile on his face. Another one is here to die. But in the next second, the weird smile quickly turned into pain. Although the final winner of this evolutionary journey has not yet been determined. It has reached the final stage, and the final winner is about to be born. In the next second, he resumed his weird smile. The heir of the universal God Emperor. Become a slave of the Chaos Realm like me. On the other side, after entering the lightning gate, Lin Xiao felt that he fell directly into the endless void. His powerful perception only vaguely felt that there was an untouchable rule in the void that was decomposing his body. The human form that had been maintained lost control as the body decomposed. With a boom, infinite energy vented out like a star explosion, and he turned into a black hole again. The true essence of his incarnation is a black hole rather than a human form. The biggest feature of a black hole is the terrifying attraction that devours and decomposes everything. And the rule in this void is also decomposition. When decomposition encounters the black hole that devours everything, the two are frozen for a while. Lin Xiao's will sank into the black hole, and he tried his best to fight against the decomposition rules in the void. If possible, he certainly hoped to retain all his strength to enter the real chaotic realm. He only believed part of Tongtian's words. It was the first time he saw it, so how could he believe it completely? It's hard to say about the rest. This real chaotic realm is definitely real. His golden ancient tree incarnation was exiled to the chaotic realm. If it was on the surface of the chaotic realm, there was no reason why his incarnation couldn't sense it. In fact, he couldn't sense it at all. There was only one possibility, that his incarnation was in the inner layer of the chaotic realm, which was the real chaotic realm. If he couldn't leave without being promoted to greatness as Tongtian said, then he had to go in. Anyway, the result would be the same if one incarnation or two incarnations were trapped. The time in this void is extremely chaotic and terrifying. Far more terrifying than the expression chaotic realm. However, the time here not only speeds up and slows down, but also stops and flows backwards. In addition, the decomposition force is everywhere in the void. Fortunately, Lin Xiao has mastered the origin of time. If it were other powerful beings, even if a powerful divine body descended, they would not be able to withstand the sudden stillness of time and the reversal of time. If they are not careful and wake up from the state of stillness, most of their strength may have been decomposed. Although this chaos realm is strong, its black hole nature is also powerful. It can remain awake even in full-strength confrontation, and its strength has not been decomposed. And this decomposition is not infinite. As he continues to sink in the void, Lin Xiao can feel that as long as he sinks to the bottom, he will enter the real chaos realm. At that time, he may be able to save all his strength to enter the real chaos realm, just as he was doing his best to resist the erosion of the chaos realm. On another level, the Nightmare King Sei, who had been seeking revenge along the Nightmare Mark, had already entered the real chaos realm. Knowing the reality of the chaos realm, he entered the real level directly after entering the chaos realm. Even in the super divine power, it is still the top powerful force. In addition to consuming a treasure and consuming part of the protection of the Nightmare Will, he survived the decomposition of the chaos realm and retained most of his power to descend. Chapter 737 Evolutionary Journey? Boom! A violent explosion woke Lin Xiao up. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that he was sitting in a classroom. Classroom? The familiar room structure. The crooked desks and chairs. And many boys and girls in blue and white school uniforms were crowded at the door or window. Looking out in horror, Lin Xiao lowered his head. He was also wearing a loose school uniform and a pair of torn sneakers. It was estimated that the blue color on the school uniform had faded after long-term washing. So, I was assigned the identity of a student. He tried to reach out. The extremely powerful force was still there, but it had been compressed into his body. Once released, he would become the black hole that destroyed everything. But the premise is that he can regain control of this power. His own black hole talent and the laws he mastered were still there. But as Tongtian said, these talents and laws were all converted into talent forms and sealed, and he needed to understand them again. In general, most of the power was retained. But Lin Xiao was not happy at all because his body was too weak. To put it bluntly, although he survived the decomposition of the Chaos Realm and retained most of his power, the original law of the real Chaos Realm was too powerful. All his power was sealed in his body, and all the magic of his body was sealed. He was now just an ordinary person's body, and it would take some time to receive the original power again. Before this, he was quite weak. This is what Tongtian said before, asking him not to be complacent and careless. If he thought he still had the power to rise quickly and was careless, It would be shameful to die in the hands of ordinary people. The students around him did not pay attention to him, because there were many injured, unconscious or even dead classmates on the ground in the classroom, and he was inconspicuous among them. I stood up with my back against the wall and saw the dark sky outside. Thick clouds covered all vision. From time to time, I saw lightning bursting in the clouds, illuminating the world. I could vaguely see huge shadows wandering back and forth in the clouds. There were many black spots passing through the dark sky under the thick clouds. They were all brutal predators. Looking out the window through the gaps in the crowd, I could see that I was in a campus. There were several teaching buildings surrounding the central playground, but the playground was full of coagulated black blood and corpses, as well as monsters eating the remains. These monsters were about the same size as wolves, with fluffy hair, bigger heads than wolves, bigger mouths and longer teeth, and a pair of extremely sharp claws that easily tore the corpses apart. Looking forward, the outside of the knockdown school gate was not the imagined road or square, but a lush forest, which looked extremely abrupt. If I guessed correctly, the entire school should have been forcibly moved here. According to Tontian, the participants in this so-called evolutionary journey are a large number of mortals or alien races who were brought in from the Chaos Realm's billions of crystal-walled universes in the Chaos Void Sea at different time periods. All of them were moved here to this school. Judging from their clothing and the school's architectural style, it looks like the Earth before Lin Xiao traveled through time. Lin Xiao is not sure if the Earth before he crossed over is the same as the Gaia world now. After all, the gap is too big. He has also looked for some historical books from the ancient Earth era, but he has not found any information similar to the era he lived in. He used to look for it seriously, but he couldn't find it later, so he simply stopped looking. After all, crossing over is a foregone conclusion, and he has lived for so long, so there is no need to worry about the past. It shouldn't be long before this school was moved to this unknown world. Many students looked outside in horror. After the initial fear, some brave people finally stood up. One of them was tall and looked like a rogue student who was dragging the class down, and whispered, "This will definitely not work. Although the classroom is temporarily safe, it will definitely not be safe forever. Moreover, we still need food and water. The school cafeteria is not far from here. Are there any classmates who will go with me to find food?" At this time, a handsome boy wearing glasses also said. What Levi said makes sense. "Count me in." The sturdy boy looked at the boy with glasses in surprise and said, "I didn't know you were so brave." "Okay, you're one of them. Is there anyone else?" Soon, several brave boys came out, and then they folded a broken table and chair, one leg for each of them, quietly opened the door and walked out. The other students saw them off expectantly, and several female students came forward to encourage them. Then a pretty girl wearing glasses said to the remaining 20 or so students, "Classmates, although we don't know what happened, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Classmate Lei Wei has gone out to find food for everyone. We can't just wait. Everyone, pull up the curtains, lock the windows, block the door with the table, and move quietly so as not to alarm the monsters outside. In addition, I plan to find 2 classmates to contact students from other classes. There is strength in numbers. With the strength of all students, we don't have to be afraid even if we encounter a small number of monsters. Raise your hand if you want to go." She looked at the students below. Most of them were still terrified and didn't dare to go. She looked at the remaining male students. These male students didn't have the courage either. She sighed and said, "No one is going, so I'll go." Immediately, 2 male students and a female student were willing to follow. Looking at the eyes of the 2 male students, they were obviously admirers of this female student. The 2 boys and 2 girls quietly opened the door and left. The rest closed the windows and blocked the doors. A female student said to Lin Xiao, who was standing by the window, "Don't stand so straight. What if you are seen by the monster outside?" Lin Xiao looked at her in surprise and asked curiously, "Do you know me?" The girl looked at him with a very strange look. "Lin Xiao, are you stupid? We are all classmates. How could I not know you?" Hiss. Lin Xiao suddenly looked up at the sky, and his eyes suddenly became extremely solemn. It was very strange. Either he replaced a student, or he forcibly implanted his existence in the memory of these students. But no matter which one was abnormal, Lin Xiao was a little alert. But he did not make any other unnecessary movements. He just walked away from the window silently. The consciousness communicated with the sealed power in his mind. In this moment, he had already absorbed some of the power to strengthen his weak body and mental strength. Unfortunately, his foundation was too poor. He had not absorbed much in this moment, and his physical strength was not high now. The classroom was quickly cleaned up again. 20 or so students gathered together in twos and threes and talked quietly. Many female students hugged each other and cried quietly. He could feel the fear in their hearts and their worries about the future. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from outside the window, followed by a second scream. The students woke up at once, and everyone raised their heads and listened nervously. Soon, the third shrill scream came, which seemed not far from the classroom. Everyone became nervous all of a sudden, and panic filled the classroom. What to do? Don't make a sound. A girl wearing big black-rimmed glasses and with thick bangs covering her face whispered to comfort her classmates. Her voice was very pleasant, and Lin Xiao took a special glance. At this moment, there was a sound of a heavy object hitting the wall outside the classroom, as well as a low roar of an animal. Everyone was motionless, and the girl with glasses hugged her classmates and was so scared that she dared not move. The beast seemed to have sensed something and was wandering around the door. The small footsteps were as dull and powerful as drums in the hearts of the frightened students, making their hearts beat. Bang! Suddenly a black shadow jumped onto the windowsill and lay on the window. It was a long-haired wolf that was exactly the same as the one on the playground. It found someone in the classroom, raised its sharp claws, and smashed the glass. Countless broken glass shattered, and the hearts of the students in the classroom were scattered like the broken glass. Suddenly, there was a girl's terrified scream in the classroom, which further stimulated the long-haired wolf, and it drilled directly through the hole in the window and pounced on the screaming girl. Bang! A chair smashed the long-haired wolf to the ground, and the chair also broke into pieces. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao, who stepped forward in surprise. He picked up another chair and rushed up to smash it, knocking the long-haired wolf, who was about to get up, down again. He stepped on the wolf's head and punched the wolf's eyes. The huge force made the long-haired wolf whimper miserably. It struggled hard, but couldn't resist his strength. In addition, it was stepped on the neck and couldn't use its strength. It was suppressed and finally hammered to death. When the long-haired wolf was killed with the last punch, Lin Xiao felt a warm current flowing from the long-haired wolf into his body. And at the same time, a mechanical voice appeared in his mind out of thin air. Kill the long-haired wolf and start the road to evolution. At the same time, a lot of information rushed into his mind, and an attribute panel appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Xiao. Race, human. Evolution, 0 level 3%. Talent? Skill, none. A very clear and simple attribute panel. You could understand its meaning at a glance. He only glanced at it and turned off the panel, but carefully felt the warmth just now. It is estimated that as long as he kills these monsters by himself, he will start the evolutionary road. This long-haired wolf has contributed a force to him after he starts the evolutionary road. It is estimated that it is equivalent to 10 kilograms of force. This value is not too much, but it can be infinitely superimposed. No matter what monster is killed, you can get some power feedback according to the strength of the monster. With unlimited feedback superposition, their strength will grow at a very fast speed. If you encounter some characters like the protagonist of a novel, the growth rate may be faster than him directly absorbing the power of his own seal. Lin Xiao once again remembered Tongtian's warning. If this is the case, it is really easy to overturn if you are careless. Wow! Lin Xiao, you are so awesome. He was thinking a lot here. When the other students saw him kill the long-haired wolf, they immediately exclaimed in amazement and gathered around to look at the long-haired wolf's body with admiration and praise on their faces. Chapter 738 Novice Village? Lin Xiao grabbed the long-haired wolf by the neck, dragged the corpse up, looked around, threw it aside and said, "Wait until classmate Levi and the others come back. See if we can deal with the corpse. There must be a shortage of food at this time, and we can't waste it." The other classmates nodded and agreed with his words. Just by killing a long-haired wolf, his reputation among classmates has reached the top. This is also what he did on purpose. No matter why he was assigned this identity, he should be more stable before his strength is insufficient. It is safer to follow the big team. When he was safe, several classmates came up to him and asked him in surprise how he could be so powerful all of a sudden, including several female classmates. This feeling is very good. After many years, I feel like I am on campus again. Although there was a campus and classmates in the Son of God school before, I didn't have that feeling at all. The former classmates are almost out of touch now, and have long forgotten. Through communication, Lin Xiao roughly got the names of many classmates, as well as the world they lived in before the school was thrown into this world. As he expected, it was also called Earth. But he didn't know which time period it was. They were all ordinary students, and had never seen any extraordinary people. He couldn't get anything out of them. Not long after, screams were heard again in the corridor, and the slightly more lively atmosphere became tense again. It seemed to be the voice of the class monitor. A girl said in a crying voice, and most of the other classmates heard it. One of them whispered, "What should I do? Should I save them?" Everyone looked at Lin Xiao. He nodded and said, "I'll go and see." As he said that, he picked up a slightly longer chair leg and came to the door. He gently opened the door, and a cold air with a bloody smell came to his face. He took a deep breath, opened the door, and walked out. He was neither impulsive nor frivolous, since it is an evolutionary journey, and evolution is started by killing monsters. Then the main theme of this so-called evolutionary journey must be killing, which is inevitable. This starting campus is obviously the so-called novice village. The monsters that move around are all capable of posing a fatal threat to ordinary people, but not completely unstoppable. He has a higher starting point than ordinary people. As long as he is careful and not wasteful, he can quickly accumulate evolution and evolve faster than others. The corridor is full of black bloodstains, and it is quiet. The scream just now was at the stairs at the other end of the corridor. Their classroom is at the end of the teaching building. He walked about 70 or 80 meters, passing several classrooms in the middle. There was no one in them, and he didn't know where they ran. He soon came to the front stairs. He could already hear the chewing sound below. Carefully approaching the edge, he saw two long-haired wolves gnawing on a corpse in school uniform at the corner of the stairs. There was still fear and pain on their bloody faces. It was a classmate who had left before. Lin Xiao glanced around and saw through the gap in the fence that two long-haired wolves were chewing around the corpse. It was troublesome without weapons. Even with a kitchen knife, he could easily kill 4 wolves, but it would be difficult with only a stick. After thinking about it, he turned back and looked in several empty classrooms. There was nothing that could be used as a weapon. Somewhat impressed that the school had done a good job in student safety, he walked back again and waved to the classmates behind the window glass when passing by his class. He went all the way to the innermost part of the corridor. Generally, there was a staircase at the end of the teaching ladder, which was both a fire escape and an escape route. He found a fire hydrant and disassembled it. There was indeed a metal fire axe with a painted front blade and a sharp back. With the metal axe in hand, Lin Xiao became bolder and returned to the central staircase. He deliberately made a small noise. The two long-haired wolves immediately reacted and rushed over to see Lin Xiao, who retreated after showing his face. As soon as he rushed up the stairs, he cut off a piece of the long-haired wolf's head with an axe, and it fell to the ground with a scream. The howl immediately attracted the attention of the other 2 long-haired wolves below. When they rushed up, Lin Xiao just killed the second long-haired wolf and gained 20 kilograms of strength. It is worth mentioning that the evolution points and evolution rewards he obtained are based on ordinary people, and his own strength is not counted in it. If it is counted in it, his current nearly 300 kilograms of strength and corresponding physique and reaction can crush the long-haired wolves. It is impossible to reward so much strength normally, so he can use the extra strength to easily jump the level to swipe monsters and get the full reward without attenuation, so as to quickly widen the gap with others and grow rapidly. The 2 long-haired wolves were no match for him at all. After killing them easily, he dragged all the bodies to one of the classrooms and hid them, carrying the fire axe. He went down the stairs. He was on the 4th floor just now. Now he went down to the 3rd floor. He saw 4 or 5 long-haired wolves at the end of the corridor on the left hitting the door of a classroom. Seeing him, a living person, they all rushed over. Lin Xiao unhurriedly smashed a fire hydrant by the wall, took out the other fire axe inside and rushed up. After a while of screaming and shouting, it became quiet. After a while, the window of the classroom that was hit opened, and a teenager quietly poked his head out, only to see the bodies of 5 long-haired wolves scattered on the ground. But no one was seen. At this time, Lin Xiao had already gone down to the 1st floor and jumped over the guardrail. There was a passage running through the building in the middle of the stairs, and behind it was the school cafeteria. as the only place that ordinary people could think of to find food. A large number of warriors went to the cafeteria to find food, and then all died at the entrance of the cafeteria. Lin Xiao had just jumped down the passage and had not yet walked out when he saw the corpses and monsters all over the ground at the entrance of the cafeteria. He grabbed the slippery iron guardrail with his backhand and turned over and flipped back. In addition to the wolves that had just been killed, there were two new monsters. One looked like a bat monster that had been magnified thousands of times. It could fly but not high, and it lay on the ground like a skinny weirdo. The other looked like a chimpanzee, very tall and powerful, and nearly 3 meters tall when standing upright. But there were only two of them. Lin Xiao checked himself and found that he had killed 10 long-haired wolves in total. His evolution degree was 30%, which means that one long-haired wolf could increase his evolution degree by 3%. Killing another 34 of them would allow him to evolve into a first-order life form. But he felt that this speed was still too slow and needed to be faster. He looked at the monsters behind the cafeteria. Perhaps he could hunt them down. But not now. But later. He was absorbing his sealed power all the time. And he was getting stronger all the time. He would go again when he was stronger and more confident. When he returned to the classroom, all the classmates gathered around him to ask questions. He shook his head and pointed to the back. They are all dead. Many female classmates cried. They were all students, and it was a sentimental time. Lin Xiao ignored them, sat down quietly to rest, and then mentioned the wolf corpse in the classroom and said, "Two people. I will go to the next classroom to roast the meat." A few axes were used to split the desks and pile them together. They were lit with lighters, and the processed meat was placed on top. Then 2 students were instructed to move the desks out and pile them at the entrance of the stairs. It couldn't stop the monsters from coming in. But normally, as long as there were no unusual sounds, the beasts would bypass the obstacles when they encountered them. It got dark quickly, and there were beast roars and insect chirps everywhere outside the window. Occasionally, a bat monster would fly by. When it got dark, the temperature dropped sharply. More than 20 students gathered together to keep warm, shivering with cold. Lin Xiao sat at the front door with 2 axes, and several other male students sat at the back door. From time to time, girls would twitch quietly in the dark. Most of the students were frightened at night. The occasional beast roars and screams from nowhere made them sleep poorly. However, Lin Xiao slept well and was very energetic when he woke up the next day. Carefully experience your own strength. It increased by about 200 kilograms in one night, adding up to about 500 kilograms of strength. In addition, the 100 kilograms of strength gained by killing 10 long-haired wolves. A total of 600 kilograms of strength, which is already very powerful. Tyson's right fist can weigh up to 800 kilograms, while his left fist can only weigh 500 kilograms. He is equivalent to a Tyson with super combat experience. Of course, he is definitely not as good as the 2 3-meter-tall gorilla monsters now. But he will not provoke them now. Half an hour later, after eating and drinking, he picked up the axe and set off again. He swept the teaching building again, killed 2 bat monsters, and came to the stairs on the first floor. He was surprised to find that 3 male classmates were rushing up with a few bags of rice and some pots and bowls. Seeing him, the male classmate who led the way shouted, "Run! There are several bat monsters coming behind." Lin Xiao glanced and saw a large bone-cutting knife in the hand of one of the male classmates, and asked, "Does the cafeteria still have this kind of bone-cutting knife?" The male classmate was surprised that he asked such a question, but he still answered honestly, "There are several more. This one is too heavy, so I didn't take it." "That's fine." As he was about to go downstairs, the leading male student grabbed him and whispered, "Are you going to die?" Lin Xiao smiled and patted his hand. "Don't worry about me. Go back quickly." At this time, another male student who had been silent said, "Don't worry about him. He should want to kill monsters to get evolution points." Lin Xiao glanced at the man who was talking. He was tall and thin and looked serious. He should have killed a monster to start the evolution. The leading male student wanted to persuade him, but the unique hissing sound of the bat monster came from behind. He didn't dare to stay, and told Lin Xiao to be careful and left. Soon, 5 bat monsters stumbled along the passage and saw Lin Xiao standing at the stairs with 2 axes. They screamed and pounced on him. With a flash of axe light, the limbs of the 2 bat monsters separated and fell down. The rest rushed over and ducked to avoid it, and he chopped them off with 2 axes in his backhand. The last one rushed over and bit him in the face. He tilted his head and bit his face. The stinging pain was followed by numbness. It was poisonous. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and forcibly pulled the bat monster that pounced on his face off. He used the 600 kilograms of force to throw it to the ground, stepped on it, and chopped it to death with an axe. Killing 5 bat monsters only gained 10% of the evolution degree. One bat monster only gained 2%, which was not as good as a long-haired wolf. Then he was at the staircase, constantly luring the single or small monsters in front of and behind the teaching building to come over and kill them. In less than an hour, he accumulated 100% of the evolution degree and advanced. Chapter 739 Super Time Talent. As a fiery warm current flowed through his body, Lin Xiao could clearly feel that every inch of muscle in his body quickly became tougher and stronger under this warm current. He had gained a total of about 300 kilograms of strength from killing a large number of monsters before. Now, after being promoted to the first level, he instantly gained an additional 200 kilograms of strength. Now, the promotion to the first level alone on the evolutionary path has added a total of 500 kilograms of strength, in addition to the approximately 400 kilograms of strength inherited from himself during this period. The total strength is 900 kilograms, and the difference of only 100 kilograms is nearly 1,000 kilograms. His mind moved, and the attribute panel opened in front of him. Name, Lin Xiao. Race, human. Evolution, first level 2%. Talent, time travel LV1. Time acceleration LV1. Damage absorption black hole. Skills, none. If the 0 level is just an ordinary person, the first level is to officially enter the evolutionary path. And at the same time, the previously suppressed black hole talent and time essence are remastered in the form of talent. However, it is only the most basic talent application at the beginning, and its power is limited. Time travel LV1, in an invincible state. Penetrate time and appear at any position within a radius of 100 meters, and cancel any damage received in the last 2 seconds, causing damage equal to the maximum strength value of the player's own *2 to any hostile collision target, and adding a lasting mental stillness and 100% deceleration effect, which can be used 3 times a day. Time acceleration LV1, used on oneself. Mental reaction and own speed increase by 100%, lasting for 3 seconds, which can be used 3 times a day. Damage absorption black hole, absorb all types of damage related to one's own strength. Well, this talent has some bugs. 2 time talents and 1 black hole talent. Among them, the time talent is divided into levels, depending on one's own strength. The level of the time talent is the level of evolution. And as the strength increases, the more power inherited from the previous power, the more powerful time talents will be obtained. The black hole talent is a passive talent that cannot be upgraded, which directly absorbs all damage related to one's own strength, regardless of the type. That is to say, as his strength grows, the stronger he is, the more damage he absorbs. After being promoted to the first level, Lin Xiao's strength has undergone a huge change. After moving a little to adapt to the surge of strength, he looked up at a few bad monsters that had just crawled over from the roof of the cafeteria not far away. He walked out of the passage directly. Several bad monsters saw him and screamed and flew over. He stood there waiting expressionlessly, when the bat monster pounced only 2 meters away from him. His figure suddenly flashed and pounced on the bat monster. The 2 sides passed by each other, and the bat monster split into 2 and fell to the ground by inertia without moving. There is no challenge. A flying axe accurately stabbed another bat monster away. Lin Xiao was too lazy to pick it up. He picked up the thick bone-cutting knife in his hand and looked behind the cafeteria. The 2 gorilla monsters he saw before were hiding in the dormitory building behind the cafeteria. The reward for killing this kind of monster has been greatly reduced. At the 0 level, killing one would give a 5 kilogram strength reward, but now it is only 1 kilogram. The evolution degree has also been greatly reduced, and killing one will not increase by more than 1%. It can be foreseen that when he is stronger, for example, more than 50% of the first level, the strength reward for killing a bad monster may not be even half a kilogram. It is obvious that this method of killing monsters is not recommended for promotion, but to challenge stronger monsters, with strong strength and awakening 2 talents. The 2 bad monsters just now were not even a warm-up. Lin Xiao felt that he could kill the 2 gorilla monsters and clean up the campus. bypassing the cafeteria and passing through a small forest. It turned out that this was the place where the teacher's dormitory building in front of the school and the back of the school were separated. There were many small flower beds, gravel roads, and stone chairs in the middle. Now it is in ruins. In just 2 days, weeds on the ground have a tendency to grow wildly. Obviously, the whole school has been exiled to this world, and all aspects have begun to be affected by this world. It won't be long before the whole teaching building will be submerged by weeds. Bang! A long-haired wolf hiding behind the flower bed suddenly jumped out and grabbed Lin Xiao's shoulder when he passed by, biting his neck. Lin Xiao did not fight back and let it bite him. The sharp fangs bit his neck, but it was like biting into extremely tough cowhide and could not bite through. He turned his neck and showed a satisfied smile, stretched out his hand to grab the wolf's neck and forcibly pulled it off, threw the other long-haired wolf backwards and knocked it away, stepped forward and killed one with a knife, and broke the neck bone of the other with 1 foot. Too easy. After being promoted once, his strength has been qualitatively improved. The long-haired wolf and the bat monster can no longer pose a threat to him. He can't even break his defense, so he is not afraid of any number of them. The battle just now attracted the attention of the gorilla monster in the dormitory building. A hideous gorilla head covered with black hair poked out from behind the wall. Seeing Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then showed the joy of seeing food and rushed over with his hands and feet. The huge body and weight trampled the ground slightly, and a fierce and barbaric breath came to his face. Well done. Lin Xiao held the knife and waited, staring at the black-haired gorilla monster that was rushing towards him. When it was about 4 meters away, he suddenly jumped into the air and rushed down. The huge body and impact force rushed straight at him. The visual impact was extremely shocking to the weak creatures. Lin Xiao wanted to use this gorilla monster to experiment with his newly acquired talent. He held the knife with both hands and pointed the tip of the knife at the gorilla monster without dodging. Bang! The huge black gorilla directly knocked him down. The terrifying huge force knocked him down on the spot, and the whole person was pressed under the gorilla. A series of piercing bone-breaking sounds sounded, and his whole body was in great pain. At the same time, there was a painful howl that hurt his eardrums. What a great force! It was a greater force than he expected. Even his current physique and talent could not withstand it, and he was directly broken. If it were any other first-level evolver, this would definitely be a comminuted fracture of the whole body, and there would be no doubt of death. But Lin Xiao is not an ordinary first-order evolver, he thought. Time travel. The next second, his consciousness quickly expanded to a radius of 100 meters. He could clearly feel everything within this radius of 100 meters. As long as he thought, he could jump to any place within this radius. Yes, anywhere, including the sky and the ground. As soon as he thought, he disappeared and entered the time travel state. At this moment, his injuries recovered quickly like a video played in reverse. And in an instant, he recovered to the best state of being unscathed 2 meters ago. From the outside, it seemed that a stream of light that could not be observed with the naked eye passed through the chimpanzee and appeared in the air hundreds of meters away. The chimpanzee monster was penetrated by this stream of light, and his body shook violently. And then his hideous face and red bloodthirsty pupils instantly fell into confusion and motionless. The time travel effect causes damage equal to the maximum strength value of the self*2 to any hostile collision target, and adds a permanent mental stillness and 100% deceleration effect. Not to mention the deceleration. The stillness of the mind is equivalent to complete dizziness. 1 second is not long, but it can completely determine life and death in a fierce battle. Time roams to a height of 100 meters in the sky. Lin Xiao holds a knife and points it at the bottom like a meteor, from less than 5 seconds per second at the beginning. The next second instantly jumps to nearly 20 meters per second. In the third second, he instantly falls 30 to 40 meters. The height of 100 meters is reached in just over 3 seconds and less than 4 seconds. The impact force exerted by such a high speed far exceeds his strength. Although the chimpanzee's stillness of mind and 100% deceleration only lasts for 1 second. With the chimpanzee's body size and reaction of 3 meters high, plus the injury, there will be a short period of confusion when he wakes up, plus the reaction of feeling the severe pain of the bone-cutting knife piercing his chest, and then getting up to find the enemy. This time must be more than 3 seconds. So when he fell from the sky at the speed of a falling meteor and stabbed the back of the gorilla monster's head with a knife, it did not react at all. Bang! The bone-chopping knife, which was more than 30 centimeters long and 3 or 4 centimeters thick, penetrated the thick skull of the gorilla monster and was completely inserted into it. Lin Xiao was directly bounced more than 10 meters away by the recoil force and hit a tree, then bounced back and fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! The chimpanzee, who was hit by this fatal blow, suddenly jumped up and fell heavily to the ground, splashing a circle of dust and spreading, and could no longer move. The knife went straight into the brain, directly injuring the fatal part, and instantly lost the ability to react, leaving only the body twitching instinctively. It is called a vegetative person in short. 2 seconds later, Lin Xiao exhaled heavily and climbed up. The rebound force of the fall was unusually large. Fortunately, he was strong enough now and had the talent to absorb most of the recoil damage. Otherwise, he would definitely be seriously injured. Checking the panel, defeating this gorilla monster directly increased the evolution degree by 6%, and at the same time added a full 30 kilograms of additional strength. At this time, the chimpanzee monster seemed to be dead. There were some spots of light rising from the corpse and gathering to form a white light ball. He walked forward curiously and found the phantom of a glove in the light ball. Can it also drop equipment? This thing is so similar to the equipment dropped by monsters in the game. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and touched the light ball that flew into his hand and turned into a black long tooth claw set. Equipment: chimpanzee arm claw of strength ordinary. Attributes: strength plus 30. Defense plus 20. It's really equipment. But what the L is the defense added? Lin Xiao chose the equipment, and the claw set turned into light and flowed into his left hand and quickly covered it, extending all the way to the shoulder, forming an arm similar to a chimpanzee. Well, it turns out that it adds defense here. It turns out that this is not just a weapon, but also comes with the defense of the left arm. And this defense is also limited to the place where the arm claw is attached. The huge gorilla palm clenched a few times, just like his own arm. Like an arm and fingers. Very flexible. Although the added attributes are not many, it is better than nothing. And since there is equipment, there must be more than 1 or 2 pieces that can be equipped. If a complete set of equipment can be assembled, the attributes added up are quite impressive. There was nothing to use for the chimpanzee corpse, and it was too big to move. Lin Xiao looked up at the back of the dormitory building, wondering why the other gorilla monster didn't come out with such a big commotion. But when he entered the dormitory area and saw a huge gap in the wall behind, he realized that the other gorilla monster should not be here. Chapter 740 Novice Village. Then Lin Xiao walked around the school for a few times and killed all the dozen long-haired wolves and bat monsters wandering around the campus. When he came back, he saw several students holding fire axes, or kitchen knives, and pot lids, and preparing to go downstairs. Seeing Lin Xiao, who was covered in blood and dragging 2 wolf corpses and 2 bags of rice, they were stunned for a moment. He said low and left. Several people watched him leave for a while, and someone asked, "Which class is this from? He looks so cool." I don't know. Forget about him. Let's go. Let's try to kill more people today to increase our strength. Yesterday I killed a long-haired wolf, and my strength increased a lot. I feel full of energy. Yes. Let's go quickly. Let's try to get there before other students react. The group went downstairs and walked towards the cafeteria with great expectations. Lin Xiao didn't hear what they said. He stood on the stairs on the 3rd floor and looked outside. There were already weeds in the corners of the edge of the empty campus playground. Normal schools don't have so many weeds. Outside the playground is a high wall, and outside the wall is a lush primitive jungle. The school is surrounded by towering trees that are more than 10 meters high or even dozens of meters high. From time to time, beasts are seen rushing out of the woods to hunt other beasts or fight each other. But the strange thing is that the school wall is not very high, and these beasts can easily push it down with their strength. But there seems to be an invisible force that makes them turn a blind eye to the school inside the wall. Lin Xiao knows that this is the system's protection for them. Those who just came in are ordinary people, so there must be a certain buffer time. It can be predicted that this protection will become weaker and weaker in a short time. At that time, a large number of beasts will rush into the campus from the forest. At that time, it will be a cruel elimination stage. If they have not started to evolve in the past period of time, they will only die in the face of these beasts. Or to put it more cruelly, according to the number of low-level beasts that leak in from time to time, it is definitely not enough for all students to start evolving. In other words, Most of the students who were still alive in this school died in the cruel elimination in a few days. And only a small number of them, who started to evolve, or were lucky enough to survive temporarily. Back on the 4th floor, several boys who were guarding behind the pile of debris at the staircase were relieved to see him, and greeted him enthusiastically. Several female classmates, who were cleaning up the corpses in the classroom next to him, heard the sound and came out. Seeing him, they shouted his name enthusiastically, and quickly stepped forward to help carry the wolf corpse and rice off his body. Lin Xiao looked at their bloody hair and black blood stains and fishy smells on their bodies, and their miserable appearance. In just 2 days, they changed from the proud children living in the ivory tower to what they are now. It must be said that people's adaptability is really strong. But not all students can adapt. Less than 10 of the 20 or so students can adapt. The rest stayed in their classrooms and dared not come out, enjoying the food prepared by these students at their own risk. Lin Xiao did not despise them. They were all minors, so it was normal that they could not adapt for a while. He would temporarily protect them before the novice protection ended. But if they still had not adapted after the novice protection ended, he could only say sorry. In this world where even he dared not say that he could survive steadily, he could not protect a group of people who could do nothing. At this time, a girl struggled to carry a bag of rice. After taking a few steps, she suddenly snorted and her body tilted. Lin Xiao helped her. She adjusted her big black framed glasses with a lot of blood stains and whispered, "Thank you. You're welcome." Seeing her struggling to carry a bag of 50 kilograms of rice into the classroom, Lin Xiao clasped his hands. Her waist was so thin and soft. Early the next morning, the 3rd day after waking up, Lin Xiao left the classroom with a bone-cutting knife on his back. After going downstairs, he did not go to the cafeteria behind, but went straight to the playground. The dozen long-haired wolves and 7 or 8 bad monsters wandering on the playground all discovered him and rushed towards him with strange cries. "Look! What is he doing?" A boy who was lying on the corridor railing and secretly observing outside was startled when he saw him, and quickly called his classmates around him. Several people gathered together and whispered, "It's the one from yesterday. What is he going to do? Doesn't he want to deal with so many monsters alone? It's possible. Is he so powerful? Just look at it. Damn it!" In a series of national quintessence, they saw Lin Xiao facing the 2 long-haired wolves and counterattacking without dodging, chopping off one wolf's head with a knife, and the other one biting his body as if nothing happened. The knife flashed continuously, and the long-haired wolves fell to the ground with howling. In less than 2 minutes, the wolf pack and the bat monster group were all killed, and the glasses fell to the ground in shock. He wiped the blood off the bone-chopping knife on the wolf corpse. He had chopped too much, and there were too many gaps on the blade. He strode to the school gate. The collapsed school gate had a concrete floor on one side and lush weeds on the other side. The paths were clearly separated as if they were 2 worlds. Today he was not going to stay in the campus and wait slowly, but was going to venture into the jungle outside the campus to have a look. The danger must be very dangerous, but he had the talent of time roaming, and as long as he was not killed on the spot, he could escape with his life. As long as he was not too far away from the school gate, he could save his life by jumping directly into the campus at a critical moment. He took a deep breath, strode to the school gate, carefully scanned the lush jungle, and stepped into it. When he stepped over the concrete floor and stepped into the soft ground piled with fallen leaves, the air quickly became moist, and a mixed smell of rotten leaves and leaves came to his nose. At the same time, Lin Xiao vaguely felt that he had passed through a layer of almost imperceptible film. This should be the system's protection for their novices. Bang! Standing only 2 meters away, a long-haired wolf jumped out from the dense forest behind him. This was naturally a suicide mission, and he grabbed it and smashed it to death with 2 punches without even using his knife. But this was just the beginning. In less than a minute, he walked less than 10 meters and encountered attacks from wolves and bad monsters hiding behind leaves one after another. Before he could kill all of them, he heard the crack of branches breaking and heavy footsteps not far away. He immediately turned around and fled back to the school gate. The sound stopped for a moment, as if he had lost his target. After a while, a gorilla monster larger than the one he killed before walked past the school gate, ignoring the school gate that was so close. But when Lin Xiao showed his head from behind the sign, it seemed to have sensed something and stopped. Obviously, this membrane only interfered with their various perceptions, not directly blocked them. If they made any big moves in the school gate, they would definitely attract monsters near the school. Lin Xiao had an idea for this, and he reached out and knocked on the sign. The chimpanzee monster that was about to leave was immediately attracted and rushed into the school gate. Lin Xiao rushed towards the chimpanzee from behind the sign. When he was about to make contact, his figure flashed and turned into a stream of light that could not be detected by the naked eye. The chimpanzee monster leaned back and froze in place. After a second, he looked around blankly for his target, and was greeted by a knife that fell from the sky and pierced his forehead, the same way the last chimpanzee died. Unfortunately, this chimpanzee died, except for contributing some evolution points. But no equipment was dropped. After a short rest, he continued to enter the jungle outside the school, constantly luring nearby monsters to kill, and quickly accumulated evolution points. Unfortunately, there were only long-haired wolves and bat monsters at the school gate and around it, and there were very few chimpanzees. These primary monsters contributed very few evolution points, and as he evolved more and more, there were fewer and fewer, and there were almost no points in the end. In one day, he killed 2 chimpanzees in total, and the total evolution degree was only 78% of the first level, which was still a long way from the second level. Dragging his slightly tired body back to the teaching building, he saw several boys carrying a bag of rice down the 4th floor. Seeing him step aside to make way, Lin Xiao glanced at them in surprise. Seeing their slightly nervous and embarrassed expressions, he frowned and asked, "Where did this rice come from?" Several people grumbled, looked at each other, and suddenly threw down the rice bag and said, "Sorry." After saying that, he turned around and ran. Lin Xiao immediately understood, but did not chase them. He just watched them leave coldly. He dragged the rice up to the 4th floor. The pile of debris at the entrance of the stairs had been pushed down. Several classmates were piling it up again. Seeing him and the rice behind him, they could clearly see the joy on their faces. There was no conversation that night. He did not say anything to those people, but found several male classmates before going out the next day and said, "Do you have the courage to go out with me?" All 5 boys nodded. But when he was about to leave, the girl wearing big black-rimmed glasses suddenly came in front of him, raised her head and said, "Can you take me with you? It's very dangerous." "It's just as dangerous to stay." He thought about it and nodded. "You can follow me, but you are not allowed to run around without my order. Otherwise you will bear the consequences." At this time, several other girls also came up and asked if they could be taken with them. Lin Xiao simply waved his hand and took them all with him. Anyway, 1 cow is released, and a group of cows is released. He had the intention of training them, but he was going to take the boys out to adapt first. Since they all wanted to go, he could take them all with him. Before leaving, he returned to the classroom, told them the news, and asked again if anyone would go with him. Unfortunately, no one dared to go, including several boys. Lin Xiao was not surprised. They didn't even dare to come out to clean up the corpses, cook, and keep watch. How could he expect them to go out and fight monsters? It would be better if they didn't come out. If they really came out, he would have to worry about how to take care of them as a nanny, including him. There were a total of 10 people, 6 boys and 4 girls. After going downstairs, they first went around the school. Another group of beasts came in at night, but unfortunately they had been killed by another team. It's strange to say that there are only 2.5 classes of students in such a big school who were pulled into this world. About 100 people, and no teacher was seen. Lin Xiao guessed that there would only be about 100 people in a group, so there were only 2.5 classes of students. Of the 2.5 classes of students, the half class has been hiding in the classroom. He has not seen them many times in the past few days. The other class occasionally sees those brave male students. If it weren't for him, those few would be the most promising among this group of people.